The warmth behind glass. Chapter 1, Gray Morning, Shattered Light. Rain liked to make forks into a single color, the same washed-out pewter pressed flat across sky and pavement and people's faces, the kind of gray that folded itself into the seams of everything until even memory softened at the edges. On mornings like this, the world felt pared down to what was necessary: a bowl, a chair, the steady knock of my own heart, and I liked the way ordinary things could hold me like a rope tied around a small, fragile boat. Charlie's truck in the driveway, his coffee steam curling against the glass, the slow, blunt humor of his voice when he found me tracing another absent-minded spiral in the tablecloth. These were not glamorous talismans, but they steadied me. They were proof that I had not gone whole, irrevocable, into the night. I told myself that as I stood on the Cullen porch, the damp from the downpour cooling the back of my neck. I had been coming here more and more, nights spent in a house that was both sanctuary and exam room, afternoons that hung like borrowed time between Charlie's ordinary kitchen and Carlisle's measured calm. I knew their rules because they had soft-pedaled them at first, because protective hands had closed over mine, and because I craved shelter the way a bird craves a hollow tree. But the whole world, the entire town of Forks, had been meant to stay in its quiet, rain-smeared box, rumor and fear and small-town credulity kept safely at hand. I could live with secrets. I had not wanted truths. Light does strange things in a place where it is supposed to be absent. The Cullen house had glass, abundant, deliberate, an insistence on catching whatever light dared to find them and letting it sift through the rooms like a question. This morning, the sun was not supposed to be an answer. It was thin and hesitant, a single strip, an accident between clouds, and it slid under the eaves like a secret. For a breath I watched it and expected nothing more than dust motes splinting in the air. What it did instead was split itself, a delicate beam that should have been swallowed by the house but landed on Alice. She was standing near the stairs, sleeves pushed back as if for work she had not yet began, hair a soft, dark halo that made the light look like it belonged to her. The beam hit the outer plane of her cheek and refraction happened the way it does on water, impossible colors wrenched from a place that had no reason to produce them. Garnet, opal, a green so sharp it felt like an ache, they traced along her skin and pooled in the hollows of her collarbone. For an absurd, lurching second I thought I had stumbled into stained glass. Her skin was not reflecting the sun. It was eating it and spitting it out alive. Rumors are small, hungry things. In Forks they grew out of whispered bravado and bored students with too much time and the kind of darkness that becomes a story if you let it sit too long. The stories about the Cullens had always been somewhere between idle cruelty and adolescent mythology for me. But the beam of light and the colors on Alice's skin made rumor into something you could confess to, something that fit into the hollow of my palm and fit there alarmingly well. The shape of it, not the cold fangs and monstrous features the worst whispering imagined, but a refracting, crystalline beauty, ruptured whatever mythology I had half believed in my sleep. The world rearranged itself with a small, brutal clarity. My breath stopped because my body was very efficient at being mortal. Fear is an animal thing. It is iron and blood and a taste that sits at the back of the tongue. I noticed it as a physical thing, the dryness in my mouth, the sudden loudness of my pulse, the way my knees wanted to fold and go liquid. There was a raw, bright panic there, an animal sense that I should run and hide, and beneath it a more complicated throb, curiosity braided with shame, a selfish ache that wanted the impossible for myself, not understanding why. Alice turned toward me as if she had known I would be here. She did not blink at my obvious terror. She smiled. She smiled as if the moment had been planned for years and as if it had been sprung on her at the last second, and the smile was not kind in the ordinary, domestic way. It was a quick, bright thing, a practice thing, and behind it was the same protective electricity I had seen in a dozen smaller gestures since I'd come to know her, the way she intercepted a stray look from others, the way she slid into leading positions as naturally as breath. Her hand came out, open, as if asking a dance partner to trust that the music wouldn't break their bones. I should have known better than to accept. I had been taught to be careful about hands, about the things that reached for you when you had nothing to give in return. But hers looked warm. The gesture itself was not a silent instruction so much as a promise that she had considered what this would mean. Maybe she had, because Alice's visions cut through time like a thin blade, or maybe she had not, because the part of her that saw the future had been rearranged by me in ways I didn't fully understand. She had told me she had seen me before I arrived, had said the pictures she drew were changing like a kaleidoscope that could not hold still. I tried to imagine what it felt like to look forward and see everything fracture. I could not have been the only piece that refused to settle. She did not read my mind. She had never read my mind in the way that people use the word read. I had watched the way her head would tilt, how she had sometimes laughed at an image so private it felt obscene to inappropriately reveal. What she had, she told me, were possibilities, corridors of light and shadow that rearranged themselves with the smallest movement. Her sight had been a comfort and a burden to my family for years, a means of avoiding careless collisions with the world. That morning, though, I understood that she had been pinned to a different problem entirely, futures that would not hold, choices that mutated out from under her like the tide. I felt an odd kinship with that fracturing. I was someone who had made a life of opting for the safer thing, of choosing the shore over the open water. Being wanted by the Cullens was not a straightforward kindness. It was a test. The hand extended to me was cool, colder than it should have been, because I knew heat and flesh, because I lived suffused with it. When my fingers closed around Alice's, the contact was a small, startling dissonance, a human palm against a coldness that should have meant death. It was not ice, it was the certainty of glass. Her touch did not drain me. It woke me. The sensation threaded into a place in me that had begun to go numb from pretending that survival was merely a matter of not being killed. It was worse and better than that. It felt like being looked at. There was an honesty in the way she held my hand, in the deliberate steadiness of the pressure. There was no pretense of what this relationship could be nor a greedy demand. There was a question in the way her mouth softened and in the tiny movement of her shoulders that said she had rehearsed this moment in some inaccurately folded future and it had not taken. She held my hand like someone offering a compass in a country of bad maps. I wanted to trust her. The Cullens have rules. The Cullens had rules before me and because of me, and those rules were the scaffolding of every safety the house promised. I had heard parts of them on late evenings that felt like confessions, Carlyle's calm stipulations about contact and proximity, Esme's easy and terrified maternal adjustments, Edward's rigid moral architecture. The family bound itself with laws both ethical and practical, not feeding on humans, not risking exposure, not allowing mortal messiness into a mortal order. But rules can bend when the people who enforce them are in danger of fracturing under the pressure of their own desires. Alice's hand in mine felt like the beginning of a test, one that did not require a big, theatrical act of conversion but a slow, inexorable slipping. It made me feel both chosen and exposed. I thought of Charlie in his flannel shirt and his careful, concrete ways, and the thought of him made my throat thicken with guilt. If I slipped into this house the way I wanted to, if I let my life rearrange itself around someone who shone like cut glass in a stray shaft of sun, I would be cutting a clean line away from him. That knowledge made my fingers squeeze Alice's the way you squeeze something sharp to see if it will break. Love is sacrificial in fiction and in myth. In real life it is a ledger you balance with regular meals and missed phone calls. My choices had consequences for people who had no idea that the world had tilted. The Cullens' secrecy had been for them as much as for me. Exposure meant Charlie's small, imperfect world would be dragged into the cold and asked to choose what it could bear. Alice's eyes were upturned to me, not oblique like they sometimes are when she sees the fold of a future she cannot rewrite, but steady. They were the color that used to be called hazel but in her shifted like something alive and bright. In them was mischief and a terrible earnestness. She had the soft, practiced composure of someone who knew danger and had chosen to flirt with it anyway. I wanted to ask 100 stupid questions that would have produced no useful answer. Am I safe? Is this wrong? Will I be cared for even if I am only human? What I found myself letting out of my mouth was a laugh that felt too fragile to be a laugh and too defiant to be a sob. It hung between us like steam. Alice squeezed my fingers as if to anchor that sudden laugh and nodded as if that laugh constituted an agreement on some level where words would have only broken things. There was comfort in that small, ridiculous covenant, an agreement to try. On the edges of all of this, other things dragged themselves into shape. There were the wolves, of course, the Quileute patrols and their low, watchful hum around La Poche. There had been alarms, a recent flare-up on the edges of their territory that had left raw stares and an anxious tension like barbed wire in mid-conversation. Jasper's containment, Esme's anxieties, Rosalie's quickness with judgment, they all sat like the dark wallpaper behind the immediate brightness of Alice's smile. These were not abstract issues to me, they were the architecture of any life I might build here. If the pack hardened, if Sam's decisions tightened into action, if opinion and forks turned to a kind of fierce panic, the ripple would hit everything. The house that seemed to promise me refuge was also a fragile civics. Love could be a revolution and a surrender both. I stayed with my hand in Alice's long after I didn't know whether I was clinging or being clutched. My body was still mortal, but already the rules we had invented for each other, what we would call sheltering, what we would call keeping, began to look like a map of a future I might not have sought if I had truly understood its cost. Possibility was a terrible and lovely product. I felt more alive than I had in months, my edges sharp as if something inside me had been honed by being seen and chosen. At the same time, my fragility was a pale, glaring fact. She smiled again, quieter this time, and tilted her head with the certainty of someone who had learned to keep her own counsel even against the ache of yearning. There was no arrogance in her gaze, no predatory lean. She wore her strangeness like a garment she had made herself, deliberate, well-fitted, a thing of craft. I wanted that garment close to me, to be warmed by its strange seams, to be folded into its pockets where light was refracted and strange colors lived. I wanted to be the thing it protected. But wanting is not a plan. Wanting is a tide that drives you toward things you cannot faithfully touch. The rain kept falling and smudged the world into gray again, and in that slow monotone my future looked like a page with several columns, each one listing dues and costs. The first, most immediate line read, choose. The words I told myself in my father's kitchen, small comforts, the safety of being mortal, were still real. They stayed with me like a home address pinned to a piece of grief. Alice's hand in mine felt like an offered answer and an incitement. She had shown me kindness without demanding surrender. She had glanced at my edge and not flinched. Her vision, when it worked, glinted with assurance. When it broke, it left her working, trying to rebuild certainty out of broken mirrors. I could see the particular kind of courage that took, the courage to invite risk when the future looked like broken glass. I could see myself reflected in those pieces and did not always find someone I recognized. There were parts of me that would always choose the light that did not change me irrevocably, and parts that wanted to be remade. The hand was still there, warm in a way that did not match the coldness of the skin, a paradox. My palm fit into hers. The moment stretched, a small, taut thing that might have been a truce. Somewhere far off in the house voices, quiet, measured, began to move toward us, but for now it was only Alice, the beam of escaped sun, and me breathing rain into my lungs. I had come here looking for refuge, and what I had found was a choice made visible and bright. I did not know yet whether the choice I would make would be an offering or a surrender, but when Alice's thumb brushed my knuckles, it felt like a beginning, and beginnings are little incisions you learn to live with, or they become the first light that wakes you up from a life the way the sun finally forces its way through a storm. She leaned just enough so that her face was close and the colors on her skin shifted like tides. "I saw you," was what she would have said in her bright, sudden way if she spoke plainly about her visions now, but instead she only gave me that unshakable smile and the quiet of calm that said more than certainty. She was willing to try, even without a map. My fear tasted metallic, but filtered under it was something that might have been hope. The gray of the world did not disappear, but for the first time it had an edge of color. I let my shoulders drop in a gesture that was both a permission and a challenge. When you are offered a hand by someone who looks like a stained glass angel and moves like danger disguised as tenderness, you learn quickly that the next step is seldom a small one. I did not know, at that point, what I would be called upon to give up. I only knew that the offer had been made and that a life could be divided into before and after with the smallest motion of a wrist. I let Alice's fingers close around mine and felt, at the same time, the steady tug from the world that had not wanted the Cullens in it and Charlie's simple, unadorned love. There was so much I wanted and so much I would, in that moment, have to lose. The choice seemed enormous, and yet the immediate thing I could name stayed as small as the act of not letting go. Chapter 2, a smile that knows. The light found her like an accusation, one thin, clean blade of sunlight cleaving through Fork's usual gray and landing across Alice's face. It crossed the ridge of her nose, feathered along the plane of her cheekbone, and for a handful of heartbeats the world contracted to that single, absurdly bright line. The rest of the classroom could have been underwater for all it registered in me. Everything else dulled, as if the air itself backed away from that bright insistence. Her skin did something to the light that I had no word for. It bent it, sent it out in colors that didn't belong to this place. Little shards, like glass cut with a blind designer's patience, scattered into the dim. It wasn't the cheap glare of a high school bulb, and it wasn't the glittering nonsense I had read in the school rumor mill. It was colder, more complex, thin rainbows that seemed to fold back in on themselves and then vanish. For a single absurd instant I thought of the way ice can hold a secret inside it. Alice looked up. She smiled, one of those smiles that felt like an apology and a dare at the same time, and reached across the lab bench, as if the proximity were planned and as if she had been waiting. Her hand hovered between us, and I realized I had been holding my breath. My breath escaped anyway, a small, human sound that meant something clumsy and obvious. Yes, I was real, and yes, I was standing where I had always stood, and yes, the rumor was true. She did not move to touch me the way I expected. She didn't close that space with practiced skill. Instead she said my name aloud, soft and musical in a way that made the hum of the fluorescent lights feel coarse. It was the first time I had heard my name not as a marker of the ordinary life I had left behind, but as the name someone used when they meant to begin. "I saw you," she said. Not a claim of having read my mind. There was a steadiness in her voice that refused any suggestion of intrusion, but a confession, as if she had stolen something and wanted me to know before I could be angry. I saw your arrival." She protected the admission like she was covering a fragile thing. There was a nervous quickness in her movements now, the way her fingers brushed the edge of a textbook, the way she arranged a pencil as if it were a talisman. The rest of the class became the background track to an exchange that felt private and enormous. People were talking, the teacher droned about classification systems, the rain kept washing the window with soft, patient fingers. None of it mattered. "You looked," I said. It came out harder than I wanted. "You saw me arrive?" Alice laughed a little, an awkward, bright staccato that didn't reach her eyes. "That's not quite how it happened. I saw a lot of things. I saw you. I saw 100 small ways you might come into my life. But the pictures kept shattering." She said the last word as if it tasted of glass. "They wouldn't hold." I didn't know what a future that wouldn't hold could do to someone who lived inside futures, but I felt it in the way her jaw set and in the tiny tremor in her hand. If she, of all people, couldn't pin me down on the map of her knowledge, and I was an open thing. The thought spiked me with both fear and a ferocious, greedy hope. "Can you see me now?" I asked. It was probably a foolish question. For all her brightness, Alice was not a god. She couldn't conjure certainty out of the fog. She shook her head, but her eyes were unusually raw with something like want. "Not in the way I used to. When you were near," she tipped her head toward me as if proximity could be measured in breaths, "the visions break. They fragment and refit around you. It's like trying to hold quicksilver. I can't make a picture stay." I wanted to ask if that was a good thing or a warning. Instead I kept quiet because her hand still lay between us, waiting, and because some fierce, private animal in me preferred the ambiguity. The world we had both been shoved into, small-town Forks, a life that usually resembled the slow, bland turning of water, already contained enough certainties that could be counted. I would accept this particular blur. She finally closed the space by reaching for my hand, not in a show of power but like an offer. Her skin was cool, unyielding, a tactile truth that contradicted the warmth of the classroom. For a moment I couldn't feel my fingers at all, then sensation flooded back as if the contact had bridged to seam in me. "You don't read minds," I said, oddly clinging to the one thing that felt like a boundary. "You just see." "No," she said. Her thumb made a small, absent motion across my knuckles. "I see things in time. I didn't think he'd be like this. Like what? Like a live wire. She looked at me then in a way that wasn't playful at all. Everything that's usually steady, my family, my day, the little pictures that tell me what will happen next, unravels when you're part of the scene. I can look a week ahead and watch the pieces shift out of place. I can see 100 ways we could be together and 100 ways we could both be torn apart. Her candor was both mercy and danger. It removed the illusion of control and left the raw, honest thing under it, that a person with a future map could not fold me into a neat prediction. It meant choices, and who knew what the Cullens and the pack would do when facing a human who refused to be easy? Why me? I asked. The question was smaller and larger than it deserved. Why would you? Because your presence is loud enough to make other people's pictures go sideways, she interrupted. Her smile returned, but it was softer, edged with something like apology. And because I kept seeing you in frames I couldn't make sense of. I thought if I could meet the person from those scenes, if I could touch the thing inside the picture, maybe the vision would stitch back together. It had not occurred to me that she might be trying to fix what she saw, to stitch some frayed loom of time back into the tapestry she relied on. The idea that I might be in error to be corrected made me oddly ashamed and furious at once. I had always believed, in a private and stubborn way, that I existed with the right to be messy and human and surprising. I had not expected my unpredictability to be catalogued like a fault. What if it doesn't stitch? I asked. Her hand tightened for a fraction of a second. Then we do our best with what we have. She said the words plainly, as if doing the best were a chosen ethic rather than a practice of fear. We keep the secret. We keep you safe. We take small risks and measure them. We don't make promises about everything that could happen. But she paused and looked away, the profile of her face sharp in that brief drop of sun. I can't pretend I don't care. That last phrase was a pledge in a language I was dangerously fluent in. Care, for me, had always been a soft hinge that could open into something heavy and irrevocable. Here it was, offered by a person whose fingertips made light ugly and truthful. After school, the Cullens' house felt like an island the color of old bone when I stepped through the door. The rain had resumed its steady governance of forks, drowning the town in its habitual gray. Inside, the air was quiet and held. Esme's smile was the first thing that greeted me, a practiced, warm line that acted like balm. Carlyle's voice hummed somewhere like a calm laboratory instrument. Edward watched me as always with an intensity that had been honed into a kind of protection. He was all angles and careful thought, the sort of man who could stack reasons like bricks against a future he feared. Alice took me to a room of quiet light and the hum of paperbacks. We sat with a distance that promised propriety but failed it at the minute our hands found each other again. There is an intimacy in touch that doesn't need speech. Her palm was still cool under my fingers, but there was a firmness to the pressure she applied, like a tether meant to remind both of us that the other existed and could be trusted. We began to invent small rules. This was part of a ritual that felt like courting, part secrecy, part strategy, all tenderness. The rules were not dictated by the family meeting upstairs. They were private commandments, the kind one makes with someone whose life could end at the wrong exposure. We agreed to the obvious: no dramatic displays in public, no reckless revelations, no nights with doors open to predators. But the real rules were subtler. We arranged brief gatherings, evenings where the only light in the room came from a single lamp, both a comfort and a barrier. We walked the boundary between school and house with a choreography that made sense only to two people who knew how to be cautious. When I stayed the night at the Cullens' house, it was in a way that kept me visible but not vulnerable. The living room couch with a lamp pool was small, the household circulation of glances that were warm and watchful. There were no declarations of possession, but enough possessiveness in Edward's clipped questions and Emmett's blunt proximity to keep us grounded. We held hands longer than was courteous. Each time our fingers laced, there was a small, private surrender, a map I read with the tips of my own nerves. It felt like learning to live in cold water, shocked at first, then, slowly, acquaintance. Alice's skin was impossible and utterly honest. The coldness did not repel, it clarified. It made me feel wanted in a way I had never felt before, desired not because my warmth could be harvested but because someone leaned toward me and liked the shape of my presence. She would sometimes press her forehead against mine, a gesture that borrowed its tenderness from newborn things, and in those tight seconds there was no question of the stakes. Only the closeness and a gentle, sharp joy. Sometimes she would talk about her visions in half-sentences, admitting the ways they misbehaved around me. She would say things like, "There was a doorway, and you were in it, but I couldn't tell what was on either side." Or, "I saw us, maybe. Or maybe I saw something we thought was us." She tried, really tried, to give me pictures I could hold. But her gift, fragile and miraculous, refused to be tidy. The fracture in her sight bent everything around it. For a family that had built its life on patterns and precautions, an unpredictability that radiated from me was a complication. Carlyle's brow furrowed more than usual during dinner. Edward's jaw held the fine line of a man who scrupulously weighed risk against desire. Rosalie made no attempt at softness. She hadn't yet accepted that any human could be worth this much danger. Jasper kept to the edges of the rooms, moving like a shadow that was both part of the house and uncomfortably near the outside. There were murmurs in meetings behind closed doors. There were long, measured silences in which I imagined arguments made of very careful words and very bright fears. "You understand that we're not making light choices," Carlyle said once, his voice an understated instrument of command. He did not chastise me, he simply enumerated facts the way a man of science would read a patient's chart. "We must consider longevity, the moral obligations of converting a life, the consequences for the community." The words were reasonable, and in their reason they were a condemnation. He spoke of ethics and duty as if they could be weighed like coins. I wanted to tell him that my own life had never been pristine enough to worry about moral ledgers. That my wants had always been messy and immediate, and that when the choice came I might choose poorly. I wanted to tell him that sometimes the only morality I could imagine was asking someone to want me back despite the cost. And yet, if I am honest, the idea of becoming like them, of stepping out of mortality and into that long, ceaseless night, was terrifying. Immortality was the loss of endings. It was the slow erosion of human stakes. To watch the people you loved age and die while you stayed the same seemed an exquisite cruelty. But the other truth was a small, hot stone in my chest. The thought of never feeling Alice's hand in mine for longer than a handful of borrowed months felt like a different kind of death. There were nights I lay awake at Charlie's house, the ordinary clock ticking with indifferent compliance, and thought of the cold press of Alice's palm and of Carlyle's careful words and of the pack's low rumble at the town's edge. The rumor mill and forks had teeth. Charlie's concern had begun to sharpen into something like curiosity that could become suspicion. Small-town questions have a way of being bad for the supernatural. Alice's visions couldn't keep the world at bay. They were not a shield, only a kind of warning system that had failed to be useful near me. That failure made us both more human and more dangerous. For all the careful rules and the soft rituals, for all the hands held too long and the evening scored into cautious intervals, there was a current moving us toward a limb of choice. The pack's patience was thin, the Cullens divisions were raw. Somewhere in the tangle of loyalties and fears, one clear demand would be made of me. I wasn't ready to make it. I had not even begun to learn what it meant to be desired by cold skin and a warm, dangerous heart. But the feeling of her hand, cool, sure, and impossibly tender, had lodged itself under my ribs and refused to leave. It had become a quiet tyranny, subtle and irresistible. When Alice smiled at me now, years and choices away and near all at once, it was a smile that knew the weight of what she had already seen and the emptiness of what she could not hold. She had given me a kind of refuge that was both a promise and a peril, evenings of small light, hands that lingered longer than necessary, whispers about futures that would not be still. She had offered me a place in her broken map. I wanted it. I wanted her. That was a simple thing and a terrible one, too. The world had begun to press in at the edges, cold and inevitable. The pack had begun to shift, the Cullens to argue under their polite exteriors, and Charlie's face to crease with suspicion. There would be ultimatums and offers and days that made my stomach clench with choices. For now, the rule was small and human: keep the secret, keep the nights short, keep my hand in hers when the light sliced across her cheek so that we could both remember what it felt like to be counted. Outside, the rain made a dull, steady sound against the roof, and I held her hand like a lifeline. The teacher may have been slippery and uncooperative, but in that moment the only certainty I wanted was the cool press of her skin and the warmth in the center of her that reached for me like a promise. The rest could wait, except it couldn't, not for long. Chapter 3, Rules on the Table. The sunlight found Alice first, slicing through the heavy rain gray as if it had sneaked in to see what it might disturb. For a moment the dining room held its breath. The beam varnished her cheek with a pale, impossible glint that made the tablecloth's ordinary weave look obscene. It made me understand, again and with a small animal shock in my ribs, why the rumor had taken root, why half the town could carry a rumor like Humber and not know its shape. Light did not touch her like it touched scales or glass. It scattered, throwing off color as if her skin were a secret prism. The sight of it, the casual, unafraid way she smiled after, felt like a confession and an invitation at once. It is easier to stand at the edge of danger when it is someone else's danger. I had learned that. Sitting at Carlyle's table, between a stack of carefully folded napkins and the quiet hum of family's presence, the danger was mine. It wore a friendly face and reached across linens with hands I had begun to want in ways I did not trust. Alice caught my eye and, for one breath, the chatter thinned into the distant tick of a clock. I watched the way she tilted her head, how her fingers, small and warm, smoothed a napkin as if to steady something more than cloth. Dinner was an exercise in civilized pointing and circumspect minds. We ate mostly in silence at first, the food becoming ballast under the weight of expectation. Esme moved like a harbor, soft voice, a touch that could erase tremors. Carlyle spoke last of all, because he belonged to the kind of patience that measured time with scalpel and calendar. Edward's eyes shifted like weather, clear than iron, protective in ways that made the air tighten. Rosalie stared like granite. Emmett offered distracted, blunt remarks that landed like small, clumsy rocks. Jasper's face was a mud pool of restraint. You could see how effort cost him. Alice's presence bent the lighting into something dangerous and lovely. And I, who wanted to belong and feared belonging, watched their faces as if they were maps and I were already lost. Carlyle began gently, his voice the kind that named things to keep them small and manageable. He spoke of physiology, of the long, slow grief of a life that no longer ended in the human way, of the costs of a death that was a decision rather than a moment. He described, clinically, what becoming one of them would mean: metabolic alterations, the cessation of growth, of aging, the eternal otherness of a body that would never break down the same way again. He did not lay it like a trap. He explained like a physician who would not lie to his patient. From a medical standpoint, the transformation is definitive and irreversible, he said, and his phrase bled into the air like a bandage. It solves certain dangers, the immediate risk of being mortal among predators, but it creates others. Psychological adaptation is not guaranteed. Regret is a real phenomenon. We cannot ethically proceed unless there is informed consent, free of coercion. The words were antiseptic and true, and they pricked. Consent. Free of coercion. Those ideas hung between us like two panes of glass I could not see through. How did you consent to a life that would outlast everyone you loved? How did you know it would not become a vault? Rosalie's laugh cut it off. It was never quite a laugh, it was a crack of cold, sharp as a branch underfoot. Her face did not soften when she spoke. She sat upright, elbows off the table, as if the posture itself could exclude sentiment. I love my life, she said, each word a stone. I know what being robbed of it feels like. I will not accept any plan that treats Bella as an experiment. She is human. That gives her rights. We do not have the right to burn away her mortality because we are afraid of wolves or because our hearts go too fast. Her simplicity was brutal and honest. It felt like a slap and also a mercy. It carved the edges off some stupider thing I had been about to let myself believe, that immortality might be a present I could accept like a piece of cake. Edward skimmed the surface, his voice cool and exact. He was a barricade in human clothing, his kindness was a law. He reminded them that Bella's safety was paramount, that the family had rules for a reason. He argued for containment, routines anchored in daylight, restricted public exposure, a strict script of alibis and comings and goings designed to keep Charlie unaware and the pack at bay. He was quietly vehement about the need for protocol. "What happens if the pack acts?" he asked. "What if they no longer listen to warnings? We've already had that first breach. We can't rely on luck." There it was, the pack, la push, the low, bright tide where loyalties hardened like salt. Sam's name went unspoken, but it was present in the angles of every face. I could feel the line forming, an invisible shore between where I stood and the tide that might break against us. Jasper watched the table like a man counting losses. He did not speak much, but when he did, his voice carried the weight of things he fought to control before. He said the proximity to human blood was an exposure none of them could pretend was inconsequential. He feared nights when hunger would be a storm, people would be storm-tossed, and his hands trembled inwardly at the thought of losing another anchor. Emmett, with his always too broad garb of bravado, tried to make light of it. He suggested practical measures, a driver, new routines, keeping me within the walls at vulnerable hours, but the humor slid off the surface and found no purchase. He was male and immediate, his protective instincts did not come in measured language. They were blunt and animal and oddly soothing. Esme's voice was the balm that tried to hold the whole thing steady. She put her hand over mine once, a quick, practical pressure, and I felt less alone. She spoke of shelter, love, a duty to guard the human lives that folded into their care. She wanted the family to stay cohesive, to hold me like a small thing that mattered. Her plan was the slow, consistent kind, comfort, refuge, and enough human constancy to clip the edges of the unknown. Alice did not speak at first. She watched me like someone watching the weather change, her expression a catalogue of joys and risks. When she did speak, it was in small, oddly decisive pieces. She talked about a future she could not quite see the way she used to. The words tumbled out with the hush of someone trying not to frighten a child. "I saw you," she said. "I have seen pieces of you and me, but the pictures break. They slide. It is like the film scratches and skips. Sometimes I think I can pull a thread and the whole thing will hold, and then," she laughed a little, a sound like someone cradling a glass of warm coffee. "Then it is gone." It was the confessioning of someone who had found the one thing that refused her maps. She reached across the table as if to bridge the break and laid her hand over mine. Her skin was cool, it steadied me. It was an ordinary, shocking human gesture that felt excessive coming from someone who could not be hurt the way I could be and could not be comforted the same way either. "I don't know how long my sight will hold on to you," she said softly. "I can't guarantee anything. But I know this, I want to keep you near. I don't think we can make good plans out of guesses, but I am not afraid of doing something improbable if it means keeping you safe. Even if I can't see the exact path, I'm willing to step on some of the stones anyway." That willingness sounded like courage to me and like danger. It was shelter and risk braided so tightly together I could not see where one ended and the other began. The family listened. Some faces warmed, others shuddered. Carlyle leaned forward then, and carefully, the conversation shifted from philosophical to the clinical. He spoke of precedent and effect, of cases they'd been witness to in other times, of a conversion's medical and psychological toll. He argued for staging any eventuality, for plans that would preserve Bella's agency and Charlie's life, things that mattered in ways no eternal relief could scrub out. Transformation is not a panacea, he warned. If we proceed, it must be after Bella understands the finality. We must consider her ties, her father, her town, her life. None of that can be dismissed. The fine points made me dizzy. None of it felt real and all of it was urgent. I had never asked for immortality, I had not conceived of myself as a candidate for such a thing. But I was here now, being counted as if I were an investment, a hazard, a jewel to be protected or handed off. The objectifying made me flush. My mouth tasted like a secret. What no one could say directly, and what everyone felt like a static charge under the words, was desire. Not merely my desire for safety or to be wanted, though I had both in abundance, but the way my presence changed the room. The way Alice's face lit in a manner that made it difficult to breathe. The way Edward's caution edged into something almost ferocious. The way even Rosalie's hardness faltered at the sight of me, as if she remembered a vulnerability she had once been denied. When silence fell, it was a gathering. Each of them set down a possible rule: hours I could be out, an alibi for Charlie, routines for school, a plan to keep me away from La Push's easy, treacherous shorelines. Those were practical things. Then the conversation inclines toward the radical undercurrent, a transformation at some agreed time, to remove temptation and risk. It was floated like a stone into a pond. It made Emmett flinch, it made Rosalie's jaw tighten, it made Edward's fingers curl the tablecloth. Jasper's eyes darkened with ghosts. Carlyle's forehead creased, not with immobility but with pain. He did not shut it down entirely. He could not, ethically, when the offer hovered like a sword. "We must not forget," he said, or perhaps I thought he said it, because everything shortened to the simplest elements of the debate: choice, compass, cost. My chest contracted with the weight of it. Consent again. Choice again. Free of coercion. I wondered if any choice could be free when hunger and desire and fear pulled like undertow. Alice's hand stayed on mine. It warmed and cooled in little tidal changes, the way someone keeping watch might shift. Her thumb moved in small, impatient circles, and in that motion she was both child and warrior. She spoke then, almost to me alone, and the words were neither a bargain nor a plea exactly. They were a map of feeling. "If you want me to, I will fight for you," she said. "If you want to go back to Charlie, I will make you a map and stand back. If you want this," she barely touched a syllable, "I will try to make the path safe. I cannot promise what I cannot see. But I will not let them make the choice for you." The family's voices began to reweave around her words, polite, imperative, edged with love and fear. Plans accreted like circling gulls. Someone suggested we hire a driver so rumors could be smoothed. Someone else suggested I stay in town more but under watch. Someone asked if I could remain here at the house more often until the path cooled, or until we found a better solution. It went on like this, each alternate bearing the shape of a life I might live. I said very little. Speaking felt like signing away a page of myself I could not read. But my silence did not absolve me. My heart behaved traitorously, thinning and then thickening under the table as if it knew a secret pulse. I thought, absurdly and fiercely, that if someone said the word conversion out loud and it became a thing that could be done, I might catch it in my mouth like a stone and swallow it without understanding its weight. Outside, the rain came down in steadier hands, like someone who could not be deterred. The pack was a pressure somewhere beyond the pains. Charlie prowled in his own orbit, a worrying presence I could feel like a pressure behind my sternum. Everything had a preference and a prejudice. Immortality had promises I wanted, mortality had duties I could not abandon. Between those pull factors I felt flayed. When the meeting broke up, it was not with resolution but with the kind of deferred determination that organizes itself into next steps. Papers would be drawn, rules would be written, drives would be scheduled. Alice and I walked a few steps alone, the house suddenly too populated with plans we could not yet weigh. She looked at me with an intensity that made my breath shallow. "I don't know the end," she said, in a voice that was suddenly close and not for the other's ears. "But I'm not afraid to keep trying." Her fingers closed around mine like a promise. For the first time in who knows how long, a future felt like a place I could stand inside, shaky and maybe luminous, but not entirely blank. There were rules on the table now, yes, stiff, practical things to keep me safe. But there was also the soft, dangerous offering of someone who would risk uncertain sight for me. I wanted to accept both, the concrete and the gamble. I wanted to be held and to be free, to be mortal and immortal in the same breath. I wanted to be more than the thing to be debated. We stepped back into the dining room as the others milled about, their faces carrying the slow gravity of people who make policy by the light of affection and fear. They had placed options like coins between our palms. Some were round and honest, some edged with knives. My choice had not been demanded, It had been prepared for me, like a meal at which I would be expected to eat. I watched Carlyle's hand rest on his chin, Edward's jaw set, Rosalie's eyes fixed like a sentinel, Esme's fingers still folded, Jasper's expression taut, Emmett's stance ready to protect. Each one had a different idea of what love looked like in a world that did not end the way other worlds did. Alice squeezed my hand once, quick and fierce. "Decide when you're ready," she said, softly, as if she had just granted me a right. But the tide waits for no decision, and some choices arrive hungry and insistently. Outside, the rain didn't stop. And at La Push, the pack would be making its own rules. Chapter 4, La Push Tension. The rain had a way of making everything seem on the verge of erasing itself, the town, the trees, the edges between one small life and another. It blurred the line between comfort and threat until they looked the same, damp and glistening, and the difference was something I had to decide by color and by touch. I sat on the far end of the sofa, one knee tucked up against my chest, and watched everyone else move around the living room with the slow, careful choreography that had become the Cullens' household language. They were being careful with me, with each other, with the fact that refused to look polite in daylight. Alice had been quiet at first, which was unusual. When she wasn't laughing, she was moving through rooms like light. When she was silent, you could feel the empty place she'd left behind. Now her hands kept going to the window as if she could pull clarity from the weather. Once she met my eyes and something flickered on her face, a smile as quick and polite as someone who had just remembered a forgotten engagement, and for a second she looked like glass in the rain. The sunlight that managed to force itself through the clouds that afternoon slanted across her cheek and broke into impossible shards of color. I knew, with a certainty as sharp as a cut, that the rumor at school was not rumor at all. I had seen vampires like glass and light, and my stomach had started its slow, traitorous flutter. They told me about La Push in pieces so that I couldn't stitch them too quickly into a single picture. Carlyle came home late from the hospital with his coat unbuttoned and the patient, measured calm that always lived in his voice frayed at the edges. Jasper kept glancing at me. Rosalie's jaw had a tight line. Emmett made some useless joke about protecting the family perimeter and then left the room because no joke could fix the way the news landed. Esme put her hand on my shoulder, squeezing once, like an anchor. The story was simple and jagged. On one of the paths at the outer edge of Quilu territory, no man's land to any sane person, but to a pack it had the clarity of a boundary stone. A teenager had been found, blood drying in the way rain could not wash out. He wasn't one of the pack's immediate circle. He was a local kid caught between tides, a young Quilu who'd been on the wrong side of a fight. He was alive but badly hurt, concussion, a deep laceration, signs of a struggle more chaotic than anything the Cullens would stage. Someone else was in that space besides wolves and humans. The pack had seen it first not as a fragment but as an affront, a breach. And when you live in a place where old promises are visible in the lines of the shore and the stories the elders tell, affronts are personal. Sam had responded in the only way he knew would not escalate into a direct clash. He had sent a message through a neutral channel, not a howl into the dark nor a visit at the house that would make the Cullens' presence an overt confrontation, but a cold, clear warning delivered with the kind of restraint that made its anger louder. The message reached Carlyle in a way that kept the ritual of civility intact. No drama, no accusation, just an ultimatum wearing the guise of concern. The pack would respond to human harm. The pack wanted a line drawn, and they wanted it drawn by bloodless means if possible. But they were not soft in the shape of their patience. Their posture had changed, more patrols, more presence at the margins, and a watchfulness that felt like eyes in the town tried to see the Cullens before anything worse happened. I imagined Sam's face as I read the note over Carlyle's shoulder, the same hard set he had when he stood for his pack, for the children in his community, for the old agreements that had lasted because they had to. His voice in my head was even, the way it always was when he talked about safety and stewardship, but under it there was something that cut through, the claim that this was personal. To Sam, it was not simply territory, it was a moral line, and everything that had once been historical and needed now complicated the present like a storm moving faster than expected. Alice slid onto the arm of the sofa beside me and folded her hands into mine. Her skin was cool and needling under my fingers, a contrast that started in my chest and worked outward until the muscles in my arms felt too small for my own body. She smelled like the room and for a second like something else, a memory of sugar and a clean wind that I couldn't name. Her eyes were trying to find the futures she used to keep in neat, ordered rows. Lately they refused to hold. She'd warn, and then the scene would dissolve. She would see a possible edge, a way forward, and the path would reconfigure under her feet. It was the first time I'd seen fear in her flat-jawed composure. She was trying to explain, her words flurried, then careful, but it was the way she repeated a single image that lodged under my ribs: impossible glass, a face I'd loved, and 100 splinters of what could be if I chose. She had reached for me because that was what she could do. She could not make the future stop storming, but she could offer the steadiness of touch, the promise of shelter. That was the cruelty and the salvation of her affection. She could promise presence, but not certainty. The inconsistency of it made me want to wrap myself around her and never let the future make anyone else decide for me. Edward's contribution to the conversation was a calculation in the air. He spoke in the neat languages of probability and worst-case scenarios. He reminded the family, quietly, with an edge of fatalism, that my blood was a variable that could not be ignored. Jasper's face paled every time anyone mentioned human injuries around me. His eyes were a lake that had been rippled into something shaky. The rest of them kept to their roles: restraint, care, the odd blistered joke to keep tension from eating through the walls. I thought about Charlie. I thought about the way his voice climbed into my head when he called my name roughly across cornfields, the resilience in the way he tried to parent a daughter who had been grown up by rain and small things. The pack's posture made Charlie a potential casualty of something I had been enjoying like a stolen warmth. He would not understand half the nuances. He would only see danger and he would move toward it in the only way he knew how, stubbornly, with love that didn't ask permission. The idea of him being dragged into this, of ordinary life becoming collateral, tightened something in me until I felt like I might physically split. Rosalie's stance was a kind of cold arithmetic I could understand in bone-deep terms I hated. She did not want to involve another human in their world. She counted risk the way she counted the beauty of perfect skin. It was an irreplaceable thing that you did not casually risk. She argued for containment, for refusing the strange offer altogether. Take the risk away by refusing it. The effect of her words was a taut cord between options. My mortality held at one end like some fragile, vital thing, immortality at the other, something that would demand the sacrifice of everything I had been taught about being human. Sacrifice was a word that printed itself into my thinking like frost on glass. To be turned would be to hand over the particular clumsy, breathing, bumbled life I had to something polished, eternal, unyielding. To stay mortal was to accept fragility as a truth that could be used against me. The choice was not simply about what I wanted in a romantic, ordinary sense. It was about whether I would stop being the person I knew in order to be the person Alice could stand beside and the Cullens could defend without compromise. It was also about who I might become in the absence of time, whether immortality would unmake the parts of me that were worth saving. The injured teenager was not simply a statistic in the debate. They became a human face in my head. The picture Carlyle described, pale, a slackness that had scared the pack because it meant someone had been caught between forms, stayed with me like a line of weather. He could have been anyone's son. He could have been Charlie's. The pack's anger had a jagged edge then. It was not merely directed at the possibility of vampires, but at the danger those vampires represented to people who did not know. Sam, in the message Carlyle read aloud with surgical calm, had made that ache plain. He had sent a warning dressed like counsel. They wanted assurances, and what they wanted most of all, what made their tone inches from threat, was that no more human blood would be spilt on their sand. There was a sound I'd never loved in Jasper's voice when he finally spoke alone with Edward, a sound of feral hunger suppressed. Proximity to people made it worse, and he was stronger for it. I felt like a candle in a wind that had been turned strange. Every step closer to them, every heartbeat in the same breath as theirs, seemed to erode their restraint. I did not want my presence to make a man who had fought his demons fall apart again. The burning nested in my chest like a small animal that could not be fed without breaking something. Alice kept pressing her fingers to my palm as if she could conjure the future with pressure, as if the friction of our skin could heat something solid enough to last past the next rain. she said, quietly, in a way that felt less like promise and more like a prayer, that she could try to bind things into place. Her sight had been a map. She could not find the town's future at the scale she once had, so she wanted to make it small enough to manage. Make the choices not about armies or legends but about one life, one tonight. That was when the idea of being turned stopped being a theoretical and became a utility, a way to keep someone safe, to remove me as a variable, to make my blood irrelevant to war. I felt the weight of it all, the pack sharpened edges, the Cullens debate like a quiet civil war stretched across a dining table, Charlie's ignorance like a fragile stallion that could so easily be spooked. My own hunger, that primitive, intrusive hunger that sometimes felt like wanting someone else's warmth, was tangled with wanting myself to stop being the thing that endangered them. There was a cost to both paths. There was love knotted to danger, and a danger so beautiful it was almost unbearable. Outside, the rain lightened into a fine mist. I imagined the shore where the kids in the pack learned how to run and the old bargains lived in the sound of the surf. I imagined Sam standing at the boundary in the dark, the ocean throwing itself against the rocks without thought of consequence, and I felt like both of them, a shoreline and a promise. The message from Sam had been explicit in a way that left no room for blissful ignorance. The pack would protect their own. If anyone outside of their sacred lines made a habit of harming humans, they would act without further warning. There was a pause in the room then that felt like the moment before a photograph is taken. Everyone breathed and held their eyes on the single, small thing that made all the differences. Alice's hand was warm in mine, and there was something dangerous and absolute in the comfort she offered. I knew that every promise she could make had fragility baked into it. The futures she saw shifted, the edges of things changed when she touched them. Yet for the first time, the possibility of changing myself into something that would belong in her world did not feel like giving up so much as a way to protect the ordinary people I loved. Rosalie's glance slid toward Alice and then toward me, and in that glance there was the simple arithmetic of risk. Stay mortal, and many lives would remain at risk, become one of them, and the line would change, but so would the cost. Carlyle's eyes were soft when he looked at me. There was an ache there I could not untangle. Esme's hand tightened on mine. Edward's jaw had a new angle to it, tenderness folded into calculation. Jasper avoided looking at me. The tide was going out. The pack's shadow at the edge of town drew closer with the ebb, making the lines between us visible in a way that had been abstract a week ago and now burned with urgency. Sam's warning had shifted the world from rumor to real hazard. It had made me a decision hanging in the air like wet clothes on a line, each droplet of water another small, insistently heavy thing I could not ignore. I pressed my face into Alice's shoulder because the only thing my body understood in that moment was that warmth. It was flesh and danger and promise all at once. She smelled like the house and like a future I might have, and for a breath I let myself imagine a life where the pack's anger was a rumor reduced to nothing by the fact of us. Then memory reasserted itself. Charlie, the boy at the shore, the fragile human lives that would not accept being collateral, and the room's plan shifted. Sam had given us an ultimatum without spectacle. He had made it personal. And because this was a place where loyalties were not abstractions but the shape of people you would fight to keep breathing, what he asked would not let me float between answers forever. I thought of choices that cost, imagined my name written in the margin of a tide pool, waiting for the next high water to decide whether it would stay. The Cullens argued, the pack watched, and the town murmured in its rain-soaked way. Alice's fingers left my hand for a single second to tuck hair behind my ear, and in that moment the future shifted again, quiet, like a page turned. I could feel the question tightening in my throat like an unplayed note. There would be a reckoning at La Push soon, spelled out in paw prints and human footprints, in the sound of waves and the violence of promises finally kept. They had made their stance clear. The rest of the world, including me, would have to move in response. When the house settled into the hush that comes before any choice is finally made, Alice looked at me with something like apology on her face. For the first time, I saw not the playful, knowing brightness I had been falling for but a vulnerability that matched my own. She could not see how this ended. She could only offer her nearness and the dangerous, luminous warmth of a hand that promised shelter and nothing more. Outside, somewhere between the river and the sea, the pack tightened their circle. The wounded boy's life hung between them and whatever had hurt him, The town's whispers lined the streets like rain. The next move would not be tentative. I had always thought the hardest thing would be to give myself away, to be changed into someone who outlived years and outlasted the people who had shaped me. But standing there with the rain making small pools on the porch and Alice's glass-skinned light painting colors across her cheek, I realized the hardest thing might be choosing who to lose in order to keep everyone else. The doorbell rang then, a small, ordinary sound that made my heart lurch as if it were summer and a car backfiring on the highway. Someone wanted to talk. The next words would reframe everything. Chapter 5. The warmth of her hand. Sunlight cut through the high, gray windows of biology and spilled across Alice's face like a shard of something too bright for forks. For a heartbeat I thought it was glass, a clean, crystalline line along her cheekbone, and then the light twisted, mouth simply reflecting but breaking up into colors I had no right to expect. Tiny, impossible prisms winked where her skin caught the sun, and the ordinary, sheltered world of the classroom tilted. Somewhere behind the last bell had been ignored. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant and rain. Alice turned to me with that small, sudden smile she keeps like a private switch. It was not a smile for a joke, or for gossip, but for me in a way that made my stomach remember how to flip. She did not ask. She did not need to. She held out her hand. There was no theater in that gesture, no pretense of safety. Her palm was cool under my fingers, cool enough to make the hair along my wrist lift, and yet beneath that coolness something like heat hummed, an intention that warmed from the bones outward. The contact was a contradiction, an arresting chill that somehow felt like permission. I had been careful all week, telling myself the Cullens were a shelter I deserved and that my heart could be kept steady with courteous distance. Alice's hand was a test I had already failed. We made a habit of empty rooms. They were narrower than the house, quieter than the dining table, safer than any conversation with adults who could measure risk in lifetimes and decide for me. After school we slipped into the art room together, the door clicked shut, and the world became only the small square of light from the high window and two shapes close enough to blur. Alice perched on the edge of a paint-splattered table. I sat opposite, knees almost touching hers, and we let the hour erode. It felt like thievery, not the petty, adolescent kind, but a theft of time and air and breath. The Cullens stole back their privacy to give me refuge, and I stole something no one could see with my whispered agreements and stolen touches. She did not read my thoughts. Of that I was certain. It had been made bluntly clear, once, in a conversation that left me raw and grateful for rules. But she had seen me coming, once, in futures that kept rearranging. Alice spoke of them in halting fragments sometimes, as if the sentences were collapsing before she could finish. She would say, "I saw you," and then the words would splinter, and her smile would grow protective and defiant all at once. That failure in her sight had cocooned her into a new kind of ferocity. If she could not map the landscape of what would be, she would build a shelter on the present and not wait for prediction to tell her whether I could survive it. She built rooms for me in that present. She guided me beneath stairs and behind curtains, into the study when the rest of the house was occupied with measured opinions and the soft laundering of a family discussing my fate. Sometimes we hid in the library, between rows of books that smelled of polished wood and old paper. Her head leaned on my shoulder, her hair was a strange, cool silk beneath my chin. The tiny incandescent lights she made with the sun pooled on her throat like jewelry. When our hands found one another, in a borrowed, accidental brush while trading a book, or fingers intertwined around a mug of tea, it was like a current. I could feel the way she regarded me, the quiet calculation of a creature who had lived long enough to learn the difference between wanting and needing, and who chose wanting anyway. My appetite had two forms, the familiar, mortal kind that woke with the pangs of adolescence, and another, more abstract hunger that had entered me quietly, unannounced, the moment the Cullens became my refuge. The first was an embarrassment, the grocery lists I could not be trusted to finish without thinking of someone else's hands, the sudden craving for chocolate that felt ridiculous and childish. The second was a dangerous ache. It was the way the world sharpened around Alice's nearness, how my skin prickled at her stillness like a field before lightning. I told myself not to mistake warmth for heat. The Cullens were cold to the touch and colder still in logic. Their affection did not burn me, it preserved me. Yet when Alice rested her palm over mine, pressing slightly so I could feel the seam of her bones, I understood a lover's bargain that had nothing to do with blood and everything to do with wanting someone to claim me despite the odds. There were limits, of course. I learned them by eavesdropping on the grown-up rooms where discussions were held in low voices, where big words folded around consequences. Edward argued more quietly than I expected, his restraint like a held breath. His eyes tracked me not with the raw humbug that startled me on first meeting, but with the precise, clinical fear of someone calculating casualties. Carlyle's voice was a steady instrument in the background, ethical notes that suggested measured care. Esme was often the one to translate those notes into gestures. Rosalie's barbs landed like splinters, she refused to shoulder the risk. Jasper was a shadow at the edge of all of it, not words as much as a watchful presence whose restraint tugged at the edges whenever I moved with more abandon. Once, in the parlor, I caught pieces of an argument about how far the family would go to protect me. They used words like containment and accommodation, and a new one that made my pulse march, radical. I could see both poles in their faces, the humane, steady desire to keep me human for however long I wished, and the other, colder inclination toward a solution that erased the daily danger but also erased me as I knew myself. There was an intensity to Rosalie's opposition that felt personal, as though my very mortality was an affront. Emmett, all blunt muscles and blunt opinions, wanted to keep threats at arm's length and seemed to measure everything in immediate, physical risk rather than long-term ethics. After one of those meetings that left the house dim and small, Alice took my hand and led me upstairs to the sunroom. It was an odd refuge for vampire and human alike, glass walls, green plants that looked like they should require warmth, and a couch where I could sink down and watch the rain finger the glass. She sat very close, so that her shoulder touched mine, and for a while neither of us spoke. The light through the glass caught the thin film of frost on her skin and turned it into a halo. She would not, could not, perhaps, speak of futures with any certainty. Instead she promised small things with a fierce gentleness, tonight, this hour, this hand. Those promises were both grace and torment. Grace because here, now, she was mine to hold. Torment because, this hour, did not guarantee the next. There is a strange cruelty to being loved by someone who is certain of themselves and uncertain of everything that could come after. Alice's confidence and protection sometimes clashed with my own stubborn need to remain tethered to Charlie and the ordinary life that kept my feet somehow rooted. Every night away from my father's trailer felt like slipping a little farther from daylight. Charlie would call me on rainy evenings, his voice small and practical through the wire, and I would fold my answer into half-truths. It was a cowardice that made me angrier with myself than any hunger in my throat. I kept telling myself to be careful. That phrase was a litany at first and then a joke that had worn thin. Being careful meant avoiding the pack's notice, tempering the Cullens' impulses, and remembering that Jasper's presence turned ordinary moments into an arithmetic of risk. He sat across from me at more than one meal with an expression that made the skin at the back of my neck rise. His training and past made proximity to a human a different kind of hazard. Sometimes his restraint appeared to cost him something sharp and private, and his glances were not so much warnings as confessions. I knew I compromised them all by staying. I also knew that one hand on mine in a sunlit room felt like a small salvation. We found new rooms too, the empty physics lab after hours, where the gadgets slumbered like sleeping animals, a narrow upstairs landing with a window seat where the rain left the world silver and muffled, the stairwell that smelled of old varnish and the faint notes of family politics carried through closed doors. Each room became a small cathedral of privacy, a place where I could measure what it felt like to be wanted by something both ancient and playfully young. Alice's touch was always the same paradox. Close in, and I felt less mortal than I ever had in Charlie's house. Farther away, I felt the weight of the choice I deferred. There were tiny rituals that grew between us. She would sometimes braid my hair at the kitchen table while the adults debated and the rain tapped a staccato on the roof. Her fingers moved with an unusual economy, sure and careful, and every strand she twisted against my scalp felt like an affirmation. Once she left a folded paper on my bed, a series of doodles and one short sentence that read more like a promise than words, "Stay." I read it until the paper softened and the pencil smudged, and that page folded into the map of my days. But desire insists upon its own language. It translated my small, nurturing acts into declarations I could not fully own. When she pressed her forehead to mine in the sunroom, the contact was a declaration without words. My pulse hammered as if trying to answer the centuries of her being with a single, mortal beat. I felt childish in my human inadequacy. My blood seemed both too loud and not nearly enough, but I also felt chosen in a raw way that made the world beyond the glass achingly small. There was an honesty in wanting that raw enough to be terrifying. The Cullens lived with rules that were measured and cold. Alice's kindness felt like an exception, not to the rules, but to the world that made so many of them necessary. I told myself we were stealing minutes, not futures. I repeated the phrase like a charm, we are careful. We keep to rooms where no one will stumble upon us. I kept my nights at Charlie's as often as I could, and when I returned to the Cullens it was with the strange, guilty exhilaration of someone who had been promised warmth and taken it anyway. Guilt was a constant companion. Loving Alice felt indulgent, reckless, and inevitable in equal measures. It was the kind of love that asked for no transformation and no bargains, only the permission to exist in proximity. She pressed that permission into my palm like a coin. But beyond our stolen rooms the world was tightening. There were rumors along the beach at La Pluche, and always the low strain of the pack's proximity. Sam's decisions were dragging them toward demonstration. Their patience had thinned with a quiet, unignorable anger. Once, while we sat together in the art room and the rain made maps on the windows, Alice's smile faltered and something like shock crossed her face. She said she couldn't see, not for long, but long enough to make her gesture a little desperate. She touched my fingers as if to anchor herself, and I realized then how much of her certitude had once been in sight and how much of her current ferocity came from not being able to see at all. That night she took my hand and held it like a talisman. Her skin stayed cool, but when she carved initials with the pad of her thumb across my knuckle, the ice seemed to melt into a warmth that was not heat but intention. It was as if she were imprinting on me a moment that might have been erased by the caprice of her visions. I lay awake later clutching that worn image like a promise and listening to the rain drum the same frantic message against the roof, choose. The house breathed around me with the low, measured stillness of people who had been alive for a very long time and who had learned how to weigh what mattered. Alice folded up the future into a present I could hold and made it feel like an answer. She could not tell me if she would ever see a safe road ahead. She could not guarantee what the pack might do, what Rosalie might insist upon, or whether Carlisle's careful ethics would tilt toward a choice I could accept. She could offer now. She could offer touch. That was both everything and nothing. I reminded myself of Charlie in the small hours when the house slept and the Cullens kept their distance like a ring of bright, dangerous stones. I imagined him worrying over his supper, thinking perhaps of my thin shoulders and the way the rain had finally broken the spring sky. I imagined breaking into his tidy, ordinary world and confessing the lengths I was going to in order to be near a girl with skin that turned sunlight into art. The absurdity of it made me want to laugh, and then to cry. My life was a fragile ledger. Small human days on one side, impossible, endless nights on the other. Each touch from Alice added weight to the scales. She never asked me to decide. She did not shove me toward a cliff even as I felt the wind of other people's choices at my back. But every time she slid her fingers between mine and held them, her eyes steady and without prophecy, the world narrowed to a single, glittering edge. I could not tell whether that edge led to a horizon of shared centuries or to a shore where the pack would rise and the Cullens would have to choose allegiance over love. All I knew was the heat of her intent in the hand that was cool to the touch. It made me braver and more afraid than I had ever been. The last thing before we left the sunroom that night was a small, fierce squeeze. Her fingers tightened in mine as if to say, I will keep you now. The words flared in my chest like a match. Outside, between our house and La Pluche, the world was changing, tides turning, loyalties consolidating. Inside, I had a hand to hold and a choice I could pretend was not imminent. For the first time since forts had become a map of danger and refuge, I wanted the hand to lead me somewhere not empty, not even safe, but honest. When we climbed the stairs, Alice's thumb rubbed across the callus of my knuckle once more, and for a moment the light from her skin searched mine as if to catalog what could be kept. The house smelled of wood and wet, quiet things. Tonight, my heart said, was owned by a cool touch and a promise I could not parse. Tomorrow the wolves would show their teeth, and the Cullens would argue until someone won or something broke. Tonight, Alice held my hand like a lifeline. I slipped my fingers tighter through hers, not because I had an answer for any of it, but because the warmth in her intent made me feel less alone. Outside, beyond the glass, rain fell in a slow, insistent tempo. In the hush of the sunroom, with Alice's cool palm wrapped around mine, the sound of it was only a prelude. Chapter 6, Questions Without Answers. The light that cut across Alice's face that morning looked like an accusation. It came through the tall windows of the kitchen in a thin, slanted blade, and for a moment everything in the room, copper kettle, polished table, the neat lines of the Cullen house, seemed pared down to a single, unnecessary fact: Alice. The sun fractured on her skin into a spill of impossible color, like glass that remembers every summer it has ever seen and refuses to hide it. She turned to me with the smile she always wore, too quick, almost private, but there was a fissure in it, a reluctance around the edges, and my stomach folded tight. She had been restless for days. Not the bright, flitting restlessness I knew, the sort that made her tap her foot and rearrange flowers when she could not sit still. This was shadowed, a steady undercurrent that tugged at her and made her fingers cruelly impatient when paper or fabric did not yield answers fast enough. She searched like someone looking for a lost piece of herself. It made me dizzy, watching her. I wanted to be the thing she was searching for, the place that steadied her, or to be the map that let her out. Instead, I stood with my cup of coffee cooling in my hands, an ordinary anchor that felt progressively less useful. My pulse knew the truth of the danger before my mind would let it in. Alice could not see me. Not in the warped way she saw everything else, as a quick thread of days and decisions, but as a hole in her sight, an area of paper white where her visions should have written themselves. She told me, later, in that soft, guarded voice she used for personal catastrophes, that it was like a smudge on glass. The future around me shimmered and shifted when she tried to look. Sometimes she saw a dozen possibilities stacked like fragile plates, each a run of hours that could quiver into existence. Around me, the list was blank. My name made no impression. For someone like Alice, whose certainties had always been steady and clear, the blankness ate at her. It made the edges of her smile brittle. It made her hand seek anything tangible: old letters, brittle journals, Carlyle's medical notes stacked in neat leather volumes, files on the unusual and the unmeasured. She moved through the house like it was suddenly full of answers that had been there all along, and the more she touched, the more certain she became that nothing in our family archives explained the whole. She started at the things that made sense. Carlyle's private room was a sanctum of paper and polite truth. He kept records of the odd histories he collected in his long practice among the strange. He had letters from doctors, diaries from men who had walked the world a long time and tried to make sense of what could not be healed. Alice sifted through them with that serious face of hers, the one that made me forget to breathe. She found references to lapses, once, twice, mentions of people who appeared to alter the shape of a life with a single choice, of observers who could not read beyond the hour they stood in. But the references were vague, folklore rather than data, recollections passed through decades and then skittered further into rumor. Carlyle frowned over his papers. He was always more comfortable measuring a problem than chasing an unknown. He closed a record with the slow, territorial motion of the doctor who preferred incision to conjecture. Edward watched from the doorway and said what he always said when fear wanted a shape: we must be careful. His caution is a kind of worship, methodical, absolute. He proposed containment in quiet words: fewer nights in town, fewer brushes with curiosity, a protective radius around me that would keep pack and people at arm's length. I could read his reasoning like a map he had already memorized. It made perfect sense. It would be safe in the way that carefulness always is, a box with strong walls. It also felt like a measure of surrender. The thought of living within a line someone else had drawn for me, no matter how kindly, stung like salt. Rosalie said something harsher. She did not pretend that what I was to the family was anything but a potential catastrophe. She had no patience for theory or careful diagrams. If I was a magnet for violence, she wanted distance to protect the family, and herself. Her anger was always a cold blade. It wasn't unkindness so much as an instinct to survive at all costs. Emmett, with his blunt jokes and strong shoulders, kept trying to make the mood lighter. Jasper hovered at the edges, eyes restless in that way that made me ache to touch him and reassure both of us. He spent more and more time alone with the training fields, trying to beat back an old life he hated, one that made closeness dangerous for everyone around him. Alice did not heed any of it. She kept searching. She read letters that smelled of tobacco and winter, scrawled in ink that had gone brown with a century's sleep. She turned pages written in languages my tongue could not shape, translating with the swift patience of a woman who had made a life around the certainty of what she saw. She called Esme down to the drawing room to look at a battered leather-bound journal that Carlyle had never shown her, and together they read in a silence that felt like prayer. Esme's eyes filled with a softly fearful tenderness that made my throat close. I had never felt more adolescent, both mortal and so strikingly alive, than when I noticed the way Alice's fingers lingered on my hand in the kitchen, an absent, trembling promise. There were nights when Alice pushed beyond the safe edges of our house. Once, in the rain, she drove us to the edge of Forks and parked where the trees became a dark lip and the road ran thin. She walked to the trunk and produced a small, wrapped parcel from a closet we did not have in our house. Inside was a stack of letters that had been passed to her by name through people who had been wrongly sure of tomorrow and then terribly wrong. The paper felt warm, as if it carried the memory of other hands, other breath. She read them aloud, though she said she did not see the future in them. Her voice made each name a bell. Most were tragedies too small to be instructive, love letters that ended in quiet departures, promises that did not hold the weight they had been given. A few were more like warnings, notes from people who had been watched by others like Alice, who had described the same blankness near certain fragile, dangerous mortal lives. None of them offered a cause. None had a remedy. I listened and I loved her more as she read because the truth was there on her face. She was terrified. I used to think I loved Alice for the fun of being beloved by someone so uncontainable, by the bright certainty of her future sight, the small, airy way she rescued me from boredom. But watching her sift through other people's grief made me see that beneath the glitter there was a marrow of plain, dense loyalty. She had always been a protector because she could be. The knowledge made her brave. It also made her rawly human in a way that made me want to undo the world and fold it around her. We tried other avenues. Alice reached out, in the narrow way our kind can, to pieces of their history that traveled more slowly than rumor. There is a network, tenuous as spider silk, among those who have seen too much and learned to hide within the silence of old houses. Carlyle offered to write, delicately, to someone he had once treated, an old, distant acquaintance whose discretion had been absolute for generations. The message was careful, the content circumspect. Reply came back in a page of ink that tasted of a different climate, cold, hard wind and long winters. The handwriting suggested an age of careful survival. The correspondent relayed a case that mirrored ours in some facets, a young human who was a fulcrum for choices, whose presence had turned clear futures into fog. There was mention, too, of a community of wolves, not in great armies, but a pack that had piled itself like a rumor at the edge of a settlement, watching, smelling, waiting to see which way danger leaned. At that, all the air in my lungs felt like too much. It was a loop that tightened. Alice could not see me. Her inability drew attention. Attention bred fear and then retaliation. The whole idea made me feel like a magnet for winter. There was a night when she sat on my bed and took my face in her hands. It was the flesh of her fingers, cold and thin, that steadied me more than any argument. Her eyes held a sadness that hadn't been in them before, not sadness for herself but a sorrow that shone when she looked at me. She told me silently, the way she shared most dangerous things, by letting me feel them. Her thumb stroked the place near my ear and I flinched, not from a touch but from the strange clarity of how much I wanted her. I wanted her like a quick animal wants warmth in the cold. I wanted the knuckled edge of her hand and the quick, confident tilt of her head. I wanted the knowledge that amid the sudden, jagged decisions that waited just around the bend, someone knew my next step. That someone did not. It made me feel pinned to an axis I had not chosen. This is where the home began to show its divisions. Rosalie had taken to pacing the sunroom at odd hours, hands clenched, jaw working. she said, in a way that wanted to make the choice for everyone but especially for me, that turning me into one of them might be the only honest answer. Emmett's laugh when he spoke of plans for training and containment had a brutal edge that made me taste metal. Jasper retreated into the kind of stillness that floods the muscles with the need to move, to fight. I started to see him in the mornings with a face wound of fatigue, his jaw working as he dealt with the small wars that lived inside him. Carlyle, as always, played the doctor, measuring risk, imagining futures in terms of variables he could shift with action or with time. Esme kept cooking and bringing me cups of tea and insisting, with that quiet insistence, that none of this was my fault. The pack's agitation threaded through everything like another kind of weather. Jacob had come to the edge of town with a face like a man who had been given an animal to keep and could not bear the thought of it being harmed. His betrayal, always a low simmer since our past, had cooled to a small, dangerous loyalty. Sam's warnings felt like a storm front moving in, decisive, closing. The skirmish at the borders, little things that could have been contained, hung over us like a threat. There were rumors that the wolves smelled me around town. There was no way to know whether that was superstition or a plot of teeth and anger, but the fear traveled. Alice started to make more dangerous plans. She wanted to go out to speak with those who had seen such things before, to stand where histories had been written in margins and smell the ink for clues. It was the sort of reckless faith she held in when she believed she could fix something by looking harder. She talked to me about La Push in a voice that changed like tide. The thought of the clued beaches, of the place where their loyalty and the ocean's grind met in public scouring, made my innards tighten. Places meant choices. Places made things definite. I can't live in the not knowing, she said one night, in the kitchen where the rain kept writing and rewriting the same gray outside. Her hand hovered over mine, as if to count the breath between us. She hadn't seen me in her sight for days. Her face, framed by that impossible hair, looked more delicate than any human I had ever known, and that made me want to protect her with the fierce, plain force you learn early to keep a person with you. I know, I said. The words were small and true. The house hummed around us with a benevolent deafness. Outside, the forest waited with its own secrets. This was not a simple problem to fix by removing me from Forks or by sewing the lips of everyone around me with silence. The blankness around me felt like a hinge that had been loosened and could not be tightened without removing the weight it carried. Alice made another plan. She would go further into the archives. She would call on acquaintances who moved in shadows that were older and colder than ours. She said, softly and without flourish, that some things are not simply broken. Some things are chosen to be invisible until someone decides to see them. The way she looked at me then was a map of devotion and danger. It told me she was willing to risk herself in ways that made my heart both proud and afraid. She had always given me choices. She had always offered me rescue. Now she was offering to complicate things in ways that might not be salvageable. There is a peculiar loneliness to being the axis of such attention. It is a burden that sits in your chest like a stone and yet kindles a desperate wanting. I wanted to be with Alice when she went out into old corners of the world to find edge cases and folklore. I wanted to follow her through rain and long rooms and the kind of conversations that twist into quiet violence. Charlie would not understand. He would never see the clean lines of the danger, only the fear he felt for his daughter. I did not want to be without the shelter of that human world, and yet, the thought of stepping back into safety made the blankness feel larger and the risk of something worse more certain. The house felt on edge for days, like another eyelid about to close. Every time a car drove by outside, every time the postman left the parcel, my body readied itself for what might follow. Alice's smile returned in fragments, often when she read something that suggested an answer, a phrase in an old journal, a sentence that matched another from a different hand. But the returns were small, and the holes were still there. The blankness around me swallowed the neat string she preferred to tie around my life. It made each plan a possibility and a poison. At night, when the house was a wide, cool chamber and the rain sounded like slow applause, I lay awake and counted out futures that Alice could not see. I imagined La Push and a line of wolves, for like a memory of the sea, standing between me and the life I wanted to keep. I imagined Carlyle's quiet face as he confronted an ethical abyss where his oaths to do no harm met the reality that one life could unmoor many, I imagined the family dividing into people who would save me at all costs and those who would save themselves first. I imagined Alice, small and determined, standing in the center of a chaos she could not divine and smiling at me like the world was still something we could hold. There is an odd, bright selfishness to fear. I wanted her sight back not only for the peace it would bring but so she would see me with the same immediacy she gave everything else. I wanted to be visible, mapped, a future with edges. I wanted to be chosen by her future seeing in the way she had once chosen me with her sudden certainty. She was not a prophet in the end, only a woman trying to look through a mist. Her attempts to read the fog made the stakes sharper. The longer she failed, the more I sensed something larger curving toward us, a force not content with ordinary rules. It might be a pack hungry for clarity or a law older than us that resented being misread. Whatever it was, it didn't wait politely. When Alice said she would speak to someone the next day who might know more, she did not ask my permission. She did not need to. I wanted to go with her, foolishly, like someone who cannot help but walk toward the cliff to see if the view is worth the fall. She would not let me. "Not yet," she said, thumb tracing the line of my jaw. Her voice had a vow in it. There was love in the way she kept me at bay and in the way she vowed to fix what had been broken between us. It made me want to declare my life to her, to offer up the ordinary and the dangerous. I did not. It felt, rightly, like a choice I would have to make myself, once the skies sharpened and the wolves bared their teeth. So we waited. Alice went deeper into the past and further into the acquaintances that time had given us. The house hummed with old paper and new worry. Outside, the rain continued to write the same gray over forks. Inside, in the small gilded rooms and the long corridor that felt like an arm around safety, a kind of war brewed without fire or clear fronts. I lay awake that night, feeling for the first time what would be asked of me, a transformation in the shape of a life or a refusal that would set other things in motion. Either road was full of cost. Either road would break someone. Alice folded her hands over mine in the dark and let me hear, in the rhythm of her certainty, that she would try anything. It was a promise and a risk both. Outside, the wind pushed itself against the house like a hand testing a latch. Inside, some futures waited like animals in a cage. When she finally rose and slipped from the bed, she kissed my forehead, not possessively, not with the humor I had learned to expect from our kind, but with an intimacy that felt like a promise and a plea. "I'll find it," she whispered into my hair. Her breath was cool as the rain. I believed her, because belief is easier than the alternative. But as she went, and the curtain of her hair hid her for a moment from the light, I tasted something metallic and old at the back of my throat, the knowledge that the answers she sought might be held in places that refused to be kind. The kind of questions she had to ask now were not the sort that paper or journals could answer. They belonged to tide and tooth and law. I lay there with my chest a tight, small thing, and I knew that the next steps would not be taken alone. The choices to come would be share of fates, and there was no telling whether we would bend enough to hold together. Alice's need to pierce the blank would put us all at risk, and the longer she failed, the more the world around us would gather like a storm. I wanted to sleep and dream of simple things, of the screaming gull, of Charlie's ordinary, sleepy house, of me at a table, unnoticed. But dreams were treacherous now. Outside, the rain had stopped, and the thinning clouds made a pale, indifferent moon. It made the house look like glass. The next morning she left with a stack of papers, a map, and one of those small, brave smiles that never reached the corners of her eyes. I stood at the window and watched her walk away until the house swallowed her whole. The air was a thin, bright hurt in my chest. When the door shut, I understood that the blank around me was not merely a failing of sight but the outline of a question that could not be answered without asking the world to choose sides. I had time to consider until the tide rose and the wolves came home. I had time to be mortal and keep what I loved ordinary, or to step beyond the line and become something else. Either way, the price would be paid in loyalties, and I did not know which of us would be left whole when the ledger was closed. The choice did not feel like mine alone anymore. Alice was gone into history and rumor and the things that hide in the spaces between words. I felt small in the quiet she left behind and, more terrifyingly, necessary. Somewhere, the first threads of conflict were already taking a color. I could feel them tug toward La Push and toward a shore that would force a choice. And I wondered which future would find me when Alice finally cleared her eyes. Chapter 7. Charlie Notices. He came into the kitchen the way the rain came into Forks, quietly, at first, a steady sound that I had learned to map to the soles of his shoes. The house smelled like stale coffee and something else I could not name, a domestic scent that belonged to him and to the life he had made without me. He set a mug down for himself, the clink too loud in the hush of the morning, and he looked at me like a man cataloging small changes, a haircut, a weight loss, the way the light bent differently around my shoulders when I stood by the window. He asked me where I'd been last night without asking at all. His question was a plain thing, efficient and even, but it carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken smaller ones. Where had I slept? Why were my boots still wet? Where were my keys? He had a way of trimming away embarrassment with those practical questions, making the world feel like it still had edges and rules. I wanted to tell him the truth so badly it tasted like rust, that I had been somewhere cold and impossible, that Alice had held my hand and turned the light into jewels on her skin, that a taste of the night had pressed against my ribs until I thought they would buckle. The truth would have been too large for the small, square kitchen. It would have shattered the coffee mug sound into shards. Instead I said nothing, and the silence became another thing between us. His eyes lingered on the dark crescents under mine, the tremor at my jaw. He asked another simple question. Are you all right, Bella? He did not say my name the way strangers or friends did. He said it the way fathers do, a word that has history and responsibility folded into it. I could not answer that either. Lying felt like betrayal in a new, intimate way. When I lied, I imagined the way it settled in my chest like cold glass, a pain as sharp and clean as a cut. Each time I told Charlie something half-truth, a corridor closed behind me. I became two people, standing in two houses at once, one who still belonged to a life of alarms and trucks and the familiar map of my father's face when he didn't know how to show affection, and one who moved through rooms of alabaster and impossible smiles, who learned the small, dangerous pleasure of being seen by cold skin. The town had learned to speak of other things in the same hush. Rumor was its own kind of weather in Forks, moist and clinging and impossible to get dry from, and it changed the way people measured one another. At school the whispers had sharpened into something less forgiving. Someone passed along the story about the Cullens like he might pass along a started cigarette, with furtive hands and guilty faces. People said their skin was pale, it said, but other adjectives followed that made it sound like myth. Forks High had always been a place where stories could live for months, but now those stories had teeth. Charlie heard them on late evenings at the bar, in the thin words of neighbors, and he looked at me with them in his eyes. He wanted facts because facts could be folded up and put away. But there was nothing in my life that fit into small drawers. Alice had not used the customary language of vampires and mortals when she reached for me. She offered her hand like a treaty and like a temptation at once, her smile full of decisions she hadn't been allowed before. She had told me she had seen my arrival in future frames that refused to hold, like a movie caught on a skipping reel. Seeing me had become an exercise in edges and erosion. Futures collapsed and then reformed as if someone were erasing ink and trying to write it again. Her sight faltered around me, and every opaque moment was a little death of certainty for us both. The Cullens debated quietly, with a civility that felt like it might break under the pressure of too many words. Carlyle sat like a lens, calm and steady, measuring risks and ethics as if they were organs under a microscope. Esme tended to my bruises and my hunger in the same hands. She is the kind who will usher a frightened thing into the warmth without asking whether it is wise. Edward watched me in the way people watch dangerous things, with a fierce, controlled attention that made me ashamed for needing that attention and grateful beyond reason. Rosalie's judgments were barbed but practical. She reminded us how fragile humans are and how costly attachment can be. Jasper wandered the house like a winter shadow, his temper a quiet, living thing that seemed to hop from thought to thought. Emmett grumbled with a bluntness that was armor for his heart. The family that surrounded me felt like a covenant, a net of hands that could catch or constrict, depending on the wind. Charlie, of course, was outside that covenant. He had his own mind for rules, a set of small-town ordinances and the stubbornness that had built the person I loved without asking permission. He had begun to notice the long nights on my dorm room floor, the way I picked up my food, the receipts that didn't match his expectation for grocery buys. The first time he asked if I had been sleeping at Mike Newton's, I almost laughed. The question was so clumsy it hurt, but then his eyes softened and the worry made him look 10 years younger. I wanted to tell him there was someone else waiting for me whenever I closed my eyes, a hands-on warmth that was not the kind he would ever know. Instead, I learned how to lie small. We have rules in the Cullen house, small, crystalline things that are meant to protect as much as they are meant to contain. They kept me from walking into the sun, they kept my nights somewhat predictable and the danger muted. But rules are only as solid as the people who keep them, and there were fractures I could feel like a draft. The pack had margins that were narrowing like a fist. La push had become a word of warning on tongues, and Sam's decisions reached toward finality. The wolves washed our perimeters and kept a tally by the tides. A small scuffle on the edges had already left bitter marks on both sides. Each bruise that bloomed in that silent war threw new light on the choice I would have to make. On the road between the two houses my feet felt less sure. I found myself measuring distance in heartbeats and in cigarette ash, in moments when the world compressed into an upside-down hourglass and only one thing fit through at a time. I walked past the high school and the rumors flitted like insects, pricking at my skin. People had started to look at me as if I were a hole in the sky, something dangerous about to split open and change the weather for everyone around me. The weight of it made my shoulders droop. Charlie's questions became missiles that I didn't know how to deflect without destroying him. He began to lead his own small tests around the house. A paper with my name in a calendar notations, a folded note in the pocket of the jacket I kept in his closet. He would hand me something mundane and then watch to see whether I read it with a fidgeting interest or with a stranger's carefulness. Once, when he saw me with my keys, he asked me with a lightness that tasted like a trap whether someone was picking me up after school. I thought of Alice's hand in mine, how cool and oddly solid it felt against my skin, and the small thrill that made me breathe too fast. I wanted to tell my father that my nights were no longer mine, that I had a new geography now, carved out of pale faces and soft laughter and the terrible possibility of forever. I could not. Part of me believed that living between two loyalties would even out, that the stress would find its own balance and leave us all intact. But balance assumes that nothing shifts. The more I spent nights with the Cullens, the less I belonged in Charlie's kitchen. The fork scratches on the day side of my life began to feel like evidence of betrayal, and I resented myself for each one. Alice is not like other girls. She does not say the familiar romantic things that make my skin bloom. Her tenderness is an offering without handsomely packaged promises. Sometimes she is fierce in a way that surprises me. She will move to stand between something dangerous and me without a breath of hesitation. Her smile can be the curve of someone who knows a secret and is not yet tired of it. When she looked at me, those broken features in her eyes shimmered with all the possible ways I might be wanted. Being wanted was its own danger. It made the decision feel like a tidal pull I could not ignore. I had not intended for this to become a moral calculus. No one had given me a checklist to weigh the love I might accept against the life I would leave behind. The Cullens argued in the quiet rooms of the house about what the humane thing would be. Carlyle would sketch out scenarios, the medical kind, and talk about the consequences with a kind of scientist's tenderness. Esme would counter with a mother's sly insistence that protection sometimes meant taking the leap. Edward's voice was cauterizing and exact. Rosalie's practical objections fell like flint. There were nights when the debate would drift into the corridor where I lay awake and I would imagine the family as the constellations of their personalities, bright and fixed, and I, a small planet caught between them, drawing heat and cold at once. The pack's presence outside our door was another pressure, an external moral authority with teeth. They spoke of territory and honor and the way human lives could be a kind of collateral damage when supernatural loyalties were enforced. Charlie could not know the Cullens debates. He could not know the way Alice's sight had splintered and how that splintering made the future feel unanchored. He did not understand the literal and metaphorical hunger that lurked in the house I visited. His questions came from a simpler place, fear for his daughter. I loved him for that, but the love was a weight that kept me from moving fully toward either life. I was not sure which part of me hurt more, the part that wanted to run into Alice's arms and never speak of the sun and the seas again, or the part that wanted to curl up in my father's truck and be small and ordinary and untempted. Both desires were honest and incompatible. When he finally asked me outright whether something was going on, whether I had been sleeping at the Cullens or if I was seeing anyone, I felt the world narrow to the shape of the question. I could have said yes and told him everything, or I could have said no and burrowed even deeper into the lie. What I did instead was to answer in a way that bent the truth without breaking it. I told him I had been staying with friends. I said that people were around and that I was safe. My words landed like pebbles in a pond. The ripples were immediate and ugly. He listened as fathers do, patient, wounded, calculating what to salvage. He said things in the aftermath that were small and fierce. He told me to be careful. He told me that if there was anything at all, I could tell him. I could see through the sentences to the fracture he had started to feel. He was not an island of suspicion. He was a harbor, and I was the kind of ship that might break his wharf with one careless storm. I thought of Alice then, sitting somewhere in the Cullens' living room perhaps, with light caught in her face like frost. I thought of how she had once brushed a stray hair from my cheek with the gentleness of someone who has seen too many endings and had decided to defy them anyway. Her eyes flickered with things she could not say aloud. Precognition is a solitary burden, and hers had become less a gift than a brutal blast that might cut her. She reached for me in a future that refused to hold. How much could I demand of a person whose sight cracked at my edges? How much could I ask a family to risk for the sake of a fragile, mortal creature whose heart beat too loudly for the safety of any arrangement? The rain drummed on the window with the sort of insistence that made speech feel unnecessary. Charlie's mug steamed on the table between us, two islands of warmth separated by a sea of unsaid confessions. He pressed his lips together and said nothing for a moment, a silence that meant he was gathering a way to speak that would not bruise me further. Then he said, quietly, that he noticed, and the words were a small, literal thing, but they carried everything I could not say: suspicion, worry, love, the simple human need to know where the ones you guard sleep at night. I wanted to tell him that every night away from him was a betrayal wrapped in the form of an escape. I wanted to say that Alice had taught me a new definition of desire, that I had discovered being desired by cold skin made the world sharper and more dangerous and somehow truer. But I could not, because truth in these matters was a balm without a fuse, unpredictable and likely to scatter both ash and blame. Instead, I watched him fold his hands and keep his patience like a shield. Outside, the town continued to whisper and the pack tightened like a hand around the throat. Inside, the Cullens would debate whether to offer me an impossible reprieve or to keep me safe with rules that looked like a cage. Alice's sight had failed them in ways they had not expected. She saw me and did not know how I would survive being loved by them. Charlie, who had always loved me in the way men who cannot name tenderness love, was beginning to notice the way my nights were no longer bounded by his house. There is a decision coming that will not wait politely for me to choose. It is a thing shaped like tidewater and teeth and the luminous patience of immortal hunger. It pulls like the moon over the ocean, inexorable and indifferent to the domestic lines men draw on maps. I could pretend the pull was nothing, but that would be to dishonor the very people who loved me in the different languages they knew. I thought, in a voice that had no audience, of the choice I would have to make, a thing so simple and so enormous that saying it aloud might make it true. I thought of holding Alice's hand until the light turned her into glass and of telling my father everything and seeing how the world either cracked or healed. Charlie cleared his throat, a small, human sound. He said he would like to come with me somewhere that weekend, casually as a man asking whether I wanted milk for my tea. I looked at him and could not form the answer that would comfort him and let me breathe. The rain kept time on the roof like a patient drummer, and every beat seemed to push the future forward. I knew then that whatever I said next would not be only for him. It might be for a family bound by blood and something older than that, for a pack that measured lives and loyalty, for myself, who wanted both safety and something like danger at once. I thought of Alice's smile and the way she had reached for me in a future she could not find, and I understood with a sudden, cold clarity that my silence was not protecting anyone. It was an act of cowardice disguised as prudence. Charlie watched me as if waiting for a confession, and I felt the edges of my life tightening like straps. The next steps would not be small, and the town's whisper would become a roar if I shied away. The air between us tasted like metal and rain and the possibility of a decision that would break more than one heart. I breathed in, and the sound was steady and small. When I answered him, my voice trembled in a way that felt honest, and for the first time since the Cullens had made me feel like something less ordinary, I felt the shape of the truth under my tongue. I did not know yet whether the truth would save us or ruin us both. All I knew was that keeping the not told had become a cruelty none of us could afford. Chapter 8, Small Betrayals. They were talking about light in the biology lab, like it could be explained away with microscope slides and fluorescence charts. I shouldn't have been listening. The room smelled of damp coats and old carpet, a horizontal drizzle pressed against the windows so the fluorescent lights looked sickly and thin. Hannah, always a careful whisperer, was saying something about Claire seeing it from the bleachers, that a slant of sun had cut across the field and the Cullens had glowed like cut glass. Her voice was small enough that I had time to shape a lie in the space between the sound and my heartbeat. It was absurd to hear the world reduce itself to rumor like that. Light. It was supposed to be a thing of transparency, something clean and easily measured. But Alice's face had refracted it. When the beam had fallen, it had broken into 1,000 thin, blue flames across her skin. I still kept replaying it, not like a photograph but like a bruise under the skin of my memory. It was beautiful and wrong at the same time, a geometry of cold that made my fingers ache. People in forts always liked stories that could make the impossible ordinary. That morning those stories had teeth. They cut along the good manners of the town, sharp and almost polite. 2 girls behind me passed the rumor like currency. By lunch almost everyone had invested in what they thought they had seen or heard or would like to believe. The way gossip moves in a small town is like watching a flannel blanket being pulled over a fire. It doesn't extinguish the heat so much as smother it until the smoke finds another seam to leak through. By the time I walked into the cafeteria, the rumor had already grown legs. Lunch tables diverted glances in my direction, forks hesitated in midair. I could feel the shape of it, forks, lights, pale family, like an impression on fresh snow. I was the flattest thing in the line of fire. "Did you hear?" someone asked, not looking at me. The question hung like a dare. I thought of the last time being pointed at had felt like safety, how Alice had taken my hand and held me like a secret worth protecting. I wanted to say something jokey, to suggest boredom and books and ordinary explanations, to set scenes where there were none. Instead, I made my voice small and neutral and let it be the thing the room needed, ambiguous enough to be uninteresting. "I don't know," I said, and it felt like saying nothing at all. Rumor thrives on what isn't said. The more ordinary I tried to be, the more extraordinary their interpretations became. By the end of the day, the freak lights had gathered details, reflections in a window, of the girl with glass eyes, someone else's cousin who knew someone who'd seen a vampire at the edge of La Push. Each embellishment added a thrum of fear under the story. Fear is an engine. It starts quietly and then everyone is driving it. I finished my shift at the bookstore with shaking hands. The place was one broad, humid breath away from being romantic, the kind of shop that hosted poetry nights no one attended. I shelved and wiped and watched my coworker, June, sign for deliveries, her face the exact color of fatigue. She'd only been in Forks a season, but gossip finds easy prey when it can be dressed up as civility. "Did you see the post?" she asked when I dragged a stack of wet return paperbacks across the counter. My mind was slippery with protective compromises. I had rehearsed ways to deflect, practiced the mask of sarcasm to wear in polite society. "What post?" Some woman came in, bought a travel guide and said she'd been driving by the Cullens place and there were these weird lights. She said her niece saw them and... June's voice softened as if she expected me to be amused. "It's all over. People are scared. They wanted to know if we sold anything on, like, folklore." "You didn't hear that, did you?" I wanted to laugh and say I had no stake in other people's fear, that it wasn't my job to clean up what I hadn't caused. I wanted to say that the truth would do more damage than any rumor. What I said instead was the thing that left a stain. People believe what they want, I told her. Fear is comfortable. Easier than responsibility. June blinked at me as if I'd said something classical. She left the question hanging and went back to the receipts. Behind the counter, the bell over the door chimed twice, once for a customer and once for a silence slipping through cracks. By evening, the rumor had left the town and found the streetlights. A woman with wet shoes told it to her neighbor. The neighbor told Charlie at the bar, and he told me when I got home. In that way, people who love you try to disguise worry as practicality. He didn't mention vampires. He said only, "Did you see anything odd today? Anything out of the ordinary?" And a no-ending question. He had the look of a man who sorts facts into boxes and finds that one of the boxes is shaking. I didn't tell him the thing that made my hands go cold whenever I thought of it, the memory of Alice's features fracturing sunlight into small, bright teeth. I didn't tell him how the warmth of the Cullen house was like a promise with a sharp edge. I didn't tell him how in the pale hours of night I sometimes dreamed of falling through glass and waking in someone's arms who had no pulse but whose hands burned with resolve. Instead, I told him that Forks was full of imagination, that people needed things to make their days mean something. People see what they expect, I said. And they expect the strange. He rapped his knuckles on the table like he was counting out reasons to be less afraid. It's not good, he said finally. If folks start looking too hard, it gets messy. The truth of that, how public scrutiny can become a tool that grinds bone and privacy together, sat between us in the kitchen light. For the first time, I felt the full weight of what living on the edge of two worlds meant. There is a responsibility to secrecy that sits heavier on the shoulders of the privileged, heavier still when the person you love is made of glass and impossible light. Alice doesn't read thoughts around me anymore. When she had first taken my hand and smiled, her visions were like a steady lighthouse, a future you could steer toward with a certainty that felt like comfort. Lately, the lighthouse has got a broken lens. She sees shards and glints, 1,000 little possibles that rearrange themselves. She is terrified in the way only someone who lives outside time can be, restless, hands fluttering, trying to snag futures like birds that won't stay. I saw her that night anyway. She had been at the bookstore last week. Her sudden, light-footed appearance is an old habit that shouldn't feel like a gift but does. When I told her about the rumor, it happened like a small betrayal. I was protecting her by not saying anything to Charlie, and still every whisper felt like a wind catcher drawing attention toward the house I had no right to call my own. Alice lifted one shoulder in a motion that meant nothing and everything all at once. Her eyes flicked to my face and briefly, a glance that was usually a smile held instead like a question. "They'll talk," she said, and the certainty in her voice was the kind I had once relied on. "They always do." But she couldn't tell me what would happen if they knocked on our door or if Sam decided Forks had had enough of strangers who refracted light. She could not tell me whether I would still be me after the answers came. The subject of me, my heart, my blood, my mortal insistence on clinging to ordinariness, had become an axis around which other people's choices turned. At home that night, the house felt different, as if the furniture itself was trying to make room for consequences. The Cullens were having one of their long, low conversations in the kitchen when I came in, voices threaded together like a recipe being argued over. I hovered in the doorway because we'd become a family that argues with a precise civility. None of us ever wanted to make more noise than necessary. Carlyle's voice was calm, used to weighing risk and prognosis in the same breath. Esme's was the always supple comfort trying to bind frayed edges. Edward's tone carried the metallic edge of someone willing to cut with careful hands if it was the only way to preserve what he loved. Rosalie's was a heated, bright thing that couldn't veil the hunger to protect herself from loss by making sure someone else paid for it. Emmett's chuff of disapproval punctuated the air like a hammer tapping the same point. Jasper sat quiet, his hands folded, his eyes like a man who had seen too many waves and feared being pushed again. They argued without names, about exposure, about restraint, about the ethics of keeping a human so close that the risk bled outward. There's a moral math vampires don't often have to do in the human framework. Each choice is a ledger where lives are credits and sacrifices are debits. But they were not institutional mathematicians. Their calculations felt like family, protective, wrong sometimes, tender in strange ways. "I'm not asking you to decide for me," I said finally, stepping into the kitchen and into an argument that already included me. The room grew still around the pronouncement, as if my saying the words had rearranged the chairs of fate. They looked at me like people who have never had to measure ordinary mortality up against eternity. Edward watched me the longest. There's always an intensity in his eyes that makes me want to both flee and come closer. "You won't be asked to make any decision tonight, Ella," he said quietly. There was a care in his voice that both soothed and emphasized the limit of his comfort. He would defer to reason, to the plan, to the survival strategies that had kept them alive. But his gaze said something else as well. He weighed me against the cold arithmetic and found not a sum but a person. That night I slept badly. Dreams and waking thoughts braided together in a way that left my body less certain where one state ended and the other began. I dreamed of falling and being caught, of my skin reflected in blue glass and smiling faces at the edge of tides. I woke with my palms itching for Alice's hand and for something steadier than half-light. Small betrayals seemed to bloom everywhere. A coworker mentioning lights. A girl at school fabricating detail to make herself important. A neighbor repeating hearsay like scripture. None of them were large enough to topple us, but 1,000 pinpricks had the power to drain attention until there was nothing left. Secrets don't fail with fireworks, they fail with water, soft, persistent, unrelenting. The rumor was a small thing that had already proved it could become large. It had spread past high school and the bookstore and into the wide, open plain of Forks itself. It had perched at Charlie's kitchen table and made him fidget with the edges of his paper napkins, and it had threaded its way toward La Push where the wolves listened for anything that shouldn't be there. Packs have ears. They have ways of turning a rumor into a fact with teeth. In the quiet hours before dawn I walked alone to the beach. Rain had faded to the smell of wet stone. The tide dragged like a patient animal, pulling at something hidden and enormous. I wanted, with a stark and rusted honesty, to stay mortal. I wanted to keep my life small enough that mistakes could be fixed with conversation and adulthood in time. But every night the magnet in my chest tugged toward another kind of life, a life Alice had promised could be different, a life where my fragility would be an elegy to be rewritten. My phone buzzed in my hand, a message from Alice. She said simply that she had tried to see the shape of the next few days and that all the lines were frayed. A broken-limbed future, she called it once, and then something like a groan I could feel even across the text. She begged me, in the private way she had learned when caring made the future move unpredictably, to come over. I walked faster. The sand had the cold bite of something unamused. Behind me, town lights blinked like watchful eyes. Ahead of me, the Cullen house was a place that both sheltered and threatened, a refuge made of rules and long-remembered codes. When I took Alice's hand in the kitchen it felt like a promise and a prayer. I could tell her everything and still have to trust her to see a future that wouldn't break apart if she tried to change it. She smiled that small, sudden smile that had pulled me into impossible light in the first place, and for a moment the rumor was an animal with a leash and we were the ones holding it. But the leash is thin. The pack is patient. Charlie will notice another thing. Rosalie will demand a boundary that cuts too deep to heal without blood. There are decisions being lined up like small, inevitable stones on the beach. Each one could be the pebble that starts an avalanche. When I left the kitchen, the house felt quiet as a held breath. Outside, the rain had begun again, a fine sheet that made the world hazy. In my pocket my phone pulsed with another message from Alice, an image of emptiness where a clear horizon had once been. She wrote only that she couldn't see which door would open and which would close. Then she added, as if it were a litany or a dare, that she would do anything to keep me from being alone in what was to come. I stood there, under the cold rain, feeling the rumor like a heat under my skin, and understood that anything is a word that can be both shelter and promise of cost. The next choice would not be mine alone. It never had been. But it would bend us all. I could feel the hinge of it in my ribs, ready to snap one way or the other. Somewhere outside town, the wolves were moving through the edges of care and claim. Somewhere inside the house, the Cullens were tracing lines between mercy and defense. Whatever small betrayals had spread through Forks like frost had found a direction now. The rumor had teeth. It had started to bite. A knock came at the door before dawn, quick and firm, the kind of knock that asks for an answer you could not, in good conscience, keep to yourself. Chapter 9, Alice's Dark Corners. The light came like a confession, a narrow, oblique strip that found the curve of Alice's cheek and broke across it into colors no gray Pacific afternoon had any right to keep. It was small and obscene in its brightness, a fine, jeweled seam on skin that should have been matte and ordinary. For a ridiculous instant the world tightened around that seam, everything else fell away, and I knew, somehow with the same quiet certainty that had made me move to Forbes in the first place, but the rumor I'd half believed in dreams was not a rumor at all. Alice caught me watching and smiled the way she always did when something delighted her, quick, practiced, like a secret revealed by accident. There was that strange, precise politeness to it, as if she had been expecting to please me and had finally succeeded. Her hand lifted without a thought and rested on the arm of the chair between us, casual, an invitation. The refracted light shivered against her skin, scattering like kept glass, and for a moment I found myself wanting the impossible things it made me imagine, permanence folded into small, delicate gestures, the cold of a hand that could hold me and never let go because it knew nothing of fatigue or forgetfulness. That was the surface of us. The undertow was something Alice did not let me see at first. Her eyes, which were always shifting, suddenly held a steadiness I had never known before, not the flinty, ironic calm she reserved for social situations, but the fragile, raw look of someone who had lost a map and could not yet admit how lost she was. She had been able, for as long as I could remember in the scattered fragments of rumor and neighborhood sightings, to look at the world and know where everything would end. Her certainty had been the sort of thing people built lies around, and she had the terrible, serene pleasure of offering directions without doubt. Now, when she turned to me, the directions were gone. "I can't see," she said without making it sound like a complaint or an alarm. The words were small and private, as if she were telling me something intimate and ridiculous and dangerous all at once. I understood before I understood, because everything about her had always been organized around the future, style, steps, jokes timed to land in just the right second, that what she was saying was more than a perceptual hiccup. It was a fissure. She pushed off from the chair and crossed the room with a dancer's quickness to sit on the window ledge where the rain-streaked light settled, and for a second she was so close that I could see the tiny planes of her face and the way her expression rearranged itself into concentration. She had always been restless in a manner that could be mistaken for impatience. She readjusted the world the way other people smoothed hair or folded laundry, an endless couture of moments. Now the restlessness had the edge of panic beneath it. "I can still feel things," she said. "Little ones. Echoes. If I close my eyes I get impressions. But they mean nothing. They come apart the moment I try to pin them down. They shatter on touch." Her hands curled into little fists, not from anger but from a reflexive urge to hold something solid. I watched the minute flex of her knuckles, the way even her nervousness was balletic. It was disarming to see someone who had always known so many certainties exposed as human. It made me both ache and bristle with the knowledge that the person in danger was the one who stood most often at the boundary of danger, the one who had always stared down the room and told everyone where to set their chairs. "You're not alone," I said because it was the simplest, truest thing I could offer. It sounded small in my mouth, but I put my hand on hers anyway, because words felt inadequate and skin is an honesty language in its own right. Her skin was colder than it should have been, the touch had the crispness of a winter leaf. And yet that coldness carried an internal warmth, an intensity that burned rather than numbed. The paradox set the home I wanted to build in my ribs trembling. Alice closed her eyes at my touch, and I felt her shoulders drop as if I had unlatched a door she had been clinging to from the inside. For a while we sat in that impossible, fragile silence, two people with opposite clocks trying to find a rhythm in the same quiet. When she spoke again her voice had the tremor of someone who had been doing her own thinking aloud for a long time and wanted to let me in before the rest of the world gathered answers for her. "I used to be able to see the whole pattern of a day like thread on a loom," she said. The way a choice pulled at the edges, how a gesture would fold into something larger. It was consistent. It made me safe. Now sometimes I get shards, blinding, bright pieces that make no sense. Other times there's nothing. She opened her hands, palms up, small and pleading. Blankness. That single admission felt catastrophic in a way that had nothing to do with me being the cause. But it did have everything to do with me. Her sight had always been the solitary, luminous thing that carved me a place. Alice had seen me, my arrival and her futures, my shape against their quiet unity. She had offered assurances by the thousand, smiled at the moment she knew I would come, picked seats and outfits around visions, set the table with confidence that belonged to someone who had placed dishes in a scene in which I already existed. If the thing that made me visible to her wavered, what did that mean for me? For the life that had begun to coil around the possibility of cold hands and a forever that did not include the slow decline I had always expected? Fear is a small, treacherous animal. It nests itself in the throat, uses the ribs as a cage and refuses to be reasonable. I felt it now, carved circles of dread that either wanted to swell into fight or petrify me into immobility. I chose to be the tether instead. It was something I could do that did not require prophecy, or eternal time, or the breaking of rules I didn't understand yet. I could be present. Then we'll figure out what the pieces mean, I said. The sentence was simple and ordinary sounding, but the edges felt like an oath. We'll be methodical. We'll look at what you can see and test it. We'll make a map of the blanks. She laughed then, small and incredulous, the sound fragile as spun sugar. You don't understand how I work, she said, and there was a rueful tenderness in it, not dismissive, but astonished that I would offer a way forward that did not hinge on visions. Control is my language. Knowing is how I breathe. Without it I don't know how to be enough. Her admission cut me deeper than any threat of the wolves or the looming family debates. It wasn't just that she feared for her sight, she feared the hole it left in her sense of self. Alice, perfectionist of future images, was learning to be small in a new way, and she was terrified the way a compass might tremble without its north. You are more than your sight, I said because it was true and because I needed her to know, needed to believe it for both of us. You have everything else. You have people who love you. You have saved people in other ways. You read what isn't spoken all the time. You are not erased if you can't see. It was an odd sort of sermon to give a woman who never needed one, and I could see it make a neat fold in her features, pride and something like gratitude. I had no right to lecture the Cullens on identity. I had no claim to their histories or their given paths. But I had lived long enough to know what the inside of not being seen feels like. There is a certain loneliness that comes from being an ordinary heart in a house built of polished marble things, mirrored ceilings, and bones that do not break. I recognized the raw tenderness of someone determined to be something for another. She squeezed my hand back, hard, and for a moment the world narrowed to that pressure and the sound of the rain. Somewhere in the house footsteps thumped like a metronome, Edward moving quietly, perhaps with some plan, or Carlyle checking in with medical measures in mind. The family was a constant presence at the edge of all this. They had their own set of defenses and debates and the unspoken rules of how far to bend for a human life. I could almost hear them moving in their rooms, the polite footsteps of people who had, for generations, practiced restraint. Have they given you anything? Alice asked, and her voice shifted instantly, practical, the way she always could be when the problem was external. It was a question directed at the world. What did the family think about this? Did they see a solution? Because for all her flamboyant certainty, she sought the shelter of precedent. Edward had the uncomfortable job of weighing the iron law of caution against his own softer loyalties. Carlyle measured ethics like a physician weighing risks and benefits. Rosalie, predictably, was a hard line in a soft room. She resented complications. Jasper held his distance with an expression I could never read easily, and Emmett's blunt loyalty roared beneath a quick grin. Esme tried to fold everyone in with a caregiver's patience. Every one of them had thoughts I could not possibly know, and yet their presence made the room feel less like a confessional and more like a tribunal. They're worried, I told Alice. They're sorting. Edward, he is trying to balance things. Carlyle is thinking about precedents. Rosalie is thinking about what could go wrong, and she is not being kind about it. Jasper, I hesitated. How did I describe Jasper's weary distance without making the things worse? Jasper is nervous. It makes his face close. Emmett is furious at the size of the problem. Esme keeps the house gentled. Alice let out a small, humorless breath that might have been a laugh. Filter the family through a cocktail shaker, she said, her humor returning to help her keep afloat. All right. That tracks. But it's not them I worry about. It's you. Strange as that sounds. It did not sound strange at all. I was the axis of this disturbance whether I wanted to be or not. My mortality made me a lightning rod for decisions that belonged to a different species of ethics. Loving a family that refused to call its own nature evil had already folded my life into choices bigger than any I had planned. Loving Alice made the stakes personal in a way that bore its own physical ache. I don't know what I want yet, I said honestly. Some nights I think I'd give anything to be like you because the idea of something steady and unending sounds like safety. Other nights I lie awake and think about Charlie, about how bones get tired and memories fray, and I remember what being human meant to me and I'm terrified of losing that. Alice watched me as if cataloging me again, as if filing me under headings she couldn't name. Mortality suits you, she said suddenly, and there was no mockery in it, only a soft, fierce reverence. It's honest on your face. You carry living like a lightweight that is all weight. I felt my mouth open and then close because the compliment disarmed me in an intimate way only someone who insisted on seeing the world in its final frames could. She meant, I think, that I wore my limits like a kind of authenticity she admired. But it also told me that even with her sight fraying, she still saw me with an unparalleled clarity of desire. It was both flattering and terrifying. To be desirable to someone who had never made a mistake in her maps was a privilege and a danger. Desire from those who are immortal reads like a ledger, a promise with parentheses and long-term capital. I don't want you to feel cornered, she said, and it was the thing that broke me open. I am trying to be more careful. It's hard. I feel like I'm moving blind when it comes to you. I can't tell what is safe anymore. There it was, the naked fear, that her inability to know would make her reckless on my behalf, or cruel by overprotection. It is a strange balance, being loved by something that cannot die, love as both jailer and liberator. I wanted to tell her then that she could never be cruel to me by trying to keep me, that if protection turned to imprisonment, I would tell her so. But the thought of speaking that kind of truth to someone who could not see it unfold frightened me. We were on uneven ground, two people moving inward through different maps. I will be your sight when you can't be, I promised, surprising myself with the force behind it. Promise was weighty to me, the shape of future action pressed into a sentence. I will tell you when I'm afraid to be left, when I'm tempted, when the wolves circle or when Charlie's stare gets too heavy. You can't see it? Then let me be the witness. She turned her head then, and the light fell across her and caught in the small fan of scars at her temple, the stories she never told in full. Her face softened, and the fragile thing inside her steadied with a single, unarguable truth. Humans are endurance in small increments. They are the steady drip into eternity. My mortality and her endlessness made a strange kind of music when we moved together, dangerous and lovely. Outside the house the rain kept fingering at the world, as if declaiming time in its own small, precise language. The tide toward confrontation still kept its own schedule, the pack at La Push, the murmurs through town, Charlie's curiosity like a slow engine warming. Those things pressed against the edges of our small island of calm. Alice's inability to see had the practical consequence of scrambling a safety net. The Cullens would have to decide whether to tighten rules or to break them in ways that could not be reversed. We sat there in the refracted light and let the gravity between us find a reason to hold. I could imagine futures, even if she couldn't, dinners where she would laugh, quiet conversations in the greenhouse, nights when her hand and mine would be the only testament either of us needed. Those images were not prophecies, they were hopes, constructed of choice instead of certainty. They felt more dangerous for their contingency, because they required decisions and compromises and the defeat of easier, more selfish fears. I don't like that I can't promise you a clear path, Alice said finally. But I promise this, I will try. I will learn how to read the new patterns or how to fix what is broken. If I cannot, I will protect you with what I have left. If she could not see, she still had something else, will. It was a quieter weapon than foresight, but potent in its own right. The knowledge that a creature who could live beyond centuries would choose to throw herself into the messy business of a human life because of me was the kind of honor that burned holes through my usual cynicism. It was also a terrifying obligation. "That is enough for me for now," I said. My fingers found her wrist and squeezed. "We have time left, whether small or great. We'll use it badly and well. We'll make mistakes. We'll forgive. We'll be ridiculous and brave. We'll be together and alone and everything in between. But we won't pretend we are safe." Her smile at that was small and infinitely complicated. She tilted her head and regarded me as if choosing between the possible and the desirable. The refracted light danced again across her face, and in the bright little shards I saw the echo of futures I could not claim. But in her hand, warm and steady on mine, there was a present I could live in without prophecy. There was a promise of kindred confusion, of the work of staying. Somewhere beyond the house the pack moved like low thunder, a presence that would not be guessed away. Inside, the family weighed their ethics in measured, anxious stages. Somewhere in that braided pressure there would be offers and ultimatums and choices forced like a hand. The map we had to walk was being drawn by other hands as well. The immediate future was not simply a line but a tangle. "I don't want you to decide for me," I told Alice, and meant it. "Not now. Not on fear." She nodded, and with that nod she unmoored something in me that had been waiting, like a boat at a tide. We both understood that soon there would be a point where choice would be demanded of me, tenderly offered, fiercely insisted upon, or ruthlessly issued. Until then, the cliff's face remained visible, and we could choose how to hold each other's hands on the edge. She pressed her forehead to mine, light refracting between us like tiny stars, and in that light I felt less alone. Her vision might be broken, our future might be a series of uncharted ruins. But at that moment she looked inward and let me be the one to steady her wobbling ground. It was a strange, intimate barter. I gave presents, she promised to tempt. Between us the rain wrote small, indifferent lines on the window, and beyond that the darkness of the woods looked like a withheld breath. There were storms coming. The tide at La Push would turn. Voices in forks would grow louder. Choices would harden. For now, however, our small island of warmth behind glass was enough. I let her have it, though we both knew that islands drown when tides conspire. The coming of that tide was a certainty I couldn't read either, but unlike Alice I had made peace with the edge. Being mortal already meant standing in the line of consequences. "I'll be here," I said simply, and because I meant it the way a pulse can mean life, she believed me in a way no vision could teach her. She cupped my cheek against her palm, cold, deliberate, and somehow softer than any summer. We sat like that and let the world be complicated outside our window, knowing that complication would force us to act before we might be ready. When I left the room I could feel the weight of the days piling up like a stack of carefully chosen cards. The Cullens would convene, the pack would send messages, Charlie would watch with his thin worry. There would be offers, options that demanded a currency I did not yet want to spend, years, safety, transformation, the loss of everything I had known. Alice could not see if any of those options bent toward happiness. She could not tell me if the choices would hold. But for the first time since I had arrived at their house, safety felt less a thing promised by fortune and more a thing we would build together, out of courage, stubbornness, and the small, dangerous fact of our desire. The future was an open room waiting for furniture. We had to choose how to fill it. Chapter 10, Offerings and Descent. Light found Alice first, falling through the high window and splitting on the pale planes of her face until she seemed lit from inside by something impossible. The living room held its breath around that small, sudden brightness. Even the rain at the pane seemed to lean in closer. Her smile was the quick, practiced kindness she always wore for strangers, and for once it felt less like comfort and more like an offering, thin as a blade and warm as a dare. They had all come together without fuss, as if some invisible sender had pulled them into orbit. Carlyle sat where the light from the kitchen brushed his hair like a halo. Edward was near the mantel, arms folded, the tension in his jaw as visible as the stiff line of his suit. Esme watched me with eyes that tried to soften every sharp thing I was about to face. Rosalie waited on the farther couch with an impatience that made the room smaller. Emmett's presence was a low, solid thing. Jasper hovered on the edge of control, the old turbulence in him coiled like a spring. Alice, restless and bright, kept looking at me as if she wanted to rearrange the air to make me fit. I sat on the floor, knees tucked up to my chest, the carpet rough through my jeans. Being centered on the ground let me pretend I was steady. My pulse thudded at my throat where it was easiest to feel. I was painfully alive, painfully human, and acutely vulnerable in a way that felt almost obscene with them hovering like pale guardians. Carlyle's voice broke the small, hovering silence. It was the careful, clinical tone he used when weighing the things that mattered too much to damage with haste. He said the options as if cataloging instruments: continued secrecy, relocation, transformation. The words themselves were ordinary. The gravity sat behind them like a patient about to be wheeled into daylight. Secrecy meant staying here, under their rules, with layers of ritual and the constraint of always looking away from what made us dangerous to each other. It meant living in a gilded stillness while a world of prying eyes and rumors stretched like a net beyond the trees. Relocation meant removing me from Charlie's life and Forks entirely, somewhere anonymous, far from the small town and the gossip that turned sleep into a thing you did by rote. Transformation, turning into what they were, was offered not as fantasy but as armor. Carlyle's hands folded in his lap when he said it, and I could see how he counted the cost like a doctor balancing a life against a lethal diagnosis. Words banged against the inside of my skull. Immortality, he called it with the same discretion he would use discussing treatment options. It sounded clinical and vast and impossible all at once. Sacrifice, my humanity, hung in the air, and I had to remind myself to breathe. Edward's argument was a weave of protection and fear. He was the one who listed all the reasons to resist: the ethics of surrendering a mortal soul to become a predator, the irrevocability of what they wanted to give me. He kept returning to the children outside those doors, to Charlie's face when suspicion wore into him, to the walls that circled the edges of the town with enough teeth and memory to rend us. Every point he made was a plea and a warning folded together. Rosalie's voice had a hardness to it that was not unkind but was spare, economical, and sharp. She looked at me the way a woman might look at the surface of a lake and calculate whether she could step into it. She had never been human, but she understood what it meant to be exposed, and she could not imagine why anyone would choose that for themselves if there was another way. She argued that turning me would bring me under a magnifying glass of hunger and desire they could not entirely control. To be the one who tempted predators was no kindness. To leave me human was, to her, a kinder cruelty. Emmett's words landed like blunt tools. He cared about the immediate, safety, containment, the danger of pack retaliation. If being a vampire would make me less of a target, he said, that was a pragmatic consideration. It was a practical worldview, not cruel but unadorned. Jasper's silence spoke in places where the others used language. His hands tightened and loosened around an invisible thing, and I could tell that the nearness of human blood made him ache in a way he could not hide. Alice kept flinching, as if at sound only she could hear. She had been my private weather for weeks, flashes of futures that pried me toward possibility and away from it again. But over the last few days those visions, which had once been a steady map, had begun to shatter. She tried to explain without words. Sometimes she would close her eyes and turn her face as if listening for a radio station that had gone out of range, and when she reached for me there was a tremor in her fingers. She could not lock the future around me the way she used to. Where certainty had once been, there was only a tremulous scatter of what-ifs. I thought of the first day I had noticed the edges of my life changing, the afternoon when a stray beam of sun had sliced across Alice's cheek and I had seen something impossible in the way it bent. That was an unnameable moment, recognition and betrayal at the same time. I had begged hope to be kinder. Now, gathered under Carlyle's patient light, hope felt like a dangerous currency. Esme stood and crossed to me as if the distance mattered. She knelt and put her hands on my shoulders with an instinctive gentleness that bypassed my embarrassment and touched bone. "We will not coerce you," she said quietly. In her voice was a plea for patience none of them entirely owned. Her eyes sought mine as if asking me to be the child she would keep safe. It should have comforted me more than it did. Esme's kindness sat beside the facts like a warm blanket laid on a wound. It didn't change the pain. Edward's face softened when Esme spoke, but he still closed him off like armor. He talked about rules, about what they owed to mortal life and to the nature of themselves. He spoke of the rare cases where transformation had been considered in the past, and he measured precedent like a burden. He was afraid of the change not because he denied the power of it, but because he knew, better than anyone in the room, how many things would be lost in exchange for immortality's polished blade. "There's another force," Jasper said finally, and his voice broke the group in a way that felt like a lightning strike. He didn't have to say the name. The wolves were a presence that bent the air in their direction. Sam and the pack are not simple about limits. We have already bled on the margins. If we keep you here, we will be forced to answer, publicly. If we move you, they will watch. If we turn you... He didn't finish. He didn't need to. The rest of the sentence was written in the way the rain hit the glass and in the memory of the first blood spattered on the edges of our true-sucker red note. Every option was a kind of exile. Secrecy would keep me close to the life I loved but would nightly separate me from the world outside, replacing ordinary touches with rituals. Relocation would take me physically away from Charlie, which felt like cowardice and protection braided into one. Transformation would make me part of them, but it would make me into a shape I could not later unmake. It would also hand the pack a new reason to claim me as a prize or a provocation, and the moral calculus of that was a landscape none of us wanted to cross alone. Alice rose then, the desperate, small light in her something like panic. She moved around the furniture with the suddenness of someone who could not stand the inertia of the moment. When she reached me she didn't sit but instead knelt so our faces were level, and her fingers brushed against my cheek with a softness that made my breath hitch. The contact was cold and close in a way my skin catalogued, colder than frost, but less empty than that. It held a claim without ownership. She tried to find a future where I was safe and smiling, the sort of thing she'd always shown me with a care bordering on cruelty, pictures of sunlit lives where happiness had neat corners. But the images she dropped into my mind were tumultuous, shards of weather. Sometimes they were tender, a room where I laughed until I wept with someone whose skin was as pale as a page. Sometimes they were brutal, wolves at the edge of a beach throwing their weight like a verdict. Sometimes there was nothing at all, a blankness so deep it felt like being abandoned in a white room. The instability of her sight unsettled everyone because our decisions had always been guided by her maps. To lose that chart was to sail toward an unknown shore with only the stars for company. "You deserve to choose," she said, no words as such, but the thought threaded through my head like silk. The statement was both a kindness and a razor. It was the clearest thing in the room. They were offering me agency even as they framed the context in which that agency existed. I felt crushed by the weight of it. I thought of Charlie alone in his house, of the crown of ordinary life he wore like an armor I had no right to shatter. I thought of how he would look when the questions came and how deeply his trust in me had been the place I came back to when nights made me wild. To leave him, or to lie to him about what I was, felt like theft. To ask them to risk the family for me felt like arrogance. I was both the center of their argument and the thing none of them wanted to own. My self-worth, this small, sluggish thing I'd wrapped with shame and hunger, seemed to depend on a choice I could not bear to make. We argued, and by argued I mean that we moved around the same truths in different clothes until night was thick enough to make the house an island. Carlyle would say, in the way of a physician tied to ethics, that the least harm path sometimes required difficult sacrifices. Rosalie would counter that least harm was a phrase that often hid cowardice. Emmett leaned toward action, do something now, while danger was manageable. Jasper argued for caution tempered by readiness. Edward focused on balance, protect, respect, do no harm, words that split under pressure into separate meanings when you were trying to defend a mortal from a predatory world. What none of them could promise was certainty. Alice could no longer make it so. The pack's pressure was looming like a tide, rumors in town had gathered teeth, Charlie's suspicions were sharpening into questions. The impossible was slowly becoming inevitable. I sat there and discovered that my appetite had a direction beyond the literal. I was hungry for being desired, for someone to look at me and want me not because I was the problem to be solved but because I was, in myself, enough. Alice's fingers on my cheek delivered that need like a current. It warmed a place inside me I had long decided was cold and unsalvageable. To be loved by her felt like both a shelter and a jeopardy. A shelter because she was the first to offer me want without dirted motives, a jeopardy because the same want would expose me to everything they all feared. My hands found Alice's and held them there because it was the only proof I could give myself that I was not going to crumble into the shapes they outlined for me. Her skin against mine was a study in contradictions, colder than my memory of any human touch, yet carrying a tenderness that set my nerves singing. She looked at me as if she saw me entirely, as if the things I hated about myself were nothing more than surface water. That kind of seeing was intoxicating and made choices blur. But even as I leaned into what it felt like to be seen and wanted, the larger world raged like a storm. Sam's voice had been steady the last time I had heard it, and there was a determination in him that did not yield to entreaties. His pack would not split for my sake, Rosalie warned. Their honor was not an item to bargain with. If the pack stepped toward La Push ready to call our bluff, then there would be no circle of polite debate to keep me safe. The next move would be violent and public, and that terrified me more than the slow erosion of my days. So the room hummed with possibilities and refusals, with love and calculation and fear. They presented a table of options, and each plate had thorns woven into its bread. They were offering me a life and all the ways it could break. They were, with the best of intentions, asking me to be the fulcrum upon which they would balance future peace. I thought of myself then in a new way, not a mere human to be hidden or saved, but a fulcrum indeed, the fulcrum for choices that implicated everyone I loved. The thought did not make me feel great, it made me feel terribly, unavoidably adult. It made my chest ache with a responsibility that had nothing to do with my courage and everything to do with who I had been taught to be. The night pressed against the glass and the rain traced warning lines down the panes. Alice's eyes were bright in the lamplight but clouded with an uncertainty that scared her, and that scared me more than any wolf. Carlyle waited for me to speak, and all of them, every face I knew so intimately, turned to me like the world holding its breath. I had not chosen yet. The offer lay between us like an invitation to step off a cliff with hands held or to stay on the ground and be sheltered by distance. The law of the tide was inexorable. The pack would make their move if we did not. Somewhere out beyond our trees Sam was counting and Jasper was mapping scenarios in a calculus none of us wanted. I looked up at them, at the family that had become an impossible refuge, and at Alice who kept reaching for futures she could not hold. My mouth felt dry, and my pulse was a drumbeat I could not silence. There were so many directions my life could take that each one camouflaged the truth. None of them would leave me unchanged. Alice's hand tightened once around mine, a small, private anchor, and for a fraction of a second I allowed myself to imagine a life where the choice had already been made, that the pack would melt away like dark water against the cliff, that Charlie would understand, that I could wear immortality like a soft cloak. But even in that imagined place there was cost. To choose was to cut a riverbed into the landscape of everyone I loved. The conversation resumed around me, voices low but sharp, full of the same fierce care that had always marked their kind. I listened to each plea, each logical dismissal, each tiny, passionate defense. The options were clear now, like cards laid on a table: stay hidden, leave home, or become like them. And somewhere under the sound of the rain and the low, relentless debate, the pack's tide was already gathering toward La Push, impatient and inevitable, counting the hours until their patience ran out. The knowledge of that made the room feel suddenly too small. I was at the center of a decision that would not belong to me alone. I swallowed and found my voice breaking like a fragile thing. I did not yet have an answer, but the clock was indifferent to that fact. Outside, the rain intensified, and in the space between one heartbeat and the next I understood that whatever I chose would reshape the contours of every life in this house, of Charlie's small world, and of the wild, dangerous boundary that roared beyond the trees. Alice's fingers on my cheek were warm despite the cold of her skin. She looked at me as if she could mend a future with a single touch. I wanted to believe her, to hand my life over like an offering, to be wanted and saved and feared and held. But the pack would not wait, and the next tide did not ask permission. I let her hand curl around mine and stayed silent, feeling the decision assemble itself in the shape of storm clouds, imminent, inevitable, and gathering with an impatience that would not be stilled by promises or pleas. Chapter 11, A Night That Stays. Alice's hand was colder than the rain-slick air that clung to forks even inside the house. It rested lightly on the back of my wrist, not squeezing, only anchoring. Outside, the clouds had not learned to be anything but thick and gray. Inside, the lamps threw gold around Esme's knitting in the corner and turned Alice's skin into something like glass, something that caught light and set it away again in tiny, impossible colors. It was ridiculous to let a room full of rational adults and centuries of careful restraint become a theater for my private panic, but there we were, a small, trembling ceremony where I let myself be taken in hand. Alice's fingers were precise, the same neatness she applied to clothing, to futures, to the angles of a life she could usually see whole. Tonight they were just warm enough to make me greedy in a way that had nothing to do with the hunger I tried to keep quiet in the back of my throat. We had been steered into a place reserved for secrets by the slow diplomacy of our family. Carlyle's column had been Annette, gentle questions, hypotheticals, the long habit of weighing one life against another when medicine could sever two with a single choice. Edward had moved between them like an invisible wall, measured and precise, as if he thought he could keep the world at bay by refusing to let it surprise him. Rosalie had kept her distance, all hard angles and silent judgments. Jasper had been quieter than I had ever known him, the softness around him strained thin. Esme had offered tea and an almost human softness that made me wish for things I couldn't have yet, a mother's arms, someone to tell me the right decision. Alice had been the one to bring me here. She had smiled that quick, bright smile that held so many things: welcome, mischief, a calculation of risk. She surprised me once by reaching for my hand as if retrieving a photograph, an object to be cherished but faintly breakable. That was how I found myself in her room, the plaster walls crowded with the faces of futures she had once known how to read like a map. "I can't see as I used to," she said, not looking at me but at the small gilt frame of a photo, herself, laughing, 100 possible evenings folded into her expression. Her voice was softer than I expected. "The pictures keep shifting." I wanted to ask what that meant exactly, if it meant I was the breach in a fortress or the hinge of a door, but the question curdled in my mouth into something clumsy and mortal. Instead I put my other hand in hers. It was an impulsive thing, an animal response to a human face I had begun to want. Her fingers tightened, and in that small pressure there was an offering and a warning both. She told me about the way she used to visit time like a gallery, a row of framed moments she could step in front of and choose. She was light on the telling, but the grief was not needed. She showed me, in fragments, a life broadened by choices that had long ago ceased to be her own. She had loved the certainty, the pattern, when to step forward, when to stand back. The care she had taken with the Cullens was not born of an absence of emotion, it was because she'd seen what careless hands could do to threads. Now, though, the thread slipped. A future with me in it would arrive as 1,000 small slivers and then be gone, or else reassemble in grotesque new shapes. Sometimes she saw me smiling in sunlight that didn't belong to forks, sometimes she saw me afraid, on the steps of Charlie's house, his face a question she couldn't answer. "It is not that I did not want to know," she said. "It is that the knowing keeps changing its mind." She had never been anyone's anchor before, by her own admission. She had been a holiday light in a family that valued endurance, a bright constant who could tell you which path would end in heartbreak and which in ease. To offer me shelter without a map would be to gamble, and Alice did not gamble with people anymore. She gambled with clothes and the order of chairs, but people were status files to be protected, not gambled. And yet she had my hand. We spoke of the ordinary things first, the drifts of memory that felt safe to lay bare because they were not irrevocable. Charlie's hands on the steering wheel, the smell of motor oil and coffee that had made up my childhood, the way my own quiet had been a shield and a camouflage. I told her about the sound of rain on our roof when I was a child, how it had been less a sonic wall than a lullaby. I found myself telling her things I had not told anyone, not quite confessions, more like inventories. A life counted by small items, a jar of coins, a faded sweatshirt, a dog-eared copy of a book I never finished. Alice listened with a concentration that was almost painful to be the focus of. She had always been good at that making you feel like the most interesting object in the room. Then she told me about her turning, a story not of gory particulars but of a brightness at the heart of a terrible choice. It is easy to mythologize immortality, to imagine it as a gift wrapped in velvet. She explained its simpler truth: the decision is a subtraction. You keep the shape of yourself but not the texture. You become a measure rather than emotion. You watch decades steal the smallness from joy. She spoke of sacrifices that were not for me to make, of mistakes she had seen others make and would not repeat. I could tell, in the way she pressed her knuckles into her palm, that she had regrets that were not words. You don't have to choose now, she said, and the sentence was heavy with caveats. But I cannot promise something I cannot see. I can promise you my presence. I will put myself between you and what I can predict will hurt you. It was the most concrete thing she offered. A promise to stand, not to change the arc of fate but to be its buffer. It made my throat ache in the most ordinary way. Being desired, being promised even the small action of someone else keeping vigil, is a hunger all its own. My hands curled around hers. I wanted to place my mouth where her pulse would be if she had one, to claim the cold skin and warm intention like proof that I mattered. She laughed then, a quick chime, at something not funny, and the sound scattered. Don't make that face. I am not stately. I cannot keep you safe from everything. I cannot promise unbroken peace. But I refuse to stand by and let people decide for you because they prefer to keep rules. Her refusal unsettled me more than it comforted me. It was a line drawn not in stone but in fingers and voice. Edward would have loved such firmness. He would have made laws of it. But there was a wildness in Alice's defiance that told me she would break conventions if it meant keeping me whole. That was more frightening in its way than any civil debate in the kitchen. The hunger was a low drumbeat in the house. Jasper's restlessness had been a backdrop to everything lately. Every time the door opened or the wind shifted, he flinched like a man remembering something he'd sworn to forget. I could see the strain in his jaw, the way he moved around the rooms with a caution that was almost theatrical. He fought his nature the way others might fight a fever. I told Alice about that, too, how being here with the taste of vampire life in my mouth made me aware of the fragility of my own body, of my pulse and the way it quickened when she laughed or when a particular silence settled over us. The admission felt naive and intimate, like telling her I was afraid of being ordinary. She did not mock me. She understood frightened smallness. Mortality is not a flaw, she said. Do not let them tell you it must be repaired. Her face softened. But neither is it a sentence. There are different lives with pain in them and different lives with a kind of pain that is endless. I can't tell you which you prefer, but I can stand here and say I will not let people reduce you to a problem they can fix with a single blade. There was so much of me that had spent my life feeling like a problem to be fixed. Charlie's cursing at the news, my clumsy social gait, the way I had once thought love must mean being useful. Alice's words were an unfamiliar kind of mercy. They gave me the right to want while acknowledging the right to choose, and the permission to love without being consumed by that permission. We talked until the house fell quiet and the rain became a soft clock. The rest of the Cullens had withdrawn to their cautious distances, Edward to his papers, Carlyle to his books, Esme to the warmth of a lamp. Rosalie had disappeared to the guest room with a final look that could have been pity or armor. In the rooms between us, life went on like a rumor of stability. Alice and I were a small rebellion against that. At one point she surprised me by leaning forward and resting her forehead against mine. Her breath was a cold press at my temple and the proximity swallowed time. We were both laughing then, in a brutal little sound, for reasons that had more to do with relief than with humor. You're ridiculous, she whispered. Ridiculous was not a word intended as an insult. It was the kind of lover's language that only the very intimate use. I felt ridiculous in response, while held as though it might break glass. I had wanted to know what it was to be desired by someone for whom desire did not depend on warmth, to feel adored by a cold hand that promised dangerous loyalty. Alice's devotion sat inside me like a secret I dared not share with daylight. She would not promise me eternity. She would not promise me escape from hunger or from the pack's sharpening anger. There will be wolves, she said, and the way the word left her mouth made it an accusation she could not direct. There will be choices you will have to make with aspects you won't understand. There will be consequences for the people who love you. I can keep you from being alone. I had always thought that being loved would make decisions simpler. Tonight I was beginning to see the fallacy of that. Love is a stake in a game that collects more than your heart. It gathers collateral, Charlie's shock, the town's whispers, the pack's shifted loyalties. Alice recognized all that and still chose to stand with me anyway. It was both a blessing and an indictment. When she finally promised to sit on the edge of my life with me rather than to carry me through it, the promise soothed and stung. There was a subtle, dangerous fixity in the way she refused to be a savior but insisted on being a sentinel. For someone who had once read futures like the weather, to be willing to be a companion in uncertainty was almost mystical. The night moved us further into a pattern that would come to define me, refuge with a margin of peril. I slept in a chair while Alice watched the window. I woke to find her on the floor with the light falling across her face, scattering like a secret. When morning came, if morning could ever be called such in Forks, it brought the usual gray, the telephone on the hall table, the rumor of obligations. Outside, the tides were indifferent and the clouds were unrepentant. Inside, something had shifted from possibility to plan. It is easy to convince yourself that small promises are not commitments. I told myself that too, as if reciting it could keep the future pliable. Alice's promise was not a legal bond. It was a living thing that could change or harden like ice underfoot. But promises made in the dark are stronger than promises offered in light. They take up space between breaths. Before I left, Alice took my face in both hands and held me like an object she wanted to examine. Her thumb brushed the hollow beneath my jaw and she smiled that way that made me feel like an old photograph freshly developed. "I will not lose you to fear," she said. It was not a vow of forever. It was a vow of tonight and tomorrow and the uncertain days that would follow. I knew that what she meant was this: she would stand on my side of the threshold and not allow the world to shove me through it alone. Outside, the house exhaled. Somewhere beyond the rain the pack gathered, their loyalties already anchoring themselves into inevitable lines. I thought of Jacob and Sam and the weight of their traditions. I thought of Charlie, who would never understand the calculus of immortality and loyalty in the same way we did, who would never be able to read the small print of our bargains. I thought of Jasper, of his hands, of the way hunger clenched at him like a remembered old habit. The world felt full of presses, hands on levers that would decide things for me if I did not speak. I let Alice walk me to the door. Her fingers did not leave mine until I stepped back into the rain and Charlie's unspent concern. The porch light marked a small, domestic circle, and then I was under gray sky and ordinary air again, carrying the warmth of a cold touch like contraband. That night changed me not with thunder but with the steady, insistent drip of rain. It braided safety and danger so tightly I could not tell which thread I would hold on to when the time came to choose. I had been promised a sentinel and nothing more precise, and in that promise there was both shelter and an urgent urgency, the knowledge that someone would fight for me when I might not be able to fight for myself. I slept in my own bed that night, but the memory of her hand on my wrist lay under my skin like a pulse I could borrow. I dreamed of light broken into colors across glass, of a girl's laugh refracting into 1,000 possible mornings. I woke to the sound of rain and the sense that somewhere, already, a decision was being prepared for me without my consent. Tomorrow would bring the pack's voice, and the Cullens would gather, and someone would present me with a choice that would not only claim me. I kept thinking of Alice's smile and of the way she had refused to make impossible promises. The bargain she offered was simple and terrible in equal measure. I was to be kept safe as she could, and for the rest, I must be ready to decide. I carried that small weight of her promise like a rumor in my pocket, warm and dangerous, and I realized with the clearest pang of terror that this night had already begun to make my life itself a question. Chapter 12. Jasper's Past. He sat on the wide leather chair by the window, the rain tracing slow rivers down the glass like a private map of Forks, and for a moment I thought he might be a statue, carved from all the restraint the Cullens were so well. Jasper's hands were folded in his lap, 2 long fingers, the knuckles pale, and he watched the storm the way someone watches a wound instead of the scar it leaves. When he looked at me his eyes were still that color I had learned to read, guarded, tired, shaped by a history that didn't belong to this calm house. "Fit," he said. His voice was quiet, but not the tentative quiet I associated with him. It was a quiet that had been pulled taut by something inside. "I stopped you before you could go to your room." I sat because I could not move toward the safe light of Alice's touch without first being prepared for the dark Jasper carried with him. There had been 100 private versions of this conversation in my head since I began spending nights at the Cullens, a dictionary of reasons for and against, sweet invitations to immortality, heavy, practical lists of consequences. Jasper did not look like an argument. He looked like the evidence. "I wanted to tell you," he said, "because not everyone we've loved before has had choices. Because it's important that you know not just what we are, but what we've been." He spent a long time opening his mouth like someone pulling a shutter up. When the words came they were plain and small, as if he had to wedge them into the quiet so they would not wake old monsters. "I was a soldier," Jasper said. "Before I was anything else. Before whatever I am now." He didn't romanticize it. There was no pride in his phrasing, only a flatness that made the memories like gray cloth. "I watched men die I had nothing to do with. I learned to read fear like maps. It told me where to step and where to run." I stared at him and tried to imagine the man before the cold. It was difficult. Jake's stories about what histories people carry were all secondhand to me, but Jasper made it present. He had been young then, hungry and clumsy and capable of being broken. Vulnerable people are easy to bend. Predators look for the parts that fold. "Maria," he said, and the name was a cut. "She turned me. She made me for something I never asked to be." His fingers tightened in his lap. "She taught me to move armies of newborns. She taught me how to make them into weapons." When he spoke of newborns his voice deepened with a single, terrible memory, the mania of feeding, the way a new vampire's hunger is a shout inside their head that drowns everything else. Jasper's eyes went distant and I could see, as if in relief, that he had built a wall between that time and this room. He leaned forward then, speaking in fragments that fit into the silence. "At first it was power. You can convince yourself of anything when you can end a life without a second thought. We were given purpose. But the purpose was also a chain. We were made to obey her will. We became instruments for ends that never included mercy." Those were words that settled between us like dust. I thought of the Cullens' rituals of restraint, Carlyle's hands, Esme's soft touch, Rosalie's scorn, the family measures that had been built like lifeboats around a man who had tumbled out of something worse. Jasper had been out there in the open, and he had come back ragged and raw. The evidence of his coming back was the carefulness that glued the Cullens together, the laws they kept. I had always assumed regulation came from Carlyle's medical rationality or Edward's obsessive need to calculate the future. I had not fully understood how much of it came from blood-borne history, the knowledge that fondness and immortality can be a rotten match. "I did things I am still ashamed of," Jasper said. He said the words without elaboration, but the room supplied everything, how someone looks at their hands when they tell you this, the slight collapse of the shoulders. "We were not just hunters. We were soldiers. We marched. We took orders. I killed because it was demanded and because the hunger made my thoughts thin. I wanted to be someone else and I didn't know how. I thought of my own hunger, the ordinary, mortal hunger that had become something else around the Cullens. The way my blood felt like a bright wound when Jasper or Emmett or Alice drew near. I had never equated it with murder, but Jasper's words made that possibility real in a way that made the room tip. It was one thing to read about monstrousness in a book or to hear pack stories on the beach. It was another to hear the voice of someone who had been both the monster and the victim of someone else's design. "We left because we wanted to be humane," he continued. "Carlyle taught us to be better. He taught us the difference between being incapable of control and choosing restraint. That choice changes everything. But it is a hard one. Every night I have to remember how to be calm. Every choice I make is one more small act of will." He rubbed his thumb across his palm, as if smoothing out a memory. "And there are other costs," he said. "When you take a human and change them, you take away everything that anchors them, the small hurts and the small comforts that make up a lifetime. You replace that with something else, endless days, endless appetite, and exposure. He was looking at me then with something that felt like pleading. You become a target. You become more dangerous than you ever were. His confession touched the thing I had not wanted to name. If I became one of them, the wolves would be at our doors in a way they were already not. The pack's anger was not simple prejudice. It was history and ritual and fear of what happens when the lines blur between predator and neighbor. The Cullens were not naive about the pack. They had watched the margins of La Plush, the stance of Sam and his people. A transformation would be a map, in the wolves' eyes, pointing at me. But you are not talking about the pack only, I said. You're talking about changing someone against their will. The idea of that made my stomach flip, as if being changed without consent were still a horror no matter how gentle the hands performing it might be. It was one thing to lay on a surgeon's table for necessity, it was another to be cut away from everything you had been. No, Jasper agreed. That's why we are so careful. That's why Carlyle weighs risks like a surgeon. But also because we've been through what happens when that care is not taken. When you are young and untrained and the people loose in the world are not bound by the same scruples, tragedy follows. He swallowed. There are still things I can't forgive myself for, things I did while I believed the ends justified the means. You must understand that we remember. He talked about the smell of blood like a memory that had been in his bones too long, about the way loyalty to a leader can be a drug that rewires your moral compass. He used small examples, how a single night of careless giving can change the pattern of a life, how being made in desperation to save a human from death can be the same as sentencing them to a war of attrition against hunger and longing. All of it wound back to me. To me with my simple mortal hunger and my complicated, private desire for the cold warmth of Alice's skin. To the things I find delightful, her hand and mine, the strange way her touch felt both like winter and a hearth. Jasper's story made those delights heavy. I imagined living to see centuries without Charlie's jokes, without the small ordinariness of a coffee that burnt the roof of your mouth, without the clumsy, human embarrassment that made life bearable and human. I imagined becoming a weapon in someone else's war. You asked me to tell you because Alice, he hesitated. I knew then the question had been there the whole time, why tell Bella now, with Alice's vision unreadable and futures splintering like glass? Alice sees futures, he said. But even her sight isn't a guarantee. It's been changing. She can't lock your future the way she used to. There are too many variables. I can't promise or I can't promise any more than she can. Alice's failing precognition had been an undercurrent since the day I first saw light refracted on her cheek at school. I had believed in her glimpses of me, the way she had seen me and the Cullens and the edges of danger, and had used them like a path to guide my feet. But how could you make a life-altering choice when the map is smudged? Jasper's face told me that the family feared the unknown. They feared that their own desire to protect could turn into a decision that would outlive its reasons. You are not duty-bound to make any decision tonight, he said, like a hand, gentle and steady. There is time, there's always time, and also sometimes there is not. The last part was spoken very low. Sometimes people force our hands. And sometimes love does. That word landed strange between us. Love, in the mouth of someone who had been a soldier and a weapon, was not expected to be so plain. It felt like a dare. Jasper's admission of his shame made my own longing feel raw, as if stripped of all defenses. I wanted to be with Alice in a way that was both selfish and illuminating, to be the one her sights circled back to, the warmth she defied her cold skin for. But Jasper's story had given me an image of what that would cost, everything I had known, and the price of a life spent in a cage of beautiful restraint. You think I'd be a weapon? I asked, trying to navigate between my own hope and his warnings. People make weapons of love as easily as they make weapons of metal, Jasper said. You will be desirable in a way that will make people decide for you. Wolves will judge you as a threat. Men will try to own what they cannot have. And sometimes we, the vampire families, make choices to protect ourselves that are not kind. We've done it. It's not just about what we owe you. It's about what the world will take from you if you become what we are. His face, when he said, "We've done it," showed the weight of long remembrance. I felt suddenly like a child standing too close to a bonfire, the heat baking the skin on my face. It was impossible to go back to the ordinary once you had seen the shape of the future as someone else might cut it. It was impossible to be simply loved without being claimed. I thought of Charlie, of his ordinary hand on mine at the doctor, of his plain, steady love. I thought of books, of autumn leaves, of prom nights I might never have the chance to bungle. I thought of the small humiliations and small kindnesses that had shaped me more than any destiny. I also thought of Alice's fingers, the tiny constellations on her wrist when she curled into sleep, the way she smiled like sunlight breaking through cloud. Why tell me all of this? I asked, but it was less a question than a plea for permission to be both greedy and afraid. Because you deserve to know the cost, he said simply. Because everyone we change deserves to choose, with eyes open. Because we've been reckless with our own kindness, and I am tired of adding to that recklessness. He might have been tired, but Jasper's composition was not defeated. He had said he was ashamed, and he had chosen to stay in a family that reminded him of what better could be. That alone felt like a sacrifice, to be endlessly vigilant, to watch your own impulses like a coiled rope. Silence fell, and in it Alice's laughter drifted from down the hall, bright, brutal, undimmed. I could have gone to her. I could have sought the refracted light and the warmth under her skin. I could have chosen to be transformed tomorrow, tonight, whenever. The rightness of it was a thing that pressed against my chest in alternating pulses, desire, fear, proof, and consequence. Outside, the rain softened to a mist. I saw my reflection in the glass, my face pale, my mouth set, a human among immortals weighing a decision that was not mine alone to make. Jasper's confession had been a mirror, but it had also been a lantern. It showed me the edges I could not avoid seeing. I won't pretend this is easy, Jasper said at last. No one who watches you go through this will be free of guilt. If you choose us, our task is to make sure it is not a punishment disguised as salvation. If you choose otherwise, we will not blame you. But whatever you decide, you must know the truth. I sat in the hollow between his words and Alice's laughter and heard the Cullens move about the house like tearful ghosts. The world outside was shifting, wolves marking the coasts, townspeople whispering, Charlie sleep deeper maybe because he suspected and feared. The future, as Alice used to make it, had always felt like a promise. Jasper had come to teach me that promises can crack under pressure, and that a life with them would be gilded with danger as much as with tenderness. In the back of my mind, a warning came not from him but from the sea and the pack. The tide will not wait for hesitations. Somewhere out past the reef, choices were already being counted, and whatever I did would not be contained within Fork's quiet borders. I wanted Alice. I wanted the steadiness of her hand and the soft cruelty of her certainty when she chose me. I wanted the promise that had shimmered in her eyes since the first slant of light hit her cheek. But when I looked at Jasper's face, mapped with old regrets and careful restraint, I understood finally why the Cullens held themselves to such strictness, because restraint is often all that stands between a life and a weapon, between love and possession. Tomorrow, I said, and I could not tell if I was saying it to Jasper, to myself, or to the house that held us, something will force a hand. He nodded once, not surprised. Then decide knowing you are not alone, he said. And know that whatever you choose, it will not be easy for anyone. I left him by the window and, through the hallway, caught sight of Alice in the sitting room. Even now the refracted light danced across her cheek in a way that made the room seem less like a house and more like a place where the rules of the world were rewritten. She winked at me, an intimate, private promise, and behind the sparkle in her eyes I could see the fragmenting future she could no longer hold steady. Outside, the rain had stopped. The sky was a hard slate, and somewhere beyond the trees the ocean heaved inside. My choice did not feel like a single moment. It felt like an untying that would begin as soon as I stepped toward it. I reached for Alice's hand because I could not imagine doing anything else, and because Jasper had taught me what I might lose when I let go. The warmth spread through me like a dare. Somewhere between wanting and losing, the wolves held a long, low question that sounded like a countdown. Chapter 13, A Letter to Charlie. The paper is a small island on my lap, The rain outside is steady, gray insistence, and my hand is betraying me with a tremor I cannot name. The pen feels too final, as if any real word written down would change the shape of everything, like waking someone with a voice in the wrong key. I had told myself I would be honest. I had rehearsed the words in the car on the way back from the Cullens, in the kitchen while Charlie slept downstairs, in the hollow of my palm when I pressed my face to Alice's shoulder and tried to memorize the cold of her skin like a prayer. Dear Dad, I begin, and my throat tightens around the syllables. Dear Dad, and then the truth gathers behind my teeth. There is a family that shelters me. They are not what you would call normal, and I have broken rules already by being there. I think of Charlie at the table with his coffee and the paper, his attention on small, sensible things. I think of how he would set a trap for any idea that did not fit the map of his town. He loves maps. He loves routes that lead to the grocery store and the police station and home. The world I live in now is built of corners where light does strange things, and telling him would be like uprooting that map and asking him to step blindly into a country he would not recognize. I write, and then I cross out the not quite truth because it says too much and not enough. I alternate between sentences that are timid and sentences that are explosive. There is a family. They keep me safe. They are dangerous when I am near. I keep thinking of Alice's palms in my hair, the way light caught on her face the afternoon I first understood there was more than rumor. The sunlight did not burn her, it split into a fragile, impossible glow and poured across her cheek like rain through glass. It made her look like a beacon and a blade at once. I think of Alice offering me her hand that day, smiling as if the future had already forgiven her for whatever she might do. She did not know for certain what would happen. Her sight had been a compass, but my presence feels like an uncharted storm, and yet she reached anyway. How do you tell a man who has given you everything that you belong, at least in part, to a coolness that does not wear a face like his? I try to imagine the conversation. I see Charlie's brows knit into puzzled constellations, then into a harder line. I see his hands clenching once, the way they did when he found me sick in the hospital, the way he always reserves a fierceness for his daughter that is sharper than grief. He would not be gentled by romance. He would be exact. He would ask me the names of streets and the reason for my choices, and he would treat the confession like evidence, piling it up, weighing it, and then judging it. My hand stutters. I want to tell him about Alice in a way that makes sense without using the words that will break his heart: immortal, monster, predator. I want to explain that the Cullens are not monsters to me. They are refuge and language in a family that does not leave when you are messy. I want to explain that Alice sees fragments and that now those fragments are breaking when they touch me, like an old mirror cracking into new pictures. I want to tell him that, and I want to tell him that I love someone who is cold to the touch and warm in a way that makes my pulse both rebel and rest. But the sentences I write keep ending in syllables that sound like surrender. I write I love her, and the paper seems to inhale. I watch my own words and feel like a traitor to myself and to him. The guilt is a bruise that spreads silently under my skin. To tell Charlie would be to demand that he choose between a life he understands and a truth that could unmake that life. To not tell him feels like a lie that will one day be a gouge. Both are wrong. Both will hurt him. Both will hurt me. The Cullens have made no secret of their opinion. Edward, with his constant, careful eyes, has been an advocate for caution until his mouth sets into an expression I now know as worry. Carlyle is the kind of man who thinks in long arcs. He describes ethics and precedent like someone reading aloud from a book that holds the responsibility of centuries. Esme has tried to wrap me in absurdly tidy blankets of maternal sensibility, offering dinners and quiet smiles. Rosalie looks at every human relationship as a problem with a broken hinge. She cannot imagine subjecting someone else to an immortality that feels to her like prison. Emmett's bluntness is a kind of violence. Protect the immediate, he says, and his laughter is rough because fear has no polish. Jasper, always quiet like a wound that might reopen, moves carefully around my presence because proximity to human blood is a battlefield for him. Alice, who smiled at me the way someone gives another the last lifeline, is the only one who has been reckless enough to reach without knowing the outcome. There has been one of those arguments in the dim kitchen light. I remember Edward saying, in a voice that tried to be rational but trembled, There are choices to be made and consequences to be measured. I remember Carlyle asking me to consider the life I wanted once I could no longer feel the river of years. I remember Rosalie's eyes on me, sharp and incredulous as a thrown knife, and I remember Jasper's hand on mine, asking me to promise to be careful. Their debates about me are not theoretical. They are the tilt of a collective scale that includes my life and a dozen other lives. When they speak, I feel like an object being parceled out, valued, cherished, afraid. And the wolves are watching. La Push has a smell of salt and old paths, and the pack has been coiling like something that will spring. There was a skirmish on the margins already. Some hair was torn, some blood spilled, and the division between our kinds got a name more bitter than murmur. The pack's warnings have not been subtle. Sam's decisions make lines in the sand, and Jacob's loyalty makes a geography of anger and history. If I tell Charlie the truth, I think the wolves will see him as an easy scene, a human connected to us, and therefore a vulnerability. If I keep him ignorant, I am building a trap of my own making, a silence that may be louder than any confession when it finally breaks. I fold the paper and unfold it again. There is a smell of tea from the kettle on the stove that reminds me of the mornings when Charlie made pancakes for me, before the world rearranged itself into chapters one did not recognize. Sometimes I think the greatest cruelty would be to uproot him, to drag him into the danger because I wanted to spare myself the pain of choosing. He would never forgive me for that. He would never forgive me for laying down his ordinary life like an offering on an altar he never agreed to approach. Do I have the right, I ask the empty house, to make his life a battlefield? To take him from his routines and his predictable smallness and force him into a myth he would necessarily hate? Charlie has been steady for me. He has been my geography, my plain, reliable shore. To imagine him adrift because of me is an act of sacrilege. I think of his hands again, the way they tilt a mug, and I want to fold the world back to its original pattern where things made sense. The pen scrawls, I am frightened for you, for me, for what will happen if I stay and for what will happen if I leave. The words are clumsy. They do not hold the gravity of the decision. I try to be elegant and fail. Sincerity is heavier than all my literary ambitions. I think of Alice's fingers on the nape of my neck, how something inside me responds to cold with an aching need that is not merely physical but like hunger for a home. Sometimes at night I wake up with my face still remembered by her shoulder, and the memory is an ache that has the cadence of prayer. There are practicalities, of course. If I become what the Cullens are, I will not die as Charlie expects me to. I will not grow old like him. I will become a permanence that would make his love a thing he could not complete. If I remain, I will live a short ordinary life beside his, and he will lose me in a way that is an ending every day, a dissolving of what we might have become. Both futures are heavy with a kind of grief that presses against the ribs. The family debates around me are not about sentiment alone. They are also about law and protection, about how to exist in a world that has rules that cannot always be obeyed. Carlyle wants to find precedent and to set parameters. Rosalie wants to refuse the risk outright. Edward wants to keep my heart safe by twisting every knife into careful measures. Alice, who cannot see my future with any steady hand now, keeps pressing her palms together like she is trying to make the outcome warm enough to hold. I tear the page in half and drop it on the floor. It flutters like a wounded bird and then lies still. The sound of rain seems to swell to cover it like a tide. I could take this letter, fold it into something neat and leave it on the kitchen table and hope Charlie would find it after the workday. I tell myself I could give him the horrible mercy of the truth and let him choose whether to be my anchor or my tether. But then I remember Jacob's face when he was angry on the beach, the way his whole body spoke a promise of collision. I remember Sam's rigid jaw and the future I have glimpsed, no, that Alice has glimpsed and cannot hold, of a wedge being driven between the town and the Cullens, between the ordinary and the impossible. I know too well that any exposure will be more than just words on a page. It will be a match to a dry field. So I perform a small sacrament. I light the stove and hold the edge of the paper to the flame. The fire is honest and quick, and for a moment the letter curls like a living thing beneath the heat. The edges blacken and then give, and the smell of ink and paper rises, intimate and irretrievable. Watching the letters go, I feel both relief and a fresh grief, as if I have buried something that was part of my living self. When nothing but ash remains, I sweep it into my hand and open the window. The gray world of Forts receives it without surprise. The ash spatters into rain and wind as if it had never been. The sound of it, a soft, necessary unmaking, slices through me. I have destroyed the confession because I cannot commit the violence of telling, and I have destroyed it because even silence is a decision. The ash is a small, private altar to the indecision that now holds me captive. I go to the porch and wait for the headlights of Charlie's truck and find myself thinking of the Cullens in ways that make my chest ache. They are my chosen family now, and their debates will soon harden into an ultimatum. Alice cannot see the path, her sight has become glassy and fragmenting around me, which makes her more dangerous because she keeps reaching anyway. Edward will insist on delay. Carlyle will seek a middle ground. Rosalie will close off any road that smells like risk. Jasper will hover at the edge, and Emmett will promise protection with his blunt force. I understand their reasons, and I also understand how their reasons will shape what I am allowed to become. There is no map for this crossroads that will not betray someone. If I take Charlie with me into the knowledge of what I have become, I will be changing him without consent. If I leave him behind, I will be stealing his future of quiet, ordinary mornings. If I transform, I will be choosing a kind of permanence that does not belong to him. If I do not, I will be leaving him to carry a grief I cannot imagine. The pack will not wait forever. Rumors have weight. The town is a machine of gossip that sharpens into danger. The Cullens are preparing like a family around a sick child, arguing, loving, restraining, worrying. The tide at La Push is a patient metronome. It marks the time we have left to make the wrong choice. Alice will try something, she always does, some brilliant, terrible attempt to stitch futures back into shape. I can feel it in her eyes where she looks at me, not sight so much as an intention to reorder the world. I am afraid and exhilarated in equal measures. Loving her has made me more alive in ways that frighten me, and loving Charlie has made me more humane in ways that stop me from selfishness. I fold my hands and hold the ash like contrition. There is still no answer. I have not even forgiven myself. The house behind me is warm, safe in a way that is conditional and complicated, and the road ahead is a thin promise that may be pulled taut and snapped. I close my fingers until the ash is nearly dust and let the wind take the rest. The paper is gone. The words unmade. The confession reduced to something elemental and anonymous. But the choice remains, solid and waiting. If I cannot, in good conscience, make Charlie leave his home or drag him into danger, I must decide what I will be without his knowledge or what I will lose by refusing to change. The pain will not be contained to me. It will spill outward like the black tide at La Push when the waves pull at the bones of the shore. I go back inside and Alice is there before I can speak, as if she comes to me in the small apology of footsteps. Her hands are warm enough to be dangerous. She looks at me, and for the first time since I met her there is fear that is not only mine. She tells me, not with words but with the soft pressure of her palm against my cheek, that there will be a day soon when choices will not be patient. The pack is sharpening its teeth and the Cullens are sharpening their plans. I do not need to hear the arguments to know how they will fall into place. The future is making noise like surf. Tonight I wanted to unburden a father. Instead I burned the confession and learned the harsher truth. Some love is a theft, whatever your name for it. Loving Alice makes me want to be brave, and the bravest thing I can imagine is to spare the man who raised me the sight of the thing I may become. But bravery is not always noble. It is often a selfish desire disguised as protection. I wonder which kind I will be. The night will not let me sleep. La Push will sharpen like a blade in the next weeks. Alice will try to stitch futures back together. The Cullens will line up behind the one version of right and the pack will draw its border in a way that will hurt people who never asked to be part of the story. I fold the outline of the letter into nothing more than a memory of heat and ash and sit with that refusal like a weight between my ribs. Tomorrow, someone will set an ultimatum. Tomorrow, someone will make a choice for me if I do not. The smallest of acts has become the loudest demand, decide. I bury my face in my hands and taste rain on my palms, and for the first time the clarity is not about which life I want but about the way my choice will cut others. If I keep Charlie safe by keeping him in the dark, I am protecting him and betraying him in the same breath. If I pull him into the open, I am saving my soul at the cost of his peace. There is no moral shelter here, no doctrine that offers an easy answer. The letter is gone. The decision is not. I feel, for the first time, the true width of what is being asked of me. The town will notice, the pack will respond, and Alice, who cannot see how the pieces will fall, will try to change the rules she was taught to accept. My hand goes to the small locket at my throat, to the coolness of the pulse of my life, and I know the choice is stacked with such consequences that it will reshape not only me, but the people I love most. Outside, the rain keeps steady and impartial. Inside, my future waits like an animal that knows it will be named soon. I rise, leaving the ash on the air, and head toward the window where the road to La Push becomes a line of darker gray. If I cannot tell Charlie yet, I must decide before someone else decides for me, and the decision will not be mine alone. Chapter 14, Visions That Turn. The first time I felt the future fracture beneath my skin, Alice was tracing the hollow of my wrist with both thumbs, like she was reading the rise and fall of the tide. Her fingers were ice against the thin warmth of my veins and, for a single, furious breath, she smiled as if she had found a phrase she liked. Light shivered across her cheek in a way that did not belong to the grayness of forks. For all the rational part of me that catalogued sweat and pulse and blood, what I felt most was the way my name fit in the small thatched place behind her smile, like a secret she had not been able to hold. A flash came, quick, sharp as a shutter, and it was not the kind of future she had always shown me. It had texture and sound. My hair stuck to my temple with salt in something I could only call cold, greater than the winter wind. My hands were not mine, not the hands that had learned to drive and to clean a small kitchen in Charlie's house. They were leaner, steadier, fingers closing around someone else's wrist as shadows moved over the beach. Then the light went out. Alice's eyes went unfocused and white for the microsecond before the smile. She laughed, but it was the tight laugh of someone who had held a bird too long. She told me later that her gift had always been a river, smooth, inevitable. Lately it was a sea breaking on rocks. Where it used to be a clean line, a path from if to then, now she saw splinters, possibilities like glass that glittered for a moment and vanished. Some shards were small and harmless, others cut. Around me, the water boiled. We began the experiments because it felt like the only thing to do. When someone loses a limb, you do not let it atrophy, you prod at the nerves. Alice treated her sight the same way. We sat in the library where the light was thin and safe, the house smelling of cedar and the faint perfume of Esme. Alice's hands moved over my skin as if she were following a map that she had dreamed but not yet drawn. Sometimes a touch at my throat relit a scene of me at a dinner table, laughing with Carlyle and Esme, but their faces blurred before I could feel the sound of their voices. A fingertip along my collarbone showed me teeth in the dark. I could not tell if they were coming for me or protecting me. A brush across my palm revealed Edward in the hallway, his face shut to me like a door, and Jasper in the corners of the future I could not bear to look at. The inconsistency felt like a betrayal. It felt like my whole life, reduced to weather. I wanted solidity. I wanted to know how to be brave and whether bravery could change the wind. Alice's approach evolved into ritual. She learned my skin. She would take a strand of my hair between two fingers and close her eyes until the world behind her thinned. Sometimes the world lost definition altogether and she was left with only sound. She began to experiment with distance, with degrees of contact. Holding my hand in hers gave a different clarity than skimming my elbow at a passing, wrapping her arms around me, once, twice, opened a window wide enough to show me a clean valley I had not known existed. But that valley did not last. Touch evoked treasure and wreckage in equal measure. The same kind of contact would render different outcomes a breath later. I learned to hold my breath when she touched me because there was a terror in watching possibility materialize and crumble because of nothing more than an errant thought. It frightened the Cullens, which is to say it unsettled the only family I had been allowed to love without apology. Carlyle came and sat with us in the afternoons when the rain sounded like a slow hand on the roof. He asked measured questions: what I ate, how sleep sat in my chest, whether I have felt strange dreams, whether fear made my muscles clench. He kept the professional tone, the way a doctor does when he wants to believe his quiet will inoculate his patient against panic. Esme folded her hands and watched Alice's pale hands with the almost parental patience that always tried to turn alarm into comfort. She brought tea she could not taste and left it steaming on the coffee table because she had learned forming habits was sometimes the only way to keep dread at bay. Edward argued for caution. He had always been cautious, and in him the precaution had become steel. He would not be reckless with me, he said, though his voice had an edge that made me think of the way a hand hovers over a blade. Caution, in his terms, meant drawing lines on the map that other people would never cross. To him, my presence in their lives had been a wound they had learned to protect. This fracture in Alice's sight widened the wound. Rosalie grew icier. She folded her arms like armor and made faces that pretended she believed in science more than all the rest of us combined. For her, the question always came down to the math of sacrifice. Jasper watched quietly. Hunger had been his old master. The proximity to a human had the power to loosen his composure in ways none of the rest of us understood. Emmett's bellowed protective declarations were a kind of punctuation, blunt, immediate, male. He loved the family like a dog loves a pack, by being willing to die for them without parsing the ethics. The debates folded inward around me. I wanted them to stop. I wanted a single person to say, "This will not hurt you," and mean it with the authority of someone who had not been forced to weigh a life against an ideal. Instead, there was a list of potentialities. There were rules to maintain, precedents to avoid, a history of vampires sworn not to sprinkle their immortality like candy. Each argument had its truth. Each truth had a cost. Carlyle kept returning to the doctor's oath, to the idea that life held dignity and pain in ways that did not always lead to a clean solution. Edward's caution was shaped like love. Rosalie's refusal to risk a human was formed by a memory of what it means to be made by violence. Jasper's silence was the most dangerous because it carried the weight of things that might return without warning. Alice's eyes, when she failed, were the color of melted wax. When she could see, they were the sharp, gimlet green the first knew. She was restless. She could not sleep unless I sat beside her, otherwise, her dreams turned into scenes so violent they left the taste of iron on her tongue. She began to test different patterns of proximity, scribbling notes in a neat, tiny hand that made maps of my body as if it were an island. The back of my neck, the inside of my wrist, the space behind my knee, she tried everything. She told me, the way she always told me small truths as if they were jewels, that sometimes she could see 3, 4 heartbeats ahead. That is not the sort of thing one hears without feeling the floor tip. To exist 3 heartbeats in front of someone else is to carry them through a single moment. It is to be the breathable knot that keeps a throat from closing. The flashes grew bolder and then sullen. A week of nothing could be broken by a single clarity so precise it made my lungs snatch. There was one such moment that settled in my chest and would not leave. Alice touched the hollow above my collarbone with a thumb that trembled enough to make tears form in the corners of her eyes, not of sadness but of fear so small it had no name. The scene she showed me was simple, me standing at the edge of the sea, the tide like a black ribbon curling and pushing. There were wolves on the beach like dark flags, their shapes half together, half apart. My hands were empty. There was a cut across my cheek that caught the moonlight like a flash. Someone I did not know, was running, and I was not. Then the vision unhooked and nothing remained but the candlelight and the rain and Alice's hand clamped to mine. She laughed then in a way that broke me open. "I can see you," she said. "And I can see the ones who come for you." That should have been a comfort. It was not. The image had been precise, but the edges buzzed like an insect. The wolves could be leashed or wild, friends or enemies. The slash across my face might be a mark of defense rather than defeat. The only thing I could be sure of was the tide, indifferent and inevitable. Forts had always been a place where small things felt monumental, a broken taillight, a rumor, a lip that stuck and never left. Now the town's grayness seemed to conspire with the sea. La Push had always been a line on the map, a place where the past sat like a coiled animal. Since the first blow on the edges, the pack had hardened. I felt their eyes everywhere while I was with the Cullens, the idea of their loyalty as present as a breeze at the window. Sam's decisions were a weight we could feel pressing against our quiet. I had seen Jacob, once, in the park, and his face had been storm-cloud dark with the responsibility of the leader. He had not spoken to me about the state of the pack. He did not need to. Rumors travel fast in Forks, and the pack's response was a noisy, living thing. The possibility of a confrontation crawled up my spine like frost. When I tried to explain to Alice how much of my want felt like need, her face softened. She touched my cheek in that specific way she had, and for the first time in weeks her gift did not sputter. There was a vision, a simple, dangerous one. It showed me sleeping, and herself sitting watch beside me as if she were a seminal carved from glass and honey. She saw me made new, not the old human me, not the brutal one, but a different kind of body, exquisite and terrible. It was a dream on a spear, luminous and threatening in the same breath. When it shattered, she cried. Not the teased laughter but genuine, animal grief. She said that sometimes she could taste outcomes like metal in her mouth. At other times she could find nothing at all, not even a splinter of the shore. In those blank places, she felt panic. I felt guilty for the blankness as if it were my failure to be visible quick enough. We pushed the boundaries because that was how we learned. I let Alice draw a circle with her fingers around my pulse and rationalized it into courage. A small, terrible part of me, the part that had always thought of death like an unraveling of obligations, wondered if this was the way to be loved, to be the object of another's vision even if that vision was blurry. The honest part of me flared against being the kind of person people plan for in whispers. I wanted Alice's certainty as much as I wanted any other human thing, warmth, food, a laugh that included me and not out of pity. At night, when the house settled and every breath seemed louder, I would remember Carlyle's measured face and Edward's clenched hands. Rosalie's disdain sometimes wore the skin of my own self-loathing. They were not wrong to fear, not wrong to map outcomes with the same obsession as a cartographer who cannot afford to lose a single detail. The pack would never risk their people, the Cullens would never risk the family. I lived between those truths like a comb pressed into my hair. The last vision Alice gave me that night was not like the others. It was clear. It was so clean I could have cut glass with it. It was the ocean at its most articulate whisper, the sand a mirror for a moon that was not too kind. I was standing at the edge and the sea held a steady, terrible mirror. Behind me someone moved, the suggestion of hands, a figure turning, but what struck me was that I was not dressed like something being rescued or dragged. I was wearing the same jeans and the same sweatshirt I had worn the day before. There was no flourish, no consummate melodrama. There was only the most human of choices, to step forward or to step back. Alice's grip tightened so hard I felt the bone under the skin. When her lids fluttered down I expected relief, the usual blank she had been learning to accept. Instead the world continued to hum in a way that felt like consequence. In the silence that followed, each of us catalogued the losses the image proposed. She let my hand go. Her face was drawn in a way I had not seen, not even in the dead of the small miseries we'd already been through. I do not know what comes after that step, she whispered, which was her way of telling me she had no map she trusted. There is a particular loneliness in being chosen for the things that make people terrible. To be the axis upon which decisions tilt is to have force pressed onto the sole of your foot until you begin to believe the pressure is a kind of love. I wanted to be brave for them, for myself. I wanted to be small and steady and useful, a human thing the family could shelter like a treasure. But sitting with Alice in the dead hush after her vision, with rain like a soft accusation across the roof, I realized that love could be a lantern and a weapon with equal ease. The light it threw showed everything that could be lost. Outside, Forks kept breathing its same damp gray breath. The pack would not wait forever. The Cullens would not ask me to carry the whole of what they feared. I had to consider what kind of person I wanted to become when someone offered me forever or kept me from it. I had to decide if I could trade the ordinary life with Charlie for something that shone and threatened in equal measure. The image Alice had given me did not tell me whether stepping forward meant safety, or slaughter, or salvation. It told me only that there would be a place where decision and tide met. I tasted the salt the vision had promised on my tongue, and I felt the pull of being loved by a hand that was cold and an earnest heart that burned in its protection. I had walked into the Cullen house thinking protection was something to accept. Now protection felt like a rope with choices knotted into it. Alice rose then, her hands clasped until her knuckles looked white, and for a precarious second she looked like herself again, brilliant, terrified, indiscreet with affection. She said she would keep trying. She said nothing would be forced, that she would not presume to lock the map for me. The Cullens murmured around us, the different timbres of their fear and hope fretting the air. Outside, the rain sharpened its point against the windows. The future had become a series of small, trembling doors, and only one of them would need to open to let everything fall through. When she stepped away, her fingers brushed my cheek, leaving a trail of cold that felt, perversely, like an invitation. I realized I had been waiting for that touch as if it were a verdict. I did not know what I would answer if asked to renounce the ache of being mortal for the ache of being with her. I only knew that, for the first time, choosing felt like a thing that could not be undone. In the silence that followed, the house held its breath the way people do just before they say yes or no. I listened to the rain and to the distant, steady beat of the family who had, in their ways, become my shelter. Somewhere beyond the glass, La Push breathed cold and the pack circled their loyalties like knives. Inside, Alice pressed the heel of her palm against her mouth and tried to hold a future that would not be held. She had not been able to see the path beyond the water, she had shown me only the edge. I folded my hands in my lap and felt the tiny, human knot of my life untie. The choice came toward me the way the tide does, slow, inevitable, and luminous. I could not pretend it would be simple. Alice's eyes met mine, bright and feral in their worry. She had some small thing in her mouth, as if she were tasting an answer that might not belong to her. "Stay," she said, the single word like a plea and a plan and a dare. What I thought in response was not yet decided. What I felt was a hunger that was not only the hunger the Cullens guarded against but the hunger of wanting to be wanted with exact, relentless clarity. The rain kept time against the roof. The future did not yet have a name, only a shore where I would one day step. Chapter 15, The Pack Tightens. The pressure started as a small thing, a bruise of a tension at the base of my throat. At first I thought it was the humidity, the windows at school gathering a sweat of condensation against the glass, the world outside a smudge of gray. But the feeling sharpened, slow and precise, like a finger pressing my ribcage between heartbeat and breath. It wasn't simply being watched, it was the knowledge of being surrounded by a remembering thing, the pack remembering why they existed. I felt it in the corridors before I saw them. A tightening in my chest that had nothing to do with math tests or captions on a history slideshow. Lockers clanged and teachers muttered, voices pooled into the distant hum of a normal morning, but the hall smelled different, with smoke and rain and something ancient, as if the air itself had leaned in to listen. When I rounded the corner, Jacob was there, standing in a pool of shadow where the light from the windows slanted and failed. He looked at me the way you look at a cracked pane you haven't yet decided whether to repair. Disdain sat under his features, but it was wrapped around something else, care braided with annoyance, and a fierce, territorial menace that made the space between us feel narrow and wired. He didn't come with a courtly smile or the soft, easy jokes that had once been our language. He had come like a warning you already knew you deserved. "You can't keep doing this," he said, but the words were softer than the look. They weren't for me, they were for the space between us, for whatever tethered me to the Cullens like a thread that wanted to sing when plucked. His voice even then was low, carrying the weight of the pack behind it, angles and rhythms I'd learned to read. In the way he held himself, I could sense Sam's presence pressing through like a dark tide, a command to the border guards. My throat tightened. I wanted to tell him everything, about the way Alice's skin had caught the sun that one rare afternoon and thrown it back in impossible colors, about the hand she'd offered me like an oath, about the small, incandescent steadiness in her smile. Instead, I let the silence swell. It felt safer to be mute. Words seemed like knives that would open doors I wasn't yet brave enough to pass through. "You're making this harder," Jacob said then, and the accusation turned inward, sharper. "For them." For you. For them. For you. He meant the pack, I knew, the long tether of the wolves' duty to protect their own and the human world. But there was an honesty in it that cut both ways. He meant me, too, in the narrowest, most accusing sense. I had been making choices that affected more than my own skin. I was a small, mortal stone in a pond surfacing with huge ripples. He backed off then, the corner of his mouth twitching with something like defeat. Behind him there was the vaguest movement at the edge of my peripheral vision, pack silhouettes that dissolved into the clatter of lockers, a ripple of watchful boys whose faces were carved from the same sternness. It was not only Jacob, it was the tightening of a community that thought of me as a liability. You have to know how this looks, he said before he left, and when he walked away his shoulders were a map of restrained distance. He didn't look back. He never looked back when he thought feeling might draw him into danger. I watched him go and felt both hollow and full, a contradiction that had become my private weather. My hand flexed without meaning to, the inside of my wrist tingled, where Alice's fingers had briefly rested the night before, a simple contact, a promise that had been meant to reassure. Her touch was cool and precise, like porcelain. It had steadied and terraced the panic that had been building since the pack's patrols had shifted from watchful to invasive. Alice had said nothing dramatic, no grand declarations, only that she had seen my arrival in many splintered ways, futures that bent and broke and sometimes refused to hold me as a point of certainty. She could not fix what her sight could not anchor. That fracturing of sight is what scared her most, I think. It made her desperate in the small ways she was allowed to be desperate, rushing me a cup of coffee that smelled like cinnamon and regret, smoothing my hair back from my face as if she could rearrange the world into a safer order. She called it impatience when she was flustered, but the rest of us read it as something fiercer, Alice trying to feel for threads of tomorrow and coming up with cotton. At the Cullen house, debates folded like careful napkins across a table weighed with consequence. Carlyle's voice was the same steady metronome that had always measured our family decisions. Edward's opinions were sharper, edged with a fear that sounded a lot like love. Emmett rolled his eyes and made an ill-timed joke about pack demonstrations, and Rosalie kept to the corners, her jaw set in the hard line that said she was thinking of worst-case scenarios with a precision that made me uneasy. Esme, as always, tried to hold the team together with quiet warmth, pressing gestures, and pale, earnest smiles. "You are not a child," Carlyle told me once, in a way that felt like a warning wrapped in care. "We cannot make this decision for you. But we must also be mindful of precedent." Precedent. The word sat between us like an old law, history and caution braided with the moral calculus of immortality. The idea of being transformed into what they were was no longer a fanciful thing I could bat away in idle angst. It had become a ledger of costs, the loss of breath, the reconfiguration of nights, the surrender of the ordinary things my father took for granted. Charlie's routines, the ticking of a cheap clock on the table at home, the smell of rain on his baseball cap, these were anchors I feared losing even as I felt myself sliding towards something that promised a more dangerous, absolute kind of desire. Alice watched me the way someone watches a candle flicker near something that might catch. Her fingers threaded through thin air when she tried to see me, as if arranging a bouquet she could not quite assemble. Sometimes she would say a fragment aloud, a color, a number, a feeling, and then shake her head soft and apologetic. She had never been wrong before her visions were harnessed, and to see her stumble felt like watching a glacier crack. One night, Jasper's restraint seemed to fray entirely. He sat curled in an armchair like a coiled spring, eyes distant and sharp, the muscles in his jaw working as if there was a memory he was trying to swallow. The effects of my proximity on him were not subtle. He was a man who had built his survival on control, and Blood's close presence was friction to his resolve. He excused himself before dinner with a pale, sincere apology and an explanation about getting fresh air. When he returned, his hands were steadier but there was a white film over his expression, the kind that happens when someone has been reminded of an old humber. Rosalie's objection was quieter than it had been the first time the idea of turning me was raised. "I will not sign away a life for a vanity of youth," she told the room in a voice that carried the memory of a life she had lost. It was not just vanity she meant, it was the thing that made her resent us sometimes, seeing herself in the world and finding that immortality had eroded some compassion. Her sternness was not cruelty so much as a protective reflex for me, She thought the world too cheap to give away. Despite the house's tense choreography of opinions, Alice moved around me like a halo I could almost touch. She offered me half smiles and small, impossible gifts, the way she used to bring my favorite magazines and tuck a small ribbon into their pages, or how she would adjust the collar of my jacket with a careful, fleeting touch. When she let her hand rest against mine for a heartbeat longer than necessary, everything inside me rearranged into need. The pack tightened its patrols at La Push with a diligence that made the tide seem complicit. They read the shoreline like scripture, pairs and trios moving along the dunes with dogged purpose, blocking paths on an instinctive geometry that said, "You will not cross us uninvited." It was easier to accept the danger when it was a location on a map, a place I could avoid. It was harder when the danger stood in my high school hallway and said my name with a tone that held both blame and an odd, protective anguish. Rumors and forks grew teeth and sharpened. I could feel Charlie's unease tracing the walls of our house like mold, subtle, insidious, spreading. He asked questions he claimed to be casual, and I found myself answering with careful vagueness. To protect him was a different kind of duty than to protect myself. The Cullens had told me repeatedly that my choices had human consequences, and Charlie's quiet suspicion had the potential to rip through the fragile cover the family had built around us. Small collisions had already happened, scraps on the edges, things the papers in Port Angeles might barely mention as local oddities. But the pack's temperament had shifted in a measured way, as if the tide had decided on a course and now moved to make that course inevitable. Sam had strengthened patrols, and his meetings with the pack had taken on an urgency I could taste like metal. Jacob had been their prism, part messenger, part living signal. When he'd appeared in the school, he had been all muscle and warning, and the unspoken thing between us was a living thing that made my lungs work too hard. For a moment I wanted to throw myself into his arms, to let his old companionship take me back to a safer time. Instead, I felt a somber gratitude that he still cared enough to show up. "You don't have to decide right now," he said before he left, and there was pain in the way he tried to make his words gentle. He knew, I think, that the moment I chose one path would be the moment I cut another out of the landscape for him and the pack. His loyalty was a weight he carried with the same stubborn righteousness as his anger. I found Alice behind the gym, near the weight room where the lights always seemed a little too white against her skin. The slant of sun managed, briefly, to find its way through the rain-hungry sky and struck her cheek with a line so thin and sharp it was almost obscene. For a heartbeat the light broke into a dozen shards over her face, and I remembered the first time I had seen it, how it had made her look like someone made of glass and stars. She didn't say hello. Her eyes were quick and reeling, her mouth set in a way that looked like she was chewing on a problem she couldn't quite swallow. "They've tightened at La Push," she said immediately, as if finishing Jacob's sentence. Her voice had a tremor that I knew meant she was trying not to see the fear she felt. "Sam's monitoring rotations. He's increased night watches." I wanted to ask her if she could see what would happen. The line of time they had been living along had been blurry for her before, but now it was a frayed thing. She touched my hand, that same cool certainty, and there were words behind her eyes that she could not and would not speak. The hand she offered wasn't only a comfort, it was an outline of a future she wanted to build and could not quite assemble. What do we do when the shore itself becomes a battlefield? I asked the question I had been thinking like a tide for days. The Cullens debated. The pack issued warnings. Charlie watched. And I was a human center around which their orbits destabilized. Alice swallowed. "We hold what we can," she said finally, her voice small and brave. "We try to find the futures where everyone breathes afterward." Her fingers tightened, and in that squeeze there was a promise that hurt in the sweetest places. She let go. "But I can't see all of them, Bella. I can't see you clearly enough, and that is new. Dangerous. Dangerous." The word trembled in the air between us. It fit me in the way a too small dress fits, awkward, necessary, and revealing. The hunger inside me that had nothing to do with blood pulled and tugged, some private ache that was both selfish and sacrificial. To be wanted by someone like Alice, to be the axis of her broken visions and tender acts, it was a temptation I felt in every soft place. But to accept that attention meant changing everything I had been, including the small steadiness of Charlie's Saturday mornings and the ordinariness I had sworn to keep at least alive a little longer. We walked back toward the house in silence, the weather playing a slow percussion on the windows. Inside, the family moved around each other with the practiced care of people keeping the fragile thing patient and still. Edward watched me the way a person watches a porcelain cup teetering at the edge of a table, fiercely, mouth pressed in. He had said once that he could not make the choice for me, but his restraint had a kind of pleading in it that I could feel in the nights when we sat with the television on and pretended the world was only ours. Outside, the pack's patrols began their evening circuits, and beyond the windows La Push smelled like salt and storm. A tide shifted in my chest that was at once fear and a terrible, luminous yearning. I was learning the geometry of a life that could be broken and rebuilt at the same time. The choices were compressing into a shape I could see, and it frightened me to know how small and precise those edges were. Alice's vision slid and shuddered like a failing projector. Jacob and the pack tightened their ring. My home life shivered with suspicion. In that space, the thing I wanted and the thing the world demanded were pulling me like opposing magnets. I pressed my palm to the glass of the Cullen house window and watched the shoreline sketch itself in a thin, relentless rain. Everything seemed to be waiting for me to choose, and even as I balked at the idea, I felt the gravity of their expectation. Somewhere in the house, Alice folded her hands on her lap and breathed as if someone had given her a small, fragile interval of time. She met my eyes, and in that look was an invitation and an ultimatum both: stay the mortal who still belonged to Charlie's steady light, or step into a winter that lasted forever. The pack's patrols drew tighter, a ring forming slow and inexorable like the sea against rock, and the sound of it was in the bones of the town itself. I had always thought choices came in pages, the neat dramas of novels. This one was an edgeless thing that pressed and pressed until I could either harden or melt. I did not know which I would choose. But for the first time, the fear of making the wrong choice felt as sharp as the ache of wanting Alice's hand and being held by it. The line between safety and desire had never looked so thin. Outside, the tide took another step in, and somewhere down at La Push, Sam's voice must have given an order. The pack tightened its circle like a glove. Inside, Alice held my fingers and looked for a future she could not yet claim. Between them, I stood, my lungs full of both rain and the kind of light that makes you want to stay even when you know it will burn. Chapter 16, Midnight Talks. The rain made the world of Forks honest again, flat, gray, indifferent. It smoothed the town's edges until only the outline of things remained: my father's porch light, the dark wedge of the high school, the slant of the Cullen house with its windows like pale eyes. Inside the house the light was different, small lamps gilding familiar furniture into something soft and improbable. It was the only place where the weather couldn't lie, where rules held, even when the rules themselves were being debated in whispers in rooms I wasn't supposed to be in yet. Alice was already there when I arrived, sitting at the kitchen island like she belonged to the architecture, her hands folded, her smile holding back an avalanche. She had that look she wore when a future had arranged itself to be pleasant and she was merely enjoying the surprise. The lamplight caught the planes of her face. For a fraction of a second I found myself watching the wave fractured across her skin, how the pale became luminous and the light refracted into an almost unreasonable clarity, an effect that should have seemed like evidence against every rumor. I had been the rumor catcher on Forks for a long time, the girl everyone assumed had a hunger for strange things. But the truth had a weight I hadn't anticipated. She patted the space beside her, a small, precise invitation. I sat, though my heart was loud in my ears, and even in the ordinary hush of the house I felt exposed. The Cullens moved through the rooms differently from humans. They belonged to each other and to a stillness that made my own thoughts, jagged and orphaned, stand out. I wanted the comfort of that stillness. I also wanted Alice's nearness the way you want warmth when you've been alone too long, necessary and painful. "How did it feel?" she asked. But even before she spoke I knew she couldn't mean the weather or the drive. Her eyes were sharp, the gray of storm-lit glass, and for a breath I wondered if she was seeing the same memory I kept replaying, the sunfall across her cheek earlier, the small, ridiculous proof that vampires in Forks were, in some ineffable detail, not human. The thing about Alice's sight was that it was never just glimpses of gray possibilities, it had always been a choreography. Now the cadence stuttered. It felt impossible to keep to reality, I said. Like all the edges of me softened. Like standing at an open door and smelling a different life. She glanced down at her own hands as if surprised to find them empty of the future she too had been smelling. I saw you, she said simply. In my head. 100 different rooms, 100 different winter nights. Her voice trembled with a memory I couldn't see. I kept thinking I had it, where you belonged, what you would choose. And then everything started to shatter. She said shatter as if the word had texture. There was a small, animal sound in her throat. It could have been a laugh, could have been a sob. I reached for her hand before I thought about it and found the skin cool and real under my palm. That coolness usually made me nervous, beauty and hunger inextricable, but right then it was a tether. What do you see now? I asked, because what else do you ask someone who claims to hold the map? Not a map, she said. An atlas with pages missing. The places I used to turn to for certainty are blank. I can feel patterns where there should be lines. I can see the edges of choices you will make, danger, devotion, cruelty, sacrifice, but I can't trace the steps that lead from one to the other. Her words were both confession and accusation. The same ability that had drawn the Cullen family into me like a compass needle had become unsettled by me. The idea was both flattering and terrifying. If I was a rupture in her sight, what else would I break? I should have been angry, at fate, at the monsters who had made my life complicated, at myself for wanting the very thing that might unmake me. Instead there was a small, foolish surge of tender pride, the same pinch I felt when someone noticed the vulnerability I tried to hide. Alice watched my face as if trying to read the map printed on my skin. If tomorrow asked us to give everything, she said slowly, like testing a new word in her mouth, what would you give? The question was theatrical and intimate, the kind that opens up a hollow and lets the night drop in. I thought of Charlie, of his weathered face in the kitchen light, of his steady, ordinary mercy. I thought of the sand and La Push, the quiet bones of the Quillet land, the thrum of history there that wasn't mine but that would judge me for any choice that crossed its borders. Love, in Forks, had a geography. I would give a lot, I admitted. But I don't know if everything includes the rest of my life. I don't know if I could choose. You could be a vampire, Alice said, so soft I could have missed it if my heart hadn't wrenched at the syllable. She didn't speak of it in the warming, curious way the rest of the Cullens sometimes joked about immortality. Her voice was folded in two places, the practical one that knew the costs and the childish one that had never stopped wanting to protect. I had known this possibility since I knew what a vampire could be. It wasn't a secret. It wasn't even an option that had never been discussed. But those conversations had always been clinical, risks, ethics, the precedents Carlyle cited with a voice like a judge. What made Alice's suggestion different was the way she said it like it was a truth she'd been trying to teach herself. You don't have to say anything now, she whispered. I know how heavy the word is. I know what you'd be losing as much as what you'd be gaining. But she had said it, and the name of the choice hung between us like condensation on glass. I thought of being unchanged and fragile, of the immediate warmth of human life, pain and all, and I thought of a life where my hunger wouldn't be a secret, where danger took a different shape. There is a kind of immortality that strips away the messy layers of being weak and leaves only the polished, terrible parts. It sounded both magnificent and monstrous. Would you want it from me? I asked. The question was a child one, a testing. I wanted to know if her devotion was a wish or a promise. Her smile broke into something fierce. I would rather lose the Cullens than lose you, she said. There was ferocity in the way she named me, as if stating the fact made it iron. I would rather stand naked in front of Sam and tell him he was right, that I had chosen poorly, than let anything happen to you. That admission framed everything else, family loyalty and the danger of the pack, the ethics Carlyle would hem and haw about, Rosalie's hard management of her contempt. Alice's willingness to choose me over them all made the danger more personal. If she could promise that, what would stop us from leaping? Do you understand what the pack would do? I asked because the future was not only my own evaporation of life. The pack protected its people by rules older than any of ours. Sam's voice could harden the quilt land into a blade. If I stepped from human to something else without their blessing, if the Cullens provoked them even in defense, there would be consequences rippling long past my choosing. Do you think I don't? Her voice went thin then, the confident veneer peeling. I see them at the edge, like currents underwater. I see the ridge when someone steps too far, the first stones to shift. But I can't see what happens after the stones fall. That is the terrifying part. She folded into her own hands, eyes looking beyond the kitchen, through the house, out to all the landscapes where futures are made. Her fear looked almost younger than I expected, like the Alice who had been told she would always know, who had never learned how to hold not knowing. I reached up and touched her cheek. Her skin was cool and real and absent of warmth, and the contact surprised me with its intimacy. She smiled, uncertain, the broken kind of smile that made her look not omniscient but marvelously human. If I can't see it, she said, I will make new futures. I will force the world into a shape that will fit us. The sentence contained both promise and threat. She wasn't speaking of controlling fate, she meant rewiring it, risk by risk. I could see the plan taking form in her eyes, methodical and reckless at once. It frightened me and filled me with a heat that was not simply desire. It felt like salvation offered with hands that might scorch. What would you do? I asked. She listed possibilities like a game. Run, which meant leaving Forks and Charlie and everything that had taught me how to be human. Hide me in some place where the pack couldn't find evidence, swapping one kind of exile for another. Break with her family, which would fracture whatever fragile balance they had achieved with the town and the world. Ask Carlyle to change his vows and perform the transformation clandestinely. Arrange a confrontation, force the pack's hand and make them see us in a new light. Each idea had consequences that wrenched at my stomach. Each idea was a kind of violence, either against my life as it was or against the people who loved me. And what about you? I demanded. In all those plans, what do you give up? For a beat she was the girl who knew everything, full of detached possibility. Then the ferocity returned, sharper than the first. I give up certainty. I give up the ability to sleep without wondering if I'd destroyed something by keeping it safe. I give up their approval. I give up the idea that my visions make it so wrong could be avoided. I would keep you, even if I had to lose everything else to do it. She made it sound like a blade swallowed whole. The room hummed with the weight of her vow. It shouldn't have been comforting, it should have unmoored me further, because promises like that demanded reciprocation I wasn't sure I could make. I thought of Charlie, of the simple integrity in his small gestures, like making coffee just the way I liked it, plucking lint from a shirt. Could I strip my life down and rebuild it as something else and still keep the sweetness in his ordinary love? Do you know what I want? I asked, and the question came out as a confession. I don't know if I want immortality. But I know I want permission to be desired. To be sought. To not be the problem, the hazard, the thing to be debated. Alice's face changed in a way that made me forget the storm outside. Her expression folded into an almost delicate awe, as if hearing a psalm she didn't know she'd written. You are desired, she said simply. I desire you. It is not a meteorology of morality, it is a fact. To be named so plainly by someone who had watched so many lives spin at the edge of possibility was like being given light. I wanted to tell her that desire was not currency to be spent, that I was not a ledger entry in anyone's plan. But the truth was that the turquoise flicker in my chest was not about being wanted as much as being chosen. Being chosen made me feel less like a passive body and more like an actor in my own life. Suppose we tried something smaller, I said after a while, because the image of wholesale sacrifice terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. Not running away, not ripping the bandage off of everything. Suppose we test things. Walk till all pushed together and see how long we can stand at the edge before someone notices. Let Carlyle examine me again. Test the pack's patience with subtlety. Alice's eyes lit with a sliver of hope, the kind that had carried her through nights of uncertain futures before. A series of small gambles, she said. I could live with that. The smaller the steps, the less I break the map. But the pack won't view subtleties the same way, I warned. They don't care about processes. To them, a single line crossed is what matters. You said that yourself. There are always lines you can draw where someone else sees none, she whispered. Her voice had the thrill of someone learning how to measure her own courage. I will choose the edge that keeps us intact. There was an honesty in her determination that made me ache. To be the fulcrum of such resolve is flattering and crushing. I wanted to believe her, wanted to let the thought of some careful rebellion carry me into sleep. But the truth nagged like a hunger in my ribs. There was a thing I hadn't named, fear of myself, of what I might be willing to lose. Sometimes I suspected I would give everything away to stay close to the people who wanted me, because being desired rewired my concept of self-worth in a way that was both miraculous and dangerous. So we make small wars for now, I said finally, testing the phrase like it might be a talisman. We take measurements. We see what we can endure. And if tomorrow asks for everything, what if we are the ones who ask? Alice finished for me, and the way she said it made my breath stop. Her eyes were ferocious, luminous. What if we push the world so that tomorrow has no choice but to take everything? What if I make a future where you cannot be left behind? Her words were a promise without details, a dangerous sufficiency. I imagined her, in the bright clarity of her intentions, bending the fabric of days. It was a beautiful arrogance, and I wanted it to be true with the kind of humor that scares you. We sat in the kitchen, hands still touching, listening to the rain rearrange the town outside. The house around us hummed with the presence of others, Edward's watchful absentness, Carlyle's steady ethic, Rosalie's disapproval like a low current, each a reason to be wise. But Alice's conviction was a warmth that felt inevitable. It pulled me toward a precipice that glinted like glass. In the distance, beneath the rain, I thought I heard the sea answer, a low, rolling sound that belonged to La Push. The sound tightened something in my chest and, for the first time since I'd walked into the house, the choice didn't seem merely about me. It was a nun of loyalties and identities, of towns and tidderpools and the strange people who had become mine. It was about whether I would stay human and risk losing them, or become something else and risk losing Charlie and everything he represented. Alice squeezed my hand like a small, fierce benediction. If tomorrow asks for everything, she said, we will give it. But we will not be careless about it. There was a steadiness in that vow that felt like an anchor and a threat all at once. I nodded because nodding felt like a future-making gesture. Outside, the rain kept speaking in its honest, indifferent language. Inside, we were constructing a plan fragile and combustible as glass. Tomorrow we'll ask, Alice murmured again, almost to herself. Then we should be ready, I answered, and the words sounded like an oath. We made our pact in silence after that, not with words so much as with the slow intertwining of fingers and the small, sure breaths two people take when they decide they will do harm to keep each other safe. The Cullens house wrapped itself around us, warmth, restraint, and threads of argument waiting to be tugged. I slept with my hand on the surface of the bed, in that small afterglow of someone chosen, and for the first time since everything started blurring, I thought I might let tomorrow ask. Chapter 17, Rosalie's Mirror. The room smelled faintly of her, perfume that was almost floral and never quite human. Rain stitched pale threads against the window. Forks was a world of wet glass and gray, and in that light Rosalie looked like an accusation carved into flesh. She stood by the tall mirror, one hand resting on its gilded frame as if steadying herself, and motioned for me to come closer as if what she intended to say could be said only face to face. I walked until the space between us was small enough to let the heat of her presence do what words could not. Up close, Rosalie's skin was flawless, porcelain without the fragility of it. Her eyes, the color of stormlight, were closed for a second as if a memory passed across them. When she looked at me, there was no cruelty, there simply was an absence of the pity I had been braced to meet. She had always been the one to wear contempt like armor, but tonight it was something else, earned resignation and a particular kind of patience. The mirror set two of us against the rain. Rosalie's reflection looked back at me with a calm that bordered on ritual. She did not smile. She did not make a speech. She folded the truths into a handful of sentences, deliberate and raw. "I know what it means to be changed," she said. "I know, because I have lived through it." She stepped aside so that I could see my face framed by her silhouette. My reflection looked tired, more transparent than usual. Charlie's house and his steady routines had been good medicine against the world's edges, but my nights at the Cullen house and the quiet between Alice's fingers had been taking something else from me. Rosalie watched me study myself and then spoke of the parts of the bargain people never seemed to notice. "You would be beautiful forever," she said. "You would never be ill, never age, never watch the skin around someone you loved go slack and numb. You would be powerful in ways human bodies cannot imagine. You would move through the world with a strength that rewrites what you can endure. You would be safe from a lot of trivial cruelties." It would sound like an answer if she had left it there. But she didn't, and I had come to expect no softness from her truth. "But you would also lose things that are not trivial. You would lose the small proofs of being alive, the way exhaustion folds you after a day and makes sleep an honest thing, the aching that comes with loving someone through years and seeing them change, and not just through the lenses I can offer by doing what I've done. You would never hold your own child, never watch a wrinkled hand learn to tremble with age and then become something you knew you should celebrate. You would be the same forever. For some that is salvation, for others it is a sentence." Roiled between the lines of her voice was her own history. She rarely hid it. It showed like a compass bearing. Her face sharpened as if she were cutting away a softer lie. "They did not offer me that choice when I was human." She said it without elaboration, and the room leaned toward the memory with a kind of careful cruelty. I had thought, for a long time after my change, that I could etch away the shape of my former life with golden evenings and laughter. And it filled places I did not know needed filling for me. But it's not the same as being given what you loved and keeping it. I don't pretend otherwise. I don't ask you to pretend I don't mourn. That's not how this works. I wanted to tell her then that I had not come for platitudes. I had come because Alice had reached for me across futures that broke and remade themselves like glass, and because the space around her had become a hollow I wanted to step into. I wanted to tell her the way Alice's fingers fit into mine fit into something like truth, that I loved the way Alice's skin caught light and turned it into impossible small flames. I wanted to tell her how Edward's watchful hand sometimes felt like armor I wanted and like restraint I resented. Instead I listened. Rosalie's voice measured the concrete with a businesslike cruelty. "There are practical things people do not talk about until they have to," she said. "Will you be able to leave Charlie? Will you want to? He is a man who will notice what is gone. People in Forbes will whisper, there will be eyes on you in ways there aren't now. There are also complications with the pack. Wolves do not tolerate our kind as a rule. They tolerate bodies that die. They will see changing you as a provocation if they decide you have been hunted or prepared for conversion. You bring them danger by existing between our worlds, and sometimes their loyalty means violence." Her hand strayed to the edge of the mirror as if to steady something else, the image I had in my head of Jacob running on the beach toward a fight. The pack's presence at La Push had been sharpening, and the rumor mill of Forbes had added its small, cutting teeth to everything. Charlie had begun to ask more questions. His suspicions were a slow sort of hunger that would not be sated by denial forever. Rosalie's tone did not rise. She listed risks as if reading a ledger. "If you become like us, Carlyle will help you live with moral code and restraint," she said. "He does not do miracles. He will teach you science and government and how to maintain what is closest to a conscience in a body that does not tire. Edward will be what he always is, protective, calculating, trying to own the calculus of safe transitions. Some of us will never be convinced and will argue anything that reduces risk. Jasper will be fragile around your blood. Proximity is not a philosophical thing for him. And there is the hunger. No one likes to discuss hunger the way it deserves. It is not only a physical pulling, it is an ethical test every time you stand near someone you will yet care for." She did not lecture me about weakness. She stated things that had been lived by the people around her. I could see images as her words laid them down: Carlyle in the library at the Cullen house poring over medical texts, Edward pacing like a predator around Hazard, Jasper flinching half a heartbeat too late. Esme holding people together even when she wanted to break them. Emmett swearing in a corner about perimeter and protection. Rosalie had watched all of that, had been in arguments and walks and midnight councils, and her finality was as weary as a person who had seen the same wound heal poorly over and over. Then she looked at me in a way that made my knees remember they were mortal. "The thing you must understand more than anything," she said, "is why you would say yes. Is this about being wanted? About escaping a life that feels like a slow burning? Are you choosing to become something else because you think it will fix you? Because if it is, you will find that becoming does not mend the hollows you bring inside yourself. You will still be you." It landed like a stone. It suggested that the flame I wanted to step into with Alice was not only about desire, maybe it was partly a patch for the parts of me I called ugly and small. Rosalie had never been one to hand out mercy, now she aimed a sharper thing, an honesty that bruised. "You are not a thing to be fixed by conversion," she said. "We will not owe you completeness because we turned you. We can give you safety, yes, and years, possibly centuries. We can promise companionship and a place at a family table shaped around rules meant to protect. But we cannot promise that the feelings that made you reach for us will be satisfied simply by offering yourselves." I thought of Alice, the way her futures had once come like panels of glass that slid into place, and how those panels now skittered away from her when I stepped near. Rosalie's next words reached into that frightened place. "And there is unpredictability," she said. "Alice cannot see around you with her gift. You have already made what should have been certain into something dangerous because the future is no longer a solid plane. We move by probability and habit and a careful reading of risk. When sight fails, we must rely on other methods. You must be prepared to be the variable we cannot control." She did not say it lightly. The Cullens had been reduced to arguing about containment and temptation, about whether to move me deeper into their bubble or pull back to Charlie's world entirely. There were faces that argued for stealth, there were faces that wanted to fight for the principle of keeping a human safe at any cost. Rosalie had been one of those voices that argue restraint not out of fear of missing out but out of the calculation of cost. "You love Alice," I said then, because despite my attempts to be anything but transparent, Rosalie had to know. My voice came out thin and earnest and small, and for a moment I thought I would begin to cry. Love was the soft place where my anger and cowardice both went quiet. She considered me. The light in the window pooled in the corner. "You love her," she said softly, and the softness in her was a knife, dangerous because it acknowledged something she had no reason to acknowledge. "That is not nothing. That is not worthless. But it is not everything. If you become what you think will make you worthy, and you find that what you sought is changed by the very act of obtaining it, what then? You cannot go back. You cannot find the life you left and say you regret it." There was no sermon after that, only a list of conditions as if she were drafting terms of service. "If you wanted to be transformed to be with Alice," she said, "then plan to leave Charlie forever. Not run from him, or let him think he's simply drifted. Do it with his knowledge if you can. If you cannot, be prepared for ways guilt will take you even without his eyes. Expect the town to notice absences, expect the pack to ask questions. Expect that even within our house there will be arguments about how much to shelter you." Rosalie's bluntness there felt like honesty practiced on its own skin. "I have seen what happens when people fail to understand the scale of these things," she said. "People get hurt. Families fracture. Secrets have a way of souring the things they were meant to preserve." Her last words were not sharp, they were spared and painful and personal. "Whatever you choose, make sure the reason you choose it is yours," she said. Not a plea for someone else to rescue you, not a hunger for being beloved enough to fill emptiness, not an inability to bear the ordinary ache of living. Choose because you have accepted the measure of what you will lose, and you will live in that acceptance. Choose because you willingly join us, not because you want us to make you whole. When she left me there, I touched the mirror. My fingers met cool glass and then the echo of a face that was both mine and not. Rosalie's reflection lingered in the glass, not as a warning exactly but as a stage on which the decisions would be played. I could see the vague interior of the Cullen house behind her, a lamp, a book, a place where someone still kept their hands in living things. It made the possible futures as sharp as broken ice. Why this feels brutal is because she meant it to be. Rosalie was not trying to persuade me one way or the other. She was forcing me to meet the arithmetic of consequence, to do what I had been avoiding since Alice had put out her hand. Her words were a mirror polished until it hurt to look. I left her room without making a promise. The rain had grown louder. Forks, ever loyal to its wet weather, seemed intent on washing everything clean, as if a flood could erase the edges of impossible choices. In the hallway the house was quiet in the way a thing holds its breath, and for a moment I thought the world had itself paused to wait for the answer I had not yet formed. I thought of Alice's smile when the sun had split across her face that time, of the way she had offered me a hand in futures that shimmered and slid away. I thought of Charlie's careless mugs, of the packed low-slung figures at La Push, of Jasper flinching at proximity. I knew the ingredients of the life ahead if I chose immortality, and the life I would leave like a burning house if I chose otherwise. Rosalie's mirror did not tell me what to do. It only made the cost visible. As I pushed through the front door into the rain, my hair went damp and my skin warmed to the shock. Somewhere down the road a dog barked, the sound oddly small in the world that was rearranging itself around me. I could feel Alice's absence like a presence, a pressure making the air thin. Inside my pocket my phone buzzed once, an inconsequential, human sound that felt massive in the gray expanse of the night. I did not check it. Instead I let the rain soak me until I was damped through and began to realize that waiting was a kind of motion. Each passing hour shaped the choices that would be offered and those that would be demanded. The mirror had done its work. It had made the future inevitable, not by giving shape to what would happen but by refusing to let me pretend any longer that I could choose without knowing the price. When I looked back through the wet glass at the Cullen house, Rosalie's window was dark. The house itself seemed to hum, a careful machine of loyalties, rules, and danger. I did not yet know whether I would step into it as a newcomer forever or turn away to keep simple human time. I only knew the truth she had handed me. Every life has a currency, and turning mine into someone else's coin would spend more than I had imagined. The rain drew me toward La Push as if the tide had begun to pull me into its argument, and somewhere under the sound of water and wind the thought settled, sharp and inevitable. The pack would not wait forever. The family would not either. Choices, once visible, do not soften with delay. I walked until the road blurred and the house receded and the reflection Rosalie had set in the mirror resolved into one stubborn thing, a question I could no longer refuse. Chapter 18, A Small War. The rain had a way of erasing fine things in forks, edges, solidity, the certainty of where one life ended and another began. That morning it turned the road into pewter and smudged the world into watercolor. I could feel the damp through my jeans when I stepped out into it, the small sting of the cold like an accusation. I was late for breakfast because I had sat too long beside Alice, watching the light break across her face the way it always did when the day found her first. A stray shaft of sun had cut through the clouds and been captured by her skin, broken into slivers of color that leapt and slid along her cheek. For a breath I had thought it belonged to some great trick of reflection or, less credibly, that my own eyes were inventing miracles to justify staying. Then the laughter she gave, soft and quick, wasn't laughter at me but at the way the light had made her look like stained glass. She offered her hand as easily as she offered her smiles, and it had been a small, explosive kind of permission. The touch was cool and steady. It felt like falling and landing in a room that would not let you go. I left with her fingers against my palm because my skin recalled it all day, an ache that wasn't mine and wouldn't be mollified by distance. By the time I reached the road that ran past the edge of town, the first piece of the small war was already visible. A truck had been nudged sideways along the guardrail. It had caved as though something had slapped it with animal force. The driver, a man from the supply store, sat on the curb with his head in his hands. His jacket was splattered with a dark, reddish brown that didn't quite look like oil. I knew that staying before the Cullens arrived, knew it because my mind supplied the image of fur along the metal and teeth where rubber should be, but I couldn't make sense of my body prying that picture out of the gray until Edward's voice, tight, efficient, urgent, cut through. We were already a cluster of stillness in the rain. Carlyle's expression was as unreadable as glass. Esme stood near him, hands flexed as if to hold someone who might stumble. Emmett's arms folded, a wall of solid impatience. Rosalie's jaw was hard, the way it always grew when she smelled danger next to tenderness. Jasper kept his distance, like a man listening for thunder from some storm he had lived through before. Alice hovered near me like a hummingbird, her fingers brushing my sleeve, her eyes flicking to the road and then away again. She had already told me once that the futures around me splintered differently now, that what she saw in the bright, ordered corridors of time had begun to break. Today she looked like someone tried to gather the shards into a pattern that refused to hold. "An injured wolf," Carlyle said, lower than anyone else, studying a word that could fray. He was dragged across the hood. Sam's dogs had left prints in the mud where the truck had skidded, deep grooves that ended in a wet shoulder and then disappeared into the trees. There was a smear of gray and white fur across the bumper. The man from the store said, haltingly, that he had seen something huge, then smaller, then a person running. People spoke after such incidents with the thinness of people who wanted to protect themselves from what they had almost seen. I watched the Cullens watch that man and felt the heat of a delicate, dangerous calculus taking place behind their eyes. Everything mattered, the distance from La Push, Charlie's patterns of neighborhood watch, where the trucks traveled at night. "Testing," Emmett said, blunt as always. His voice carried the weight of someone who believed that things should be solved with muscle and that the problem with tests was they'd always demanded an answer. "They're marking borders." Alice's hand tightened on my sleeve. I looked down and saw her knuckles blanch, the thin white of them startling against the fabric of my coat. She did not say she had seen it. She didn't have to. Her silence told me more than any certainty would have. The futures she wanted to offer me were thin. When she reached for them, her fingers sometimes closed on air. The incidents multiplied with the quiet, insistent cruelty of rain falling. A car was discovered with its engine ripped out and its interior scorched, the driver's face white as though the heat had reached his bones. A delivery to the Cullen compound meant for the family pantry arrived empty. The boxes were slashed and gone. At night a trail of footprints, too big for any human shoe, traced the property line and then stopped at the river, as if someone had decided the water was the only place to hide a footprint with nothing on it. When I came home in the afternoons, the house felt tighter than it used to. There were more conversations that folded into themselves when I entered the room, half-formed plans and then conscious restraint, like waves held at bay by a dam. Edward would stand by the window and watch the road with a kind of desperate concentration. Carlyle would call for quiet, for reason, for a measured response. Rosalie argued for distance and for firmness. She saw me as something to be barricaded or altered. Jasper's face would blank and then return, and I watched the old storms pass behind his eyes with a tenderness that frightened me because it made what he feared a possibility with edges. The pack was choosing increments. I could see it in how they pushed, not enough to force a full-on battle, not yet, but enough to make living in the space between human and other impossible. The stolen supplies hurt in a way I hadn't realized that could be hurt. The missing bandages and antibiotics were practical. They were also a message. It was like a hand being placed on the line of my life and testing to see whether the thing inside would flinch. That night the injured wolf showed up closer. He was a young male, his ribs quick and wet against the rain undercoat. His muzzle twitched when he smelled us, and when Alice reached out to touch him he flinched, a human reflex, a memory of hands and threats. Carlyle said quietly that he should not have been on his own. Sam's caution had been one of the pack's principles. I wanted to tell him I knew the difference between necessity and performance. I wanted to say that these were not random acts but a conversation, one that could be answered in many voices. Inside the house we debated. Emmett wanted to send a message that would hurt back. Rosalie wanted to take me away somewhere far and private where no one could test the perimeter. Jasper's anxiety seemed to thicken the air. His hand found mine, and it was a small, odd comfort to feel the tremor in him, like an animal that remembered being tamed only intermittently. Edward argued for the long view, stability, containment, a strictly human life extended as long as possible without burning my place to ash. Carlyle asked questions about law and medicine and ethics, which always sounded like a rope thrown into a churning river, a promise that we could hold on without losing ourselves. Alice watched me from her chair as if I were a map. She spoke rarely. When she did it was to drop small, bright ideas into the conversation, detours, misdirections, contingencies. She liked to fold futures like paper cranes, offering them to me with a smile that might have been brighter if it weren't lined with worry. I understood then what everyone else already knew in their own ways. Selfishness was not always about wanting more of something. Sometimes it was the desperate desire to keep something intact because the fear of losing it made everything else unbearable. We tried to secure the house better. We moved supplies to underground caches and set more watch at night. Carlyle talked about minimizing risk without creating impossible conditions for me to live under. The pack's increments remained surgical. They took a tool, placed it where we would notice, and then withdrew, waiting for our reaction like surgeons waiting to see if a cauterized wound would reopen. It was Alice who broke the pattern that had held us together for the better part of a week. She took my hand in the library, no fanfare, no conspiratorial whispering, just the gathering together of fingers, her nails cool against my palm. It was intimate in a way that made the room narrow, the rest of the world sliding away until it was only us and the rain. She said, in a voice that belonged to someone speaking through glass, that she had seen a future where the pack's ultimatum came like the tide, visible, inexorable, and washing clean everything that stood in its way. But the image shattered as she held it, like a vase taken too quickly from a shelf. The clarity split into possibilities and then into nothing. She could not tell me which strand of the future would be my own. I wanted to blame it on my presence, that my pulsating, mortal blood was a knife through the fabric of time, that she had said before that her sight had begun to falter for reasons she couldn't always explain. I had wanted the sight to keep me safe, to give me a path that didn't lead through pain. Her hands were steady on mine, and it was enough and not enough. We had had the strange, heady luxury of making plans in a world that was not meant for people like me. Now plans either broke into smaller, meaner pieces or expanded into choices that asked too much of anyone who cared enough to make them. "You are wanted," she said finally, and she didn't sound like a prophecy so much as a vow. There was no one correct word to hold all the things they meant, desire and danger and shelter wrapped so tightly they had trouble breathing. "They are counting the cost," she added, the edges of her words sharp and private. Her desire for me was a mirror that showed how mortal I felt, raw, easy to wound, full of sudden hunger. I wanted to be brave enough to tell her that I preferred cold skin to the warmth I'd always known, that the timbre of her concern softened something raw and urgent inside me. But saying that was like stepping out into the rain without a coat. The weather of the world had already decided to punish such exposure. There were small victories and small humiliations. At the store I tried to buy the basic supplies myself and felt the town's eyes settle on me, some curious, some suspicious. Charlie's calls increased. He wanted to know where I had been, who I had been with. He did not keep the world together the way he tried. He was a man with a lamp in the dark, and sometimes the lamp was too far from what I needed lighted. When the pack left a message it looked like something you'd expect from them, deliberate and plain. A row of empty cans placed along the property line, each dented and arranged like a sentence, "We will not be pushed out." It was childlike and terrifyingly blunt. Sam's leadership was not subtle when he needed to be heard, and the Cullens read it as both challenge and ultimatum. The family meeting that night was long and quiet and full of angling for positions like hunters shifting weight before a charge. Rosalie pointed toward a solution that tasted of iron: take Bella away, somewhere the pack couldn't find. Emmett wanted to punch holes in the logic. Jasper proposed a rotation of watches and a plan for when the inevitable violence happened, an attempt to manage the storm. Carlyle argued for legal counsel and an attempt at negotiation. He believed that morality sometimes had to be seen even when it would cost. Edward looked at me the way one might look at glass, knowing its fragility and how to handle it without crushing it. He wanted to preserve me in the round world of human life, to keep me as I was for as long as possible. That was love, too, fierce and practical. I listened and felt the map of my choices shifting beneath me. Immortality hovered like an open door at the edge of a cliff, alluring for a future I could share with Alice, terrifying for the distance it would place between me and the man who had taught me how to love without letting the world become small. Sacrifice had become a vocabulary I could not escape, not only the Cullens' willingness to bend rules for me, but my own feeling that to be with Alice required me to trade something fundamental, my father's certainty, my ordinary skin, for a self that belonged to two different kinds of knights. I thought about identity then, not as this single, proud flag, but as the wet, layered thing it actually was, cloth-sodden and flexible, catching drips and drying differently depending on who held it. Was I the girl who had arrived in Forks to be safe and ordinary, who had wanted a slow life? Or was I the woman who felt, with a tireless certainty, that cold lips and warm heart might be the only real home I had been offered? Late, the rain stopped. The world became clearer in the awkward, bright way it does after a storm, all sounds amplified. From the road came the low, steady sound of engines, more trucks arriving than should have been, figures moving with deliberate, practiced caution. Alice stood so close to me that I could feel the small, thrilling texture of her skin against my sleeve. She didn't have a plan that could be stated without betraying how incomplete her visions had become. She had, instead, a certainty that was more dangerous for being purely hers, that I belonged with her. There was no timetable for how much that certainty could demand. She took my hand then, the way she had before, and this time there was no room for hesitation between her fingers and mine. "We have to go to La Push," she said, not a question. Her words were both a promise and a summons. I knew what La Push meant, the tide line, the cold, the pack all gathered into a unity that was more than a collection of bodies. I knew, too, that going there was stepping into the space where boundaries were enforced without mediators, where ultimatums could become law. I thought of Charlie at home, of a life that smelled of coffee and oil and small, human cares. I thought of Edward and Carlyle and their steady, ethical hands. I thought of Rosalie's hard face and Jasper's haunted eyes and Emmett's easy violence. I thought, too, of Alice and the way the light had refracted on her skin like a thing that belonged to another world. When she looked at me, something fierce and terrible and breathtaking moved through her. The rest of the world, herding dogs in dented trucks, stolen supplies, and the gradually tightening circle of townspeople, drew into a narrower frame. It was not a decision made cleanly, decisions never were. It was a step toward a possible future and away from certain comforts, toward risk and the possibility that whatever I chose would not only change my life but split the quietness between the Cullens and Quillud forever. I said yes. My voice was small, the night swallowed it. The rain had left the world washed and almost bright as if it were trying hard to be innocent. Alice squeezed my fingers once, hard enough that the sting registered in my chest, and then she moved to the door as though she had already decided the route we would take. Behind me the house hummed with things unsaid and plans postponed, and in the distance, where the tide met the sound like a sound that had been waiting a long time to speak, the line between what could be kept and what would be lost into a single, dangerous edge. Chapter 19, Alice Fractured. She stopped in the middle of the hallway like the air itself had cut her off. One foot in the dim living room, one on the small runner that led to the sunroom, and her face turned toward the window as if the gray sky had spoken her name. Rain rattled a steady percussion against the glass. Outside everything was the color of old charcoal. Inside, Alice's skin took whatever light there was and threw it back in shards, pale as bone but not flat, as if the rain had scoured away pigment and left possibility. For a second I thought I was watching someone translucent breathe, the way the veins near her temple looked absurdly, tenderly alive. Then her eyes went distant in a way that always made my stomach drop. I'd learned the subtle signs, the blink that slowed, the little tightening of her hands, the way her lips parted as if she were listening to something only she could hear. She tried to smile once, thin and bright the way she had when she'd taken my hand the first time in the school hallway and led me into secret futures we were both curious to test. That smile broke like glass. What she saw tore the room open. It wasn't one clear picture. It came at me in a way only she could ever have made sense of, an angle, a sound, a texture. I felt it as much as I saw it, cold sand under my palms, the salt of the ocean on the back of my throat, the stars smoothed into a bruise. Then emotion too fast to name. A hand, too many hands, clawing. And the bright, warm color of blood when wet on wet hair. I couldn't breathe. I had to force my lungs to do their ordinary, oxygenated work. And then, as abruptly as it started, it dissolved. Not folded, not finished, erased. Like a photograph burned away by a careless thumb. The scene rounded into blankness the way a tide takes away a footprint, and Alice's face was stripped clean of whatever had painted it. She looked like a person who had been holding her breath for too long and had finally let it out all at once. Not this, she said without sound, the words living behind her teeth. Her hands found the top of the armchair, her knuckles were white. For a moment she was lightheaded, a small girl who'd glimpsed something terrible beneath her bed. Then anger came quick and hot, sharp against the brutal calm she usually wore like armor. I hate it, she snapped, more at the world than at anyone. I hate it. I don't want this anymore. It lies. It lies and then it deserts me. She laughed, too high, like rain on a tin roof. Is that what a gift is? Something that leaves you when you need it most? The Cullens had been quietly purposeful tonight, dinner early, papers put away, the house made to look like an ordinary refuge from ordinary storms. Edward was in the kitchen, his profile a carved thing against the microwave light, jaw clenched in a way that made me think of things that weren't words. Carlyle's footsteps were muffled. Esme had slid into the doorway with the practiced gentleness of someone who knows when to yield and when to steady. But nobody moved to take the small, raw thing from Alice. We all knew she needed someone she trusted not to look away. I should have been afraid to touch her then. The rational part of me catalogued reasons like so many safety pins. Her eyes were unfathomable. She was not human. She could leave me bleeding with a shrug. But fear is porous in the face of people's weaknesses. She had been my shelter more often than not since I'd first discovered the way her silver-limbed smile could make the world stop being just ordinary. When she was breaking, my fear turned into something protective and greedy all at once. I stepped forward. My hand reached for her and found the small of her back as if by muscle memory. She flinched, then melted against me like warmth lodging into cold glass. It was an odd sensation, her skin cool under my palm, the surface flick and steady like polished marble, but the center of her so fragile it felt hollow. She pressed her face into my shoulder and exhaled in a way that rocked the air between us. "Don't leave me," she breathed. The sound was a private thing, almost swallowed by the rain. Her hands clutched the fabric of my shirt like anchors. Her head smelled of hairdresser spray and winter rain. There was no human scent to tether me, no pulse under her cheek, and yet I could feel the thrum of something that had nothing to do with blood, an ache that belonged to a heart that didn't beat. It made my skin go electric in the best and most terrible way. "Who did you see?" I asked, voice small because the room felt too big for grief and too crowded for answers. Alice pushed back enough to look at me. Her pupils, dilated to something impossible, made her iridescent eyes seem like the inside of a gem. There was a hollowness behind them I couldn't name, like a missing piece of the world she had always relied on. "It was you," she said. It was not accusation exactly, it was fact, brutal and plain. "I saw you, bleeding. I saw salt and surge and something that shouldn't have teeth." And then, she made a helpless sound and dropped her hands to her knees. Then it tore. It broke into pieces. I tried to follow one, then it shifted into another and then there was nothing and She looked small in that moment. Alice had always carried herself at an angle the world didn't quite match, dancing on the edge of the future she knew. Seeing her collapse like a person does not who can see tomorrow made something heavy settle in my chest. The thought that her ability could fail, that the only map she had for the safety of the people she loved could smudge and run, ripped at me. I thought, her voice broke like an old string. I thought it was always a gift. That if I understood everything ahead I could keep them safe. I thought seeing was the same as knowing what to do. But what if it's nothing but a trick? What if it leaves me when I need it the most? She was lashing out at fate, at whatever constellation of blood and decades had given her the sight. Her hands moved as if she could slap the future into place. Was it ever a gift, she demanded of nobody and everything? Or have I been carrying a curse? There was a fissure in her certainty that made my own ground shift. If Alice could be undone by one future, what did that say about the rest of us who relied on her to plan and protect? I thought of Carlyle's quiet assurances, of Rosalie's scorn that usually had the effect of making me wish I had thicker skin. I thought of Edward's restrained face and the way he had watched me the first time I came back to the house trembling because of the scent of snow. They were all invested in Alice's sight as a defense, their lives synchronized around the predictability she'd always offered. "You're not cursed," I told her, though my voice felt slim against the cavern of her fear. I meant it, I wanted to mean it. You can't be. You're you. You're the person who sees things for us. That hasn't changed. She laughed, a small, fragile sound. Hasn't it? Everything I could see used to be fine. I could see you grow up in 1,000 different ways, and none of them ever left like this. Now it's like trying to look through shattered glass. I won't let you go by yourself, I said. It startled me how absolute the words felt. I had always understood I would have to decide what kind of life I wanted, what I would be willing to risk, but I'd always thought the choice came later, abstract and distant. Holding Alice now, feeling the roughness of her soap and the halting beat of whatever people mean when they say, heart, for a creature without blood, I realized the choices tightened around me like a corset. She curled against me as if seeking shelter from her own eyes. You're a storm, she said, so softly I could have missed it. You pull futures into motion without meaning to, Bella. They spin, and then I can't hold them. The confession was both accusation and plea. The possibility that I was the axis around which her sight unstitched itself was heavier than grief. It made me angry at myself, at the small steady body that had been my home all my life. How selfish, I thought, to be someone worth so much trouble. If being with them meant tearing the family apart, if my existence frayed their certainty, what right did I have to cling to either of them? You are not a mistake, Alice said suddenly, fingers finding the line of my jaw. Her touch was cool but firm. Do not let them tell you otherwise. She looked at me as if seeing me for the first time. There was no private future hiding in her expression now, only present, awful tenderness. The thing in me that had wanted her smile like sunshine scrambled forward, and I had to still it like a child at the edge of a cliff. This was forbidden in ways that made the blood in my limbs boil and my chest ache, to be wanted by someone who lived on forever when I had time like a borrowed thing, to be the axis that might unmake the lives of people I had begun to call family. I don't know how to fix it, Alice admitted, her voice a cliff of honesty. I can try to patch futures, press images together until they make sense. But the more I try, the more they slip. It's like trying to hold water with two hands. I kissed her forehead because my hands would not stop moving even if my head wanted them to. Her skin was cool, but the gesture was mine and it landed like heat. She closed her eyes, and in that small dark fold I wanted to be the place she could retreat to when the world turned jagged. Behind us, footsteps moved in another room, Edward, perhaps, or Carlyle going to check on something mundane to delay the inevitable decisions no one wanted to voice. The house conspired in its polite silence. Outside the rain sharpened, as if the weather were listening. I can't promise you safety, Alice said finally, the words carved slow. I can try to see more, to stay closer, to hedge against things. But I can't promise I will always be right. And if my being wrong kills you, she stopped because she couldn't finish the sentence. Her hands clutched my shirt like an argument against fate. The idea of them gathered at La Push, the pack's faces hard and black, of Sam's quiet determination fueling decisions that had consequences for everyone, those images that had fluttered in and out of Alice's sight earlier returned as a single, thin, bright thread. It was the sort of thing that made choices sudden and irreversible. Then let it be together, I said. I didn't know if the words were brave or stupid. If we are going to break, we'll break together. Alice's breath hitched. For a moment she looked terrified of the promise, as if accepting it pulled a chain that could not be returned to its box. Then she nodded, slow and decisive, as if some stubborn, private rule inside her agreed with the madness. I will not let them take you because I cannot see, she whispered. The certainty in her tone was not born of visions, it was born of the kind of love that goes past seeing and becomes a daily, willful fight. We stood like that for a while, two things against a storm of futures neither of us could trust. The house held us between its walls the way a clamshell might hold a pearl, protective, fragile, inevitable. I felt small and monumental at once, mortal weight against immortal skin. When she finally pulled away enough to look at me, there was something new in her gaze, not the ease of the woman who always had tomorrow choreographed, but the raw, bright edge of someone who had chosen anyway. There was a flash after it broke, she said. Not a future, an echo. Sea salt, a low, white sky, and the smell of wet fur. I don't know what that means. I couldn't get to it. It felt like a voice behind a door. Her fingers tightened on my sleeve. The image she laid on the air was almost nothing, an impression without context, and yet it felt like a promise that the walls around us were only temporary. I wanted to ask her to tell me the last thing she had seen before the world had smudged away. I wanted to demand she promise me I would survive whatever teeth and tide it was that had brushed past her vision. But promises seem too small when futures are at stake. Instead, I rested my forehead against hers. Her skin was cool, steady as a stone, and in that cold I felt a warmth only she could conjure. It was foolish, dangerous, and utterly ours. Outside, the rain cried against the glass, indifferent and constant. Inside, Alice tilted her head back as if to look at a sky she could no longer map, and the quiet that spread between us tasted like consequence. She breathed my name into the hushed room, soft as a benediction and sharp as a dare. "We'll go to La Push together," she said. The words landed like pebbles on a still pond, and the ripples they made reached farther than the room could hold. Chapter 20. Promises We Do Not Sign. The house held its breath against the rain. Outside, forks blurred into a slow watercolor of gray, and the windows wore beads of water that dragged the light into thin, trembling lines. Inside, the air was warm in a deliberate, human way. Food simmered somewhere I could not name. The quiet clink of silver on porcelain floated from the kitchen, and the ordinary domesticity felt like a small, dangerous sanctuary. I sat at the long table with my hands folded and listened to the rain breathe on the roof, waiting for what Carlyle would say. He came in as he always did, soft, methodical, as if he were stepping into a hospital room rather than a family drawing room. His voice carried the same careful cadence, as if he measured each sentence for its human consequence. Esme glided after him, and she brought with her the domestic warmth that always made me feel like there were anchors in the world even when everything else threatened to unmoor me. She set a cup of tea in front of me. It steamed and smelled like chamomile and small mercies. You could have called this an intervention in any number of ways: a physician's consult, a mother's counsel, a family's trial. For me, it was the opening of a ledger that had numbers written in invisible ink. I had been living on the margins of decisions, on Alice's fractured glimpses and Edward's cold logic and Rosalie's scorn, but the ledger was filling. Carlyle was going to read from it. He began with facts because he could not help himself. Facts were where he started and where he returned. They were the scaffolding on which his ethics stood. He spoke about the mechanism in clinical terms that made the world shiver and then still, the venom, the rapid metabolic change, the way human tissue surrendered and reconstituted under its influence. He said the word change like it was a patient in need, like it could be coaxed or refused. He described the immediate medical risks, the shock to the heart as the venom gave no rhythm to catch, the oxygen debt that could create irrevocable damage, the very real possibility of the body failing entirely in the attempt. He did not sugarcoat the poetry of immortality. He catalogued the indignities and losses with the same sobering precision, the severing of future human milestones that would never be lived, the unending carriage of grief at every human ending you could not have because you were not there to watch it unfold, the calculus of who you might become in a world of endless narrowness. There was a pause, heady enough that I could feel the clock on the mantel trying to make itself useful. Esme watched me with a tenderness that hurt. She did not speak in the same way. She used her hands like a mother might use blankets, smoothing, tucking, offering. She reminded me that there were practicalities to think about: shelter, protection, the coddling of the fragile human body still acclimating to extraordinary stress. Her voice thrummed with the same maternal insistence that had always convinced the Cullens to do what love demanded even when it broke their own rules. This was the part where I expected arguments, the part where loyalties would be shouted rather than inscribed. Outside the house, conversations had already begun to harden into positions. I could hear, like a distant storm, mutters about duty and protection, Rosalie's rigid condemnation of the risk, Emmett's blunt, scrabbling alarm, Jasper's quiet recoil at the scent of instability. Edward had been a different presence entirely in the room. His face had a look I knew well. The siege of love tried to be reasonable. But here, alone with Carlyle and Esme, the debate had to be wrenched out into moral terms so we could name them for ourselves. Carlyle came, finally, to the part that mattered most to him and, in his way, most to me. He spoke about choice. He said that there were things they would not do for me and things they would not allow. He said, in the clear voice that had stopped my bleeding more than once and steadied Edward's fear, that no transformation could be administered without my consent. Not because it was legally binding, laws did not govern what we were, but because of the principle that had kept him whole when everything else had been so tempting to break. To compel a human into immortality was, in his mind, a violation that could not be repaired. It would be to take someone else's life and trade it for an imitation of the same, and he could not perform such an exchange. I thought I had been ready to argue with him. That I wanted to be. But when it came to the surface of my skin, where desire and fear ran like blood under the surface, I felt nothing but an odd, solemn gratitude. Carlyle's refusal to make the choice for me carried the weight of respect, which is a dangerous thing when you have felt so little of it in your life. If nothing else, it presumed I had the capacity to know what I wanted. That presumption was both terrifying and exhilarating. Esme's hand found mine over the table. For a flicker, she looked young and raw and old all at once, marriage and motherhood thinned by centuries of restraint. She reminded me that there were ways to hold me safe while I decided that sanctuary could be more than a sentence. She said that the family could and would protect me from the wolves at La Push and from the spill of gossip in Forks. She spoke of a small, stubborn ecology of care, the Cullens as a refuge against the exposure that would fracture my father and the town and the delicate politics with Sam and his pack. Her plea was less a petition than a promise. We will be here for as long as you need to decide. I wanted to mean those words. My throat tightened as if someone had clasped a band around my chest. I thought about Charlie's kitchen light through rain, about how ordinary he was and how his ordinary was an anchor that I couldn't cut without remembering the exact weight of his hand on my shoulder the day I left it. The promise I had delayed was not just to the Cullens or to myself. It sat like a ledger entry in my bones, to preserve the life I had known for Charlie, to keep my father from the grief of knowing his daughter had changed into something he could not understand. It was a private oath, tied up with sacrifice, loyalty, and a filigree of guilt. Carlyle's hands were folded, the picture of serenity, but there was a note in his voice that could not be softened. Time was moving. The world did not owe me pause. He spoke gently about the political reality of any change they might contemplate. To turn a human in secret was one thing, to turn a human who had ties to a town already watchful, to a pack already rattled, was another. The Quileute pack had already tightened its lines since the first skirmish on the edges. Sam's responses had been measured but increasingly swift. The small violent encounter that had bled into the edges of our lives had not been forgotten. If I became one of them, if the Cullens chose to make me immortal, it would be read as a provocation at La Push. It would be a statement, a recruitment, a thawing of old accords. The political implications flipped something cold and sharp under my breastbone. My choice was not mine alone. A promise I might make in a dark room would ripple across shores I could not see clearly. I felt the distance to La Push in the same way you feel the pull of tide to a single grain of sand, tiny but inexorable. The pack's ultimatum was turning into a drumbeat. Whether I stepped into immortality or refused it, there would be consequences beyond Carlyle's good intentions and Esme's shawls. And then there was Alice, her unstable sight like a compass with a broken needle. It had been an intimate, terrible gift to depend on her visions. They had been the map I used to walk through this territory. But her futures around me had cracked like old glass. She had told me, without the full language of what she could not see, that I was the center of a storm she could not chart. That was part of why we were gathered at this table now, and part of why my decision was suddenly public in ways that chilled me. Without Alice's foresight, the Cullens could not guarantee outcomes. Without her steady sketches of the future, anything new that we tried would be a gamble on the dark. It was small hypocrisies heaped into an unlovely mountain. We cannot change your future for you, Carlyle said. But we can change the conditions in which you make it. Esme's voice was a soft echo. They would keep me safe, they would nurse me, they would shelter my mistakes. They would not sign my name to immortality for me. I thought about the shape of promises, how you could keep some with a handshake and others required signatures that could never be erased. I had been postponing a signature because it felt like betraying parts of me that were human and still raw. But the truth, drawn out in Carlyle's teaching voice and Esme's coaxing warmth, was uglier and more complex. A promise I refused would be read as a refusal of them. A promise I accepted would recalibrate alliances made over generations. The ledger had become a map again, roads branching, each leading to different forms of cost. I wanted to ask where love fit into that calculus. That's the politician's question posed in private. How much do we give up for the person who keeps our heart beating? Love is not a currency the Cullens count in the same way they count risks, but that did not make it inert. Being loved by them had already rearranged the small topography of my life, evenings that hummed with polite laughter, a bed that was never exactly mine but always felt like shelter, a voice that could soothe the jaggedness of the day. Alice, particularly, had become a sun around which my better choices could revolve and my worst impulses could tumble into shadow. To betray or accept that warmth would alter me. I realized, sitting there with Carlyle's steady blue eyes and Esme's maternal sorrow, that the promise I had delayed was many things simultaneously. It was political because my existence mattered beyond my skin, it was ethical because no other being had the right to make the sacrifice for me, and it was utterly, horribly, tenderly personal because every decision would be made with the selfish instrument of love beating inside me. Choice was the only thing that felt like mine, and choice had become dangerous in its own right, because the longer I held onto it, the more others paid the price for my indecision. The blankets on the chairs seemed thin for the storm building outside. Every time Alice's laughter slid through the house like wind chimes, I remembered that the map she could not draw had left me vulnerable not just to wolves but to my own appetite. Jasper's proximity made me aware of how volatile desire could be, how my blood made treaties fray. Rosalie's judgment measured the practical ways in which the family could be destroyed by a single misstep. Emmlett's two-word solutions clenched at me like fists. Edward hovered in the margins of everything I did, protective enough to make me feel both cherished and caged. When Carlyle finished his catalogue of cautions and probabilities, there was a silence that felt like an invitation and an indictment. I had come to the Cullens table expecting the family to guide me, but what I wanted most was permission, the kind that absolves and anchors at once. Instead, what I received was the unvarnished truth. They would not be my proxy, even if all of them, every one of them, wanted to do nothing but hold me in safety and never let the wolves near. Esme squeezed my hand then and whispered, not to pressure but to comfort, that love would not always be tidy. Love would sometimes require the most human of brutalities, letting go. The room tightened as if someone had drawn a ring around us. My chest felt like glass, fragile and transparent. To sign a paper, to say yes aloud, is to admit you have misgivings and still hold the pen steady. To refuse is to throw a stone into a lake and watch ripples become waves you cannot control. There was no elegant answer that would make everyone whole. I found myself thinking of the tide at La Push, how the ocean would not wait for our domestic quarrels. I thought of Sam's face when he had said something like a warning, not cruel but inevitable. I thought of Charlie, waiting in a house that still had the smell of his childhood and the tilt of his shoulders that said he was always trying to fix things without understanding what was broken. I thought of Alice standing in the sun last week, light fracturing across her face in a way that was no longer accidental, and I remembered the way she had smiled at me, offering a warmth that made me dizzy with hope. I had loved the Cullens for what they gave me, safety, belonging, the sensation of being desired for reasons that did not begin and end with my blood. But I had not yet thought how my declaration would become a declaration about them to the world. The politics were no longer theoretical, they were a leash around my decision, pulling taut and threatening to snap. Esme rose and wrapped herself around me in a way that made up for all the arguments and the ethics and the political calculations. For a second I could pretend this was only about a woman and a family and a decision reached in tea-steamed confidentiality. But the moment unraveled when Carlyle, steady as ever, said one last thing: we will protect you, but not at the cost of your autonomy. I understood him then in a way that made the world both clearer and crueler. His ethics were not some cold, clinical doctrine. They were the only way he had found to keep him from breaking completely when centuries offered endless temptations. In insisting I choose, he was choosing to make me whole in a human way first, giving me the right to decide, even if that decision made everyone else tremble. Outside, the rain picked up and the house's windows became sheets of watercolor. Somewhere down the hill, the tires of a car hissed past, ignorant of the dramas played in domestic drawing rooms. I thought of signatures and promises again, and how often in life we equivocate until someone else makes the decision for us. I felt, with a clarity that made my hands go cold, that whatever I did I would not be able to undo the consequences. I did not sign anything at that table. I left there with promises made in the hush between sentences, with Esme's handprints on my heart and Carlyle's refusal ringing like an unalterable note. Choices stretched ahead like roads I had not yet mapped. The storm outside was not the only thing pressing. Woes circled in the margins of every option. The ledger remained open, the ink tacky and waiting for my mark. As I stood to leave, Esme pressed a folded blanket into my arms and Carlyle's eyes caught mine with an unspoken plea for deliberation. I went back out into the rain with shelter folded across my chest and the weight of other people's loyalties nesting within. I had not signed anything, but I could feel the world leaning in, waiting for whatever I dared to write. Chapter 21, Whispers in Forks. The first cut came through my phone while the rain was still a steady shawl over the school parking lot, turning the world outside the library windows into a moving gray watercolor. Someone had posted something anonymous, a thread on a Forks rumor page that pretended to be investigation and read more like a dare. My thumb trembled as I scrolled. The words themselves were small, a paragraph and a half, but the impression they left was an ache inside my ribs. They called me liaison. It was an ugly word. Official and small-town accusatory, as if I were an employee of something monstrous, as if I had signed papers I did not remember. The post listed sightings: a pale car by the high school, a pale girl slipping into a house with lights on through gray afternoons. Someone speculated about midnight visits, about people who never aged, about odd diets and colder hands. The comments below were a hunting chorus, each voice sharpening the teeth of the rumor until it had weight. People added detail where there was none. Someone claimed a friend's cousin worked at the mechanics and had seen her with the pale family. Another linked a photo that might have been a smear of light and rain and a shape at a window. The town's rumor engine was a slow, hungry thing. You fed it a scrap and it grew teeth. I read the post 3 times before my lungs remembered to fill. Each sentence clawed something out of me, not pride, not even fear, but a weird, twisting guilt. My life, the little patchwork I had been clinging to between Charlie's kitchen and the Cullen house, had always felt like borrowed weather. I had been careful. I had lied where it was kinder to lie. I had thought secrecy was enough to shield anyone else from the consequences of my choices. The blog meant secrecy had a price tag, and someone in Forks was starting a collection. When Alice found me, of course she found me, it was with that blink of anticipation and a smile like too much light. She sat across the group table, the book she claimed to be reading closed and useless. Her presence felt like an electric thing in the room. People looked, because she was always the kind of brightness that translated rumor into reality. She lifted her paper cup and tilted her head. Her motion was private in a way that suggested she had just rearranged the future so she could lean into a moment, and maybe she had. Her eyes met mine, and for a heartbeat something unnameable steadied. Then she laughed quietly, the sound more private than the book, and when she reached across to brush my sleeve it was a thread of contact and a promise. Her skin was, as always, startlingly cold against the warm human heat of my forearm. It made me aware of the blood under my skin like a drumbeat. She squeezed my fingers, nothing at all like a pledge and everything like one. Later, in the girls' bathroom where locks felt as flimsy as secrets, I watched the thread on my phone widen. New comments, new speculation, a suggestion that the police may have been asking questions. Someone signed a nickname that I recognized from the hardware store. A few people made jokes, small-town gallows humor, but too many of them sounded like prelude. It was impossible to not imagine Charlie learning it the way he sometimes learned new things, a rumor that had teeth and populated itself at the station. Charlie had always been ordinary in a way that was both comforting and terrible. He would take the call, fold it into the shape of his day, think through the angles he was paid to consider. He would worry. I could see it, hear his voice turning a rumor into a case. He would not know the real names of the players, and in that ignorance his worry would be violent in its own way. When I came home, rain had polished the world as if to reveal what lay beneath. Charlie was at the table, newspaper fanned out like a flag of normalcy. He looked up as I moved through the kitchen. He asked, casually at first, if I had been at a house on the edge of town. He had heard something at the station. Someone had mentioned my name. His tone was the same he used when he asked if I'd locked the doors. The difference was that this question had claws. My mouth had a rehearsal ready. I had stayed the night at the Cullens a few times. I said it as if it were a harmless fact, like telling him I had done my laundry. He sat there for a long second, eyes on me, searching, not quite accusing, because what he was really doing was a smaller, harder thing, trying to reconcile the clean, reliable life he had built for us in the house with something that smelled like danger and secrets in the same breath. I wanted to give him everything that could make it easier, a full explanation like a map that would make this hazardous world reasonable. Instead, I gave him what felt truer, small truths and a lie. I said a lot about sleepovers and study groups. I did not say that the reason my hands were often bruised with longing was because of a look that belonged to something older than him and sweeter than it had the right to be. Charlie accepted my fragments the way he always did, because he trusted me, because he wanted to. He patted my shoulder, a small, weary affection, and went back to his crossword as if the world could be repaired by filling in words. I alone felt the fissure widening between what I asked from the Cullens and what I was taking from Charlie by accepting it. The Cullens had dinner with me that night as if they did not know that the world outside their hedges had just leaned in to listen. There was a tension that the house could not smear over. Carlyle's voice was the calmest thing in the room. He clarified risks and referred to precedent with the coolness of someone who had learned to weigh lives and not to bow to panic. Edward's eyes were a storm held at bay. He was precise and measured and furious beneath the surface. You could see how every phrase was a strategy for safety. Rosalie sat opposite him and made none of the polite noises. She was all heat without the softness and told the facts they already knew in sharper language. Alice sat next to me like a bright comet, her attention caught by my hand, by the way I twisted my napkin, by each minute detail as if the present had become a map she could trace. She had been restless for weeks. The futures that used to come to her like streams were trickling now, clearing themselves into nothing and then slamming shut. She would announce a possibility and then apologize because the pattern had shifted as soon as she named it. Sometimes the image in her head was so fractured she felt like she had tried to hold water in cupped hands. Tonight she was more physical, making small gestures toward me that were both possessive and protective. When she leaned over and tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear, the motion was a small theft of public space. Her fingers were colder than the air, and I felt them like a brand. She smiled in the way she trusted only for me, and the family watched us both with the complicated, protective looks of people responsible for keeping a small, dangerous thing alive. We talked. They asked what I felt I needed, and I stumbled through it, honest where I could be. I told them my appetite was unmanageable sometimes, that fear of being loved and feared at once had a pain like hunger. I said I did not know whether I wanted immortality or the right to choose death on my terms. I said the only thing I knew for certain was that I loved Alice in a way that felt like surrender and salvation at once. Edward sat with his hands folded, eyes not leaving mine. He spoke in the tone of someone counting variables, and I could see his mind turning acutely around the possible harms. Jasper, quieter, had a shadowed look I could not read. There was something in him that flinched when the word exposure came up. Emmett's jaw tightened every time someone suggested a plan that involved unknown variables. Rosalie's comments cut to the marrow. She did not like the idea of holding caution like a prayer and asking me to be the altar upon which it would be sacrificed. Carlyle suggested rules and containment, a moral calculus that smelled faintly of hospital antiseptic and desperate humanity. Esme held my hand across the table and made me feel like I was the child on which a family's courage had decided to rest. They argued like a single organism might argue about surgery, who needed to be anesthetized, who must be kept awake. It was terrible and tender and impossible to untangle from the knowledge that any direction they chose would demand a cost. Alice listened, and then, when it felt like nothing else could be said, she spoke with that unusual directness she had for me alone. She said I was not a mistake. The words were not heroic, they were simply true. a small defiance against the shapes the rest of the world was making around us. She offered, quietly, dangerously, that she would not allow me to be the fulcrum of etiquette and ancient law. Her visions might be fragmented, but her will was not. She said she would try to take more overt responsibility. If the town wanted an explanation, she would be the one to make the kind of appearance that would satisfy curiosity before curiosity turned to violence. She imagined being more visible, normalizing the light of their lives by making it mundane, even if it meant throwing herself into scrutiny. Edward's hand went to the side of his face. He looked small in that moment, not because he was less than fierce, but because he was immediate and raw with his fear. He said no. Rosalie said no in a way that made the room shrink. Carlyle interposed, talking about consequences and precedent, medicine and ethical obligations, the slow march of humane decisions. The discussion turned and turned until it felt like it would unspool into something cruel. Alice's jaw hardened. She had a look like a person bracing to throw themselves into something they could not predict. Her visions may have been failing, she admitted later in a whisper meant only for me, but that did not make her incapable of making choices. She could not tell the path we would take through the storm, but she could decide which side of it to stand on. Even with the family gathered, the outside world kept pressing. I checked the phone late when Alice had left to get me water. A new comment blinked on the thread. Someone had been bold enough, or frightened enough, to post a clearer photo this time. It was grainy and taken from too far away to be definitive, a shadow in a passing headlight, the vague line of a face, but enough to make the rumor heavier and sharper. The caption beneath it was a cadence of accusation and small-town triumph. I saw her. It named the street outside the Cullens house. The house felt suddenly smaller, as if the rain outside had pushed closer and the hedges had thinned to nothing. I thought of La Push and the pack's dark silhouettes along the shore, of Sam's steady patience cracking into something harder, of Jacob looking at me with the heat of a fire that was not meant to be tamed. I imagined them reading this post, or worse, hearing the whispering rumors that would arrive at their ears like tinder, and every scenario bent toward a cliff. I wanted to run. I wanted to undo the nights and the cold touches and the way Alice's presence had become the axis upon which my life spun. Instead, I put my phone face down and sat with that electric feeling of being seen. Being seen in Forks was not a private thing. It was a public act with consequences that reached longer and farther than I wanted to admit. Alice came back in and sat beside me, her hand finding mine in the small dim of the kitchen. Her skin was ice and a promise. She did not need to say anything, the offer was already made 1,000 times in the way she watched me, as if I were a map she had decided to trace with her fingers. Outside, rain finished its small, relentless rehearsal and the town kept whispering, like a throat clearing for something larger. I turned the phone over and the screen lit with a new notification. Someone had replied to the post with an address and a time, last night on Ocean Avenue, 11:48. There was a comment beneath it, bold and certain. I took a picture. For the first time since I had begun to live on borrowed light and thin secrecy, the world felt like it had tilted. The choice that had seemed theoretical now had a line drawn in it, bright and impossible to ignore. I could feel the pull of both sides, the ordinary life in Charlie's kitchen that had taught me small kindness, and the dangerous, cold love that made my pulse a sacrament. Alice's thumb stroked the back of my hand, steady and sure. Her voice was quiet and fierce when she said my name, the single word carrying all of the impossible things she had promised and all the futures she couldn't show me. Somehow, between the blur of rain outside and the hush of the house, the sound of my name became a hinge. Chapter 22. Alice walks into the light. The light struck Alice between the ribs of rain and made her face stop being only a face. For a second she was a prism, a narrow architecture of color thrown from a creature who had no business throwing color at all in Forbes. It was absurd and terrible, a private, insolent gift in a town of perpetual gray, and my heart stuttered at the proof of something I had been half knowing for months. Rumors could be true in ways that folded ordinary life into impossible shapes. She glanced up at me with that quick, polite smile that never reached the same places as other people's smiles. It wasn't quite human, but it wasn't a mask either. It was an invitation and a dare. I wanted to run. I wanted to be swallowed by the rain and let the world close back over whatever small, nervous life I had left. Instead, my feet stayed. The Cullens trees and angles held me like a gravity I couldn't name. Alice had told me she had seen me before I arrived. Futures where my steps split into many tiny roads and her sight was a map she could read. That had been before the break. The past week she had admitted, quietly and with a kind of private panic, that the map had begun to tear. The good lines unraveled, the safe ones fluttered like loose paper in a storm. The part of her that had been certainty for the family was unraveling around me. I had been the fulcrum of that change. She hadn't read my mind, she couldn't. She had seen coming and not coming and a dozen shades between, and none of them had steadied. She had smiled and reached her hand anyway. That small injury, hope offered without assurance, sat between us like wet glass. Now she walked deliberately into a thin slice of morning that had found its way through the pines, standing there as if testing how long the world could hold a single wild thing. She wasn't reckless. If anything, I could see the calculation behind the risk. The sunlight would reveal, in the way it always did, but it was the kind of revelation that lived only on others' skin. The Cullens were careful with light, with attention, with the quiet of small towns. To stand there publicly in a shard of sun was to make a small, controlled fracture in all the precautions we'd been keeping. She closed her eyes and tipped her face up like someone tasting rain, and for a moment she looked almost like the girls at prom in my memories, if I let myself pretend. But the colors on her skin were not a trick of the heat. They were rainbows that lay flat, precise as cut glass. They made my chest ache with a new knowledge. The stories I had half believed were true in a way that left no room for ordinary safety. Alice, who had always been the safest element inside the house of dangerous things, was deliberately exposing herself. I remembered the first rule Carlyle had laid out when I'd come to the house: shelter was a covenant. We had to weigh risks like a surgeon weighs cuts, precise, necessary, controlled. But the family was not unanimous. A slow, private war simmered in the corners of their lives. Rosalie's eyes hardened at any thought of deliberate exposure. Emmett wanted to blow up everything if it meant keeping me safe now. Edward oscillated between a tenderness so full it hurt and an iron caution that made the air between us thin. Carlyle and Esme tried to hold us in the center, gentle and professional. Jasper hovered like a storm cloud, his restraint stretched thin by proximity to human blood and the knowledge that violence was easier to start than to stop. Alice's act was a tiny revolution, a refusal to be left in the safety of predictions when the good ones no longer held. She moved the light across her features like a cartographer feeling for a coastline that had shifted. "Don't," I told her, without meaning to speak aloud. The words skimmed the air and died. I didn't have any right to stop her. I had already ceded too much by staying this close, by letting my hunger for her nearness sharpen like a blade in the dark. I wanted her to look away and fold herself back into the shade. I wanted her to keep the family rules that would shelter me like linen wraps. I wanted, impossibly, for her to insist that I leave and never come back, which would be a mercy I wasn't brave enough to accept. She must have felt the plea because she opened her eyes and the whole world shifted again. Her gaze was soft, not the precise, impersonal intelligence it sometimes wore, but something human-shaped and trembling just under the surface. She reached for my hand. Her fingers were cool, like glass that had been held to the sky. Up close I could see the fine lines at her knuckles, the pale latticework that made her wrists look delicate, almost fragile. There was nothing fragile about the life in her, though. She held danger like a person might hold a lit candle, aware, willing to burn, careful not to lose the wick. "I can't see," she told me. Her voice was nearly a whisper, as if she were confessing something sacred. Not like I used to. The sentence sat between us and made the air smaller. Everything that had been promised by Alice's sight, the warmth of being known, the reassurance of futures that could be sketched like blueprints, faltered. I understood then why she had stepped into the sun. She was trying to map the thing with any tool she still trusted, sensation. She closed her eyes again and spread her fingers slightly, not at me but at the space in front of her, as if the light itself had texture she could read. The beam made tiny stars on her cheekbones. For a moment I had the impossible urge to trace them with my thumb, to see if her skin would be warm or cold. It was the most intimate and forbidden thought I'd had since I'd arrived in their house. The knowledge that her coolness wouldn't burn me only made the desire keener and the moral cost sting sharper. "Feel," she said. It wasn't an order. It was instruction and also admitting of helplessness. She leaned into the light like a blind person might lean into a voice to map a space with the ear. Her head turned slowly, as though she were sifting air for stories. The motion had an animal grace to it, a careful stalking of sensation rather than sight. I watched her weed the sun as if it were a language, the way one might run fingers over braille and find narrative in raised dots. She let the shimmer fall across her lashes, down her throat, and the small elements of the world, a patch of moss along the fence rail, a scrap of tin pressed against a post, sang in her face. The effect was not so much prophetic as synesthetic. Light became texture on her skin, sounds laid colored ribbons across her mind. She touched a damp leaf to anchor herself and closed a smile that was half serenity, half grief. She was trying to map futures by touch, the way a body remembers a fall from adolescence, the way one learns the pulse of a street by walking it in winter. She was turning intangible possibility into something her hands could catalog. My skin tightened. Even if Alice couldn't see my future, she was desperate to know it. She wanted to promise me certainty, to carve out a shelter from the chaos that had begun to crowd at the edges. The impetus behind her experiment was not scientific curiosity but the ache of wanting to give me the one thing she could no longer create, a guarantee. "You don't have to," my voice broke on the word. The sentence was unfinished because the last thing I wanted to admit was that I needed what she couldn't offer, a future where my life was uncomplicated by wolves and hunger and the long calculus of immortality. I had wanted to trade my brutal human days for the calm of unending nights with her. But even if she had offered an unambiguous path, would still bear the guilt of the costs. Charlie. The town. The pack. The fragile balance that kept everyone alive. Alice touched my wrist then, her hand cool and sure. Her fingers curled like a promise and a warning together. For a sliver of a second I suspected she might read me, that the old habit would return and she would sweep through the rooms of my mind and hand me the answers I had no right to expect. But she did not read me. She couldn't. Instead she closed her eyes again and let the light stipple her brow. She inhaled, the most human action she had allowed herself all morning, and exhaled like a tide bringing something ashore. The expression she wore was younger than she was and older than anyone I knew. It was the face of someone who had held lifetimes and still needed proof that the next one would bend toward mercy. Then she whispered, though I don't trust that the sound was only a whisper, an image more than a sentence. "La push," she said. It landed on my teeth like cold iron. Title line. Pack on the edge. It was nothing I hadn't feared. The pack had already pushed at the margins. Sam's choices had been sharpening, his warnings turning into movement. But the way she said it made it feel like a shape that could be pressed into my palm and weighed. In the star of light she had found a vein of something the scattered future still agreed on, a thin corridor of inevitability where packs and tides met. She turned her face to me and for the first time her precognitive self felt vulnerable, raw. "I can feel it," she admitted. "Not whole. Not stable. But there's a pull. A meeting." The words were small, but they were a promise, not of what to do, not of clean answers, but a map of pressure. Somewhere further along, forces were compressing. The pack, the Cullens, my mortality, all were being drawn like iron filings toward the same spot. The map she was making with light and touch didn't hold the answer to the central question, to become or to stay, but it revealed the geography of the choice. That, to a strategist like Alice, was almost as valuable. If you could not see the future, you could at least see the path that would force you to choose. Why risk this? I asked finally, because I needed the selfish comfort of knowing that she understood what she was risking for me. She closed her eyes and smiled in a way that was almost tender. "Because I couldn't stand not to try," she said. There was a quietness in her voice that made me think of Esme hovering in a nursery or Carlyle in his study, certain but gentle. The family had taught them all to weigh lives like a physician's hands weigh pulse. But Alice's calculation had always been different. Compassion seemed to pull her past the same boundaries that frightened others. Her words didn't soothe so much as carve the truth deeper into me. She was willing to be dangerous and bright and seeing for the sake of the slender possibility that I might be kept. The admission stabbed at the places I had not yet let myself feel, the selfish hunger to be cherished enough that someone would expose themselves publicly on my behalf. The light shifted. Clouds gathered like the memory of a hand closing. The colors on her skin dimmed, as if her experiment had extracted some toll. She glanced back toward the town, toward the slow ribbon of road and the rain-slick branches where a human might happen upon the scene and find their world ruptured. The risk wasn't only to her safety, it was the risk of discovery. Charlie's suspicion had been a low tide for weeks, and the gossip in Forks crept like mold through old roofs. Exposure would carry human costs, and Alice knew it. "You understand the pack will not respect civility," she said, more to herself than to me. "They will not hold hands in a storm. They will move like a steamroller if they feel threatened." She had napped that, not by seeing the future but by touching the edges of possibility and reading the raised pattern. Her fingers trembled a fraction. The very idea of being the fulcrum of such a storm made my stomach hollow. I thought of Charlie sitting at the kitchen table, laughing at a joke he didn't mean and looking at me in a way that was at once proud and sovereign. I thought of Jacob's presence like a muscle, unseen until called on. I thought of Sam, of 100 small compromises that kept people alive and quiet in a place that was not made for secrets. I thought of the family in the house behind me, of Edward's eyes tracking like a hawk and Carlyle's hands folded like a prayer. Alice took my hand again and squeezed. "I don't know everything," she conceded, and it was perhaps the truest thing she'd ever let me hear. "But I know when something is gathering." The admission made the world feel both smaller and more urgent. We had moved beyond the stage of deliberation into the territory of collision. The dream of a slow, careful transformation, my becoming a thing that could walk nights with them, seemed fragile now, like a house of cards in a room where the wind had found a door. The pack's ultimatum would come. There would be a choice. And whether I chose myself or they chose for me, the costs would be paid in ways that could not be unspent. A shard of sun fell across her fingers and made them burn with brilliant cold. I reached out and brushed the back of my hand against her knuckles, seeking warmth that wasn't there. She turned and looked at me with an expression that was neither pity nor conquest but something that held them both and other, quiet, dangerous things besides. "Whatever happens," she said, soft and implacable, "I will be there." The words were not a promise of outcome. They were a vow of company. In a life that asked me to weigh my mortality against the possibility of being held forever, the promise of a hand to hold at the moment of decision was almost as potent as the promise of immortality itself. Behind us the road went on, curving like a question I was no longer sure I could answer. Farther away, the line of the coast waited like a mothballed weapon, and I could almost hear the low rumble of things aligning. The light shifted again, and Alice's face caught a final, insolent fleck of color before the gray closed ranks. We stood there in the narrowing rain, hand in hand, knowing that what came next would not be gentle. The family would argue, the pack would press, and my own hunger, both the literal pull in my veins and the ache for what she offered, would not be satisfied by promises of company alone. But for as long as her fingers held mine, the world was a little less like a question and more like a map. It was incomplete, jagged, and dangerous, but it was something I could follow. The choice was still mine, and somehow, paradoxically, that made the coming danger more terrifying and more bearable. We walked back toward the house through the wet pines, each step a concession to the inevitable. Somewhere at the edge of town a truck coughed past, unaware of the theater of consequences it threaded through. La Push waited, patient and tidal, and the pack prepared in their own way. The line where loyalty met hunger was drawing nearer, and I had to decide which way I belonged before the wolves decided for me. Chapter 23, The Ultimatum. Rain had been a steady, low drum all morning, the kind Forks keeps like a hand over your mouth to muffle the world. I had been awake before the Cullens were. A thin ribbon of light cut through the blinds and slid across Alice's face where she lay curled like a folded paper bird on the far sofa. For a ridiculous, shivering instant the rumor that had haunted lunchroom whispers and Charlie's puzzled questions became a presence in the room. The light struck her skin and scattered, nothing like sun on skin, more like glass breaking into small colored shards that lived and moved on its surface. It lit the planes of her cheek with impossible things. I had to remind myself to breathe. She opened her eyes like she'd been waiting for that beam, the sudden polite smile I'd come to think of as her way of studying the world. She didn't read my thoughts. I had learned that. But she had seen me, seen the steps I took up the walk, seen my hesitation outside the door, and whatever she had seen had shifted around me until the present was something softer, something that included me. She reached for my hand before I could speak, fingers cool and quick. The sensation of her grip, cold, steady, an anchor, settled the panic that had been rising in my chest since yesterday's argument with Charlie. It was dangerous and tender in a way that made my skin ache. "You look like you swallowed the ocean," Alice said without any surprise at the truth of it. Her voice was bright and too small, as if she were trying on human cadences and finding them oddly large. I should have answered something intelligent, a joke to keep the atmosphere safe, to keep the family from circling into the things they do when fear quickens. Instead, my gaze kept snagging on the memory of that fractured light, and I let silence keep its claim. Outside, the rain slid down the Cullen drive like a thread. The knock came then, hard enough to find the bone in the door. A different sound from rain, angular, purposeful. Alice's smile faded in a breath. Later, I would catalogue the way the room rearranged itself to receive it, Carlisle's bare feet carrying him to the door, Edward's measured step behind him like a second barrier, Esme already reaching for the sleeve of her cardigan as if any act could cordon us in. They moved with the calm born of too many crises, the kind of calm that was practiced until it was an armor. When Carlyle opened the door, the world outside looked wet and darker than it had any right to be. Sam stood on the porch like a man shaped by wind. He was taller than in my memory, broader in the shoulders as if the rain made him more solid, the lines of his face cut sharper. He wasn't an animal and he wasn't an entirely ordinary man. There was a rawness around his mouth, a sort of contained volcano that didn't belong to polite conversation. Behind him, the road showed the pressed silhouettes of a few others, their presence like a promise and a threat bound together. He came in without the jokes that sometimes softened the pack's edges. He stood with his fingers threaded together until his knuckles were pale. In Sam's eyes was a steady thing, duty made of old loyalties and a rigid, almost religious sense of what belonged to them. He did not look at me the way Edward does, like he can see through more than flesh. He looked at me like a problem that would wrap the forest if unattended. He laid the ultimatum out without theatrics. The pack would not tolerate the continued presence of a human whose blood could ignite violence and whose existence on their border dismantled their rules. By the next wolf moon, one lunar cycle from now, I had to leave Forks entirely, except the turning now under Cullen guardianship, or the pack would take measures to secure their territory by force. He did not say chill. He did not have to. The implication fit itself to every fear in the room like a second skin. It landed like a fist. It landed harder in me than it did in anyone else because mine was the choice. My life, the life I had stitched together clumsily between Charlie's narrow streets and the Cullens' polished restraint, had narrowed to a single bright line. The deadline cleaved days like a blade. I tasted iron. Inside, the air altered. Esme's face folded into something I could not name, what mothers looked like when they met the idea of losing a child, even a child of choice. Carlyle stepped between Sam and the rest of us with a physician's way of listening for the pulse of the situation, weighing the ethics like scalpels in his hands. Edward's expression closed, the gentleness I had known replaced by a geometry of protection that sketched itself around me. Rosalie's jaw tightened. She had always worn disapproval like armor, but now there was hot anger there, a fierce, private contempt that made me smaller than I already felt. Alice's fingers tightened in mine. Her gaze flicked to her hands as if she could read the future there, and her shoulders dipped. "I can't see it," she said in a voice that was almost a whisper. The confession was more catastrophic than any threat from the pack. She had always been the certainty of U.S. predictions folded into domesticity like napkins. For her to admit blindness turned the room into a coastline I could fall off of. If she could not stitch the days together, then none of us could breathe easy. Jasper was a shadow at the edge of the conversation, his eyes answering but not steady. He listened to Sam's words with the same attentive, dangerous grace I had once mistaken for calm. His restraint had been hard-won, the rules had kept him alive. Now the rules were fraying, and with his past, the closeness of human blood became a trumpet call. You could see the calculation in his face, the calculus of threat and appetite. It made me feel like a piece of meat that had somehow learned to look at the stars. Edward refused to let Sam leave without negotiating. He moved in that precise way of his, the movement always the same, opening arguments with a politeness designed to hold off violence. He spoke of precedence, of respect for human autonomy, of the harm of forcing a mortal into what we were. He spoke with the ache of someone who loved me and did not want me to become what I would lose in the process. Behind his words, you could hear the deeper question: how much control did we have over the hands that shaped fate? But there are fissures in every family. Rosalie's voice cut through with an honesty that did not pretend to be kind. She did not see a romantic ideal, she saw the practical cruelty of risking a life for an idea. Emmet wanted to punch someone. Carlyle stood at the center, the moral compass that has kept the Cullens more than afloat. He spoke of precedent and responsibility. He spoke in measured, human terms about consent and the sanctity of life. Yet even he could not pretend his hands were clean of history. We had all done things in the long reach of our existence that needed weeding. And there I sat, the axis of a storm I had not sought to be at the center of. I listened and let their arguments wash over me while a private part of my mind catalogued losses. Charlie's face when he realized I had left, the small ordinary rhythms I would not have as an immortal, the texture of summer skin and the heat of the sun that would never be mine again. I catalogued also the strange, exquisite things I might gain, an Alice who would look at me and see forever, a life wound around a love that did not ask for breath to be counted. The two lists were not of equal weight. The latter was beautiful in a way that made it dangerous. Alice's hands did not let go. Her eyes were wide, pupils like dark pinpricks, and she was trying to see. It made her ferocious in a way I had not seen before. She said, clinging to the threads of possible worlds, that she had glimpses, blue water, a tide weeping on the sand, a silence full of other voices. At one edge of her sight was La Push, the place the pack called home. In another, there was a version of me that walked through the house with Cullens at my side, changes already done. They flickered, none of them staying long enough for her to find purchase. She was asking me to choose for both of us. There is a peculiar selfishness to being mortal when you are loved by those who are not. It's a sensation of belonging to two opposite communities and liking bits of both too much. The Cullens had given me refuge and rules. They had become family in a way that made me feel larger and more fragile all at once. They debated turning me as if it were a clinical decision when the stakes were also sulns and quiet nights and kisses stolen in stolen moments. Turning would mean surrendering the small comforts of human life, sunburn, the bruise of a bicycle crash, Charlie's laugh, as if they were feathers. Leaving Forks would mean the rest of my life would be in exile, a calibrated absence in my father's life and in the town that had formed me into someone who wanted less pain, less change, in exchange for more safety. Sam did not rattle off the consequences to Charlie. He did not need to. In his eyes was the knowledge that my leaving would cleave my father in ways the pack would not be held accountable for. The pack's ultimatum made him less a barbarian than a guardian. His actions were born out of a fierce, almost sacred protection of what they considered their own. It was a devotion that left no room for the kind of messy mercy Carlyle tried to articulate. When he left, it felt like a slow bruising. The world resumed its ordinary noises, teacups, the soft carpeting of the living room, the rain, but the ultimatum stayed with me, a bell that would toll on a certain night. The choice was no longer theoretical. It had a date, and with a date came the geometry of time, a countdown that reduced possibilities to binary arcs. After the pack's footsteps faded into the rain, the house divided into factions. Edward's tenderness made itself sharper than before. He argued that I could not be forced. Rosalie's refusal to gamble hung like a blade. Jasper withdrew, his presence thinning as he tried not to let desire dictate choices. Carlyle took me aside with a calm that trembled at the edges. He spoke of ethics in careful sentences, of transformation as a medical act with consequences beyond any romance. He said words about consent and the sanctity of the human life that made me see how much the Cullens wanted to be moral even as they teetered on the edge of acts that would hollow out that morality. Esme's hands were on my shoulders more than once. She does not judge with the same sharpness as Rosalie, she holds. She tried to soothe the raw edges of the meeting with the kind of maternal talk that felt like a bandage. But even her voice had a tremor, as if she knew what it meant to lose a child to a life that was not their own. Alice watched me with a look that was all apology and impatience. She is restless by nature. When she cannot control the future, she puts every ounce of her energy into reshaping the present. She told me, insistently, that she wanted me with a force that made my world small and fierce. She wanted to promise me things she could no longer see. The lack of vision had made her human in a way that altered the axis of my desire. It was as if I'd been loved in a time of certainty and, suddenly, love had to be built on faith. I walked out into the rain alone because the house felt too full of decisions that were not mine to make entirely. The droplets stitched against my jacket like small pointed things. The road to La Poche seemed to call me, not with the promise of wolves but with the knowledge that somewhere, beyond the wind who keeps watch over tides, a choice was already waiting to be carved out of me. The idea of leaving Forks like a confession, like a self-betrayal, was as plausible as the idea of becoming the kind of thing the Cullens were. Neither felt like surrender, both felt like an erasure. Standing there, the gray wrapped around my shoulders, I followed the wolf moon. In one lunar cycle, the pack would come to see whether my decision matched theirs. Time compressed and sharpened. My uncertainty became a spear point. Inside, Alice had left me a note in her handwriting that loops and curls in a way that always makes her words seem like a small present. It said, simply, that she would wait. That she could not promise anything she had not seen, but that she loved the way I took up space in her life. It was ridiculous and horrible and the only honest thing in the room. Choice is both a mercy and a cruelty. To be forced to name what you want is to be asked to be ruthlessly honest with yourself. I had never been good at honesty with myself. I had always allowed life to sway me like weather, attach me to people, then ask if I might go. But Tham's ultimatum narrowed all my options until my heart beat against the day like a trapped thing. The next wolf moon sat in my mind like a bruise. There would be cutters and bargains and that long, cold hour when people you love argue over your life as if it were a coin to be spent. There would be the sound of the pack's pause, the tide hitting the shore like a judgment. And between each breath was Alice's hand in mine, cold, steady, and offering the impossible comfort of someone who wants you even when the future is a broken glass. I let the rain finish on my face until the droplets turned my eyelashes into little, wet flags. The ultimatum had not been a threat so much as a boundary drawn in a language I could not read without pain. The wolf moon would arrive and carve the world into what it would be afterward. I had to choose, not because I was strong enough to be both martyr and lover, but because I would not let anyone else write the sentence that ended me. By the time I went back inside, my hands were numb. Alice looked up at me and, without the certainty of her sight, she offered a dangerous, honest thing, not prophecy but faith. It felt like a small rebellion. I will decide, I said, and the words surprised me with their steadiness. She smiled, not with the practiced politeness, but with something raw and full of risk. Her fingers found mine and squeezed, hard enough that it hurt in a way that was almost promise. Outside, the rain kept falling. The wolf moon drew closer with every heartbeat, and with it the shape of what I would have to become, someone's daughter or someone's lover or someone left behind, edges sharpening into a single, unyielding truth. I would not be idle and I would not be cowed. The tide would come, and when it did I would be waiting, all questions gathered like a votive flame. Chapter 24, Alice's Gamble. The narrow strip of sun that found Alice that afternoon turned her face into something impossible, fractured, like a prism someone had pressed against flesh. It crawled across her cheek and through her hair in bright shards, and for a breath I forgot how to be ordinary. The cafeteria hummed with the low timbre of other lives, trays clacking like small, mundane percussion, but all of it fell away. The beam was a compass and Alice sat at its center, smiling the way she always did when she wanted to make danger look like a gift. She did not read me. That was the first small, dislocating truth. I had believed I was transparent to her in a way that no one had ever been, an open page she flicked through when she needed entertainment or warning. But her eyes, those fierce, limbed eyes, met mine and held, and I was someone she had chosen to look at without the crutch of being known first. She rose and crossed the stretch of linoleum between our tables without pausing, and the light moved with her, bending into new, improbable colors on her skin. She offered her hand as if it were no more consequential than offering a salt packet. I took it because the gravity of her was stronger than my own self-possession, and because there is a history of trust that bloomed too quickly inside me and scared me more than anything. "I will try something," she said, and her voice had the small steady sound of a decision made after much private debate. The words seemed both casual and blade true. What she meant by try was huge and necessary and reckless all at once. She told me, because the silence of secrets is heavier with the people we love, that her sight was breaking around me. It had been different, she said, precise, a clean line between the now and what would be. Lately, the line splintered into shards and rearranged itself, features rearranging like cards shuffled by a shaky hand. I have felt it, the way our evenings tilted sometimes, the way she would look away as if the present had become thin. She said she had seen my arrival before, a steady scene that kept shifting under her fingers. She had seen other things too, small cruelties, the slow tightening of the pack's attention, Charlie's worry as a bright, ugly flare that would not be smothered. But the things she saw when she tried to see my ending were no longer clear. She was not a child, she was not simple. She described the fissure in her sight with the vocabulary of someone used to thinking like a surgeon, places where the future had hardened into bone and places that had gone molten and unpredictable. She had tried the safe steps first, watching me, arranging proximity, mapping hazards, keeping a vigilant house. But the fracture was not a hazard that could be cordoned, it was a fault line under everything that might shift at any moment. "There is someone," she said quietly, as if naming him might call him. "Someone old. He remembers when power like mine failed, and how it was put back together. He used to belong to factions that Carlyle once knew, long before us. He left. He is distant in every sense." Edward's face was a study in impossible self-restraint. He sat nearest me, a silent lighthouse, his fingers a constant, anchoring pressure at my back. He had argued already, because that was his way, about prudence and the sanctity of boundaries. "We cannot place you in unnecessary danger," he told the room later, measured and cold and clinical in the way he always became when the world threatened to be chaotic. Practically, logically, he cited the danger of the pack, Jasper's uneasy airs when he was near my blood, Rosalie's worst verdicts on vulnerability. The family gathered in the living room that evening like a council called to discuss a war, once shaped into policy and protection. Carlyle listened with that even, unhurried interest of someone who had been a physician long enough to know that life sometimes needed to be pried back into a safer shape. He ran his fingers through his hair, not in puzzlement so much as in the gesture of a man tallying options against ethics. "If there is a means of restoring what Alice has lost," he said gently, "we owe her the attempt." There was the quiet weight of principle in his voice. We had chosen immortality with codes, and those codes demanded a responsibility to the members of this odd family, to heal what we could. Rosalie's response was less a sound and more a hard line. She folded herself into that posture she had when she was trying to protect something she could not name and did not have the patience to explain. "Not at the risk of you, Bella," she said with finality. "We protect what is human here, Esme. We don't repair our problems by gambling with lives." Esme held us both with an ache that was almost physical. "We will make the choice together," she said, as if togetherness were a bond. But in her eyes I saw the same thing I saw in Edward's, a reluctance to peel apart the net that kept me and them safe, and a fear that once something left their careful custody, the consequences would expand like stains. Jasper said little, and his silences were not idle. They were the kind of quiet that dripped threat, sometimes of himself, sometimes of lives entwined with his. He had been steady at Carlyle's side, and then he had been off on his own for a long time. He had watched the pack and tightened his jaw. The proximity of my blood made him restless in ways he could not always hide, and that made every plan feel like a risk. Alice's suggestion was an eruption in that room of concern. "He remembers," she said again, and when she said it her voice lost all the theatrical glimmer she liked to wear. There was vulnerability beneath the brightness, an edge that cut because it meant she understood the stakes and chose to step anyway. "But I will have to go. I can't see him if I stay. He doesn't like witnesses. He is a recluse because he is dangerous in ways that are not limited to him." The family listened, and I watched their carefully carved faces close like flint. She had a way of smiling that made being in love look almost foolish, a soft betrayal that filled my chest until I could scarcely breathe. I had come to this house for shelter, for some sense that the impossible could be made manageable. But Alice's problem was not something Carlyle could stitch up with a scalpel. It was a thing out of time and prejudice, a frayed strand of eternity that needed someone older than books and policies could supply. "I will go alone," she said, and for a second it was almost an apology. "It is the only way to make the reach." I knew, with a clarity that was both ridiculous and absolute, that I could not let her go. The thought rose like a small animal in my throat: do not lose her. Losing her was becoming a danger in and of itself, one that pushed out against my fear of becoming something else. The choice had always been framed as two outcomes: the slow death of being human, or the violent sweetness of being remade, both of them dreadful, both of them framed by other people's needs. But now there was a third risk that lodged itself between the two, the risk of losing the light that Alice made from the sun. She left that night in such ordinary ways that we almost missed it. She packed a small bag with the theatrical precision she used to make everything seem like a party favor, a scarf that looked like a paper gift, a jacket folded with the artistry of someone who considered every detail. She kissed each of us lightly on the cheek, not the dramatic goodbyes of the stories, but the tiny, mnemonic gestures that rooted us to one another, and then she slipped into the dark like a thought that might not happen. Later, when I stood in the kitchen and pressed my palms into the chill of the countertop, the house felt altered. The rooms were the same, the light through the windows was the same slate Forks rain had always poured into them. But her absence made the air between things raw, like a scab someone had pulled at. I tried to convince myself that this was prudent, that everyone had agreed, sort of, and that she was doing what she needed for herself and for us. But beneath the logic there was a simple animal terror. I could not imagine the world without her bright, dangerous presence. It would have been easy to stay, to abide by the sensible rules and let the grown-ups engineer safety. Edward's worry became a shield, Carlyle's quiet counsel could have been a harbor, Rosalie's insistence on boundaries could have been a net. I could have gone back to my room and pretended that coffee stains and laundry were the only things pressing against the edges of my life. But the thing inside me that had been bruised and hollow for so long rose up and roared at the idea that she would go to meet something old and possibly monstrous, and I would not be there to push her against the safer parts of us. It was not rational. It was not elegant. It was the purest form of selfishness and the most violent kindness I knew, to follow her into danger because losing her could crush me in ways that being remade might not. There were other pressures. The pack was sharpening its lines, while Push had been a place of low threats that had recently swelled towards something sharper. Warnings had been sent, and the air felt like a stretched skin. Charlie's curiosity had become something heavier at town meetings and coffee counters. Whispers could become loud. My presence here, close to vampire lives, was beginning to fizz against the world of men like an exposed wire. Alice knew this. So did everyone else. The decision to go after this older vampire had consequences that seeped outward, toward the wolves, toward Charlie and the town, toward the fragile consensus that held us afloat. I thought of the concept of sacrifice in the way someone thinks of a shape they have not yet had to fill, as a space into which value might be poured. People made martyrdom sound noble, but what I felt was simpler and more ragged. I wanted her. I wanted the small reckless comfort of cold skin and bright options, of someone who saw me as both threat and truth. To lose that was to lose the thing that made me feel less like an appendage to an inevitable death. So I left. I walked out into the night with shoes and no plan and the stubborn conviction that the heart is a terrible judge of logistics. The rain had begun again, the straight, dependable strings of it that make Forks look like a watercolor in motion. My hair was not styled to be photogenic or defiant. It clung to my forehead in damp, loopy strands. I borrowed a jacket from Edward, his smell a quiet pressure, and I took nothing else because nothing else would have fit into the small, animal decision I had made. No one stopped me. Perhaps they saw it coming. Perhaps they knew they would not be able to hold me to policy when the thing I feared most was the absence of light from the person who made me want to be alive for too long. Esme's eyes found mine as I passed the doorway, and for a moment the maternal armor cracked. She mouthed a single word, "Be careful," and it was both blessing and indictment. Outside, the rain stitched the silver sheen over everything. The road toward Port Angeles twisted longer than it should have, as if the world were trying to slow me, to make me reconsider. The map in my head was incomplete, clues Alice had given, names dropped in the hush of her private conversations, an older man who remembered the texture of powers like hers, who had once been part of the edges of Carlyle's life. My memory held artifacts like this, a name Carlyle had once murmured about, like someone excavating an old wound. He had been a fragment of a larger history touched only in passing. I did not have directions, I had only the hunger that pushed my feet forward. The Cullens house receded behind me, a rectangle of warmth that receded like a lighthouse. The headlights carved with gashes into the dark. In the rearview mirror, the world looked manageable and finite, an easy life waiting if I wanted it. In the front window, the night peeled open into 1,000 uncertain futures. I told myself this was not about being turned. Of course it was about that, in some loathsome, honest way. I wanted the escape from the fragile ache of mortality, the small death that came with knowing that every breath was borrowed. But tonight, more than the fear of not being immortal, there was one unyielding terror, a life in which the person who turned sun into color and danger into a smile was no longer reachable. The thought of her gone, of her silenced by a miscalculated bargain, of her changed into someone that was no longer mine, made the rest of the fears dull in comparison. I drove with a thin, determined focus that negated most thought. I imagined her in some small room, face to the window, the same being finding her and breaking her into impossible light, and then not. I imagined her bargaining with a man who remembered when things were different, who knew how to make sight work again and might ask for a price in return. The idea of quid pro quo in our world was always laced with teeth. The highway unspooled like a ribbon. The radio was your usual audible fog of music and advertisements, but it did not reach me. I was listening to the cadence of my own breath, to the thud of rain, to the little condolences people give themselves when they are about to cross a line. Somewhere a wolf howled, long and thin, and the sound skated across the water and struck me with an animal warning. My hands tightened on the wheel. What I was doing was reckless. What I was doing was inevitable. That was the distinction I kept whispering to myself like a litany, inevitable. I had come this far for foolish luminous reasons, and the rest of the world could align itself into consequences later. Alice had taken the gamble of going for a repair. I had taken the gamble of following her into the dark. The road took me toward names and rumors and a history that tasted of older iron. Carlyle's past had silted into stories he only rarely told, tales of men and families, of rivalries and redemptions, and in one of those pauses had been a figure who fit Alice's description, a solitary man whose memory of how things worked was sharper than anyone's. He had been, in a way, an anachronism with knowledge of failures and fixes. If Alice saw him, she sought someone whose memory could be as dangerous as it was useful. I told myself again that there might be a way to be human and safe, but there might be another compromise. But the thought of a compromise without her whispering in my ear and laughing at the absurdities of my life like an accomplice was a poverty I could not abide. Sacrifice, immortality, identity, they were all words. The person who mattered was small and incandescent and not mine by any law. Which was worse, to keep what I had and live a life defined by what I lacked, or to chase what might be and risk being both the cause of new pain and the conduit of a love that had always been a little forbidden. The engine hummed, the rain kept time, and the road continued into the near black. I pictured Alice with her hand outstretched to that older man, her smile a blade. I imagined all the things she might bargain for, and all the things she might not be able to see coming. I drove faster, because speed was a way to outrun the small prudence that wanted me to stop and be sensible. The highway narrowed as I came closer to the water, and the world took on that cold blue the night has when it remembers the ocean. La Push was not where Alice was headed, but La Push was where pack loyalty sharpened into a live wire, and the proximity of wolf territory felt like a second tide pulling at my boots. I thought of Edward's hand at my back, the promise implicit in his touch, and I thought of a life in which I remain entirely his, in which sacrifice was cloaked in the certainty of his restraint. It was an attractive life, steady and safe. It was not the urgent, hungry thing I felt now. The night had folded up the map of my choices and left me with one path that smelled of salt and old bargains and the dangerous brilliance of a girl who refracted sunlight into something holy. Ahead, a single headlight blinked in the distance, signaling the turn toward the places where old memories lived. I felt my heart, human, terrible, and stubborn, drum against my ribs like a protest. I drove into the dark because losing her seemed to me the one collapsing summit that would erase everything I had begun to trust in myself. I drove because the thought of her alone, making deals about a part of herself she could not always control, filled me with a fury I would not allow to be polite. There will be choices. There will be ultimatums and bargains and wolves who will not sit politely while our unquiet lives untangle. There will be the question of what I am willing to give and what I am willing to become. The rain whispered against the windshield, and my own breath sounded like a promise I had not yet learned to keep. The road curved, the future fractured and rearranged itself like glass. When I finally saw her, small and improbably human in the wash of a distant porch light, my fear of losing her had already overtaken every other terror inside me. I killed the engine and stepped into the cold, and the night answered with a long, breathless hush that asked me whether I was ready to pay for what I wanted. Chapter 25, Lessons in Vulnerability. Rain flattened the world into a watercolor of gray. The year had learned to be one texture here, damp and low-lit and patient, like a thing waiting to see if anyone noticed it at all. Charlie brewed coffee the way he always did, slow and practical, as if it could prop up the day. The kitchen light threw a soft square across the formica, and for a while I kept my face down in the glow of it because light made me honest, one of the few times I felt unguarded. Charlie hummed under his breath as he worked, a low, unself-conscious sound, and I realized how much of his love lived in small, habitual motions. Opening a jar lid for me. Wiping the counter that always seemed to attract the same stubborn ring of coffee. He didn't have grand philosophies about life. He had tools and routines and a steadiness that was like gravity. It made me feel anchored in a way none of the shimmer and danger could. I had come to his house determined to stitch the tear I'd been ignoring between us. Not to mend it with explanations, because I didn't have any that would be honest and keep him safe, but to offer him the plain, unadorned pieces of myself that hadn't been replaced by other people and other futures. It felt at once cowardly and necessary. There are different kinds of truth, the ones you say out loud and the ones you live. He glanced at me over the coffee pot, eyebrows lifting. I tried to remember how to be simple with him. The last months had hollowed out that muscle. My sentences kept catching on the edges of things I could not say. I told him about math homework, about a new book I hadn't started, about a walk I took through town in the rain. I let in the banalities and left the bleeding places wrapped in gauze. He listened the way he always had, like whatever I offered was worth the attention. It made me want to be worthy. None of immortality, or of the strange luminous promises people had been whispering around me, but of his steady, small tenderness. The desire stung in a way I hadn't expected, to be desired by someone who would never know the dangerous beauty of Alice's cool skin, by someone whose love would never be measured in centuries but in the ordinary, precious years of a life fully lived. When I said it, finally, an awkward, fumbling admission about feeling out of place sometimes, Charlie didn't chastise me or fill the silence with frantic plans. He made a little sound of understanding, set his hand on my shoulder, and that weight, so utterly human and so unshowy, steadied me more than any of the Cullens' reassurances had. He said nothing about magic or monsters, he didn't need to. He simply told me he was glad I was here. It was small, but it felt like shelter. There is a peculiar violence in having two lives pressing against you at once. One of them is light and danger and the whisper of forever at Alice Cullens' fingertips. The other is charcoal smudged and ordinary and thoroughly mortal at my father's table. The two exist in the same space inside me and sometimes their edges bleed. I can be standing in the kitchen with Charlie and somewhere under my skin a pulse of cold white wanting for Alice will flare, sharp and impossible. It is as if two climates are fighting for my bones, a thawing warmth that promises safety and longevity, and a careful, abiding cold that keeps things honest. Alice had been my miracle and my wound both. The first time I really saw her, really saw what she was, a stray shaft of sun had slid like an accidental knife across her face and broken apart, 1,000 tiny rainbows where skin should have been an even, human tone. That refracted light had been gorgeous and terrifying, a thing that announced the impossible with no apology. She smiled then, emotion effortless and bright, and the smile had set my heart to unraveling. But the gift I'd been given had begun to fray. Alice's visions, the maps she used to see me by, had started to splinter. The futures she used to reach into and hold steady fell apart like wings in a wind. She told me, once, in a voice that trembled on the edge of laughter and fear, that my line in her sight kept breaking apart and remitting in ways she couldn't trust. She had never been merely an oracle before, she had been a compass. Now the needle spun. For someone who navigated by certainty, it was unsettling to be the one person who could not be located. That was why I had spent the night before at the Cullen house and why I was tucking myself into this daylight with Charlie like a secret. Alice was trying to fix what she couldn't see. The family was having the kind of quiet, urgent conversations that felt like an administration of triage, how to protect me without letting the rest of the world topple into panic, how to keep me human for longer without shackling me to a life I might resent. Theirs was a morality made of centuries and habitual restraint, and it saddled my choices with more weight than I had the right to carry. I didn't tell Charlie any of that. He didn't need the particulars. He needed me to be near, to be as much of his daughter as the years that had already been given allowed. He pressed his cup into my hands at one point, and I felt the ordinary heat of the mug sear a line across my palm like a small reminder, warmth is real, and lives are lived in simple circles of care. We went to the hardware store in the afternoon. It was less about the need for nails and more about the ritual of being invisible. People and forks noticed nothing or everything, depending on the day. A father and daughter moving through aisles of paint and rope looked unremarkable enough that we could talk about music and movies and the price of lumber. Charlie's face softened when he told me of something new he'd been fixing, an old gate he wanted to restore. He liked to reclaim things, to make them useful again. I liked to think that might be me, reclaimed and made useful in the way that made sense to him. When we stepped out into the rain, the sky had a depth that felt almost like waiting. My jacket clung to the back of my neck. For a second the world narrowed to the rhythm of the droplets and the feel of Charlie close by. I was afraid of losing that, afraid of the way my choices could rip the ordinary fabric we'd been weaving for years into something unrecognizable. The Cullens had offered their shelter. Carlyle had spoken quietly about the ethics of what they could and couldn't do. Edward's insistence on careful rules and Rosalie's sharp, practical warnings had been voices in a chorus of concern. That chorus was not meant to be a verdict. It left me with the raw knowledge that other people would suffer for whatever I chose. There had been a skirmish already, small and ugly, at the edges of La Push. It had not ended the conversation, it had only tightened the knots. The Pat's warnings had a hardness now, Sam's decisions were not easily walked back. I could feel, in the moments between Charlie's sentences, the Pat's presence like a tide, patient, inevitable. My being close to the Cullens drew lines in the sand, being close to Charlie drew other lines. I kept picturing those lines and feeling my chest split between them. He asked me about school, and I told him the things a daughter tells her father because she doesn't want to worry him with the heavy. He asked if I was sleeping, if I had enough to eat. It shocked me how quickly his questions narrowed into the essentials. A father will always seek to know if his child is safe in the ways that he knows how to measure. I gave him small reassurances. I did not lie, but I left spaces where the truth would not fit, a partial honesty that felt like betrayal and salvation at the same time. When he put his hand over mine, calloused, warm, lacking any of the impossible chill of the Cullens' touch, I let myself lean into it. Being a person to him, in the earthbound, mortal sense, was a counterweight to all the other versions of me that had been proposed. There was a holiness in that ordinariness I hadn't expected to crave so fiercely. At one point, sitting on the back steps while the rain did its slow erasure, Charlie spoke without the filters men often use with daughters. He told me he didn't know everything and that sometimes he worried he was not the right kind of parent for me. He said he feared losing me to things he couldn't even imagine. There it was, the fear I'd been carrying around like a thudding wing. He didn't say the word vampire. He didn't need to. The shape of his concern fit neatly into my secret. I told him I was careful. I thought of the Cullens, of their strict rules, of the fences they had built around me in order to keep me safe. I thought of Edward, his rigid logic laced with a tenderness that both protected and confined me. I thought of Rosalie's impatience and Esme's quiet mothering and Carlisle's clinician's questions about long-term risks. I thought of Jasper, of the way Humber unpracticed is a raw thing in him. All of that hung over my choices like a fog. He said to me then, simply, that he would not let fear be the map for our life. He would not sleep with the light on, waiting for the thing in the dark. He would watch, he'd ask questions, he'd maybe be a little too curious at times. He would also, he promised, love me in the ways he knew how, steady, non-grandiose, as much as a human life could hold. There are moments when the pull of ordinary love is almost unbearable. It asks nothing of me in terms of impossible promises. It asks me only to be present, to be real. I wanted to be worthy of that. It made the idea of leaving, of choosing a strange, endless night in exchange for Charlie's daylight, feel like a betrayal. But the other truth, the cold bright truth of Alice's hand extended and the whisper of forever, hummed under my skin like a different kind of heart. We cooked dinner together in a kind of clumsy teamwork, the way people who love each other do when they have been apart too long. Charlie chopped vegetables with a slow, economical rhythm. I made a mess with the pasta and he laughed in the old, dry way of men who like their daughters' lives. There were no dramatic declarations, no tearful confessions. There was only the clatter of plates and the safe, domestic music of a home that had held me through storms smaller than the ones gathering now. Night came down in a gentle, almost spiteful way, highlighting the hush of the house. I sat at my old desk, which still had the dents from posters and the gunshot of teenage idiosyncrasy. There were photographs pinned there, faces from the ordinary world, friends whose lives had nothing to do with the Cullens, with the pack, with the moral dilemmas that had leapt into my life. I took a photograph down and smoothed it between my fingers until the faces blurred. There was a delicate fold of paper on the windowsill, half hidden in the rain-greased gloom, where the light from the street lamp caught it like someone hovering between two worlds. My name was on the outside, neat, small, Alice's handwriting, and for a second I felt the old quickening in my throat, the pull toward the extraordinary. I hadn't been home an hour before Alice's future broken sight had already made attempts. Her desperation had a visible, tangible shape. It was a fold like an invitation, like a summons. I did not know what the Cullens had decided. Carlisle's calmness had always been a compass, but the family conversations have a rawness to them now, a crack that let me see the edges. The pack's shadow at La Push was a question mark with teeth. I thought of Charlie asleep down the hall in a stable, human rhythm, the kind of breath that could be counted and trusted. I thought how heavy my next decision would be, how it would not only rewrite the map of my life but redraw the borders of the people I loved. I unfolded the paper with fingers that remembered the heat of Alice's hand and the shelter of my father's palm. The penciled words were simple, almost foolishly so, like someone trying to make themselves steady through small acts. "Come home tonight," they said. "We need to talk." The ring sounded like a distant applause. I let the note rest in my hand for a long time, listening to the two kinds of warmth in my life, the human heat under my bones and the cold, bright pull that promised to never dim. They were both necessary, both dangerous in their own ways. Choosing between them would mean choosing what kind of person I would be. Choosing meant loss. Charlie would worry if he knew. He would want the truth, and I would have to decide how much truth he could carry. For now, I folded the paper back along its crease, placed it carefully beside my lamp, and rose. The house held its breath with me. Outside the rain made tidy lines down the glass. I paused in the doorway, listening to the steady, ordinary sounds of the home I had always known. Then I wrapped myself in a coat that smelled like rain and father and went to answer a future that could break me or remold me into someone else entirely. Chapter 26. Alice returns with scars. The house smelled like rain and something clean and impossible, the subtle antiseptic warmth of Carlisle's study, Esme's candles fading into damp air. I was sitting on the low window seat, knees pulled up under me, watching the blur of water that was forks outside. It was one of those afternoons when the world felt indecisive, as if the clouds could not decide whether to weep or to brood. I could not decide either. The days, my days, had become a series of small negotiations, Charlie's questions I could not answer, the pack's perimeter tightening like a hand on a throat I couldn't see, and the Cullens' shelter that was both haven and caged good intention. Everything pressed toward a single hinge, the choice I hadn't yet made. She came back without warning. Alice moved across the foyer like she always did, small, sure steps, the light choosing her instead of the other way around. For a second the world clarified. A slant of slanting, weak forks daylight found a plane of her cheek and shattered into impossible colors. The rumor that had lived in my head like a splinter, vampires had skin that turned sun into jewels, was suddenly a fact so intimate I could taste it. The beams slipped from her face like silk, scattering into the air, and her smile arrived with it, quick, secret, triumph and fatigue braided together. She looked almost human in that moment, which was the part that always made me ache the most. Tired in the soft, fragile way humans can be, pale under the eyes, a little raw around the mouth. There were marks on her wrists when she moved. At first I thought they were shadows. Then the light found them, and they were real, faint lines, like impressions where something had rubbed against skin until it left the memory. Not wounds in the way I'd known, cuts and scraped knees, but pale furrows that made her seem younger and more dangerous all at once. Scars, in a language that belonged to someone who kept secrets about crossing lines. Every sensation that had been spun taut in me since the pack skirmish, that thin, animal panic, the private hummer that sat under my ribs, tightened like a wire. She had been gone for less than a day and longer than that, a small absence stretched into an ache. If you had asked me in a less honest moment what I wanted, would have said safety. It was safer to want safety. But the truth was smaller and more immediate. I wanted her hand. She found me with nothing more than that polite, sudden smile she wore for the house, a smile that could be all light and no explanation. Then, without ceremony, she offered me her hand. Her palm was cool, colder than the windowsill, as if nearer to snow. The cold cut through me the way a heartbeat can, sudden and clarifying. My skin was warm against her wrist, heat sliding on her nails, and somewhere inside I was suddenly a child offering a truth it did not yet understand would change everything. I went farther than I said, she told me, not looking at my face but past it, as if placing me inside a pattern she could feel but not yet see. Her voice was small, shaped like an apology and a dare at once. The words carried the residue of the road, dust in her throat that was not dust, a saltiness at the edges, the dry bruise of tired victory. She had a slight flush to her cheeks, the color of someone who had sprinted and then paused, breathless in the space between two beats. Where? The question was mine before I could edit it into something less needy. Near La Push, she said, and the name fell like a stone whose ripples I could already feel. I had to get close to the boundary. I had to see how it moved. Close to Sam's territory. Close to the pack's listening lines where the air tasted of salt and history and a promise we had been trying to ignore. That she had gone there before telling anyone, before even telling me, really, felt like betrayal and courage braided together. I should have been furious. Instead my chest folded around the fact of her return. She let go of my hand and, for a heartbeat, looked at it as if the contact had shown her something. Then she touched her own wrist, the line where the light had found those pale marks. Her fingers were small and careful. I found a thread, she whispered. A sliver. But it slips. It doesn't hold the way everything else does. It changes when I look at it hard. Alice's gifts had always been a map drawn across her face. She could read futures like weather. Most of her visions were polite and predictable the way rainfall is polite and predictable. Lately, though, the weather had been wrong. The futures she'd promised me when she had first smiled across the high school corridor, futures where I was safer, joined to them in a way that would stop the wolves from hunting and the town from wandering, had begun to splinter. Her gaze had been a compass that no longer worked, and I felt those broken bearings like vertigo. What does that mean? I asked, because asking felt like the smallest way to exert control. It means, she stopped. The line of her jaw hardened. It means something in your possible future resists being seen. Her admission was a stone dropped into my chest. I imagined it falling through the water of my life, disturbing layers that had been settled for as long as I could remember. Charlie's small routines, the bookstore nights, the way snowflakes had once seemed miraculous and now only made me cold. To say there was something that would not be seen was to admit that there was a part of me no one could stitch into a pattern without tearing. She leaned in closer, like someone who had something to confess to the curtains and not to me. Her voice dropped. I saw a possibility where the boundaries frayed. It's not just about you and me. It's about how the pack sees what you might become, and how the world adjusts if those assumptions are broken. I tried to hold it. I tried to make it stop changing. I touched the line where it was fraying. She pressed the pad of her thumb to the pale groove on her skin. She flinched, as if even the memory of contact had heat. You touched the pack. The question sounded accusatory in my own ears, and I hated it. Alice was reckless in a way that made me want to forgive her before she asked. She was also brave in a way that made the rest of us have to become better. Those two sides of her were sharp blades. No. Her laughter was only a small breath. Not the pack. I wouldn't. She stopped herself the way someone halts before saying something that could become a weapon. I used something of theirs. A thing the beach eats and keeps. It bridged, for a moment. Her eyes flashed with that cocked, seeing light that told me she'd been somewhere dangerous and come back alive, which was both a miracle and a misdemeanor. She touched their artifact, I said, the words ragged with something that wasn't only fear, anger, maybe, at the idea of bargaining with the tide. The pack's things were sacred in a way that made alliance or bargain sound like sacrilege. Alice shook her head. It wasn't a bargain. I was trying to anchor the image. The thing remembers. It remembers when it is near what could change it. She wrapped both hands around the glass of a lamp as if to steady herself. I watched the faint tremor under the skin of her knuckles. It bit back. That was the shame in her face then. I had never seen Alice ashamed of anything that wasn't decorum. She was ashamed because she had done something she knew would complicate things, that she had moved a chess piece the rest of us hadn't agreed to. She had gone to thin ice and put one foot on the shimmer. What did you see? I asked, because the other hunger in me, insistent, animal, wanted anything that might be a promise. If I could see even a hint of the place I might be, the shape of the choice, maybe the fear could be traded for something steadier. Alice rested her forehead against the window glass and for a moment stared out at the blur of the rain as if the world itself might tell her truth if she listened hard enough. Images, she said. Overlapping. Tides, a shape that is first wolf then not wolf, then, she swallowed. You, altered in a way that would make Sam and the others see you as a threat to what they are. I can see the edges of what becomes possible, but every time I try to focus on the center it moves. It rewrites the rules I read. Her words were a sentence constructed of glass shards. I felt my smile crack and break into something more honest. There was a future where the pack looked at me and saw danger. There was therefore a future where they might not hesitate. There was a future where I was the reason for a war they considered righteous. Alice's visions had never been prophetic commands, they were observations. That she could not even watch made the thing itself monstrous. A thing that refuses to be seen is something like a living secret. You didn't tell them, I said. I knew she hadn't, this was her burden, and if anyone could carry it with a smile it was Alice. But she was carrying more than a smile now. She was carrying salt. No, she said. I couldn't. I won't let it be their first knowledge. But I had to know if it could be pulled into shape. I had to know if it was a possibility we could fold into a plan, if being with you would force everything to burn. Carlyle's voice in the hall, soft, even, always a question that weighed morality like a scale, brought us both back into the room. He had been in the kitchen with Esme. and how they had let me sleep in their house more nights than I could count belonged to a different kind of life I was clumsily learning to inhabit, one where people could hold you and not demand anything in return. He was not the one to scold Alice. He was the one to ask quietly what was next. We convened in the small, careful way a family does. Edward hovered in the doorway, his expression locked like a closed safe. Esme touched Alice's shoulder with that soft, steadying compassion that could turn a room warm. Jasper lingered near the curtains, his face the blueprint of effort not to look at the way Bella was the axis on which fear rotated. Rosalie watched me like a wound she did not wish to touch. Emmett's presence was a solid, indignant thud of muscle and opinion. Carlyle and Esme tried to hold the conversation with the gentleness of a surgeon choosing whether to cut or to stitch. Alice told them what she could. Her words were economical, punctuated by the small sounds of someone returning from a landscape that left you stripped of vocabulary. She confessed to the thing she had held, to the light that had bitten back. She admitted she'd risked the pack's things without authority, and the room's air changed at once, protectiveness folding into reprimand into the calculation of risk. Edward's reply was like everything Edward had ever been to me, precise, almost painfully tender in his logic. He argued for more caution, for contingency, for keeping me safe inside the cage of secrecy where we all pretended the world could not touch me. Rosalie's scorn for what she called reckless sentimentality cut venomous and true. She saw what Alice had done as a flirtation with disaster. Jasper's nervousness hummed at the edges like a low current. Emmett wanted offense, to go to la push and close the distance with brute certainty. Carlyle spoke last. He did not scold Alice in the way Rosalie wanted. He did not scheme in the way Emmett wanted. He laid the ethical shape over the problem, the human cost, the precedent of bargaining with the unknown, the necessity of preserving human life at all costs. It is not our right to make decisions that reshape a human life without consent, he said in that voice that made moral absolutes sound like a plea. It felt not like a legal argument but like the beginning of a prayer. The conversation turned, as they always did, toward policies and moral lines and the anchors of their immortality. I sat there like an island watching a storm decide whether to find a shore. The Cullens spun scenarios and drew borders and tried to assign probability to futures Alice could not fix. My own small certainties, the smell of Charlie's coffee in the mornings, the thin, warm weight of human embarrassment at being so vulnerable, felt smaller under Carlyle's calm. Alice watched their debate, and every so often she would glance at me like someone who had touched the face of a mat and found it rearranged. There was a rawness under her careful wording when she said she had seen me in forms the pack would call altered. There was shame because she had used others' things, and there was triumph because she had seen something at all. The two things sat inside her like contraband. When the conversation paused, she came to me again. Her lips were close enough that when she spoke I felt the motion as if across the small plane of a universe. "I'm sorry," she said, the apology larger than any concession to decorum. "I should have told you before. I wanted to tell you as soon as I could be sure, but then," she stopped, and the sentence remained unfinished like a held breath. "You risked it to see if something could be fixed," I said, and it was neither accusation nor praise, only the honest scaling of what had happened. "To see if the thing that resists can be made to stand still so you can fix it." Her eyes were luminous. "Yes. I tried to catch it. For both our sakes. But it's like trying to hold water in your hands. When I look at it, it ripples and shows me different edges. It refuses to freeze." The metaphor was so small and human that it made me laugh, a short, private sound. Water and hands. Glass and warmth. The title of the book I loved in the back of my closet. The image was everything I had been living in, warmth trying to be kept behind a transparent thing. Behind glass, everything looked still and manageable, as if the soft, dangerous heart of desire could be examined without being touched. In real life, hands get wet. "You're not alone," I said finally, because what else was there to say? I could have told them then, about the way simply touching her wrist steadied my entire day, about how nights that had once belonged to Charlie now belonged to a house full of eternal people who were trying to keep me human without owning me. I could have confessed that I was falling in those quiet, monstrous increments that make change inevitable. But the words would not fit the room, they would have been too small and too true. Alice's fingers found mine, and in that contact I felt something as plain as the winter rain. She had fought in a place where she had no right. She had come back with pale maps on her skin, and she had seen something that made the world tilt. Her victory was a sliver, her shame was a quiet thing. She had pulled a thread and discovered the fabric had been woven with gaps. Outside, the rain steadied into a plain, even sheet, and somewhere miles away the tide turned as it always does. The noises of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of a car passing down the damp street, reminded me of small lives continuing. But the center of things had moved, and it was moving toward me whether or not I consented. Alice looked up at me, and for a heartbeat the rest of the family blurred into a backdrop. Her eyes held a future she could not steady and a hunger to protect me that made her brave in a way no one else could. "I don't know how to make it stop changing," she said. "And I don't know if telling everyone will make it worse. But I do know that if this is what choosing means, everything will change." Her hand tightened around mine, cool and impossible, and in that pressure I felt the truth of it. I had to choose. I had to know whether immortality was a mercy or a sentence. I had to decide how much of my life I would give up to keep the Cullens safe and the pack whole and Charlie unbroken. The question lay between us like a fragile thing made of glass, then any movement might make it shatter. I drew a breath that tasted like the rain and the quiet fear of mornings. The choice was coming, whether I walked toward it willingly or the world pushed me there. I could feel the pack's line tightening, the Cullens debate sharpening, the town's rumors scraping at Charlie's patience. And I could feel Alice, cold, brave, ashamed, pressed like a compass point against my skin, showing me a direction that might change the map. She whispered, so softly I barely heard, "There's something in the center, Bella. It moves whenever I stare at it. It is the thing that would make them see you as the end of what they are." I couldn't look long enough to tell whether it kills us both or makes us one thing I can't imagine. The last word hung there, hungry and full of promise. I looked at her and knew I could not live forever like this, suspended between safety and desire, without stepping. The rain outside was steady and indifferent. Inside, the house was full of people arguing about ethics and love and what a human life was worth. Alice's fingers were the only answer I had right now, and they were both comfort and summons. When she let go, it was only for a second. The moment stretched, taut and dangerous, like glass at the point before it cracks. I could hear the tide in my blood. I could hear the pack in the bones of the earth. I could hear Charlie downstairs, humming to himself, utterly unaware. "I saw something try to unmake the lines between worlds," she said finally, and the image of that attempted erasure, of rules ripped and loyalties broken, was a thing that would force every hidden heart into the open. It resists being seen because it knows what seeing would do. It felt like a promise and a threat, both. I pressed my forehead to the coolness of the window and let the rain blur the world into a soft, uncommitted sheet. The future had refused to be fixed by anyone but me, and that realization made the next steps both inevitable and deadly. I could stay where I was, mortal and sharp and human, and let the currents of other people's lives decide my shape. Or I could reach for something beyond flesh and risk everything that made forgiveness and mourning possible. I thought of hands, Alice's cold palm in mine, Charlie's rough work roughened touch, hands that could build and hands that could break. And when I looked up, Alice's face was the only map I trusted. "If it's moving," I said, and my voice was steadier than I felt, "then we'll have to move with it. We'll have to learn how to read the new pattern before it decides us." She smiled then, that sudden, unbelievable upturn that had first turned my life into a slow, perilous song. It was a smile made of apology and mischief and a sorrow so fierce I wanted to press my hand to it and stop the hurt. "Then let me try again," she said. "But not alone." Chapter 27, Negotiations at La Plush. The sea smelled like old iron and rain, like something ancient and patient that had been waiting for us long before I was born. The driftwood sagged in black shades along the high water line, and gulls argued somewhere high and lonely in the slate sky. My shoes sank in the cold sand and left little dark hollows I could not fill, and each step toward the driftwood circle felt like stepping away from the ordinary world I had grown into at Charlie's table. Alice had been a puzzle these last days, her smile a map I wanted to trace, her touch a promise that didn't tremble, and now even the map betrayed us. She had watched and watched until the futures around me blurred and broke like surf against rock. Where there had once been 100 tidy tapestries of what might be, there were now ragged things that hissed and fell away the moment she reached for them. She had said, once without meaning it to be a plea, that she could not see a safe way through. I couldn't stand the idea that her inability to see might make her family choose a violent answer because they were afraid. So I came here, to the place between water and forest where the wolves lived like the tide sped its breath. I had no plan of argument or script, only the skinny, bright thread of certainty that if there was any way to keep those who had taken me in from slaughtering the wolves, or the wolves from ripping out any member of my strange family, I would be its foolish needle. They found me before I found them. One moment I was alone with the boardwalks with scent and the holy cold of the ocean, and the next there were figures moving at the edges of my sight, its velocity unfamiliar, the ground hugging them. They did not break into human shapes the way I had come to expect in Forks. They slid out of the trees as if they had always belonged to the shadows. A dozen of them at least, broad shoulders in the low, watchful stillness of animals that had learned to hold war inside them. Sam moved forward until he was a man and then a leader and then a thing that seemed to take the world into account in whole breaths. He smelled of winter and pine and something cleaner, duty. He did not approach with the posturing of a hunter. He approached as someone who had measured his will against an older law and found no easy answer. My mouth betrayed me first. The words came before I could dress them in argument. I said I wanted to talk. I wanted to make a bargain, or at least offer myself as the place where a bargain might begin. If the Cullens would not or could not yield to the pack's fears, perhaps I could be the bridge between them, human proof that the family who had become my refuge would not hurt the men who guarded the coastline and their people. I said I would bear risk if that would keep blood off anyone's hands. Sam's face held no sudden warmth when I spoke. His jaw was a plane of decisions. He asked me what I wanted the pack to accept, and his voice did not waver from the edge of command. Behind him, other faces were unreadable. Some young men watched with the animal narrowness of those who waited for permission to leap. I had rehearsed the pleadings all week in the corners of the Cullen house, but they were inadequate when faced with him. So I told him the truth. I wanted time for the Cullens to find a solution that did not force the pack to make violence a first answer. I wanted limits on the margins of our lives, boundaries that kept townspeople safe and kept hunters away from the risky edges of their control. I wanted assurances that no one would be allowed to hunt near the town, no one would be allowed to use me as bait, no one would use the existence of immortality as a bludgeon against those who lived and bled in finite measures. Sam listened as if every word landed on scales. It felt obscene to offer myself like any pawn. But there was a ridiculous comfort in the knowledge that, of all the people who loved the Cullens, I was perhaps the least expensive to lose. Mortality gives you that greedy calculus. You become inefficient, expendable, young in the wrong ways. I could see my face burned with the truth of it and still offer it. When he finally spoke, his words were not the blunt instrument I expected. He did not refuse me. He did not accept me. He did something tougher. He set terms that steamed the breath from my lungs. He said meeting alone would change nothing. Intentions were air, they warmed quickly then left cold. Demonstration was what mattered. He wanted tangible concessions, rules written in fact, not in good intentions. The pack would agree to a neutral meeting with the Cullens only if the Cullens agreed, in writing and under witness, to a clear set of boundaries, zones the vampires would not cross, hunts they would not pursue, and visible penalties if those boundaries were violated. He wanted guarantees that could be seen, not just felt. He spoke of patrols and witness stations like a man talking about fences. He wanted Jasper contained at times of straying. He wanted the family to show a willingness to change their patterns. No more disappearances into the dark near town, no visits that mimicked hunting, no choosing of temptation for sport. He wanted the Cullens to accept a monitoring of sorts, neutral parties present at sensitive times. He wanted the kind of safety that could be proven with eyes, not just promised with words. And then he said something harsher. He said that any meeting without those concessions would be a spectacle of weakness and could be taken as an invitation to more violent tests by more angry people. He said the wolves lived by rules, too, they had to be able to show their people that they had tried talk before blood. He asked me if I was prepared to be named in that bargain, to be the human face of a shaky piece. I was. I am not sure whether my voice was brave or only small. I could feel my pulse like an alarm that insisted I was still human beneath the rain-damp hair. I told him yes. I would place myself in the center. I would set the terms with him and go home and tell the Cullens that the pact required more than a promise. I would watch their faces fold into decisions, and I would choose, if need be, the quiet of sacrifice over the explosion of someone else's bones. We arranged a time and a place. Not here, not now. Neutral ground, the old cove where logs lay in a long, crooked line and the tide's reach was predictable. Sam made it clear they would come with caution and with numbers. They would come with eyes ready to judge the Cullens' returns. I left with a schedule that felt like a verdict. When I walked back up the path to the forest line, the Cullens were waiting as if they had known where I would be and when I would appear. They stood like a slow night made human, their faces pale against the dark, eyes bright with the things that made them both family and impossible strangers. Alice reached for my hand the moment I cleared the last of the trees. Her fingers were ice and hurricane, steady, and then a little frantic. She read my mouth as much as my voice. Her face folded into 1,000 tiny calculations. This was what she had feared and what she had not seen. Edward's expression was a landscape of warning. He wanted to forbid me, to keep me within the walls he could protect. He moved first, as if to intercept my resolve with logic and reason. Carlyle's voice, when he intervened, was the careful one, concerned about rules and lives, but clear that punishment could not be the first tool we used. Esme's face hurt with malvering, the kind of ache that wanted to gather me up and keep me safe in perpetual light. Rosalie's jaw tightened. She considered the uglier possibilities, the cost of holding a human among them as a potential fault line. Emmett wanted simplicity, no wolves, no provocation, while Jasper hovered in the small dark that was always around him, visibly straining toward the smell of human blood and the memory of blood that had been. We argued in quiet. That was the way of U.S. decisions measured like pills in a glass of water. Edward wanted conditions and safeguards that would protect both sides. He feared what choosing without constraints would do. Rosalie argued that any human on the table at bargaining risked becoming a weapon, used by wolves or vampires to force the other's hand. It stung, the way her words made me feel like an accessory to some grand politics I had never auditioned for. Alice's voice, when she spoke, trembled with something I had never heard from her before, uncertainty. She had tried, so many times, to show us the gentle arc of future choices, to pull options smooth and straight. When she tried to look now, the images stuttered, broke into shards. Sometimes they'd glue themselves back together into frames of my face and bright, soft laughter, but then they would splinter into scenes of cages and clamps and torn cloth. Her illusion of control had frayed, and with it went the family's usual confidence in outcome. Carlyle suggested, quietly, that we give Sam what he asked for, a list of limits and a method for adjudicating violations. He proposed a formal negotiation, shepherded by neutral witnesses, humans whose lives were grounded in civic law. He wanted the pact to get the assurances it required without forcing either family to make immediate, irreversible sacrifices. He could see, as I could, how close we were to a threshold where the law of the jungle would overtake the law of consideration. Rosalie's face went cold. "Limits won't stop instinct," she said, and there was pain in that sentence. She watched me as one watches a small, dangerous thing. If they think we are soft, someone will test that. If someone tests us and we can no longer look away, then the price is not just one life. It will be any life. It was not a comforting thought. But it was logical in the way of wolves and hounds. I sat on the stairs and listened to them war through the calculus of my presence. I could feel my own identity fissuring under the weight of the choices they'd put before me, the life I had been born into at Charlie's table, slow and human and finite, or the cold, unending skin of immortality that would change me into one of them, into Alice's bright nights and Edward's careful tenderness, but also into the reasons for the wolf's fear. Becoming one of them would end the argument and replace it with another. Remaining mortal might make me a casualty of it. Alice kept moving her hands, and the light that bounced off her skin fractured the room into slivers. She said she loved me, and the room contracted around her phrase. She kept saying she would make it right, and then she would shake because she could not see how. Edward's argument grew quiet and taut. "This cannot depend on one person's bravery," he said finally. "If you're going to stand in the center of this, Bella, we have to do more than rely on your willingness to be a symbol. We must change how we exist in Forks, or we will lose more than one life for the sake of pride." "I am not bravery," I told him. My voice was smaller than his, but it was full of a stubborn honesty that surprised me. "I'm not a banner to be waved. I'm a person who is tired of the idea that being useful means being crushed. If someone must be the bridge, make it a bridge that can hold 1,000 people, not just one." Carlyle nodded at that. He saw the moral pitfall beneath the plot. Using me as bait would be theft disguised as peace. He recommended, gently and with his usual physician's regard for life, that we draft the concessions Sam demanded and present them as evidence of good faith. He suggested restraints on the family's external movements, on their hunting patterns, and on the presence of those among them who most tested the pack's trust. He urged that any human willing to stand between the two sides should be honored and protected, not sacrificed for a showpiece of compromise. Emmett cursed softly in the kitchen, and then he was a man who would do anything to keep those he loved alive. Jasper retreated to the couch where the sun touched the carpet, where his restraint was thinner, and he looked at me like a man deciding whether a glass in his hand was an argument or a temptation. Rosalie sat across from me, breathing like a storm she could not unleash, and I saw, in her hardness, a deep, raw fear that had nothing to do with me and everything to do with survival. We made plans that night. They wrote the concessions in plain language. Carlyle insisted on witnesses who were human, people whose lives were bound to the civic order, who could stand as bridges between law and wilderness. Esme offered herself as a guardian of my well-being with the kind of grief-laced tenderness that made the room smell like those old, safe afternoons at Charlie's. Edward argued for a secrecy-based schedule, times when we would be private, times when we would be open. Alice folded her hands in her lap and looked at me with a tenderness that felt like winter sunlight, so bright it might crack things open. The terms took shape: neutral ground, witnesses, limits on hunts, and penalties. They were not sweeping, they were the small, civilized things that could be forced upon two predatory groups because the world wanted to stay intact. When I saw Sam's list in my head, the things he'd asked for, I understood that the pack wanted an ironclad way to show their people that they had tried talk first. They wanted a paper trail, a list of failures someone could point to and say, "We tried." But beneath the lists and the signatures and the clear boundaries, there was a darker current that none of us could pretend to iron out with words. There was hunger in the air that would not be fenced by paper. There was the ache in Alice's eyes when she could not summon the future, and the way Edward's hands clenched when he thought of the things he would not allow. There was the knowledge that every concession was a small death, a giving up of place, of privilege, of the freedom to exist exactly as we were. I stayed awake most of that night thinking about sacrifice not as a noble act but as something people use when they are desperate to keep other people from being destroyed. I thought about the way immortality makes decisions look like investments, and I thought about how mortality makes them feel like amputations. I wanted both things and neither. I wanted Alice's hand in the dark, the hush of her voice, and I wanted my father's clumsy, angry love at the table. I wanted to be desired by cold skin and still keep the warmth that living gives. Morning crept in and the rain began a soft, steady wash. The meeting was set. Sam had agreed to come to neutral ground if we could bring him the facts he required. He had warned me, he had said intention would not be enough. He had said if they wanted peace, then the Cullens had to show it in the ways wolves understood: visible, enforceable boundaries, and a willingness to be held accountable. I walked back to the Cullen house with the tide set clinging to my hair, the wet cold sitting under my skin like another presence. Behind me, the ocean moved on, indifferent. Ahead of me, the family gathered around papers and pledges, and an impossible choice hovered like a gull that refused to land. I had volunteered myself to be the bridge. The pack had asked for guarantees. The Cullens were drafting them. But somewhere between the signatures and the tide, someone would test defense. And when that happened, I would have to decide where I was willing to lose to keep everyone else alive. Chapter 28, The Meeting. The ocean had learned to match the sky. It lay flat and sullen and the same exact shade of gray that had become the background tone of my life, an unchosen wallpaper I sometimes thought I could peel away if I simply gathered the courage. The wind cut clean across the beach, pulling salt and wet driftwood into patterns that looked like old scars. I planted my feet in the cold sand and felt the world tilt just enough to remind me that every step from here on out would matter. Jacob and Sam waited a few yards away, their figures small against the empty sweep of shore. They were human here, both of them, faces guarded with the posture of men who had practiced restraint until it became muscle memory. I could see the hard, necessary lines in Sam's jaw that came with leadership, the way his eyes catalogued risk like someone who had spent too long calculating losses. Jacob's profile was a cliff of impatient feeling, flare of mouth, set shoulders, hands that might have reached for me a dozen times before I could straighten my voice. I had not come to La Push to beg. I had come to speak. For weeks the fragile thing inside me had been tugged from both sides. At the Cullen house there were soft hands and cooler air and a table where lights never failed. There were conversations held in low voices that always managed to sound more like a trial than a family dinner, ethics and probabilities, measures weighed in terms of centuries and consequences. Carlyle asked questions that made me feel like a patient being consulted about an experiment. Esme held my arms like a tether to life the way she held everyone, trying to keep what she loved from drifting away. Rosalie's eyes burned with something I felt more than saw, protection twisted with contempt. Edward's restraint was a presence in the room, a careful gravity that tried to keep the world from tilting too far. And then there was Alice. Her smile had once been a sudden, bright thing that made my breath small and sacred, like finding a light in a closed room. Lately her small hands had trembled on the edge of certainty. Her future sight, which used to tumble out in confident cascades, hit snags and broke into mirages where I stood in the center, always moving, always just beyond reach. She had told me she had seen me in ways that kept altering, futures that refused to be pinned. She had come to me anyway, offering ordinary touch and impossible promises. She had not read my thoughts, she could not, and I no longer trusted maps she could not draw. So I had crossed the stretch of gray between La Push and the world we were both trying to navigate. The sand crept up around my shoes like a patient reminder of tides and inevitable choices. When I finally closed the small distance between Jacob and Sam, both of them turned as if I had been the only thing they were waiting for. Sam's voice came first, low and formal. He made a speech about preservation, about the pack's duty to its people, about boundaries that could not be allowed to blur without consequence. The words were smooth and iron-lined. He framed his argument around safety and history, about wolves and territory and the way a community survives when its elders make hard decisions. He looked at me as though I were a rumor he had to stamp out before it grew teeth. Jacob's words felt like the opposite of Sam's, hot and immediate. He spoke of promises made to the pack, of blood and loyalty, of a memory of the way he used to be sure of everything, and how that certainty kept slipping. He kept glancing at me when he said my name, like the word itself made his voice sharper. He wanted to know where I wanted the way someone pulls at a wound to see if it still hurts. I breathed through the motion. The sea knocked quietly against the shore as if it had all night to practice patience. I could feel the Cullens in my back pocket like a heat, a folded map of safety that might as easily close like a fist. I could feel Charlie in my bones like the constant of gravity, the house I could return to that smelled of coffee and fluorescent light. And inside me, underneath everything, was Alice, a cold hand I had learned to trust because it was steady when my world tipped. "You think I'm a prize," I said before I let myself try for anything bolder than truth. My voice surprised me because it was small and edged in the way rain is edged when it finally stops. "Or you think I'm a threat. Both of you look at what I am, human, ordinary, and define me by what you imagine I might do to your people. You don't see me as a person. You see me as a bargaining chip." Sam's expression didn't change. Jacob's did. There was an immediate flash of something like guilt and fury mixed together. "Bella," Jacob started, like a man who had rehearsed apologies and never found the right words. "Don't," I said. "Please. I know what you both think I should be." I'm not asking either of you to be my champion or my tormentor. I'm asking. I swallowed a slow tide of fear and rearranged the sentences until they fit the bones of my truth. I'm asking you to respect me as the one who will make my choice. Silence settled between us like a blanket. The tide off the beach pulled a string of brown foam that looked like stitches in a wound. I had seen the negotiations in Alice's disintegrating reflections, people arranging me the way you arrange furniture in a house that isn't yours. Carlyle with the weight of medical ethics, Rosalie with the fierce, animal desire to protect what's hers by bit removing all possible causes of harm, Edward with lists of risks measured in tiny units. And Sam, with the pack's ancient obligation to safeguard the human world from what he and his have learned to fear. You ask a lot, Sam said finally. You ask us to ignore danger, to ignore history. You ask a wolf to believe that a vampire won't bend the world. I don't ask you to believe anything about vampires, I said, surprising myself again at the clear line my voice drew. I ask you to believe in me. I will not be moved like a pawn, traded for safety, used as proof that one side is right and the other wrong. If my presence between you keeps your people from being hurt, fine. But that has to be my decision. Not yours. Not the Cullens. Mine. Jacob's hand curled into a fist at his side as if the sand itself might be a thing to squeeze out a story. And your choice, he began. What if your choice puts people in danger? What if you decide something that hurts others because you love someone dangerous? You don't see how that looks to us. I know how it looks, I said. I know exactly how it looks. I live inside people trying to control me. But hear this, loving Alice doesn't make me less human. It doesn't make my life a bargaining chip to be hidden or unleashed. It makes me complicated. It makes me someone who is capable of sacrifice and also stubbornness. If I choose to become something else, I will do it because I decide that's what I need, not because you think it's the only way to keep me safe. And if I choose to stay, my hands spread, as if the ocean might carry my gesture into a promise. Then you have to trust me to live in your world the way I choose to live. Not as a symbol, not as a spy, not as a prize. Sam's eyes flickered like storm glass. There are limits, he said, almost apologetic. There are things the pack will never accept. We cannot allow wolves to become wolves without cause, and we cannot allow vampires to be closer to our children than is proper. This is about keeping the people of La Push safe. It's also about the people of Forks and all the ordinary lives that have nowhere to hide when rumor starts to breathe, I countered. The name of my town felt like a rope tugged around my ribs. My father notices the small things. He asks questions now. Your pack's warnings already stirred a violence that skinned the edges of what was quiet. I am not saying the risk isn't real. I'm saying the answer isn't to make me small. Jacob's mouth worked. His loyalty to the pack warred with something that was always just under his stubborn face, his affection for me. In a different life, he would have been the one to pick me up and carry me to safety whether I asked or not. Here, standing between obligations that had teeth, he looked like someone who had been asked to watch me choose between two ways of being. You have ties, he said finally, as though cataloging the facts of my life like a landscape. Your father. The Cullens. Choices you can't yet feel the shape of. How can we trust that you won't be broken in the middle of this? How can we trust that you won't turn into a thing we can't help? It would hurt, I said, because it was a truth I had rehearsed for myself in the edges of nights, when sleep felt like a reprieve and then slid off like wet silk. It would hurt to leave Charlie, to leave sunsets and coffee and the ordinary anchors that have kept me here. It would hurt because I would have to give up the last of my excuses for being ordinary, my vulnerabilities and my stupid, human habits. But hurt is not the same as wrong. Love doesn't stop because pain comes with it. People change for many reasons. If I change, it won't be because someone else decided for me. Sam looked at me then, and something in him shifted like ice under pressure. For the first time he seemed not to be speaking from a list of possible outcomes, but from the cramped space of a man who had once had to make choices without full sight. If you refuse to be used as a bargaining piece, he said, Then you put the obligation on yourself to avoid reckless provocations. You promise to keep the lines that protect our people. I thought of Alice's hands on my arm and of the way her eyes watched mine, trying to read a future that now refused to come. I thought of the Cullens arguing under the calm light of their kitchen, of Carlyle's soft voice turning every idea into a question, of Rosalie's intensity like a shield that would slice as easily as it would guard. I thought of Charlie washing the walls of his house because cleaning was how he fought worry, and how his gray, ordinary life would crack if this war found a way into it. I promise I will try, I said. The words tasted like an admission and a weapon at the same time. But not because you tell me to. Because I know what it costs. Because I love my life and don't want it wrecked into an example. Because I will not be the reason families tear each other apart. Jacob's brow smoothed in the way it only ever did when he was trying to match the contours of my words. He shifted forward, a human movement rather than a wolf's, and for a second the sea held its breath. We don't want you to be hurt, he said. We don't want to lose people. But you have to see. I see, I said. I see both sides. I feel the weight of both. I also feel the ache of my own choices. This is not just about you. It's not just about the Cullens. It's about me, and I'm refusing to be subjugated by fear or by what either of you thinks is easiest. If the pack will not accept my decision when I make it, then they will have to live with the consequences of not trusting me. If the Cullens try to force a future on me because they think it's safer, they will have to live with that, too. The words left an aftertaste. I had not intended my speech to sound like defiance, but that was what defiance felt like when you stripped away spine-chilling fear and something tender and human took its place. Sam's face didn't soften entirely. He was built of duty, but he nodded, as if agreeing to consider the shape of limits rather than the bluntness of ultimatums. Jacob stepped closer, close enough that the wind brought a hint of cedar and something deeper, like the memory of summer. He listened, really listened, maybe for the first time, as if what I said might alter the map he had been given to guard. This isn't just your fight, he said quietly. If you choose to be with them, to become one of them, we will have to respond. But, if this is your choice, we'll respect it. It will hurt, and there will be consequences. But we'll respect it. Respect. The word felt small and large at the same time. I had been offered shelter and protection, told to be careful, told to hide. I had been offered transformations presented with medical ethics and family love. I had been told, in no uncertain terms from both sides, that my life was never going to be just mine again. I will make my choice when I am ready, I said. The sentence was both a promise and a warning. Not because anyone else points a compass. Not because anyone draws a line I'm supposed to follow. I will choose who I become, and I will bear the consequences. A gull screamed and passed over the sea, indifferent. The gray sky smudged the horizon until everything looked like it might merge into one long, waiting bruise. Behind me, in the place that was not here but felt like a second skin, Alice's presence was a question mark I could not put into words. She could not see me clearly enough to tell me where my life bent, and that uncertainty both terrified me and made me feel impossibly, painfully free. Sam met my eyes like a man who had measured the future and found numbers he couldn't reconcile. You understand this will cost you, he said quietly. I know, I agreed. Whatever I choose, it will cost me. That's why I want to be the one who pays it. Jacob's jaw clicked as if against something metallic. Just, he started, then stopped. The plea in his face wasn't for me to stay, it was for me to survive the path I chose. For all his anger and pack loyalty, Jacob wanted me intact when the battle was over. It was not the same as belonging to him, but it was something shaped from the same fierce material. I drew a breath and let it go, as if exhaling might empty me of all the noise and leave one clear line. Don't make me invisible, I told them both. Don't pretend you can protect me by making choices for me. If you are going to be my enemies, be honest. If you are going to be my guardians, step into the work and let me carry my share. They did not respond in tidy ways. Sam's nod was a promise to try, Jacob's expression was a promise to try harder. The sea continued its patient, gray undoing of the day, and in that moment I felt the world tilt not toward one side or the other but along the path I had cut out myself. When I turned to walk back up the beach toward the car and the small measures of ordinary life waiting behind it, I felt like someone who had finally spoken her name aloud. It was quiet and radical. It mattered. The tide would still come in tonight, and somewhere beyond the water the pack would meet and plan, and at the Cullen House debates would breathe into decisions no one wanted to make. The war had not been postponed by my speech, it had only been given a new variable. But I had said my truth, and for the first time I did not feel like a rumor passed between two sides. I felt like a person who had been allowed to choose. A gull wheeled and the cold air cleaned my face. Ahead, the town stayed where it always had, small houses, familiar lights, and my father's steady presence. Behind, there were eyes that loved me and eyes that feared me, and a future I still had to choose. I put my hand into the pocket where a little warmth still lived and walked, knowing that the next decision would not be indefinite and that someone I loved might be watching me choose from a place where the future no longer offered her maps. Chapter 29, Echoes of Old Wounds. The tide that afternoon moved like a dark thought, dragging itself along the sand and spitting it back in glittering filaments. Rain had left the world smelling of iron and salt, the sky was one continuous gray like a pressed sheet. I had thought the Cullens house was a refuge because inside it there were rules and soft things to hide under, but La Push taught me a different kind of shelter, one made of bone and loyalty and open sky, where every promise had weight because the wolves measured the world in territory and teeth. I stepped out of the car with my jacket collar up and Alice's hand slipping into mine as if to tether me to something brighter and steadier than the weather. She didn't look at me then. Her face caught the pail that fell between cloud and ocean and turned it into a dozen thin shards. When the light struck her, it shattered along the planes of her skin and threw itself into tiny rainbows. For a second my chest split open with the wrong kind of wanting to be nearer, wanting to be safe, wanting to burn into that refracted light and live there. Her smile was polite and sudden like anything practiced, but it didn't reach the slight cloud in her eyes. The future had been a map for her for as long as I could remember. Now she kept glancing down at her palms as if she were waiting for the lines to redraw themselves. We walked toward the assembled forms like two pale ghosts among darker bodies. The pack was a low, shifting mass of heat and tension, men with shoulders that meant business. Sam was at the center, all measured angles and flat temperament, and even from where I stood I felt the iron of his will. Jacob was at the edge, taller than the others now, his face an animal's curve, protective, impatient. The rest of the Cullens made a careful line opposite them, Carlyle, steady as ever, Esme a soft shadow of worry, Edward close to me, his hand on my back more tactile than words, Rosalie with the kind of coldness that looked like scorn but hid fear, Emmett like a loaded spring, Jasper quieter than usual, his eyes dark and remote. There was a hush that felt rehearsed. These meetings had the brittle smell of things held together too long. Old grievances don't need new mouths, they thrive on the spaces between people and the slow gathering of small offenses into something heavier than the original wrong. Sam didn't wait for the formalities. He stepped forward and his voice made the tide hush. He laid out the accusation the pack had circled for months now, that the Cullens' presence in Forks brought humans too close to danger, but the fragile rules of secrecy had frayed and the risk to their people was growing. He painted their fear neatly, the same way Carlyle used to explain a dosage or a prognosis. Fine language, hard edge. When he finished, every wolf's muscles tightened like a choir waiting for the signal to sing. Carlyle answered in the even tones I had learned to trust. He spoke of responsibility, of sheltering those who fell into harm's path, of how moral obligation could not be abandoned because of fear. His words were not rhetoric. There was kindness in them that made me want to cry because I could almost imagine a life built on that kind of slow, careful compassion, a life in which people did not have to be sacrificed because the danger was inconvenient. Rosalie's voice cut through with an acid that smelled of bone. She questioned the wisdom of exposing the family, of building a refuge that had the danger and the comfort in the same place. Her argument was pragmatic. She looked at me and the calculation was brutal. This was a human heart beating between them and the world. What would it cost to keep it? It was a question I had been asking alone in my bed at night for months. Edward's protest was sharp and swift. He had never been patient with threat to me, his protections wrapped around me like wire and velvet. He argued for caution and for limits. I listened to him because I knew he feared the pragmatic heartbreak even as he tried to be rational about it. His voice had the lilt of someone who loved plans. The fractured lines that love introduced to his logic were small but always there. The talking went in circles like gulls wheeling over tide-dripped water until the air was full of accusation and reply. Alice stayed near me, a luminous presence I kept wanting to touch. Her hands trembled at times as if she were trying to catch the echoes of a future that would not hold still. When she did speak, it was always about possibilities and paths and the ghosts of what-ifs. She kept lifting her face to the sky like somebody searching for stars that had been blinked out. The old grievance they returned to was not a single act but a memory that threaded through years. Humans had been endangered near La Push, small things that have always been solved by secrecy and by avoidance, until avoidance stopped being enough. There were accusations about the nature of secrets, whether secrecy itself was a crime and who was permitted to decide what a life was worth. It was philosophical until someone stopped listening to philosophy and started listening to the beat of his own anger. That someone was young, too young for real patience, driven by a devotion that had not yet learned the cost of restraint. He broke the rhythm like a stone through glass. One moment the meeting was about promises and ethics, the next it was about claws and the bitter, close sound of someone running. He came at us with the speed of something that had always thought violence in answer. I hadn't seen the movement until he was on the fringe where the two worlds met, where wolf flesh blurred into human hands. His momentum carried him like a small comet, and the first thing I noticed was how his eyes were all fire without calculation, how his face was a boy's name shouted backward by history. Don't. I think someone, maybe me, maybe Alice, had made the sound into the rain. It meant nothing and everything. The wolf broke into the circle, and everything compressed into a single, cardinal moment of danger. Edward moved before thought could solidify into fear. He stepped between the pack and me like a wall of precise angles. The young wolf lunged for the nearest Cullen, intent raw and single so that the world narrowed into attack. A hand went out, a body reacted. The youth's arm flung up and something bright and wet spattered the sand. I saw the red with a kind of terrible amazement, as if it were happening to someone else. Blood, a dark, stubborn mark on the pale edge between our two kinds. The little, insane sound it made when it hit the damp sand was like a punctuation. The pack recoiled and then surged, the Cullens tightened like a net being drawn. For one terrible, magnificent instant it became only motion, bodies surging, a wolf thrown, a vampire's strength used in clumsy defense. It was not the slow, clean violence I had imagined in nightmares. It was messy and human and complicated by panic. Jasper's face went terribly white and then, when the blood reached the air, it altered. I had watched him in the past and seen the shadows of his history at the edges of his movements, the part of him that remembered too much hunger. That memory wasn't only metaphor. The scent of blood is a language every bone can understand. He faltered, and for the first time since I had been allowed into their world, I saw the line tremble with danger in him. Edward's hand found my shoulder hard, not to protect me physically. He could have moved me in an instant, but like a request to stay put, to be small, to be safe. Control, Carlyle said then, not pleading but issuing a directive so practiced it was like an order given in a surgery room. He moved between Jasper and the smell, a soft instrument of authority. Sam had to make his threat of the packs while heard above the sudden surge of bodies. He called his young wolf back with a sound that was more of a baring of teeth than a word. The boy stumbled backward, breath hot and ragged, and for all the roar of fear around us, for all the temptation of the red stain, he had been hurt, his shoulder had been torn, and a streak of red ran down his arm, painting the white of bone and sand. The sight of the wound changed everything. It was not a vampire's wound. This bled and pulsed and would ache in the healing hours, and suddenly every theory on ethics and responsibility turned concrete. A boy lay there because a choice had been made, to come close enough to attack. The pack's moan of anger turned inward with a hint of shame, and the Cullens' faces were mirrors of worry. In those next long seconds, shapes of loyalty rearranged themselves in my chest. I felt the heat of Alice's palm tighten over mine. Edward's jaw clenched as if his teeth would hurt his own insides. Rosalie's eyes burned with a calculation I could not soften. Jasper's hands were wide at his sides like someone stopping a habit that could destroy them. Esme moved, then Carlyle, and the air between the two families shimmered with the weight of what must be done. There was no grand violence to turn the meeting into war. Instead there was a quieter, more dangerous thing, the proof that peace demanded a price. Blood on the edge of things forced faces into decisions. Sam's voice came down like a verdict. He wanted guarantees. He named a truth that none of us could deny, that proximity between predator and vulnerable human was a line that would not indefinitely hold. He demanded either distance or an altered status for the human at its center. Remove her, he said in a low way that did not ask for argument, or give us the power to keep her from becoming a casualty. His words landed like a weight. I understood with a bone-deep clarity that this was not simply about fences or protocols. This was an ultimatum. Keep me safe by moving me away from where the pack could be at risk, or make me something else so the wolves no longer had claim. It was an either-or that smelled like a coin on a scale. I felt it dig into me the way the tide digs into sand, the inevitable pressure of water on fragile ground. The Cullens' faces were different kinds of frightened. Rosalie's tone hardened into a demand for action, for a decision that favored safety over sentiment. Edward's advocacy became a plea for a slow path. Carlyle's medical mind enumerated ethics like a hypothesis. Jasper's past whispered reasons to run. Emmett's loyalty sharpened into a promise of protection with the bluntness of muscle. I had never thought of myself as a thing to be negotiated. I had thought my life would be simple and ordinary, school, work, the cozy ache of attachment. But the choice being argued around me was not mine solely. It was about territory and law and hunger and the cost of safety. It was about whether my life would remain its fragile, human brightness or be folded into an immortal darkness where I might no longer bleed for the sorrow of it. Alice's hand in mine suddenly felt cooler. She leaned closer, her voice a tremor. She could not promise the future. She could not spin me a smooth line that led me to certainty. She had tried and failed, and in that failure I saw the real terror of what we were up against, decisions made without the map. She saw pieces, and they did not connect the way they used to. That uncertainty made her fierce in ways that scared me because the fiercest parts of people want to deny their fear with action. Sam stepped back, folded his arms, and laid down the kind of ultimatum that is meant to be felt rather than argued. The pack would not be patient forever. The families had a fixed amount of time to decide what to do with me. Keep me as a human and they would patrol the edges with teeth ready. Turn me and they would have no cause to be threatened by my flesh. It was the blunt logic of predators and prey stripped of its poetry. I listened to Carlyle and to Sam and felt the separate legacies of their moral lives press against the place between my ribs. I had come to La Push that day wanting someone to tell me that there was a way to have both, to be both wanted and safe, but the world didn't offer soft duplicities. It offered choices that scarred, it offered the need for sacrifice that would be measured in people I loved. When we left the beach, the rain had started again, thread thin and steady. Alice walked part of the way with me, and then she lagged, standing in the damp like a figure carved from the weather, watching the place where the blood had fallen as if it might teach her how to read the map she had lost. Jasper walked with his hands clasped so tightly that his knuckles shone. Edward's hand brushed mine and was gone the instant I tried to hold it back. Sam's shape receded into the gray toward the trees, a promise and a threat both. Back at the Cullen house, doors closed and the soft lamplight ignored the damp. We went through the motions of tending the wound the young wolf had carried away with him, words of comfort, thin apologies, but the real healing would be the decisions to come. I felt like something half alive suspended between two absolutes. The Cullens said the right things, the pack said the right things. Between them, I was a fragile object being weighed. That night I lay awake and thought about the way blood looked on sand, how it glowed oddly when the world was so gray. I thought of Alice trying to find a path that refused to be mapped, of Carlyle enumerating ethics like prescriptions, of Rosalie's hungry, pragmatic fear, of Jasper's past memory of hunger and the way a single scent could undo a person. I thought about loyalty and how it could be the kindest thing in the world and the cruelest, depending on how you measured it. When the house finally settled and quieted into its machine hum, Esme came to my window and sat beside me on the sill. She did not offer me the easy solace of an answer. Instead, she put her hand over mine and told me, in the low voice of someone who had loved for long enough to know that promises were hard currency, that family did not always mean easy. Sometimes family meant being torn between what was right and what was bearable. I pressed my forehead to the cool blast and listened to the house breathe around me. Rain on the roof sounded like a clock. The ultimatum had been laid down with a civilized precision that made it sound like a legal detail, but I felt its teeth. The choice that had been mine in theory had been colonized by larger needs, the packs, the Cullens, the towns. My desire to remain human had always been bound up with the neatness of mortality. Suddenly that neatness coiled into a question of sacrifice. I slept for an hour and dreamed of rivers and of a life that might stretch on without end, watching the people I loved age and fall away. I woke with the taste of salt and iron in my mouth and knew that the roof of my ordinary life had been lifted in a single conversation. The world we had been trying to keep discreet had not only found us, it had brought proofs that secrecy was fragile and peace demanded payment. The price had not yet been listed in clear coin, it had been spelled out in a smear of red on the sand and a word that tasted like a knife: remove. Make or take. Transform or move. I had thought the moral arithmetic of the Cullens' lives would have room for nuance, but agreements made between hunts and families are cruelly simple when you're the thing being negotiated. I wrapped my arms around myself because I could not figure out which direction I was supposed to lean. The house was silent except for the low, maternal creak of Esme moving away. Outside, the rain persisted, indifferent and patient. Choices, when they finally arrive, have a way of making themselves heard. Now I only had to wait for the volume to rise until the decision could no longer be deferred. I understood then, with a cold and simple certainty, whatever I chose would not hurt only me. Chapter 30. Alice Breaks a Rule. The beach smelled like iron and salt and rain-slicked wood. The world had been washed down to its raw edges. The tide slithered out in thin silver, leaving cold ribs of sand exposed, and the sky hung low and bruised. The pack moved like shadows pulled taut against that low sky, breathing, coiling, calculating. They were slower now, more disciplined than the stories made them, eyes like small polished stones that never blinked. Fear lived in the tightness between my ribs, where it had been curling and ready as a cat for weeks. Alice took my hand without asking. It was a small, defiant thing, her fingers warm against mine though they were unerringly cool to everyone else, and it felt, in that moment, like the only tether I had to anything solid. She did not smile in the way she did when she saw skirts twirl or when some harmless future pleased her. Her mouth was an angle of concentration. The light, not the pale, flat fork's light but a shard of something stubborn and bright, slanted through a break in the clouds and found the planes of her face. For an impossible second, the air around her fractured, tiny points of light slid across her skin like stars walking on skin. I knew then, in a way I had not been allowed to know before, that the rumor I had once dismissed was not a rumor. There was a geometry to Alice's skin, a depth to the way light answered it. I felt raw and naked, suddenly, like a live wire exposed. And I felt the entire pack watching me as if someone had opened a scene in the world and they were looking through. Sam's voice broke the water and went hush. It was flat, a stone dropped into dark. He was careful with his words, authority self-bound, but his meaning was a brick. Take her back to human safety. Remove Bella Swan from this place and the pack will consider its next steps. I watched faces, Edward's like a mask of chiseled air, Carlisle's steady as old wood, Esme's new terror behind her composed face, Rosalie's jaw tight with something that could be called contempt, and I felt every one of them a different version of the same fear. Alice's eyes flicked to me. They were more clear than the tide. She had not been calm at all lately. Her visions had been like paper in a storm, ripped, blurred, rearranged. It had made her restless in ways that didn't suit her pretty composure. Tonight, her glance was quick and feral. She saw me, and then she did not. Her fingers tightened around mine. "We can go," Carlyle said, voice low and even. He sounded as if he were writing the safest sentence in the world and reading it aloud like prayer. "We leave." We will not escalate this situation any further. Edward's jaw worked as if working through calculus. He was for strategy and distance, always for keeping the mathematics of danger clean. Leaving is a concession, he said. We cannot leave her vulnerable. Vulnerable. The tiny graveyard bell in my chest where vulnerability was buried began to toll. Bella Swan, fragile as a moth, fragile as a promise. My vision narrowed to Alice's palms spanned over mine, warm weight that promised a shelter. I wanted to tell them I was not as fragile as they all thought. I wanted to explain the hunger that wasn't just a physical ache, but a kind of thirst to be seen entirely by someone who could not be blinded by my skin or my mortal circadian rhythms. I wanted to say I would rather burn 1,000 times than be carted back to Charlie to live a life of quiet and sensible sunsets. Sam shifted. The pack hummed like a wire. Alice did something then that I have rehearsed in my head too many nights to count, but the reality of it was sharper, stranger. She stepped forward, half in front of me, half away from the family line. It was not a theatrical move. It was not Fred and George bravado. It was a small movement with the velocity of an avalanche. She turned so the light found her jaw, and she spoke to the pack in a voice that was still and terrifying. I will make her mine, she said. The sentence fell and everything in me unmoored. I could hear heartbeats, the pack and the family all different pounds, and the world seemed suddenly arranged around Alice's word. Mine. Make her mine. The syllables were precise and simple in their violence. Carlyle's shoulders tightened as if a hand had closed around his neck. Rosalie's face went stone silent. Emmett exhaled something low and dangerous. Jasper's eyes flickered with the old, war-carved memory of hunger-made law. Esme's hands went cold to her palms. Edward's whole being became a hard geometry I could not read for a second. It was a rupture. The family had rules that were bone-deep, codes built out of survival and decades of careful moral scaffolding. There was the rule against human feasting, obvious and sacred in its own way. There was the unspoken pact never to put the family at risk for personal whims. There was the near-religious oath to keep their kind hidden. There was, perhaps the most important in this context, the rule that no life-changing choice would be made rashly or without counsel, one did not remake a human body into an immortal thing on impulse at the edge of a beach under a sky that promised rain. Alice had not waited for counsel. She touched my cheek then with an intimacy that made the world telescope down to the circle of warmth where her fingers met my skin. Her touch was so tentatively fierce I felt like someone was leaning in to listen to a secret and afraid to interrupt. There was a tremor in her voice when she said, "Quieter now, I can't see the future for you, Bella. I can't. It keeps collapsing. If I don't act, I don't know what will happen." Sam's lips thinned. "That is not your decision to make," he said. The pack's muscles tensed like drawn bows. "It is mine," Alice answered simply. "Against them, or for her. I will not watch." "Stop," Carlyle said, the word a bar of authority that had less effect than the others had expected. He stepped forward, the healer in him at work, trying to list the consequences in a tone that pretended they were mere facts. "We cannot decide a transformation here. We will not risk exposure or—" Rosalie cut him off with a look sharp as a blade. "Of course you see the cold calculus," she said, venom laced through her beauty, and then, to Alice, "Is this your idea of bravery? Throwing our lives into chaos so you can play savior?" I watched Alice's face break in a way the girls at school might call dramatic, but there was no drama here. There was urgent, near hysterical hope. "It isn't about playing savior," she said. "It is about making sure she survives. She is ours by consequence if we don't." "By consequence?" Emmett's laugh was a poor disguise for the fear under his ribs. "We don't need consequence as an excuse to upend a person's life." "You don't understand," Alice said. Her hands found my face again, and for the first time since she had been my private weather, her touch was rough. I can see fragments. I saw her and then I didn't. Everything heals wrong in those futures. They bend. I don't get the end. If I don't change the path, I can't promise what's left. The pack moved as one, a single taut animal. Sam's eyes never left Alice. "We will not stand by and watch you play God with a human life," he said, using the words he'd learned, the polite armor of a man who had to be leader and guard. "If you want a life of immortality for her, do it somewhere else. Do it away from La Push. Away from the families we protect." Alice laughed then, small, breathy, a sound that was almost like the exhale a person makes when they think they will break. "Do it somewhere else," she echoed. "Make a life stealing of her in secret somewhere else? Hide the fact she ever existed as a human so nobody can ever say you did her a kindness? How was that less monstrous?" Carlyle's face collapsed around the edges. He looked like a man trying to hold a glass of water that had been shoved. "Alice, please," he said. He wanted to be the physician who could weigh harm and benefit and present a clinical, humane answer. He wanted to drag them back into calm, into the old laws, into the rules that had kept them alive. Edward was quiet, and quiet with him was a dangerous silence. He reached for control like he reached for breath. "Alice," he said, and the single word was not a phrase but a wall. "Not here. Not like this." Alice shrugged almost apologetically, and then did something that collapsed my world into a single point. She leaned forward and without ceremony pressed her mouth to mine. There was no movie romance fever in it. It was an act of downright urgency, a thing between an offering and a bargain. Her lips were cold and tasted of iron and whatever hunger and movement lived in the world between us. I had wanted it for months, for a long time that made me reckless. I had wanted the fierce, dangerous warmth of her, had wanted it to be a remedy for everything that felt thin and unsteady inside me. But the kiss was not about desire alone. It was armor. When she broke away, she was trembling. My throat felt raw as if I had swallowed salt. She spoke in a whisper that only I could hear over the wind. "You can say no," she told me, and in that single line she held both plea and command. "But if you go back to your father, he will never know what you are. If you stay, you will stand under my hand and never have to be afraid of being the one deserving of anything less than all of me." I thought of Charlie, of his blunt hands and the smell of his aftershave that meant small-town dinners and fluorescent light. I thought of my own fragile self, moth-winged and oddly brave, and the raw, aching desire to be made solid, unbreakable. I thought of immortality as both shelter and exile, a lone winter that would be mine and mine alone. I thought of the way Alice had been my secret companion in a life that was dying slow and steady with small drops of rain. "I can't decide for you, Bella," Carlyle said, almost pleading. "This is a life we should deliberate, weigh options for. There are precedents and medical considerations. We cannot." "She isn't a precedent," Alice snapped. Her eyes flashed with an edge that flattened every polite policy to something useless. "She is a person. I will not stand by and watch you count her like a ledger." For a moment, the family line looked like it would split down the middle. Edward's expression was of a man who had learned every margin and now found them rearranged. Rosalie's face was stone, but the set of her shoulders was tired and raw. Emmett had his arms half-raised as if to protect, not strike. Jasper hovered, a candle guttering, uncertain whether to go out or burn brighter. Esme's eyes filled until she swallowed them back, like a woman compelled to be both mother and judge. Carlyle was trying to make law out of heartbreak, trying to be the one to lay a rational road across the chasm. Across the sand, Sam watched them all like a god of old wood. The pack did not move closer, they did not leave. They were waiting to see what would be the new shape of things. There was a thin, electric hush. I had been expecting this, some offer, some ultimatum, a bartering of my life. In the movies, or in my own private dreams, someone would make a bold, noble choice for me. In the end, it was not a choice made by anyone else. The clasp of Alice's hand around mine was all the argument I needed and all the danger I could not measure. "Say no," Alice breathed again, not to me but to the world. "Say no if you must. But there will be consequences for all of us either way." I felt my throat close on an answer the shape of a stone. The family looked at me like a jury. The pack watched me like a humber. The ocean whispered indifferent truths. I understood then how small the world could become, how a single yes could fold reality into a different geometry, how one decision could rearrange loyalties and pull the seams of everything I loved into new patterns. I thought, without irony, of how ordinary my life had been up until now, the dull comfort of my father's boat, the hum of supermarket lights, the neat grid of my days. I thought of all the people who lived those ordinary lives and were never asked if they wanted more. I thought of what it might mean to be chosen and to choose in return. Alice squeezed my hand. Her eyes were wet and fierce and utterly unashamed. In the space that held our silence, Carlyle's mouth opened to say more laws, more rules, more conscience. Rosalie's nostrils flared. Emmett made a sound like a man who wanted to shout but didn't have the words. The pack inhaled as if preparing to launch. I could feel the whole world leaning in, waiting for the moment I would step off the edge. "I won't do it for you," I heard myself say at last, the sound of my voice surprising like glass on stone. It was not a decision yet. It was not even brave. It was simply acknowledgement that the choice belonged to me, that light and shadow and all the hungry hearts around us could be rearranged only if I allowed it. Alice's jaw worked. She closed her eyes like a person praying. The path's leader shifted as if expecting violence. Edward's gaze flicked to mine, pleading now instead of commanding. There was a sizzling, nervous energy, like the very air had begun to rewrite the rules. Alice had broken a rule tonight. She had taken an offer out of the safe, contained place a family kept for such decisions, and made it a living thing in the middle of the world. The act had been dangerous and reckless and full of an impossible, luminous charity. The ripples stung. I had the nameless, small, and private terror that things could not, now, go back. The Cullens would have to answer, the pack would have to respond, Charlie's dull consternation would turn somehow, somewhere into a public proof. The family line that had always been tidy and secret and protected would be tested. Trust would fray. Alliances would have to be remade. Alice watched me with the kind of hunger I had never known how to name, not for blood, but for the rightness of a life shared. The tide pulled itself in, turning the evening a shade more serious. I swallowed, felt the salt prick my lips, and knew the hours to come would be the ones that either made me or unmade me. I had to decide. The pack waited. My family waited. My own small, beating heart waited. And in the space left between them, Alice held out her hand and the world tilted toward an impossible doorway. Chapter 31, Aftermath and Blame. The house felt like a held breath when I stepped inside, an ordinary thing for us, an extraordinary silence. Rain on the windows made the glass a gray skin over the world. The trees outside leaned with the weather and the distant sea kept its slow, patient rhythm, as if tides could be counted like heartbeats. Inside, voices were low and tense, and every sound seemed to ricochet off my chest. They were all there. Not because something had to be decided by committee, because nothing ever was in the Cullens' small, careful democracy, but because this felt like damage, and damage drew them together like a family does when something in the center of the circle cracks. Carlyle sat at the head of the table with his hands folded, the same steady, clinical calm that had cut through panic since the beginning. Esme moved through the room with small ministrations, like a woman setting a wounded thing right side up. Rosalie stood near the window, arms crossed, a statue of impatience. Emmett kept the watchful flank, an easy, taut readiness. Jasper's face was a bruise. He spoke less and listened as if the volume itself might set him off. Edward's eyes, always my private weather, kept tracking me in quiet measures between other people's conversation. Alice sat on the sofa, hands folded, the H-check that had once been a playful fortress of light now gone hard at the edges. Her smile was there, but too small. The sunlight that sometimes turned her skin into prisms was absent today. The rain robbed the chance for the ridiculous miracle I had first seen, and without it her face was the face of a girl who had been carrying news that could not be smoothed. Sam and 2 others had come to the house last night. Apparently they had left before dawn, their patrols reasserting possession of the coast and La Push. The pack did not come to call for hospitality. They came with an ache and a threat wrapped around it. A wolf had been hit, not killed, not crippling, but blood had darkened the sand and anger had set the pack's teeth. The bitterness in the news was not solely about the wound. There was accusation threaded through the words. Bella was there. Bella had been moving between their borders and the Cullen refuge like a hinge. The pack said the hinge had been forced, and hinges break. The accusations slid through the room like rain-soaked needles. Rosalie's voice was steel and heat, cutting at Alice's name the way dry leaves cut fingers. She had been on edge since I'd begun splitting my nights. She would not be responsible for my indulgences. Emmett snarled his support. It was not discreet. Carlyle's voice stayed measured, a careful surgeon separating things by degree. We must remember context, he said, and the way he said it made context feel like an operating room table while the rest of the family stood over me. Alice did not answer him for a long time. She kept looking at me, and there was a gallery of futures in her face, the ones she could no longer hold steady. I could see the way she wanted to explain, as if the reason would bring absolution. But the reason was jagged and shifting, and that uncertainty made the room tighter around us. I wanted to cover her mouth with my hand and make the world still enough that she could catch one whole tomorrow and hold it like a warm stone. Instead, I sat like any guilty thing, feeling that my presence alone curled blame around every available shoulder. It was supposed to be simple, Alice said finally, and the way she spoke made my name a thing that might be spoken only as confession. I saw a path where no one was hurt. I saw a thread that led us around the pack's patrols and out to the old driftwood. I thought. She broke off, and for a second she looked years younger, raw and real. Edward's fingers tightened on the edge of the table. You thought enough to risk it, he said. His voice was not judgmental so much as exhausted. He loved her, and the ache of it made the scolding softer but no less painful. You gambled with their boundaries. We stayed inside the rules, I said, because my voice needed to be a thing other than a hollow in which other people might throw blame. Saying it aloud made it feel like a brittle shelter I could hide under. Alice thought it would be safer. Safer. The words sat in my mouth like a lie dressed in virtue. Safer for whom? The pack felt unsafe. A wolf had bled. Even if the wound could mend, stitches would not erase the tenderness of an offended right. Rosalie stepped toward me then, her face a wide valley of frost. Safer for you, Bella, she said. That's the danger. You are their temptation by your presence. You are the reason they come, and you are the reason they may keep coming. This isn't sustainable. I could have told her about the nights I slept in the living room anyway, the way the quiet of the Cullen house felt more like a harbor than Charlie's waiting driveway. I could have told her about Alice's hand in mine, so cold and searching it woke something that had slept since my bones hardened in high school. But all that would have been the confession of needing, and needing sounded like recklessness when the pack was the one with fangs showing. Esme moved to stand beside Rosalie, a hand hovering as if to soothe. That maternal balm felt like complicity to Rosalie's fury. Even the family began to divide along edges sharper than I'd seen before, protective against impulsive, ideologues for containment, the moral center trying to mediate. Carlyle's eyes did not burn with heat, they were steady and unbearably sad. He reminded everyone, quietly, that the Quileute are bound by history as much as by instinct, and history is not persuaded by good intentions. They will not stay angry forever, he said, but he did not sound convinced, only unwilling to add fuel. Alice's fingers trembled as she reached out to me. The motion was more appeal than ownership. She wanted me to take them, to let me know she would hold whatever came. Her fingertips were perfect and cold against my skin, an intimacy that made me dizzy with longing and terrified with truth. I had learned so quickly, in company and in solitude, that connection with her was a new axis for everything that mattered in my life. It bent me. It made the floodlights of temptation sweep away the practical signs of danger. It had also put me inside the map of lines both the pack and the Cullens thought inviolate. I misread the thread, Alice said, and that would have been the end if misread were a small thing. But those simple words carried the weight of weeks of failing glimpses. She had been watching me, obsessively, and the futures had blacked out around us like film burned through. Jars of certainty she used to offer people, smiles, wedding dresses, careers, were falling apart. To compensate, she had been pulling faster and more recklessly at fate's strings. "You can't gamble our safety on guesses," Jasper murmured. He always had an animal's instinct about risk. Last night's fight with his darker impulses made him more strident than usual. His old life had taught him the cost of miscalculations in the world of bleeding and craving. "We don't have the luxury of romantic chaos." I wanted to argue, to tell them that the chaos felt like the only honest part of my life, that the rest of it, Charlie's kitchen, the same route to school every morning, the muted rain, was a comfortable lie. But it was jagged and mean to bring my comfort into the arena where men with teeth could be hurt. The pack sanger had a root as old as the coast: "Protect your own." I had crept into that protected space without fully knowing what it demanded. Later, when the voices had quieted and the family dispersed with tasks and furtive pacing, Carlyle coming to my side with the sort of gentle authority he always reserved for wounds he could suture, I let the question have me. Had I made a moral wrong simply by wanting to be near someone who loved me enough to risk for me? Had my yearning been a trespass against two species' fragile peace? "You are not the cause," Carlyle said softly, when at last it was just the two of us sitting in the dim library, the rain making naps on the window. His hands were white against the worn arm of the chair. He looked at me as if I were a patient who arrived with symptoms and a history he had to catalogue. "You are a human being. You want what humans have always wanted: to be loved, to be desired. That is not a crime, Bella." "But it is a cost," I thought. The family's protection had a price, and the price was always change. For some that meant a lifetime of hiding. For others it meant reform, theology, even a ritual that would twist the axis of existence. The idea of being asked to change my mortality repelled and terrified me. To be turned was to become the very thing that had made the pack savage with fear. To stay mortal was to remain a spark that could burn others simply by proximity. Both options felt like moral bartering with my own skin. Alice had come into the room then, her face open with the kind of apology that requires more than words. She had been pacing in the other room for a long time, a comet trying to find orbit again. She sat on the foot of the couch and took my hand as if the contact would anchor both of us. If I let myself look closely, I could see how raw she was, eyes unfocused, her thrift of light gone brittle. She looked like someone who had been forced to learn that the future is not a line to be clamped but a river that sometimes widens without warning. "I'm sorry," she said. Not the elaborate apology she used to make for small cruelties. This was plain and big and a little empty because words alone cannot stitch muscle. "I wanted to keep you safe. I wanted a tomorrow where nothing hurt." The phrasing made my throat ache. Her urgent desire to make me invulnerable had made my nights at the Cullens house possible. It had given me windows into a life I had not dared to want. But it had also been the pivot that drew wolves' eyes in my direction. Blame is an ugly thing because it asks you to become smaller than you are by forcing you to own what you did not foresee. I felt like a fulcrum pressed between two great forces, and the pressure was bending me. Outside the house, La Push churned with its own tide of decisions. Sam would not let the wound on his pack member be the only message. They had their own internal councils, their own laws about trespass and consequence. I could imagine his face, hard, like salt stone, making demands to the Cullens. He was not interested in nuance. The pack's solution to offense was action, not discussion. "I don't want them to think I'm the prize that makes them savage," I said finally, the admission like a small surrender. "I don't want my life to be a battlefield." Alice squeezed my hand as if to hold the world together. "You're not a prize," she said, with the fierce smallness of someone defending a child. "You're mine." The possessiveness of that statement could have been a map toward my ruin. But the intimacy of it made me dizzy and certain in a way nothing else had. Her loyalty cut through the family's logic and the pack's laws. It placed me at the center of a dangerous geometry and gave me a kind of shelter so long as I agreed to be claimed. The reservation was that being claimed had to be balanced against the cost of a war neither family wanted. Edward sat in the doorway, catching the tail end of us. "We need to be pragmatic," he said. He never spoke without weighing consequences. Pragmatism for him was an ethic. "Sam will not be satisfied with apologies. They will want guarantees." We must decide what we are willing to offer, change in our behavior, restitution, or something more final. Something more final. The words swam in the air like the echo of a bell. Transformation, exile, some definitive boundary. The list of possible finalities was a small and terrifying taxonomy. Being turned hovered like the unsaid option at the end of all sentences, the ultimate device to keep me safe or to make the problem vanish. The idea filled my mouth with iron. I could feel Charlie's face in my memory, his ordinary, patrol car-bearing jaw, when I imagined him learning the reason his daughter had shifted. The taste of that possibility was bitter beyond measure. Rosalie's stare could still cut. I will not pretend that I'm happy keeping a fragile inside our home while the world narrows around you, she had said earlier, and in her voice was the quiet threat that progress would not be slow. She saw the swelling pressure, a pack that could not be placated and a family that could no longer stand the strain of the unknown, and she judged the cost too high for her comfort. There was a long, quiet moment where we all listened to the rain. The room held the sort of silence made of decisions pending. I felt like the center of a wheel that might be rearranged by other hands. My life had become a thing to be judged rather than an unfolding messy human existence. That realization knifed me. The pack will want action, Sam's voice echoed in my head like distant footsteps. I knew he would not be satisfied with moderation when honor called for retribution. He would want me moved away from their coast and out of the line of fire, or he would want me turned so the danger was neutralized. Both options felt like a theft. Alice's fingers tightened around mine. The warmth of her touch, if vampire touch could be called warmth, was comfort and threat all at once. She could offer me an immortal velvet darkness where danger would be transformed into eternity. She could also offer me a life no longer my own. I wanted to say no and keep my small, drenched mortal life intact, to run back to Charlie's kitchen and the mundane steadiness of his worry. But the thought of losing Alice's hand, of giving up the prism of her smile, made my fingers flex painfully. Edward's voice again, quiet but firm. We have to respond before the pack decides for us. That was the ultimatum I had been avoiding, someone else's timetable imposed on the axis of my own indecision. It was an injunction and a promise, make a choice, or fate will make it for you. Outside, the tide kept turning regardless of human argument. The push would not wait on our niceties. The pack would arrive at its own momentum, and that momentum had teeth. I rested my forehead against Alice's knuckles and let the rain speak for the rest of the world. When the family finally began to disperse into the night's small conspiracies, Edward out to consult with Carlyle, Rosalie pacing toward the garage, Emmett and Jasper moving in two directions, I sat very still and listened to my own blood. It sounded so human, so insufficiently armored. It also sounded like everything I had ever been, a steady, mortal, stubborn tide. They would call me to decide soon enough. The pack's anger had a timetable, and the Cullens fractures needed closure. I could imagine Sam's face at my front door, not menacing, only certain. In the soft press of the moment I made a promise, half to myself and half to the cold fingers keeping mine, either I would choose or something would choose for me. The thought of being told which life to live, by wolves, by family, by fate, made my chest ache with a new kind of fear. But fear had always been the margin where I discovered what I cared about. I looked at Alice and saw not just the girl who had lit up my days, but the woman who could hold me against the storm. We had been moving together toward an impossible thing, to love across a line that humans and supernatural beings both drew. The line trembled tonight. Outside, the ocean breathed its ancient answer. Inside, decisions tightened like cords. The pack would bring their demands to our door, and whatever they asked, exile, restraint, or transformation, would require an answer that could break us all. Chapter 32, Nightly Confessions. The house was quieter than it had any right to be. Night softened the edges of everything, turned the wood and glass into something nearer to memory than to architecture. Downstairs someone had left the lamp on, Esme, perhaps, trailing the exact small warmth she always left wherever she went, and that spill of light made the stair banister a ribbon of shadow. My pulse was a steady metronome against my ribs, as if my blood itself had decided to keep time with this house of stillness. Alice waited for me at the landing, her profile cut against the frame of the upstairs window. The rain had stopped long enough to let a single slant of moon pierce the gray. It fell across her face and split into a galaxy. Every tiny ridge of her cheekbone refracted it into shards of silver and blue. For a ridiculous, sharp second the world rearranged itself into something fragile and dangerous, like clear glass held too close to a flame. She smiled when she saw me. There was that soft tilt again, the precise politeness she wore for company, but it was threaded through with something I could not name and did not want to translate into language. Desire felt like that often, an obvious fact made strange by the format it came in. With Alice, the strangeness was literal. I could see light living in her skin the way a moth might live in a lantern. I climbed the stairs as if I were walking through water. I told myself I wasn't going to let the old, unsteady trembling of my hands roll me. I told myself that the Cullens were only being kind. I told myself there were logical places to push the end of this tenderness, that I could tether myself to Charlie and ordinary life and not fall with all the rest. Alice caught my wrist with a touch colder than the night. Her fingers lay against my pulse, and for that small, impossible instant I felt both tamped down and amplified. There was a steadiness in the cold that soothed the inner chaos rather than excusing it. Maybe that was why I kept trying to move closer, because she could hold me still when everything else kept moving away. We walked into her room like conspirators. Her lacquered trinkets and old money lightness could have been a stage, but tonight the room was a harbor. She sat on the window seat, legs tucked beneath her, and motioned for me to sit across from her. When I did, the chair took the weight of me and gave nothing back, no pulse, no heat, and my skin remembered how to be alive in opposition. "You look like you've been chasing storms," Alice said, and it was not a question. I let out a laugh that wasn't really a laugh. Only metaphorically. She studied me, eyes brighter than the moon. "You keep choosing the gray," she said softly. "Not for the weather. You always have a way of noticing things people don't say," I told her. That used to be an amusing fact about her, something I found myself reciting like a talisman. Now it was an accusation and an illumination. Alice's fingers found mine again. This time she took my hand as if she were counting something, tracing the hollow between thumb and forefinger, like she could map whatever it was that had been tethering me to both fear and her. Her touch was a cool declaration. Her eyes went distant, not the way they did when she was thinking of fabrics or parties or thin, bright futures. Instead something raw flickered there. "My sight keeps fracturing around you," she said after a long beat. "It isn't like before. I don't get a clean thread that runs start to finish. I get shards, and when I try to line them up they don't stay. They rearrange." It should have been comforting, this confession that something she relied on, that made her valuable, was fraying because of me. But her voice cracked in a place that made my chest perfect and terrible. The need to shelter her rose up in me like a tide. "How does that feel?" I asked, because asking was safer than answering. "It feels like standing too close to an ocean over and over," she said simply. "Like being told where the shore is, and then the shore shifts. I have always been able to find the right place to stand. With you I can't tell if I'm keeping us from drowning or leading us into the water. Sometimes all I see is you, flat and bright and alive, and everything else is a blur. Other times there's a cliff or a tide." "A cliff?" The word came out dry. The images her sight produced were always too clean to be merely imagination. When Alice said cliff, I saw it. High, cold, and immediate. I felt like a moth again, wingtip touching glass. She squeezed my hand. "And then I see you standing on the edge, no fear, just willingness. That terrifies me more than anything else." "Willingness to what?" I asked, though the answer lived in the hollow I had not wanted to face. "The offer. The choice that sat like a stone in the future and would not be rolled away. To be remade," she said, as if that were the name for it. There was a warmth under the coolness of her face, a small, dangerous admitting. To change beyond what any of us can promise. To accept a life that doesn't have endpoints. My throat hardened. Immortality had always been a language of extremes for me, both a lure and a scandal. The Cullens offered a version of vitality that was unsparing and bright. The pack only offered constancy and a different kind of ferocity. But with Alice, all that theoretical choice folded in on itself and became personal and immediate. "I don't know who I'd be," I confessed. It was the first time I said it aloud. Not inside my head, the person I am now, but the me that would be left after. Would I still be fragile? Would I still feel like I'm walking entirely on borrowed time? Or would I stopped. I couldn't find a word that wasn't a betrayal. Would I be something I'm not? Alice's face softened in a way that made my heart both reckless and small. "You wouldn't be someone else," she said, and there was no show of performance now, no tilting smile, no precise distance. "You would be you, but without the finish line. You'd still be Bella. You'd still have this quiet center I keep falling into when I let myself be stupid and greedy." Greedy. The word landed with the rightness of all things that confess. I was greedy. I wanted her. I wanted the peculiar honesty of how she washed Rain, and how she could make my foolish, loud heart feel like a secret she kept and polished. I wanted to feel wanted by a skin colder than mine, but a heart that seemed to outrun the winter inside it. "You're terrified," Alice said suddenly, like she had been waiting for permission to speak the obvious. "I see you holding yourself back because of Charlie, because of the town, and because you're afraid if you accept us you'll lose a human whole life. But I also see you watch me like I'm the only warm thing in a windstorm." I looked down at our hands. The cool of her fingers had become an axis I measured my nights by. "It's the honesty that scares me," I admitted. "When you touch me, it's true. The rest of my life is ordinary and clumsy and full of mistakes. With you everything feels sharpened. I don't know how to be the same person in both worlds." "You don't have to be." Alice's laugh was small and disbelieving. "You never have behaved like someone who fits into categories. But being with me will change what other people can do to you. Sam and his pack will make sure of that, whether you agree to anything or not. The city will press, the town will whisper, Charlie," she stopped, the name a fragile, sacred thing not to be broken. I closed my eyes to see my father's face, the familiar hollow around his mouth, the way his hands smelled like motor oil and coffee, and a small sort of patient despair. He had already started to notice the edges of my life fraying. He had already asked questions he could not answer. To lose him, even through accident or exposure, was the one thing that would hollow me out. "I can't do that to him," I said bleakly. "If anything happens because of me, I will never forgive myself." Alice's pupils narrowed, and for a heartbeat she looked older than she had any right to, an old, careful thing who measured the calendar of centuries. "You won't be the only one making sacrifices," she said. "The family debates themselves almost nightly now. Carlisle thinks in probabilities, Esme thinks in caregiving, Rosalie hates everything that isn't simple and clean. Edward wants to protect you like a law. Emmett yells, Jasper sits very still and lets the world do its worst. I try to see forward, to create possibilities where harm is minimized, but sometimes the options are all terrible and we have to choose the least terrible one. Where are you in that calculus?" I asked. Alice's smile returned, fragile but sure. "I want to keep you from any harm that I can prevent," she said. "And I want you. I want you more than I thought wanting someone could matter. It's selfish and stupid and dangerous, but I want it. I want you to be wanted by me and only me if that's possible." That confession hit me with the force of something not of daylight. Her want folded around me like a second skin. For the first time since I had found my night swallowed by the Cullens, I felt desired not as a curiosity or an experiment, but as an end in itself. It steadied me in a way I couldn't have predicted. It also terrified me because it made my choice not an abstraction but a responsibility to something that felt like a breathing thing. What if your sight never comes back? My voice was smaller than I intended. What if you can't see ahead at all? Alice's fingers tightened. Then I'll feel my way through. I would risk blindness for you. But it's not that simple. Even with sight I would still be wrong sometimes. There are features I cannot fix, no matter how hard I try. I keep imagining a life where there are no wolves at La Push and the town never finds out and Charlie grows old and forgetful and I get to make you laugh into your 60s, and none of those were ever my job. I used to be able to build scaffolding around possibilities. Now I can only hold your wrist and hope. We sat like that for a long time, two people aligned on a small axis, the house breathing around us. There were many words that could have been said. The family council downstairs could have been repeated, the threats of the pack could have been enumerated. Instead we traded small, precise confessions, the things you only tell in the dark to see if someone will keep them whole. I told her how sometimes I woke up and felt my bones were made of glass. She told me about a childhood where everyone sat at a table and pretended not to be hungry in the night. We said things the daylight had softened out of meaning. When I spoke of fear, it wasn't only fear of the wolves or of the transformation. It was fear of being the catalyst of a fracture that would break their polite family into shards. You're the only one I've ever wanted like this, I said, the admission finally loose and furling in the quiet. It makes me feel shameful and brave at the same time. Alice made a small sound that was almost a prayer. You make me selfish, she said. I want to protect you because you're dangerous to me in a way that doesn't make rational sense. I will fight Jasper's urges to be near your blood. I will fight anyone who says you are collateral. If I could promise you a future, I would. I can't. All I can offer is this: I will keep choosing you. I will keep choosing you even when everything else points away. Choosing. The word made the room shrink and expand at once. It was the linchpin of everything. The pack would choose their own course. The family would choose whether to shelter or to cut ties. Charlie would choose whether to keep living as if nothing were amiss. And I would choose whether to step into a life with Alice that had no end and no guarantees, or to run back to the fragile mercy of mortality. I am tired of being the thing people fight over, I said, and the confession pried something open inside me. I want to be wanted because I'm me, not because I'm a test case or a moral problem. I want the audacity to be loved simply. Alice's hand covered my mouth in a strange, warm denial. You are far too eloquent for 2 a.m., she teased, but the roughness at the edge of her voice gave away the steadiness. She leaned forward and kissed the inside of my wrist, a promise pressed into skin. It wasn't one of those cinematic, life-altering kisses. It was small, intimate, and absolute, a seal. I felt something unclench in me, some taut little spring unwinding. We both laughed at how dramatic that was and then fell quiet again. Outside, the wind picked up. The ocean might be behaving as it pleased, tides turning like decisions being taken without permission. La Push was a distant line on some future map where wolves paced and sand hardened like ice. I could feel the pressure of that coastline at the back of my skull, a constant pull. I don't expect an answer tonight, Alice murmured. I don't even expect you to make one in a week. But consider this a confession from both of us. I'm willing to be dangerous for you. I'm willing to risk blindness and family friction and the kind of petty cruelty the town does best. I want you, and I don't know how to be less blunt about it. I am terrified of losing everything, I said plainly. And I am also tired of living small to keep everyone comfortable. I don't know which is the better sin. She smiled and brushed her thumb along the line between my thumb and index. Neither is a good sin, okay? But we may not get to pick between good sins. We'll pick the one we can live with. We sat in our confessions as if we were cataloging the stars for future reference. In the end, what mattered was the small, steady hum of her hand in mine and the truth that the thing between us had stopped being purely secret. It had become inevitable like tide. It kept moving, regardless of intention. The choice would still have to be made, by me, in many ways alone. But Alice's voice in my ear, her steady, reckless choosing, had already started to make the inevitability feel less like a trap and more like a road. When I rose to go back downstairs, my feet did not feel as if they might tumble. Alice held my wrist and did not let go. Downstairs the Cullens breathed in irregular rhythm, but upstairs the night had been reshaped. There were no clearer answers, but there was a new kind of permission, to want, to be wanted, and to face the wolves together, or to walk away and take human life with all its jagged, finite edges. I left her with a promise that was neither firm nor empty. "I'll think about it," I said, because sometimes thinking needed to be a long, careful process, not a sudden leap. Alice's smile followed me into the dark. "Think fast enough for both of us," she murmured, and because she had taught herself how to be brutal and honest, I believed she would. The future had a cliff somewhere in it. I could almost feel the wind moving me toward that edge. But under Alice's hand my fear had changed shape. It no longer screamed to run. It whispered that I could choose to stand, and that if I did, someone cold and bright would be waiting to keep me from shattering. Chapter 33, A Plan of Hiding. Rain had been the town's first language the week everything moved from rumor to urgency. It spoke in flat sheets against the windows, in endless silver threads along the road, and in the way light never settled long enough to be trusted. Even the sun, when it remembered how to be brave, came through in shards. One of those shards had found Alice across the living room table and broken into something impossible on the skin of her face, a scatter of color that bounced like glass, bright and raw and holy. The memory of it sat under my ribs. It was why my pulse betrayed me when she reached for my hand, why air in this house tasted like both shelter and accusation. We had been in the den for what felt like hours and probably was less. Carlyle had opened the meeting with careful, measured words about duty and precedent, and everyone else had lined up like weather. Esme kept touching my arm as if she could fuse calm to my bones. Edward sat the way he always did when he was thinking 5 steps ahead. His eyes were an island I could not reach. Rosalie had that frozen look she saved for impossible ideas. Emmett's impatience hummed under everything. Jasper had his hands folded as tight as he could, looking like he would break if he moved wrong. Alice kept glancing at me the way a person watches a clock tick down the only time that matters. When Carlyle finally outlined the plan, the temporary moving, the refuge outside town, the air became something brittle I could cut my tongue on. He spoke of negotiations with the Quilled leaders, of the thread of civility that still held them to treaty and promise and how delicate that thread had become. He talked about the first small violence on the edge of Patland, the way boundaries were not lines but promises other people could decide to ignore. He mentioned Charlie and the rumor mill and Forks, not unkindly, as if he could say the things that had started waking my father at impossible hours without making them feel like knives. He offered logistical reasons, distance, control, fewer eyes, and he did it without blinking. To my right, Edward's voice folded into the explanation like a bar of steel. His arguments were practical and personal in equal measures: safety, containment, control of variables. He spoke about not inviting a confrontation into the town where a man slept who would not forgive himself for the rest of his days if anything happened to me. Even his restraint flared now and then. I could see it under his calm, the old kind of protectiveness that had always meant both tenderness and imprisonment. When Carlyle finished, silence moved through the room like an animal. Rosalie's dissent was sharp, small as a flint. She said what I had been feeling without dressing it up, that being moved like a piece on a chessboard was indignity no one deserved, that hiding a human felt like turning them into collateral. She was not wrong. Her objection had teeth, and I tasted them. I wanted to argue. I tried the cold calculation of facts, the counteroffer of staying at Charlie's but with more secrecy, but my words would not hold in that room. Saying no felt childish, saying yes felt like admitting I belonged in a world made of whispered threats. Both options smelled of surrender. Alice watched me the whole time with her hands folded in her lap, fingers tapping the inside of a rhythm she alone understood. She did not say much. There was a tremor in her that was new. When she finally spoke, her voice was small, as if she were confessing a weakness instead of offering a solution. She said her visions around me were failing, that futures she could once see as steady as the tide had begun to break and rearrange themselves without warning. She had seen my arrival here before, she said, but the scene had shifted so many times her certainty frayed like old cloth. That had been why she had grabbed my hand the day the sun caught her face. The future had solidified for one heartbeat, as she had wanted me to know she had seen me alive inside it. Hearing her say it made the whole problem less theoretical and more urgent. If Alice could not see the outcomes that mattered, then we were all walking blind. If we hid me somewhere the wolves could not reach easily, maybe the negotiations could continue without a threat dangling over everyone's heads. If we did nothing, someone would do something. The thin logic of it settled over me like a coat I did not want to wear but could not refuse when the weather was this violent. You would not be hidden forever, Esme said before I could find the right way to protest. Temporary. As negotiations proceed. We would bring you home when it was faith. Temporary. The word hovered like a mist that might never condense. I thought of Charlie in his kitchen making coffee in a rhythm built on small certainties. I thought of the town gossip that now had teeth and memory and the way people looked at me differently. I thought of my own body and how it felt both too fragile and far too alive in the presence of these inhuman hearts. I surprised myself by speaking then, by saying something calm enough to be heard and sharp enough to be true. I won't be treated like something to be moved for someone else's convenience, I said. The sentence came lined with an honesty that felt violent in my throat. They all looked at me, not blindsided, not remotely surprised, as if I had finally stepped into a role I had refused to accept. You're not an object, Edward said quietly, and it was not a dismissal. But you're also not a thing we can expose to a back and forth between wolves and men. This isn't about convenience. His eyes softened and hardened at once, and I felt both cared for and cornered. He had always had a way of wearing morality like armor. We will not take away your choice, Carlyle said. Not if you do not want us to. But we will do everything we can to ensure your safety. The option we are offering is an option of shelter, not of possession. Words are elastic. They can be stretched until they mean what we need them to mean. His words meant what I wanted them to mean, protection, not imprisonment. But I could not ignore how my refusal to be owned might look to the pack, to my father, to a world that loved labels. If I refused to be hidden and something happened, there would be no forgiving that kind of bravery. Jasper's face kept sliding away from us and back again. He did not speak often, and when he did it was like setting a small stone into the river to measure the current. He said that the family's position had to be both moral and practical, that they could not break every rule in defense of one woman's sense of agency without giving up everything they claimed to stand for. His old life had taught him how compromise could be both salvation and sentence. Rosalie's scorn came again, quieter this time. We did not survive what we did to become caretakers of human fragility, she said. Her claim was not cruel, it was protective of the family as much as of herself. She feared that sheltering me would change them in ways they could not afford. Alice reached for my hand then, finally, with that small smile that meant the world was a manageable place again. Her skin was cool in my palm, a pale winter glass. It steadied me in a way nothing else did. To be wanted by someone whose flesh did not warm like mine was a strange, aching thing. It was like being held inside an impossible promise. I could feel the echo of her uncertainty vibrate beneath my fingers, the part of her that was unmoored because she could not see the future, and it made me tender toward her the way wounds make you gentle. I don't want you to go anywhere you don't want to be, she said. Her eyes had become very clear and very real. There was something fierce masking the restlessness I had seen earlier. I'm scared of losing the way I could read you. I'm scared of seeing a future where you're gone and not being able to find you again. She looked like a child who had seen a toy taken from her and understood the loss without justification. It was a confession and a plea. I wanted to say that being held in a house of gleaming teeth and ironic grins could never replace the smell of my father's coffee or the uneven front steps of my childhood home. I wanted to claim my right to stay messy and mortal and exposed. But I did not want to be the person whose stubbornness spawned a war. Night pressed against the windows. Somewhere outside, rain had found a rhythm that beat time like a metronome. In the world beyond the glass, the pack tightened its circle and the gossip in town rotated secrets like cards in a hand. Inside, the Cullen family had drawn up a plan that looked suspiciously like kindness wrapped in strategy. If you come, Carlyle said finally, we will do so openly with consent. We will write a schedule. You will be able to go back to Forbes for short supervised visits, if that is something you want. We will keep Charlie in the loop to the extent the situation allows. We will not change you without your express, informed wish. He watched my face as if he were measuring a pulse. I thought of immortality as a silhouette on the horizon, alluring and absolute, something that demanded both a bargain and a surrender. I thought of what a sacrifice might look like, not simply the giving up of sunlight but of being a person who makes decisions and gets to keep them. If becoming prominent in their world was the price of being with the people I had come to love, was I ready to pay it? The question made my stomach fall and my fingertips sing. You would lock me away while men decide if they think I'm safe to be loved, I said. The accusation was quieter than I felt it. It was not fair to the Cullens, who were offering sanctuary, or to me, who wanted to hold my life together by sensible schemes. You are not property to be hidden, Rosalie said again, softer now because the argument had already been made. You are a life. If there is any chance my life could keep you from being hurt, I will take it. But I will not live in a world where you have no choice. It was Jasper who finally tipped the scale, not with words but with an offer of compromise. He proposed that we try a short relocation, a week or two at a time at the refuge Carlisle had arranged, while negotiations continued. If the pack's behavior remained restrained, if the negotiations moved toward a real, enforceable agreement, we could return home. If they did not, we would reconvene and consider the next steps together. It was the sort of small, careful experiment I could live with. Alice let out a breath that I somehow felt through her fingertips. She was not the only one who needed to be seen in pieces and put back together. I pictured La Push in my head, the cold, lung-stinging air, the roar of the ocean, Jacob's silhouette at the water's edge, a potential ride of teeth and loyalty. The place felt both like a threat and a home I might never be allowed to inhabit. I'll go, I said. My voice surprised me by being steadier than my hands. Not because being hidden is what I want, but because refusing could make everyone I love worse off. I'll go for a little while. Under your terms. And if there's any sign you're trying to make a permanent decision without me, I leave. There was a small ceremony of assent in their faces that I could not describe as anything other than relief. Alice's smile folded out like a small map finally completed. Edward's jaw tightened, and I could read relief and a new kind of worry in the lines around his eyes. We made plans like adults. The refuge was on the far side of the peninsula, a house in a place with few neighbors and thick trees. Carlisle would arrange discreet transport. Esme would pack things that smelled like home. Jasper would go with us for the first night, a shield in case shadows moved faster than talk. Alice's fingers tightened around mine for a moment that did not end even when plans and lists and promises filled the air. Still, as the rain wrote its lines on the glass and the house hummed with the steady, odd warmth of things that never needed coats, I felt that old smallness creep in among the choices. All these people were making plans for me as if I were a map to be guarded. I hated that. I loved them for it anyway. When I lay awake that night in the guest room with the sound of the house breathing around me, I pictured the refuge in pieces, the narrow road into the trees, the spare rooms, the ocean in the distance like a patient beast. I pictured Alice's cool hand in mine and the way being wanted by someone like her could make vulnerability feel like everything I had ever wanted. I pictured Charlie in his kitchen, and how my leaving might feel like betrayal. The decision had been made on 1,000 small scales and finally on the acceptance in my own chest. It was both a retreat and a strategy. It was not surrender, and it was not victory. It was, perhaps, the most honest thing I could do without deciding the rest of my life. In the hallway, Alice found me before dawn, barefoot and pale in the slap of gray light, and wordlessly she offered her arm. The offer was not a proposition, it was permission. I slipped mine through and felt the cold of her skin like a vow. It steadied me more than any speech ever could. We left before town woke. The rain had thinned to a promise, and the road took us away from Charlie's ordinary windows toward a place where the world could be paused long enough for the adults to talk and the wolves to decide if treaties counted. My stomach hurt with a dozen unnamed anticipations, hunger, fear, something that could easily be called desire, and I sat very still in the back seat, as if not moving would keep me human. Alice kept her hand in mine until the trees swallowed the last gray of forks. When she finally let go, it was only because she had to. For a moment I thought of asking her to stay there, pressed against me, but some things cannot be demanded. They must be offered and accepted and sometimes walked away from. We drove for a long time. The road curved as if it were thinking. I watched the houses retreat and the trees grow taller and felt the shape of my life shift in ways no disclaimer could account for. I had agreed to go. I had not agreed to any other sacrifice. I had not signed away sunlight or will. But as the map changed under the tires, I could not pretend the future had stopped being dangerous. Alice leaned forward and, from the corner of my life, whispered that she saw 100 little things now, fragile and hopeful. I believed her because she had been right so often. I also believed her because she had put herself at risk to protect a site she could not afford to lose. If this hiding was only the opening move of a longer game, then at least I was playing my own piece. I had chosen the terms I could live with. That, for now, felt like enough. Outside the car window, the ocean flashed like a thing waiting to be named. I kept my hand in Alice's, and when she squeezed back it felt like someone promising to remember me even if the world forgot how. Chapter 34, Leavings. The rain had not learned the softness of apologies. It came down the way forks always did, steady enough to flatten edges, to make everything look as if it might dissolve if you stared too long. The kitchen lights hummed above Charlie's head. He sat at the table with both hands wrapped around a chipped mug, the paper between them all the pretense he had left. I stood in the doorway with my bag at my feet, listening to the small, ordinary noises that made leaving feel like theft. He looked up, and for a second his eyes searched my face for reasons. There are things fathers know without being told. There are questions that do not require answers. He did not ask about the Cullens exactly, or about the nights I had been gone, or about the bruises of fatigue that creased my skin when I let myself. He simply set the paper down and waited with that slow, steady patience he used when I came home late as a teenager. "How long?" he asked. The words were less an interrogation than a measurement he needed to understand what space to hold for me in the rest of his life. I could have lied. I could have wrapped this leaving in small excuses, visiting friends, an internship, anything that would have kept his hands from worrying at the invisible seam between us. But the truth is a messy, heavy thing. It had weight and shape, and I let it rest on my tongue. "A while," I said. It was the truth and not. It was my way of letting him breathe without giving him rope. His jaw tightened. He looked younger in the way grief sometimes makes men revert to a more exposed self, like a child standing too close to a bonfire. "You sure you don't want to wait? One more year? Things will settle." For a moment I imagined staying. I imagined mornings where I would still be the one who filled the coffee pot, who fixed the wobbly cupboard, who belonged to the world of curtains and lawn mowers and taxes. I felt the tug of it so sharply that my hands ached. But I had been pulled toward Alice with a gravity I could not name and did not yet trust. There was danger in the draw, and there was also a sweetness, the almost unbearable sense of being wanted by someone whose skin did not burn at the sun. "I can't keep waiting to be fixed," I said. "Not anymore." He put his mug down carefully, like he was handling storm glass. "Bella, you don't have all the pieces to that," I said softly. "There are things you don't know, Charlie. And I can't ask you to understand what I can't explain." He folded his hands on the table and watched me with the same look he had given me as a girl the first time I got lost on a trail, patient, frightened, too proud to show the map. He had learned to accept my mysteries like one learns to accept odd weather. The unpredictability was part of living here. But this was different. The lines around his mouth deepened, the hollow behind his eyes widened. "You're my daughter," he said finally. The sentence was flat with rawness, and in it there was the question of whether that fact alone could be a compass. It was the oldest plea parents have and the least answerable. If everything else slid away, would blood and habit be enough? I reached across the table because I needed the solidness of his hand against mine. His skin was warm and slightly rough. It smelled faintly of coffee and the rain. I watched his hand, the calluses, the small scar that ran along his forefinger, remnants of an earlier life he carried like an afterimage. I wanted to tell him that I loved him enough to stay human for his sake, to keep our small island of ordinary life intact, but the truth didn't fit in the space between his fingers. Loving him was the thing that made it harder for me to go. "I love you," I told him. The words were small, but they were all I could give him that morning. He nodded as if he had been hoping those would be enough to hold the door open. "Be careful," he said. We had never been very good with theatrics. Our goodbyes had always been stripped down to essentials, an exchange of halves, the things we could not afford to lie about. He walked me to the pickup like a man escorting a child to the bus stop, brisk, composed, trying not to look at the shaking in his fingers. The rain made the world gray and anonymous. I swung my bag over my shoulder and stepped into the cab, the leather creaking under my weight. Charlie's truck smelled like old vinyl and the faint residue of his workaday life. He stood on the porch and watched me through the glass, an outline softened by water. "You call me," he said. There were too many things folded into the way he said it, the unspoken fear that my decision would have consequences he did not know how to brace for, the hope that the simple wire of our connection might hold even if I pulled away. "I will," I said. I meant it, and I didn't. There are promises made because they are easy to make, and then there are the promises that would have anchored me to a life I was slipping from. He touched the weathered wood of the porch rail and then, as if surrendering to an exhaustion he had been carrying, leaned his forehead against the cool glass. I watched him through the pane as I climbed into the truck, feeling like I was watching a picture of a person rather than the person himself. He looked small against the broadness of the world, small and fragile and entirely human. As the engine turned over, the house receded, the steps a sequence of soft, private echoes. He stood immobile, a still point in the gray wash, until the taillights blurred and became part of the drizzle. Then he went back inside and the door clicked closed behind him like an ending. Moving away from Charlie was not a single, clean cut. It was a series of tiny betrayals. Each night I had slept at the Cullens' house, each lie of omission. Every time I had let my door close behind me without explaining why, coalesced into a moral aftertaste that clung to the back of my throat. The guilt had shape. It had sound. It followed me down the highway in the steady patter of rain against glass. The Cullens had been hesitant, fractured in their counsels the way families are when love must be measured against consequence. Carlyle's calm weighed possibilities like papers on a desk. Rosalie's face had been a constant sharpened edge, her reluctance to risk a human stubbornly principled. Edward's protectiveness bore a colder calculus, how far to keep me from harm without strangling the thing he loved most. Emmett's short words were practical and blunt. Jasper's quiet was a shadow I could not decipher. Esme had tried to soften the edges, to fashion herself into a harbor. Alice had been the one who offered me the hand that felt like promise. Sometimes her smile was pure sunlight, untroubled by what it might reveal. Other times it was the thing I wanted most because it implied a future where I existed fully in the same world as her. Her sight had been fracturing at the edges since I arrived, visions that used to hold like glass slipping suddenly into mist, and the set of her jaw when she failed to see the path ahead said more than her words. She saw possibilities collapse and reopen in strange permutations when I was near. She would not tell me what she couldn't see. Instead, she gave me options like offerings on a table. Leaving Forks felt like stepping out of an unfinished life into one that hadn't yet given me terms. It felt like abandoning an outline knit sentence. I realized with a sharp, private clarity that I was not simply exchanging roofs. I was trading a home of ordinary language, dinner at the table, birthday candles, a father who loved me imperfectly, for a life of other orders, of long nights, of hunger, of a different kind of belonging that might make me beautiful in ways my heart would never be satisfied with. The choice hadn't been laid before me like a contract. There were no signatures yet, no ironclad terms. There was only the feeling of being constructed by others' desires and my own slow, quivering consent. On the drive, the world narrowed to the windshield and the wipers scraping back gray. I watched the places that stitched my life together fall away. The elementary school where Charlie had taught me to tie my shoes, the market where everyone knew my name, the one gas station that always kept bright candy on the counter for teenagers. Each landmark was a piece of my identity I had chosen by default. Bella Swan, Charlie's daughter, the clumsy girl from Phoenix who had tumbled into a town of rain and slow patience. Each mile I put between myself and that life tightened something in my chest. It occurs to me that identity is finally a matter of possession, what claims you, and what you permit yourself to claim in return. I had been claimed by the quiet life of Forks until Alice took up space inside me. She claimed my afternoons with the light in her hair and called out to me across crowded rooms. She claimed my humor with a look that was all winter and some reverent evaporation of heat. I claimed her back in the way I became reacquainted with the feeling of being wanted, a sensation I had rarely let myself name. Desire can be an ethical compass as much as it is a danger. Mine spun wild. I thought of the wolves as the road took me farther from Charlie. They were not contained to La Push, their presence was a pulse in the landscape now, like the tide. Their warnings had been a drumbeat that would not quiet. The first blood on the edges had altered equations in a way small and irreversible. Sam's decisions were lobbying the pack toward hardened territory, and Jacob's loyalty, a heat I had once mistook for friendship, was an ember that could flame bright quickly if provoked. I did not tell Charlie about wolves or about the way Jasper's restraints snapped sometimes when he smelled human blood near us. I did not tell him that the Cullens were arguing in corners with quiet voices, or that Alice's visions had been failing in fragments that left her fingers white-knuckled and restless. I did not tell him that leaving felt like stepping into the jaw of a machine whose outcome had not yet been assembled. When I reached the Cullen house, the air felt different, cleaner, colder in a way that suggested something other than rain. There was a stillness to it, as if the trees held their breath when I walked under them. Esme met me at the door with her hands warm around mine. Her hug was a small, fierce sanctity. Carlyle's eyes were kind and measured. He did not need many words. Edward hovered on the edge of the foyer, every movement catalogue of restraint. Rosalie watched me with a resentment that softened when she looked at my face. Jasper's silence was a thing you could feel in your bones. Emmett clapped me briefly on the shoulder, his grin an attempt at ease. And Alice stood there like a cat of light. For a second, a shaft of late morning caught her cheek and the skin fractured the light into something impossible, shards of silver and gold that didn't feel like lie or miracle but like a small promise. She reached out before I could think. Her fingers against mine were cold in a way that made my blood remember what it liked. She smiled with a sort of calm I had not let myself accept as possible. "You're here," she said. There was no preluding of visions, no precognition in that sentence, only the present, full and luminous. I wanted to tell Charlie everything, to unfold the danger and the tenderness and make him understand why I couldn't stay. I wanted to wrap him in a new, more honest version of myself and hand him a map with routes marked for contingencies. I knew how unkind that was to ask him to hold less fear by becoming more informed about the ways I might be broken in attempting to save us. What I took from his kitchen table that morning was not a blessing so much as a permission to fail outwardly where I might still succeed inwardly. I carried his silence like a coin in my pocket. It jingled against my ribs when I lay down, a small sound that kept time with the rain. The Cullens would debate and argue and decide. Carlyle would balance ethics against risk. Rosalie would bristle. Edward would be the voice of cautious love. Alice would try to make futures hold again, impatient for certainty. All of them would have a hand in the shape of my leaving, and none of them could replace the cold and steady weight of Charlie's being in my life. I went to bed that night in a room that smelled faintly of pine polish and something else I could not name, an absence that was almost a presence. My bag lay by the door like a quiet warning. Outside, the rain kept time against the roof. In the dark, I felt hollow in a new way, not empty, but expectant, the way a person waits on the brink of a decision that will define them. I was leaving more than a town. I was leaving a version of myself that wore ordinary life like armor. The thing I didn't know, not yet, was whether the armor had protected who I was, or whether it had been the thing that kept me from becoming the person I would choose to be. Sleep came thinly, threaded with Alice's smile and Charlie's silhouette in the doorway. Between the two their claims tugged at me, a violence more tender than any I had known. When dawn came, I would have to choose which threads to follow. I told myself it was only a beginning, a temporary relocation to buy time while decisions were argued and plans made. But I had the quiet, certain feeling that for something to begin, something else would have to end. I pressed my palm to the glass of the bedroom window before I closed my eyes and tried to memorize the pattern of rain, the exact gray of the sky over Forbes. I wanted to fold that image into my chest like a prayer. The next day the world would demand answers. The wolves would not wait politely for our conclusions. The pack would move, the family would decide, and Charlie would wake in a house that knew the hollowness I had left him with but did not have the words to name it. I wondered, for the 100th time that week, what kind of courage it took to remake a life. I wondered whether the cost of choosing myself would be measured in the lives I left behind. I wanted to believe that love could stretch, hold, accommodate the terrible choices. I wanted to believe I was worth that kind of patience. Outside, somewhere beyond the trees, a single gull cried over the rain and the sea, while push a dark smudge on the horizon, a place where tide spelled out loyalty's insult. The choice was waiting there, patient and implacable, a shoreline that would not be do-over, a decision that would ask something of everyone. I lay there with my hand against the cold glass, listening to the rain, and felt the future tilt like a glass cup nearly full. I could leave this town and take my ordinary with me, try to fit myself into new spaces. Or I could step toward the thing Alice offered, toward a life where my skin did not burn and my nights would be long in a different way. Either way, the leaving had already begun. When I closed the window, the world went small. My breath fogged the glass in a brief, vanishing nap. I thought of Charlie's hand and Alice's fingers. I thought of loyalty and hunger, of ethics and longing. I thought of the wolves and of the sea that kept its own counsel. I had the odd, precise sense that the next road I took would not bring me back to what I had left. It would, instead, lead me to the place where a choice would finally demand that I answer. Chapter 35, Shelter and Strategy. They watch me like weather, polite, inevitable, a thing you glance at because you must and then forget until it alters your plans. The Cullen house keeps its winter breath steady, heat folded around my bones, sunlight occasionally spilling in as if through a pane of somewhere else. Everyone moves in clean lines and soft glances. Their protection is a neutral thing, neither tender plea nor suffocating clamp. It is strategy disguised as hospitality. I walk through their rooms like a rumor, acknowledged and tended, always with someone at the edge of my vision. Alice sits in the sun regardless, though sun is a dangerous thing in other senses now. The light loves her, runs across her skin and refracts as if it finds facets there, not warmth but prisms, a rain that doesn't dampen. I remember the first time I saw it, a thin shaft through the curtains that turned her cheek into an island of impossible colors. That private miracle is not mine to own, it belongs to her, and to whatever laws have shaped her. It was enough to make rumor into fact and rumor into a new kind of longing. She smiled then, sudden and small, and offered me a hand I could have taken as an ordinary invitation or as the beginning of a crossing. She cannot see me the way she used to. Her sight splinters like glass now, features breaking and reforming around edges where my life should have fit neatly. She tells me, in that soft, sure voice that used to speak of dresses and parties and impossible shoes, that the frames of what she sees keep sliding. That the most stubborn picture she once held, of me safe, or me changed, or me gone, blurs and rearranges itself without warning. Her fingers trace the back of my palm as if trying to feel a map. The touch is cool, the pressure is a promise that contains both shelter and risk. They gather in the sitting room and make plans as if they can thread certainty through an uncertain world. Carlyle lays out possibilities with the measured calm of someone who has always believed in weighing variables until decisions feel less like chances and more like obligations. Edward stands slightly off from the table, a constant shadow of guarded reason. Rosalie's jaw works in a hard line when she speaks, her words are edged, practical and uncompromising. Esme tries to soften the angles, clasping her hands together the way a mother does when a storm is forecast. Jasper watches me the way a man who has learned how to measure hunger watches prey, not with lust, but with a complicated attentiveness that looks worryingly like calculation. Emmett is blunt in the way that keeps arguments from spilling into anxiety. He prefers immediacy, he wants action, barriers, people moved out of harm's way before something worse happens. The family pulls at its seams, not from lack of loyalty but because loyalty itself demands different sacrifices. There is a fissure forming. Some of them would keep me as a ward within glass, tidy and protected until the world grows kinder. Others, led by a heartfelt impatience, want to reshape rules, stretch the family's caution into something dangerously near hope. I am an unprogrammed variable in all of it. I am both the person being shielded and the instrument around which strategies bend. I overhear words, contingency, evacuation, code words, and feel my own life turning into an item on an inventory list. It is dehumanizing in ways that bruise more than blood. Yet there is an honesty to it too. Their plans are not false tenderness. They are attempts to buy me more time than violence would afford. They rehearse exits as if we were actors in a scene with the worst possible endings, and for once I am not sure whether I am the heroine or the bait. Alice tries to anchor the slipping futures by building scenarios like paper boats. She lays them out, small and careful, if the pack approaches the edge of town, if the whispers in Forks deepen into accusation, if Charlie starts to ask unanswerable questions, then these moves follow. She will stand in a place visible but safe. I will stay with Esme or Charlie until a signal sounds. Edward will escort me across the town on certain nights. Her hands flutter when she talks, arranging invisible plans that look like choreography. But each time she reaches for the one thread that might bind them all, the future where I am not in danger and not a weapon, the ending dissolves and she looks up at me with a gravity that is foreign to her usual brightness. I have started to fill the gaps by reading. Kindles and town paperbacks are not the kind of sources that make a nap for this kind of living. Carlyle offers me medical journals, old folktales he keeps for himself, and a few yellow magazines that look like they knew a different century. I take to the library corner with the hunger of someone learning to think in a new language. I read about the Quileute histories, about wolves that began as stories and became people who kept watch on a thin edge of the world. I read family records and the quieter, older accounts that refuse to be tidy, how packs bind, how leadership is forged by insistence and ritual, how land becomes a spine around which loyalty curves. The wolf's allegiance is not to a code of lawbook neatness, it is to memory and tide, to a shoreline that remembers names. Understanding their logic does not soften the blow of what they might do, but it makes the shape of the danger less monstrous and more human. I also read about us, about what it means to be unchanging in a world that keeps moving. Carlyle's files are clinical, describing physiological differences without moral spin. But within those impersonal paragraphs lives a quieter truth. An immortal life is not a gift that erases suffering. It is a widening of responsibility, a lengthening of time that allows for greater calculus and greater loneliness. In their long lives the Cullens have learned rules as armor. They have the luxury of ethics stretched across decades. They can choose caution because they can count years. For me, time is a narrow room with one door. Choosing immortality would be a surrender of my small, human arithmetic, my childish pleasures and my father's worn routines, for a scale I have not learned to hold. Sometimes I imagine transformation as a kind of weather that arrives overnight. It seems at once seductive and terrifying, to step out of my mortality and never be afraid of a broken bone again, to never grow old and to keep the faces of people I love frozen like photographs. But the image fractures when I think of all the walls I would leave behind. Charlie's ridiculous, clumsy care, the awkwardness of high school hallways, the ordinary ache of a hand held simply because it is someone's. Those are not small things. They are anchors. To loosen them would be to free myself into a sky whose edges I cannot see. There are nights when hunger finds me differently. It is literal sometimes, a hollow in my ribs that is not soothed by food. It is the hunger of being watched and wanting to be wanted in a way that is finer than ache. Alice's nearness changes my pulse even though she is cold to the touch. Her hand on my wrist quiets me as effectively as warmth. The family's consideration of my body as both refuge and catalyst worries me. Jasper moves through those nights with a quiet battle of his own. Proximity to blood unsettles him, brings a restlessness that is both a confession and a danger. I have seen his jaw flex when I enter a room, a small animal's tension that says he is counting breaths as if they might be the wrong kind. The pack is tightening its presence. Rumors at La Push have hardened into patrols and declarations. Spam's decisions are not a matter of personal cruelty. He frames himself as a shepherd for a flock with very sharp teeth. Each step he takes is measured against the memory of losses that have nothing to do with me and everything to do with preservation. Their ultimatum is an approaching tide. It will reshape the coastline whether or not we plead for calm. They are not villains in the old sense. They are a people who remember what it cost to keep themselves whole when the world was full of predators. It is an ugly, inevitable thing when two protections collide. No one wants to surrender safety. Charlie notices things in the way only a father in a small town can. He calls me home often, his voice threaded with a worry that reads as suspicion even when it's just the worried hum of a man who loves his daughter more than he understands the reasons. I imagine him cross-examining the weather, the mail, any one of 1,000 small anomalies. He is a human cost in every strategy session. Each plan must now account for him like a fragile vessel that could be cracked by public discovery. I love him in ways that make the weight of choices worse. If I choose to lead him to become something else, am I committing a theft? If I stay, and I become bait because of that, am I condemning him to exposure? Mortality and love are knotted like rope. They rehearse contingencies like stage directions. If the pack declares its boundaries, we will move. If the town's rumor mill starts, we will produce a script. If someone falls, we will carry them. Carlisle inventories medicines and bandages. Esme strengthens pantries and blankets. Edward trains like a man preparing for assault on logic, aligning choreography that will minimize risk with the fastidiousness of someone who believes in structure to protect what he cannot touch without breaking it. Rosalie's refusal to allow anything that might endanger me is a sharp edge in every debate. She will not risk sentiment over survival. Emmett's insistence on immediate, pragmatic barriers is a comfort and an alarm at once. Jasper keeps silence because he is listening to all possible fights at once, and the memory of his own past scars the new plans. Alice proposes something reckless and small. It isn't a solution, it's an attempt to make the future tactile. She wants to take me somewhere the pack can smell the tide and judge it for itself. She would stand between me and the ocean and make them look at me as a person, not only as prey or prize. Her logic is less about rules than about forcing a kind of humanization that might soften wrath. I cannot tell if it is a gambit born from love or a child's stubborn belief that if people looked at me long enough they would be able to adapt their histories to include me. I think of choosing as a hinge. It is becoming more real and less abstract with every plan they make. They are not asking me to make the decision in a vacuum. They are laying out the consequences like a map and asking me to stand at its center and choose a direction. To be transformed would be to accept an endless vigil of ethical decisions. To stay would be to risk violence I cannot always prevent. The worst part is that neither path feels entirely mine to claim. My presence has altered their family calculus, and their love for me compels them to shape the world in a way that often excludes my own fearful, fragile wants. For now, the house is a pocket of controlled atmosphere. Every window is a screen, every exit a rehearsal. They have taught me how to move without announcing myself, how to listen for the wrongs of silence. Sometimes that skill feels like a theft, as if I were learning to dim parts of myself so others might feel safer. Other times it feels like armor I am happy to wear. There is a night when rain begins to fall hard enough to make the world outside a single gray wash. In that drumming, everything inside feels both more protective and more like a glass container you peer into rather than a home you live in. Alice sits very close and traces slow, small circles on the back of my hand. Her eyes are on me, searching the layers of my face for the future she cannot now see. She does not promise answers, she promises presence. That is the kind of thing that makes me dizzy with gratitude and fear. We have time, the house insists upon that delicate lie, and yet the tide keeps erasing comfortable lines. The pack sends word through thin channels that they will not hold forever. The town's whispering becomes a pressure that moves like weather through alleyways and into sidewalks. And inside the house, the family debates and rehearses and loves me with the fierce, fatal kindness of people who know how to wait. I fold myself into their plans like a small, dangerous thing and wonder which version of myself will be left when they stop rehearsing and the world asks me to choose. When they present one more contingency, a meeting at La Push on neutral ground, words exchanged under the sky where tide and pack memory weigh heaviest, I feel the air change. It will be a confrontation dressed as negotiation, a test that could hinge on respect or spiral into ruin. Alice's limbs tighten against mine as if she too is bracing for the pull of the tide. In the quiet before that meeting, I try to imagine what my answer will look like. Part of me, the part that loves ordinary mornings and Charlie's frank, confused affection, wants to keep both feet in the small world that was mine before the rumor became true. Another part of me aches to step forward into the cold, to let an immortal body be the shape of a love that will not bend to time, The plans are set, the roles distributed. The family will move like weather, steady and inevitable. The pack will be asked to do the same. And beneath all the strategic talk, beneath the rehearsed exits and the medicine, there is the quieter, more dangerous thing, my heart, learning to want a kind of love that does not respect the ordinary rules. I have until the tide runs out to decide which shore I will stand upon. Chapter 36. Alice's Vision Returns. The sun found us as if it had been searching for a fault to slip through, an unguarded slit between the clouds that let a thin blade of light spill across Alice's face. It split on her cheekbone like glass, fragments of white and color skittering outward, and for a breath I stood, sudden and stupid, because the rumor that had once lived at the edges of Forbes High School had never looked this domestic. It had looked like theater, like stories told in whispers. Here, in the living room where Esme kept fresh flowers and Carlyle read newspapers by the window, the impossible lay across Alice's skin and made light into a private weather. She made a small, single sound, half laugh, half intake, and her eyes, which always held more silver than sunlight, whitened with a sharp, animal happiness that cut straight through the wet gray we were used to. Her smile arrived after that first bright shock, polite and sudden and full of some mischief I had only begun to understand. It was like being given permission to breathe. "It's back," she said, but it wasn't just speech. There was pressure beneath it, a thrumming urgency like a line of music that expected to be finished. I reached for her without thinking. My hand didn't know what to do with the cold, that clean, impossible cool that her skin always carried, and yet when she took it felt like a rightness so complete it hurt. Her fingers were shards of winter and the room around me went hushed because everyone else seemed to be waiting for that same note to resolve. Alice's sight had been an anchor for all of us. It was the map the family consulted when currents shifted, the thread that kept storms from swallowing the small, careful lives we had built. For months the lines on her face had been taut with strain, her hands flying through air that felt to her like a page of a book tearing at the edges. When her precognition scattered, when she could no longer see the future in the long, steady sweep she had always trusted, the house had bent toward an anxious rigidity. We adapted in ways that felt like concessions, more rules, quieter nights, fewer chances taken. But rules are brittle when the world begins to press in, they snap at corners and a snapped rule can become a broken knife. She looked at me then, her expression close enough that I could read the change like a tide. "I can see moments," she said, and there was relief there, but also something animal and bleak. Not the road. Not the end. But I can see the steps. The stones. There was an odd, bright hope in her voice that made my chest tighten. Moments. It sounded at once more than what we had and less than what we had wanted. I had learned to live on fractions, waiting for a decade to be measured in glances, but the idea that the future would be carved into little, unpromising pieces unsettled me. It sounded like being given a flashlight while standing at the edge of an ocean at night. We gathered in the kitchen because Carlyle always called us there when there was news. The light through the old windows made everything soft and dangerous in the way of careful things. Edward's face was a study in tension. He kept his hands folded as if he could hold the present between his fingers. Rosalie leaned back, arms crossed, her face stiffer than an uncracked stone. Jasper's expression had a fog to it, not the usual quiet control but a tremor I couldn't name. Esme's eyes were full and wet with hope, the sort that wanted to contain and mend. Emmett looked like he'd prefer to punch the problem in the face. Carlyle opened and closed a folder like someone soothing a paper animal. Alice spoke in quick, bright bursts. She could not do the long sweep, the lifelines that used to lay themselves like tapes over her vision, but she said she could feel the shape of instants now. She could see the one small action that would matter next, the motion that would let danger arrive or be delayed. It made her both more useful and more tormented. She could warn us when an ambush was near, when a pack would choose a day, but she could not tell us whether being warned meant we would survive the choice we did not yet have to make. "It's like being given the first page of a book," she tried to explain, fingers skimming the air as if she could fan the vision into clarity. "I can read about a single footstep. I can't read the rest of the sentence. I know there's movement, I can see the moment something breaks, but I can't tell if the book ends there or continues." Edward's reply was all sharp edges, the kind of caution that had kept me alive more than once. He argued for containment the way someone argues for a firewall, necessary, even if it felt cruel. If Alice could only see moments, he said, then we must buy ourselves as many moments as we could. Keep Bella safe. Keep the family intact. Keep the human world ignorant. It sounded sensible. It sounded like a sentence with many commas and very few verbs. Rosalie's voice was the other side of that coin. She was furious in a way I had never seen in her before, hard and unyielding. She did not like the idea of sustaining a human life when the cost might be irrevocable. She saw in my continued presence a threat to us all, a slow leak that would eventually drain the household of the things that made it survivable. If Alice could not see the long pages, then perhaps the prudent thing was to stop turning them. The thought of being wrapped in caution like a bandage made my skin crawl. Jasper went quiet, the restless history in him folding up like a shutter. He listened, and occasionally his eyes narrowed as if someone had turned the light on inside his old memories. When hunger pulled at him in the dark, his posture changed. He was a little less him. With Alice's partial sight he had a new kind of torment, the immediate presence of temptation, with no guarantee that restraint would keep the future kind. Carlyle tried to peel us all back from panic. He weighed ethics the way a surgeon weighs options, meticulous, patient, with a kindness that did not gloss over cruelty. He asked what we could do to reduce risk, to build barriers that Ash and time might not cross. He said the right words, the ones a rational person uses to frame impossible choices. But even his voice faltered around the one sentence we were all avoiding: the offer would come. The pack would press. Ultimatums sharpen in small towns where rumor already sparks like tinder. Charlie watched, and people watched through his eyes. Rumor is not a storm you can quarantine with careful surgical cuts. Alice's face was both radiant and frightened. She wanted to be sure she could use this partial sight to shape a path better than no sight at all. She moved closer to me then, took both my hands this time, and her shortness of breath spoke of something invested beyond logic. "I see a wolf," she said. "I see him on the beach. And you're there, and you're looking at the tide." The room seemed to tilt. The past weeks had been a slow drumbeat toward La Push, warnings, a skirmish at the margins, a pack that felt like it was hardening into something irrevocable. Everyone who had a stake in that place felt it keenly. It was a point on a map where loyalties braided until they might snap. Alice's sight made the danger immediate. She could point to the moment, she could tell us what would happen next in the very short arc leading up to it, but she could not tell whether that moment would be the one that decided everything. "How far ahead?" Edward asked, voice taut. "Minutes, sometimes hours," Alice said. "Not the days. Not the years. Not the life beyond the scene." It was both fortune and a kind of torture. She could tell us if a patrol would come at dusk, if a wolf would step onto a road. She could give us warnings that would buy time, that could ward off the scattered violence that had been creeping closer. But she could not tell us if decisions taken in those 12 minutes would change the shape of all our lives. She could not promise survival. She could only promise a fraction of control. I thought of Charlie at home in his quiet, ordinary house. I thought of summer nights when he had been the only light I had, simple and flawed and human. I thought of the way becoming a vampire would make me a danger to him, to the town, to the life that had once been mine by unremarkable right. That weight settled in my chest like a stone. It was both heavy and obvious. Any decision might fracture my father's life in a way that could never be patched. Alice squeezed my fingers once so hard that I heard my own breath change. The pressure was not cold, it was something else, a concentrated warmth that did not melt the chill of her skin but made me notice it like an ache. "I can tell you when you'll be in danger," she said softly, almost in the way a lover confesses a preference. "I can't tell you whether you should step away or step into it. There is a kind of intimacy in being the one person another cannot predict. It is terrifying because certainty is a kind of protection. It's also intoxicating, a slow burn that could become a wildfire if one careless match were allowed." Alice's unpredictable sight had turned what had been safety into a game of inches. She offered the knowledge of the next moment. She could not give me the map beyond that second. I wanted both to be the one who stayed mortal and the one who stepped into immortality. I wanted the endlessness and the ending at once, and that contradiction lived in me like an ache. The practical part of the family began to do what families do. We made a plan. Carlyle suggested staged presence at the house near La Push, more eyes, more bodies to break the momentum of an argument before it became a skirmish. Edward favored strict curfews and clearer barriers. Rosalie wanted me somewhere else entirely, out of the equation. Jasper volunteered to patrol, which made his hands tremble in a way that never failed to make me look away. Esme planned meals and quiet places to retreat. Emmett grumbled and then started measuring the car's trunk space as if preparing for anything. Alice added conditions to every proposal. She would watch. She would warn. She could see a wolf stepping over driftwood as if a single instant in a long story. The knowledge itself changed things. Sometimes the mere expectation that the wolf would come made people behave differently enough to alter the path. That was our odd, precarious leverage. We could rearrange ourselves around her fragments, create buffers where there hadn't been any. But there was no answer to the thing that lived at the bottom of all our plans, the transformation decision. That choice hovered like a gull above the sea, always overhead, sometimes diving, never landing. Alice could see when the gull would dive. She could not tell us if the dive meant fish or ruin. She took my face in her hands then, and her palms were cold and steady and oddly fierce. The rest of the room fell away. "I can't promise you forever," she said, voice low enough that only I could hear the tiny crack in it. "But I will promise you the next moment. I will promise you the one after that. I will promise to look." There, between her promise and the knowledge of its limit, something between us shifted like a tide. My desire was no longer purely the ache of wanting to be desired. It was threaded with something larger, a responsibility and a terror that felt like an oath. Being wanted by her was a kind of sacrament. It elevated me and it put me at risk. I wanted to be protected by her, saved by her, consumed by her in whatever language made sense. I wanted immortality because it was billed in the velvet tones of eternity. I also wanted it because Alice looked at me as if I were a small, fierce thing she was determined to keep. Outside, the rain had started again, light and insistent, as if the sky itself could not help but witness every small, important choice we were being asked to make. The shadows in the room were long, and in the windows their reflections overlapped. The Cullens clustered like a constellation, each of us tethered to the others by reasons both fierce and fragile. Alice stood back and looked at me, and in the way she watched there was an apology I could not name. She could give me minutes. She could not guarantee the arc of my life. There was a relief to that. The present is a kind of mercy, but relief and fear sat together like two old friends who had learned to be polite. She blinked once and then looked down, seeing something only she could see. Her mouth moved. "They'll be watching the low tide," she said. "Tomorrow. La Push. Not all of them will be there, some will send scouts, but the decision will start there." The room quieted. My heart had always kept a private count of the days that mattered without telling me it was doing so. Now it clicked forward with a small, metallic certainty. La Push. Tomorrow. One place. One shore. The future folded into a single, bracing geography. I thought about the choice that lived somewhere beyond that sand and tide, the decision to remain mortal and to live in a life of small, beloved losses, or to accept a cold, bright immortality that would make me a different kind of danger to the people I loved. Neither option felt like surrender, both felt like inevitable, like a coin flipped and landing with terrible, silent authority. Alice's hand tightened around mine in a way that needed no words. She could see the next footstep. She could not see whether that footstep led me back into Charlie's kitchen or across the slippery edge of forever. For a moment there was only the sound of rain, the warmth of her cool skin, and the knowledge that the next day would be a precipice. She had given me a promise that was a fine, fragile thing, not forever, but the one thing I could not live without, her attention. That had to be enough for now. Tomorrow we would stand by the tide. I could feel the beach like a future pressing itself into the present, cold and inevitable. Alice could tell us when the wolves would come. She could not tell us if we would be standing after they did. The gulf between those two certainties yawned like a cliff. I let myself be guided by her to the car, fingers wrapped around hers the way a person grips a fragile, urgent truth, and I thought of choices as the sea thinks of rocks, hitting them, wearing them down, marking them in small, endless ways. She looked at me as we slid into the vehicle, and for a second something unguarded sparkled in her eyes, an image of me on a beach with the wind that would not be kind or gentle. "I'll warn you," she said, so close I felt the whisper on my cheek. "But I can't tell you if you'll survive the choice." The words were not a promise or a threat, they were an opening. I let them sit between us, heavy as salt. I did not know if I wanted to be saved or remade. I did know that the tide was a calendar now, and that every second would be a question. Tomorrow would not answer everything, but it would begin to cut the knot we had allowed to tangle for too long. When Alice's hand slipped from mine to check the rearview mirror, I saw her face reflected, a constellation of soft, sharp light, and for the first time in a long while the future felt both near enough to touch and unknowable enough to be dangerous. I wanted her to promise me everything. She could not. So I settled for her next breath, offering myself into the moment she could see. Chapter 37. The deadline nears. The moon had the hard, honest look of a coin pressed into the sky, white and flat and accusing. I woke to it, to the sound of rain against the windows and the tight little animal drum of my pulse. Outside the house, Forks wore its usual gray like a second skin. Inside the Cullen room, the world was too bright, every surface a quiet mirror. Alice was awake when I crossed the hall. She always was when the moon came right, but that night there was something like a break in her smile, a tiny tilt of the mouth that made her eyes look like glass with a crack through them. She turned so the moonlight slanted across the planes of her face, and for a moment the air seemed to split. Her skin took the beam and made it into a dozen thin shards, light bent, and threw itself back at me in colors I had no names for. It was a trick of refraction. I had seen it before, a pretty, impossible thing, but that night the colors felt like a message. She reached out as if to steady herself, and her fingers brushed my shoulder. The contact was cold enough to draw a quick little shiver from me, more than the rain had earned. A promise lived in that temperature and in the pressure of her hand, not warmth in the way people meant it, but a warm, deliberate containment. Dangerous, stainless, certain. She did not read me. She had not like before. I knew that, the knowledge settling into me with the slow, precise agony of a wound. Her visions were fraying around me in ways none of us had seen, futures that once hung steady now unraveling into threads and knots. The old certainty she'd offered like a lantern was dimming. She told me, later, that she had seen my arrival 100 times and then nothing she could follow, just flashes of me in places she couldn't quite hold. It made her reckless. Or maybe it made her human in the only way vampires could pretend to be human, uncertain. The deadline the pack had set was a sharpened thing. They promised to act when the tide rose highest on the night of the next full moon, when the earth was pullable and the borders between what the Cullens understood and what they refused to believe thinned to almost nothing. Sam had given us the time, quiet, formal, a kind of civic ultimatum, and the whole house had held its breath as if the past few weeks had been only preparation for that single, cleaving moment. No one could say what would happen if the pack acted. They had already made a point of striking at the edges, of testing the boundaries in ways that left our windows rattling and Jasper paler than I'd ever seen him. Small blood had been spilled at the margins once before. The memory of it made Rosalie's jaw a line I had learned to read like a map. She wanted rules tightened, doors bolted, me out of sight. Carlyle wanted care and deliberation, the weighing of lives against the ethical scale he always kept smooth and balanced. Edward wanted a single answer, safety. He argued in clean logic, the kind that had a blade hidden under its velvet. Esme offered compassion in soft measures, a maternal harbor none of us could refuse. Emmett said blunt words that were meant to fix things the way a hammer could. They hit, but they left blood anyway. Jasper hovered at the edges of his own history, his restraint taut and strained, as if the snow of conflict pulled at something inside him that refused to stay docile. And Alice's eyes were stormy with something like fear. She kept offering me both a hand and a rumor of certainty. She saw me in futures where I was safe, and in others where I was a wound the family could not forgive themselves for. She wanted to fix the blindness in her sight with action. She wanted to take the thing she could not foresee and remove it from the equation. There was love in that desire, fierce and clumsy and honest. The thing was, it was also a selfishness wrapped in a savior's face. She could not watch me be the center of violence and not do something that felt like control. I had never been good at making decisions about my own body. Even small things, what to eat, whether to take a coat, felt like moral acts in the house, as if a choice mattered more there, where immortality sat in the corners like a patient animal. Now the choice extended beyond me. The pack's deadline made it not only about me. Their ultimatum hung over Charlie like a thunderhead, a possibility that any collapse of secrecy would drag him into a story he had no place in. I felt that sharp guilt under every piece of my skin. I was a hinge on the door between worlds, and I could not find the right key. I thought about the two ways of becoming, the vampire way, sudden and absolute, and the other way, the slow erosion of living with the knowledge that people I loved might be hunted or killed because I chose to stay breathing. Both were sacrifices. To become immortal was to give up the shape of my mortality, the small, real comforts of aging, of eating, of an ordinary ache of muscle that belied being alive. To remain human was to keep the terrible gravity of my father's existence, the warm, small domesticity of his life, and to invite danger into it. Immortality promised eternity with Alice at my side, skin like glass and a heart that beat in ways I could feel in the arts of her hands. Mortality promised a short, luminous ache and a long damnation of watching loved ones build walls I could not climb. Alice touched me the way a painter touches a canvas, light and deliberate, mapping angles and planes. It made me feel chosen and objectified in a breath, and both things were intoxicating. To be wanted by her, by a creature who prized apart the ordinary with her mind, who had always moved through futures with the confidence of someone who saw the endpoints, was delicious in a way that made my spine hum. Her warmth was a deliberate heat, not the lazy human kind but a fiercer, purer fire that promised shelter from all the wet grain forks. It was forbidden because it was dangerous and because it drew me across a line I'd been taught my whole life to respect. Loving her felt like treachery sometimes, a betrayal of the life I had been given, and yet my chest tightened whenever she leaned in close enough that I could feel the air moved by her breath. When Carlyle proposed a plan, it was the kind of careful thing that sounded like hope if you wanted hope badly enough. He wanted to wrap me in containment, sit me at the center of a protective web, and keep me away from the places wolves might roam. He suggested moving us, anywhere the pack would find too costly to follow. Rosalie recoiled at the idea of me being caged. Edward argued a third path, lock me into a family decision where the danger became ours entirely. His voice was quiet when he explained the logic. A vampire could be taught to survive the pack, a human could not. He weighed survival against what it cost. I watched them all make my life their problem and felt both grateful and enraged. It is a strange thing to have people call your name like a verdict. I wanted to shake them and tell them, do not decide for me, but my throat closed every time I tried. Perhaps I was scared, or perhaps I had always known that making the choice would be more terrible than letting fate choose for me. But the pack's deadline made the choice a pressing, granite thing. Waiting was no longer a refuge. Alice moved in ways that made me dizzy. She offered solutions that were not solutions. She wanted me taken somewhere she could guard me herself, to hide me in some future she could hold. She suggested running off with me across country lines, to a life that would be always moving, always on the edge of breath. And then she would wild on the subject of turning me, with a frantic, luminous look that seemed to light her from the inside, and then, 2 minutes later, revert to a brutal calm that had the same edges as a blade. She told me she had planned countless lives for me and then none of them could be trusted. The story was beautiful and broken, and each time she reached for the broken pieces I felt something in me rearranged to fit. There was also the quieter desperation that came in the shape of native duty. The pack had rules born of history and blood, and their deadline was as much about preserving their children as it was about retribution. I could understand that terrible clarity. They saw me as a danger, the Cullens, in their way, saw me as a locus of risk that could unravel all safety. Both groups loved what they were protecting, and love does not always grab mercy. I did not want to be the hinge that made families choose between ideals. It made me feel small and cruel. At night, when the house grew still and the rain softened to a whisper, Alice would sit on my bed and hold my hand like a benediction. Her skin was cold and real and somehow more intimate than a warm touch could be. When she leaned her forehead against mine, the world narrowed to the tiny, precise fact of her breath. I liked the way she read me then, not with the jagged, lit futures but with the small, private language of touch. It was a language that let me forget the big decisions for a while and remember that desire could be its own kind of truth. But the wolf moon was not a rumor, it was approaching with a stubbornness that made everything else seem ornamental. The Cullens grew taut with plans and counterplans. Carlyle reminded us of precedent and ethics as if on a lecture track that had always helped steer them away from, and sometimes into, impossible choices. Rosalie's anger thickened into plans to move me out or hide me out of reach, and sometimes I thought she would bolt me into a room and throw in the key. Edward argued with the logic of love, the kind that thinks a thought through and then worries it into steel. Jasper tried to meditate between pulses of memory, his calm being a fragile thing that snapped if the hunt was nearby. Esme tried to make comfort into a policy, but policies did not always stop a pack driven by loss. And beneath all of this, a quieter war, my own self-worth, which hung on the edge of a razor. To ask to be made immortal felt like arrogance sometimes, the assumption that I possessed the right to such a thing. To refuse it felt like betrayal of myself, an acceptance of a life where I might watch people I loved tear themselves apart to protect me. I kept imagining the ways things could rupture, Charlie dragged into a war he would never survive, myself a thing of someone else's making, the Cullens splintering under the strain. I had never wanted to be the cause of a fracture like that. When the Pap's envoy finally came to the edge of our property, it was not a dramatic, shouted thing. Sam walked with the careful composure of a man who knows the law of his land. He made no threats that were not already made in the quiet of his posture and in the set of his mouth. He gave us his time like an ultimatum and left, like a stone thrown and the wake it would make. The house seemed colder after that visit, the rooms sharper as if carved. Alice sat with me after they left, and there was a silence between us that had the weight of something being measured. She told me, without the magnificence she used sometimes, that she had tried to find a future where everyone survived with dignity. She had not found one that was steady. Her voice was small. She reached for my hand and kept it even as the rain on the windows grew harder. "You decide for me," I wanted to say, but the words were too heavy and my mouth filled with the metal taste of fear. Instead, I looked at her and felt the whole house tilt toward the center of me, as if everything in that place had been built to either support me or fall away. I had always imagined the thing would feel momentous in a cinematic way, a choice under a sun-drenched sky or a dramatic, romantic leap. Instead, it felt like standing between two walls and having to decide which one to push through while the room was already collapsing around me. There would be a time for declarations and speeches and the sweeping romanticism of defied mortality. For now there was calculation, and strategy, and the soft, insistent pull of someone else's heartbeat against the back of my hand. The wolf moon would be high in the sky in less than a week. The tide would be cold and the sand of La Push would know the shape of footsteps that would not be forgiven easily by the people who lay claim to that land. Tomorrow, they would meet in a place where sand and sea make law, and maybe they would speak and maybe they would lash out. Maybe the Cullens would lock me behind doors and rope themselves into a prisoner of their own ethics. Maybe Alice would take me in her arms and run until she could no longer run. Or maybe the pack would choose action that remade everything. I could not wait for any of those fates to be decided for me. There was terror in owning that need, not just to be preserved, but to decide how I would be preserved or surrendered. If my existence had to be a bargaining chip, would rather be the one who negotiated the terms. So I did the thing that felt both smallest and largest. I stood up and kissed her forehead like a benediction and told her, without fanfare and with all the trembling I could gather, that I would go to La Push the night the moon rose. Not as bait. Not as a sacrifice tossed from someone else's hands. I would go because the choice must be made where the lines crossed, where the water met the land and history tightened its jaw. She looked at me then, the real, unlit look, and for a second I saw my face in her eyes, refracted and strange. She nodded, the motion almost imperceptible, a surrender I had not asked for and a permission I had not wanted. The house exhaled with us, like a tide pulling back before it steals the shore. The wolf moon was coming. I could not sleep for the knowledge of it, nor could I pretend that I was not afraid. Fear, I decided, was its own kind of courage if you let it be. I would stand at the place where the pack's law met our stubborn immortality, and I would say, with whatever voice was left to me, who had the right to decide the price of a life. Chapter 38, An Offer with Teeth. The beam came in like a blade, thin and accidental, and caught Alice full in the face. For a second she was nothing but light, a flat, pale plane that threw the room into shards and rainbows. She closed her eyes against it, and then, when she opened them, the smile on her mouth was too bright, too sudden, like someone had struck a match and favored us all with its flare. It was the same smile she wore when she was certain of the future, the one that used to steady me with the knowledge of where I would end up. Now it steadied me because it was the only human thing I could find in a room that had become less and less hospitable to me by the minute. We sat in the living room with the rain hissing outside and the house holding its breath. Carlyle had chosen the chairs as if he were arranging surgical instruments, precise distances between each of us, an implied safety line. Esme looked like she wanted to open her arms to me and had been stopped by the rules in her bones. Rosalie's face was a study in carved marble. Emmett, Jasper, Edward, each carried their particular kind of armor, impatience, unease, and fury folded tight like an extra layer of skin. I could feel whatever the Cullens could feel about me in their quietness. The way their focus kept returning to me made me small and enormous at once. Alice had tried to tell me she couldn't see. She had said it in so many soft ways before this night, fragmented visions that reassembled in wrong shapes, futures that twisted away from the seams, but seeing her now, her hands folded in her lap like a plea, I finally understood how naked her admission was. "I don't know," she said. The words were paper-thin but honest. There was a shake under the surface of her smile, a tremble that had nothing to do with fear. "I see so many things with you in them, Bella. I see laughter and summer light and long, terrible things. But lately the pictures keep tearing. I can't hold one in place. They slip." Her hands found mine across the arm of the couch, cold, but the pressure she gave was warm in a way that made my breath catch. She had always been a mapmaker of time. She used to draw me exact paths and hand me my tomorrows like small, tidy gifts. Now she held my hand as if it were the only way to keep it from vanishing. Carlyle stood. When he spoke, he sounded like a man presenting a treatment plan, even though he was discussing futures, loyalties, and the legal and moral impossibilities vampires had had to learn how to navigate. There was no flourish, no rhetoric, just an economy of fact that made each syllable count. "We must choose in terms that are clear," he said. "The situation at La Push will not remain a simmering threat. The pack's posture has hardened already. Sam's last message to us was unequivocal. They will act if provoked further. We cannot wait for some balance to return on its own." I felt the room tilt toward me. It was a sensation that had become almost familiar, my life, rightly or wrongly, reduced to the fulcrum the Cullens kept circling. It was easier when they were debating matters of policy rather than of personhood. Now the debate landed on me, and you could hear the way it scraped. Rosalie did not mince the point. Her voice was cool, uninflected with the sentimentality that sometimes softened the edges in Esme's tone. "We can protect you," she said, "in the strictest sense. We can keep you under our roof, away from eyes, away from danger. But that is not living. It is a kind of preservation that takes life out of you. If you choose to remain mortal, you'll be safe in a way, but it will be a life constructed around our fears." Edward's hands were clenched, a slow tautness that quieted his words until they were almost a whisper. When he did speak, his voice carried that low, personal weight that made me feel simultaneously defended and accused. "There is a way to remove the question entirely," he said. "Transformation removes the variable of your mortality. Practices, rules, they are stopgaps. The world will still prey on you. If you become one of us, you will not die of age. You will become as careful and relentless as we are. The pack cannot pull you apart. You will have us." There it was, the two paths laid out like an experiment with only two outcomes. In the one, I would become something other than human, traded for a kind of immortality that felt as much like a betrayal as it did like salvation. In the other, I would remain human and live under a regimen that would sterilize my life of spontaneity and publicness until I was a ghost in a beloved house. Both choices were cages, their bars were differently spaced but ruthless nonetheless. Carlyle added technicalities, the kinds that made it feel surgical and therefore unbearable. If I consented to be made, he said, he would be the one to perform the change. It would happen in private, no witnesses outside the family, and with as much calm as could be mustered for the unknown. There would be consequences, legal and social, that would require us to sever certain ties for your protection. He did not use the word cut as Catherine had taught me to fear, but he drew its meaning with cadences. No public contact with Charlie, no casual contact with the town. It would be, in his terms, a kind of protective severance forwarded as procedure. I thought of Charlie, a steady man who had loved me in the narrow ways a single father knows how to love. The idea of him living without knowing was an ache I couldn't bear. He existed in my life as my only tether to the ordinary, to the life I had grown into. To sever that was not just to erase a person from my days, it was to erase myself from the small, incriminating ledger of human attachments I had left. The caging alternative offered by Rosalie felt like the lesser brutality in the abstract, the least likely to hurt other people. But the price was loneliness flavored with a kind of resentment. The Cullens spoke of it without mercy. Jasper's input was smaller, shadowed by the way his muscles seemed set on edge whenever blood was implied. He spoke of temptation, of the danger my mortality represented to the family, a moral hazard, as he put it. You living among us is a test, he said, delicate as a warning. We are not immune. Every close contact with a human is a danger. If you stay human, we will become prisoners of our own conscience. Emmett's voice landed like a fist. Or we make you one of us and stop pretending we can control everything else. The Pact's going to make a decision the day you decide to stay human, and I will not sit idle while someone I love gets taken apart. Esme looked on, a bloom of regret and hurt I could not parse into anything but tenderness. She wanted to wrap me up and make everything whole. She could do nothing of the sort, and that made her look fragile in a way that scared me more than Rosalie's steely certainty. Alice squeezed my hand again, and this time her fingers dug in, not harshly, but as if to anchor us both. Her eyes were different now, less of her usual clean certainty, more of someone pleading with the world to stop moving. I can offer you choices, she said. But I can't see which one will last. There are possible futures where you are turned and you flourish, and others where you are turned and something breaks. There are futures where you remain human that are tender and ordinary, and futures where you remain human and we lose everything. She had always stood at the rim of things, balancing on possible worlds as if they were marbles in a jar. The way she spoke now, unpolished, urgent, made the room feel dangerously intimate. I wanted to tell her that her touch was all the foretelling I wanted, that I could live inside the surety of her fingers for 1,000 years and be satisfied. But desire does not answer to vows, to ethical stipulations, or to the steady interior logic Carlyle excused as reason. The terms were set out with clinical clarity. Transformation now, immediate, irreversible, performed by Carlyle, the Cullens taking on custodianship in the only way they could, bringing me into the family as their own, binding me to their collective life and its strictures. No casual contact with Charlie or the town, the family would defend their secret at the expense of human attachments. Stay human, a regimented life under constant supervision, no school, no driving, no visible life. A program of seclusion, safe, narrow, comfortable in its shape, but a life I had not imagined for myself. It was a form of protective imprisonment disguised as mercy. And then the deadline, not an abstract moral urgency but a concrete one. The Pack would act within a matter of days if they perceived the Cullens as continuing to shelter me. Sam's ultimatum had been phrased without nuance, a line drawn in the sand. The Sisters of La Push had already sharpened knives, in their own way, in a small skirmish that had left welts of fear along the margins of our lives. The offer was fenced in by time. Alice's visionlessness had made her desperate enough to offer her hand in a new way. She could pledge to try to rebuild what she had been losing. She could try frantically to recompose futures like broken glass into things that matched what her heart wished to see. But she could do nothing to promise outcomes. "I can't promise," she said, and the words hit like an apology and a threat at once. "I will try. I will at least try to find the thread that binds you. But you must choose something for yourself." Choosing felt obscene. I kept thinking of small things, the feel of rain on my skin when I walked home from high school, the rough scrape of Charlie's knuckles on my shoulder, the way Alice's laugh could make ordinary light look like a cathedral. Each was its own kind of claim on me. The immortal life promised possibility and danger, the steady, unending closeness to the Cullens, Alice's cold hand warmed by my own body in their particular brands of tenderness. Remaining human promised the bitter comfort of mortality and the safety of ordinary pain. My self-worth, raw and unsteady, insisted on framing the decision as a commodity. Why was I worth this kind of sacrifice? Why would anyone choose to bind themselves to me in a way that cost so much? Those questions ate at me in a quiet, relentless way. I stayed until the meeting loosened, until the rain outside turned the windows into grays, until the words had been put into order and the options made legal sounding enough to sit under a roof. At the end, when everyone had said their pieces and left the room with the practiced discretion that was their family, Alice remained. She held me like a lighthouse holds its light. "I don't know," she said again. "But I know I don't want to lose you." Her voice was small. Mine felt smaller. It was one thing to have your life discussed as if you were a problem to be solved. It was another to be loved in the same sentence. I walked out the front door into the damp, the air of Forks embracing me like a memory. The road to Charlie's house would take less than 10 minutes. I should have gone, I should have run to him, to the ordinary shelter of him and his newspapers and his weary jokes. I should have told him everything in a reckless, honest way I had come to after living among supernatural things. But the decision was larger than one confession. It would not be something Charlie could stitch back together with a hug and a beer. I didn't know which choice made me more monstrous. All I knew was the way the night's rain smelled like old iron and new things, and I could feel, like hunger, two kinds of wanting, the animal crave of staying alive as I had always been, and the ache of wanting to be wanted in the cold, secret way a vampire wants, in the way Alice wanted me. The Cullens had offered me measures with teeth, even mercy had its edges. I had to decide whether to hand my life to the family who loved me in a way that could never be shared with those I loved, or to accept a safety that would hollow out my days and make me an exhibit behind glass. When I thought of Alice, her hand on mine, I heard rain on the roof turning into a kind of music. The note the world left me on was not soft. It was an ultimatum with a pulse, and it kept time to the one steady thing I could not ignore, the coming of the pack, and the way loyalties sharpen into weapons when you put a mortal between them. I walked back inside, because walking away felt like a decision of its own, and the house smelled faintly of cigarettes and something clean. Alice's eyes found me immediately, and there was a hunger in them that had nothing to do with blood. She did not offer solutions anymore, she offered company. "I will try," she said, and this time there was defiance in it. "I will try to see. But you must promise me you'll think about what you need." I sat down again and pressed my palms flat to my knees, feeling the tremor that had nothing to do with cold. There was a week, maybe less. Choices lined themselves up like teeth. Blood would decide, one way or another, but not only blood, love could be as binding as anything else. Outside, La Push murmured in the distance, a line of tide and shouting and a promise that the world would not wait politely for my answer. Inside, the Cullens gathered, silhouettes around a single point of light. I wondered which kind of danger waited for me, and whether the thing I was made for had ever been about being safe at all. I had to choose. And already I could feel the mouth of the world closing, patient and inevitable, around whatever I could not renounce. Chapter 39, Between Hands. The light found her as if it had been searching the whole house for that one clear surface. It slanted through the tall windows like a blade of something honest and less forgiving than rain, and when it struck Alice the effect was so small and simple and impossible that my first, stupid disbelief had the immediate, childish quality of being caught. Her skin broke it into a dozen tiny flames, a scattering of colors that had no business resting on a person who did not burn, and for one ridiculous second it felt like seeing someone's name written in a language I didn't know how to read but wanted to memorize anyway. Alice tilted her head, smiled with that quick, sideways politeness she wore as comfortably as a sweater, and held out her hand as if it was the most natural thing in the world to invite me into the center of her fractured light. There was a steadying warmth there, not the kind that promised the end of danger but the kind that promised an intimacy I had not asked for and could no longer imagine refusing. We were sitting in a room that used to look like any normal house's living room until you learned its rules. Light layered over softness, voices always a degree too careful, laughter that could last for a lifetime and still be measured. The others had been arguing for hours, or at least the length of too many cigarettes lit and stubbed out in empty ashtrays. Carlyle's voice had the careful cadence of someone tallying consequences. Rosalie's had the clipped certainty of someone for whom the human element had become an inconvenience rather than an inevitability. Esme tried to hold both of them with a smile that was porcelain thin and lovely. Edward had been quieter than any of them. Quiet, when Edward was involved, was never neutrality, it was pressure. He had been a set of unread books on the couch, thin as a promise and equally dangerous if opened without care. When he looked at me, every option shrank until the only air left in the room was the space between his patience and his fear. I could feel him, like a pressure behind glass, and in that silence the rumor that had once been gossip in the halls, vampires among the ordinary, became a private history I was living. Alice's hand tightened on mine, not in the possessive, immediate way Edward had used to keep me anchored but in a softer, more urgent grip. She leaned forward, and the little rainbows on her skin trembled. This fight was more intimate than a kiss. I had felt desire and hunger and terror together before, in 100 small moments, but they had always been pointed toward one person, Edward. The nearness of her felt like an old story rewritten so carefully I could not tell which page came first. She said my name like a question and like a prayer. "I'm not asking you to leap," she said, and her voice was the familiar lilt that used to show me her confidence, bright, fast, sure. But this time it broke. "I'm not asking you to disappear into us because I need you to be safe. And I can't keep saying the right answer for you." Her eyes were wide and terribly, painfully present. For the first time since I'd walked into the house, I saw the raw line of her uncertainty and not the serene cat-like expression she wore when she'd already rearranged futures in her mind. Alice had always been a compass. She had been the thing that, even at my most indecisive, made directions seem inevitable. To look at her now was to see a needle shivering. She told me again, softer, each word falling like a small confession, that she had watched versions of me 100 times, that she had sheltered futures until they hardened into facts, and that around me, only around me, the images she depended on fractured. "They used to be steady," she said. "They used to be like a single line you could follow. With you it's like glass that changes when you touch it. I can see 100 ways you save yourself, 100 ways you choose to keep your life, 100 ways you choose not to. But none of them looks like something I can stand behind and say, pick that, because it's right." I wanted to ask how she could be afraid for me when she had always been the one who saw the fall and the hands that caught me. I wanted to ask why fear sounded like a small, private cruelty in her mouth. But instead I sat quiet and listened, because the room had already been full of other votes, other pleas, other strategic silences. The family had been arguing about me as if I were a chess piece whose moves needed etiquette. Carlyle kept returning to careful words. What do we owe someone who can die? What do we owe someone who could live forever? And Rosalie had made a speech about dignity that landed like a soft slap. "I can't see," Alice said again, and the admission unclipped some shape inside me that had been held down by rules and necessity. She was not a seer who had lost sight of me. She was a person whose gift had become a kind of imprisonment when used to determine someone else's life. "You're asking me to choose," I said, because the truth of it tasted like metal. "Which is more than I thought you'd ask me for." She shook her head the faintest fraction. "I'm asking you to own it. Not the timing, necessarily. Not the method. But the fact that you are the one who decides. I won't," her mouth curved. "I can't fate you into what would make you happiest, because happiest isn't stable around your edges. I can't build a life for you that will hold when the world is trying to break all of us. But I can hold your hand while you make the choice." There was pleading in it, vulnerability that I hadn't expected. Alice's life had been a string of small mercies, saving us from our worst impulses, arranging our lives so danger was kept politely outside. To hear her ask for permission to stand back as if she were relinquishing control felt like watching a friend hand another person a loaded gun and ask if they really wanted to use it. There was trust there, a terrifying gift. Edward finally spoke then, and he used the voice he lived with when he was certain fear could be smoothed into policy. "We don't accept casual decisions about immortality," he said. "We can't. If she goes through it, if you become like us, there is an obligation. There are consequences that extend beyond you." Rosalie's chin lifted and her lips flattened into the expression she wore when she was halfway between anger and sorrow. She had been the one most vocal about the moral cost. She had never been drawn to anything fragile and then expected reality to smooth for her. "We have never asked for this," she said. "We opened our home because she needed shelter. We are not," she stopped, searching for a word that would make the cruelty of her reasoning look compassionate. "We are not recklessly offering eternity. We have to consider the family." The family. The language sounded like algebra, sums of experiences, balances of risk. Carlyle spoke of precedent, of slow steps, of stillness. Esme's hands folded in her lap. She looked ready to weep, not because of fear but because she had been asked to care for something so fragile she could break. Jasper shifted like someone who had never quite learned how to stop listening to the scent of conflict in the air. His presence made me uneasy in a way that had nothing to do with desire. His eyes were sometimes the color of storms. I watched Alice then, because the light still lived on her like a secret, as she looked smaller than she usually did. That tiny radiance that had always made my breath catch now felt like a warning bell. She had offered me safety before the way people hand a bandage, quick, practical, inevitable. Now the offering was different. "You could be mortal," she said, voice dipping into something almost like a dare. "You could keep your life, Charlie, your reign, your stings, and your small regrets. Or you could be us, and it would be terrifying and cold and beautiful. I don't want you to become something you're told to be because of fear or guilt. I don't want you to want this because you're afraid of losing me." There it was, the heart of the matter. Not whether I could live as a vampire, but whether I deserved to be loved with the inviolable intensity of the undead. Alice's eyes held mine as if she wanted to press the question into the very center of me. I had never thought of myself as a person anyone would cross impossible lines for. I had been the sort of person who was chosen because other people had no choice in the matter. The idea that this luminous, dangerous girl whose future had always been certain, wanted me because she wanted me and not because it was necessary shook me in a way no individual glimpse of immortality could. "And you can't see which way is right," I said, "because sometimes speaking the obvious makes it less monstrous. You can't see whether I'll be better as myself or better as you." Alice's laugh was small, not at all like the confident peal that usually filled the room. "I see yourself 1,000 ways," she said, "and every one of them matters. The problem is I see me there too, and I always see the same things about me, about what I would give up or change. You have a gravity that pulls futures into different patterns. It's new." Her fingers brushed the inside of my wrist, and the contact was not possessive so much as anchoring. "I can't promise what will make you happiest because my happiest is tangled up with what I am, and I won't make that decision for you." The way that Cullens spoke about choices made me acutely aware of my mortality in a way that hurt. To be mortal in their house was to be a contradiction, an entire fragile thing everyone wanted to protect but did not all agree on how to protect. There was so much love in that house it sometimes felt like being surrounded by knives. The sharper the affection, the more likely someone would be cut defending it. Part of me wanted to fold into their rules and let them decide my edges, to be graced with immortality and all the certainty it brought. The other part of me wanted to keep my life messy and blood familiar and ordinary, because ordinary had the vocabulary of Charlie's kitchen, the slow, patient ache of rainy afternoons, the way my skin tasted of human things when I woke. "You're asking a lot," I said, and even as the words left me I felt childish for all the asking I had always expected from someone else. It's not just about whether I live forever. It's about what I am when I do. You can't always promise the person I would become would be someone I could love. Alice's face folded, a small, private grief. I don't want you to become a shadow of my wanting, she said. I love you, but I love you as a person, not as an answer to a pattern I like. If you stay human, it doesn't mean I will stop wanting you. If you become like us, it doesn't guarantee happiness. And I can't see well enough to give you the map that says which is Tinder. There was no neatness to any of it. No right answer handed down with the weight of ancestral authority. Instead, there was a hand on mine and a plea that felt like a vow. Choose for me, she said without words. Choose for yourself, she said with everything. Outside, I knew, La Push would be tasting the edges of the decision with the kind of hunger that was not romantic but practical. The pack had been vocal, and their growls at the margin of our family's civility had become something more certain, an ultimatum shaped like a low tide, receding and exposing the rocks we would have to walk. Charlie was suspicious again, small-town instincts sharpened into pricks of curiosity that would not be soothed by silence. The town was a drumbeat I could not ignore. I looked at Edward. There was tiredness in him that had nothing to do with the weather. I'm not ordering you, he said then, and the words were heavier than any command could have been. I'll support whatever you choose. But I won't pretend there aren't consequences. You have to know them. His love was a barrier and a bridge. It protected me and boxed me in. Choosing to become what they were would mean stepping beyond the boundary between two lives forever. Choosing to remain would mean returning to Charlie's ordinary kitchen and to the particular smallness of my mortality. Either way, it would be a sacrifice of some part of what I had been, and that knowledge made the decision both intimate and excruciating in the same breath. Alice's fingers curled around mine. Her touch did what her sights could not. It grounded me in the present. I'm asking you to want yourself in whatever form you choose, she whispered. Don't be someone else's salvation. Don't be a martyr. Be you, even if it scares me. Her admission, the blunt, trembling truth that she could not see what would make me best, quieted the room more effectively than any argument. For a moment, we were simply two people in a soft house, and the rest of the world pushed at the windows like hands wanting in. I imagined then, with the clarity of someone standing at a cliff looking down at tide and rock, all the possible ways I could say yes or no. I could become an immortal thing wrapped in the Cullens etiquette, bundled into eternity and their rhythms. I could go home and try to be smaller, and ordinary would become a saving grace. I could ask for time until the pack decided whether patience was an indulgence. I could walk toward the beach and meet wolves on their own terms. But none of those options were a surrender. They were choices. And Alice's confession, that she could not see which path would be kinder, made it mine again in the only meaningful way it could be, by returning the decision to the one person it truly belonged to. Outside the windows, rain threatened and the sky folded heavy and low, as if unwilling to bear the weight of any more decisions. The Cullens house smelled like tea and a faint copper trace of someone who had aged beyond normal seasons. Alice's light still played over her skin like a private weather system. I wanted to step into it and be refracted, to live inside the pattern she traced, but I knew that to do so without owning the choice would be to let someone else's need define me. I closed my eyes, felt the warm press of her hand, and listened to the slow, steady ticking of a house full of immortal hearts. Choosing would cost me something. So would refusing. Both roads ran toward a horizon that had wolves at one end and townsfolk at the other. Both roads promised hunger, loyalty, danger, and an intimacy that smoldered rather than burned. I'll choose, I said finally, and the words were small and enormous at the same time. But I need to be the one who chooses. Alice's breath caught, maybe from relief, maybe from terror. Her whole expression folded into a shape I wanted to memorize. There was trust there, fierce and startling, and in the spaces between her confidence and fear I felt the first real ache of what love cost when it was stripped of inevitability. Edward exhaled like wind leaving a room, and even Rosalie's jaw softened imperceptibly. Carlyle reached across the distance between us and placed his hand lightly over ours, an old, steadying thing. Esme wiped at her eyes like someone who had not yet decided whether she would cry or smile. We were not resolved. The pack would keep watch, and Charlie would notice if my habits changed too quickly. The town would continue to gossip, and futures would keep fracturing in Alice's sight because of the gravity I pulled. But at least the line of responsibility had shifted. It sat now squarely where it should have been. I had the awful, luminous freedom of deciding for myself. Alice leaned forward and tucked her face against my shoulder, and for the first time in a long while I let myself be the person someone else wanted, not because they had to want me, but because they did. The world outside the windows kept its slow, insistent rain. Inside the house, the light ran through Alice's skin and painted me in colors I did not yet have names for. We had not moved toward any destination, but there was motion, the small, irrevocable kind that begins with a single step and promises a journey. I did not know where it would end. But I knew, in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating, that it would be my choosing. Chapter 40, The Walk into the Tide. The wind at La Push had a way of pulling you out of yourself. It stripped the small things, my cardigan, the last clinging warmth of sleep, and left me raw, clean, honest to whatever bone I was made of. The sea met the sky in a smear of pewter. The tide, coming in on its slow, inevitable knees, was a metronome for the decisions that had been beating through my chest all week. I walked into it because walking away felt like a lie. The sand cold against my feet felt like truth. My hands were stuffed into my pockets not because I wanted to hide them, but because I needed something to hold steady. My body, the moral body I had vowed to keep for reasons only half formed and half denied, felt fragile as porcelain and twice as precious. The Cullens had warned me, pleaded with me, argued in their soft, terrible ways that hammered me into place. Edward's voice under the lamplight of the house the night before had been quick and sharp with worry, always worry. Carlyle had measured risks like a surgeon. Rosalie had been a closed fist with a voice like glass, and Alice had watched me with the patient, hungry light of someone who loved the future and was used to arranging it. But Alice's eyes had been a little flat at the edges, a little uncertain. Her smiles, when she offered them, did not settle the future into place the way they used to. There was a fracture now where certainty had been, and I could feel it in the marrow of my decisions. I had come to La Push alone because it was my one honest act. The Cullens debated, always the Cullens, between keeping me safe in the shadowed warmth of their rooms and risking everything by letting me choose. Their morality was patient and vast, their love uncalculating and ferocious. But love with teeth is still love, and it made the same problem complicated in a dozen new ways. Alice, who had once mapped my coming like a constellation she could read with a finger, could not find the star this time. She had seen me, seen us, the visions wavered, shuddered, refused to settle. She had offered me her hand in that empty place anyway, and that offer had 3 parts: promise, risk, and the silent dare for me to be who I wanted to be. That dare had the dangerous tenderness of a lover who knows both how to burn and how to be soothed. The pack had not taken the gift easily. Wolves guard what they think of as theirs. They had always been a tide we had to step around: history, territory, bloodlines. But lately the waves had been coming in harder, carrying stones and anger. There had been a skirmish, a poor thing at the edges, first blood, a reminder that boundaries could be enforced by tooth and claw if words failed. Sam's warnings had been flat as driftwood. Jacob, who I'd known before any of this hard company formed, had looked at me like I might shatter if you breathed wrong. They wanted control. They wanted assurance that the human they loved, no matter how complicated that love was, wouldn't be the tool of what they feared. Their ultimatum, muttered in meetings and carried in glances to the Cullens, grew heavier with each muddy sunrise. I could not let them decide for me behind closed doors. I would not be traded like a piece on a board I'd never chosen to step on. I had rehearsed my speech on the drive here, in the quiet between rain and the dark. I had imagined the pack listening, imagining me steady, my feet on the sand for real, not just in my mouth. I would say I was not a prize and not a weapon. I would say there were lines I would not cross, that I would remain human, that I would accept conditions: no trespassing on tribal land, no secret meetings at night, if that would keep men I had known as boys from turning into hunters in their hearts. I would tell them that my loyalty was my own, not something to be parceled out. It felt noble in my head. It felt very small and absurd as the cold bit through my sneakers. There was the immediate ridiculousness of it, too, the spectacle of a human standing in the surf, pledging herself to a pack of shapeshifters and to a family of immortals who needed no sun and no packs to sustain them. But maybe absurd actions are sometimes the only honest ones left to us. Maybe the sea wanted a confession, and I had it in me to give one. When they emerged, they were as ridiculous as I had been, human forms, tall and lean as driftwood, faces folded into long, hard lines. They did not run. They did not howl. They came up the rock path as if rising slowly out of the tide itself, a small procession of people who had kept a secret that smelled of wolf and salt. Sam was there first, the leader's weight settling in his shoulders like a cloak. Jacob's jaw was clenched, his eyes were the kind of heat that makes you think of fire on other people's skin, not your own. Others were clustered behind, the younger ones, more direct in their animal quickness, watching me with the cool assessment of those who had already made the life and death calculations I was here to try to dissolve. There was a pause then, a small, human pause where the world seemed to hold its breath like a lung before exhale. The tide ran around my ankles and stole at my socks. I could feel the cold like a fact, impartial, indifferent, true. It steadied me. "Bella," Sam said. His voice did the thing leaders' voices do. It filled the space and refused to budge. "You couldn't wait for one of us to come to you." "No," I said. My voice surprised me by being steadier than my heart. I couldn't wait for someone else to make this choice for me. There was a tremor of quiet. Jacob's mouth tightened. In him, I always felt both the warmth of old friendship and the complicated knot of a history that had been spun out of my absence and of promises that had not been mine to give. "You know why we asked to meet," Sam said, not unkindly. "You know what we're afraid of." I did. I knew the pack's fear of what vampires did when left unchecked, of what it meant for someone they loved to be caught between two kinds of predators. It was reasonable and terrible. I had been the impossible fulcrum since I'd been a girl who liked quiet and came to a small town like a stone in glass water. The pack saw the Cullens as a threat, the Cullens saw the pack as a necessary boundary. I saw both as family in different ways and as the two halves of a problem no one wanted to solve. "I know why," I said. "I know all of it. That's why I came here. I need you to know that I am not property. I am not a shield you can place between your people and what scares you. I am a person. I will not belong to you because I love someone who is not like you. I will not belong to them either because you say it keeps us safe." Sam's face was almost gentle then. I felt a wave of gratitude so sharp it made the skin along my ribs ache. "We're not asking you to be a pawn," he said. "We're asking for your safety." "And I'm asking for mine," I said. "I'm asking for permission to be the one who decides what that looks like." Silence this time was not breath held, it was the tide pulling back, revealing sharp shells and seaweed. They could see the smallness of me now in the open, the mortal heart under skin that would bruise if touched. It was the way you looked at an animal under a glass case, curiosity and ownership entwined. Jacob stepped forward. He smelled of pine and promise. He smelled of the parts of Forks that had not changed no matter how many new dangers came to town. "You know there are things we cannot tolerate," he said. "You know the rules we make are for people like you, people who can be hurt." "You're right," I said. "I do know. But I also know that rules made behind closed doors for what someone else thinks is best are just another kind of prison." His eyes were suddenly very soft, the threat drained from his voice and left only care. "You could be hurt," he said. "And the Cullens. And they would like to keep me safe," I interrupted. The words came sharp, a minor blade. "They would like to decide I am worth becoming like them so nothing can touch me again. They argue the only way to keep me from being a victim is to make me immortal. They make a choice for me, like you would, so the math of it is neat and clean. But both choices feel wrong made by other people." A murmur moved through the pack. The tide took my footprints away, erasing the path I had taken and making my finality less permanent. Maybe that would be good. Maybe my words would wash away like chalk under rain. But as long as I was there, as long as the water around my ankles was proof of the world's indifference, I had to keep speaking. I can make promises, I said finally. I can promise to be careful. I can promise to stay out of your lands after dark if it makes you safer. I can accept meetings in daylight, public ones, where everyone knows where I am. I can. You can promise what you like, Sam cut in. But what if the danger isn't something you can manage with promises? What if it is the kind of thing a human cannot protect herself from no matter how brave she is? Would you ask us to trust your bravery over the lives of our own? There it was, sharp and textbook, an ultimatum folded into a question. Their worry had a simple algebra. Human equals liability. Vampire equals menace unless confined. And in the middle of that equation was me, a number being rounded up or down by people deciding what kind of risk I should be. I thought of Alice then, of her hand like a cool thing in mine, of the look she gave me when the future snapped and reknitted itself. I remembered the warmth of her smile, the way cold skin could still make me feel wanted in a way that lit me from the inside out. The thought of living with my mortality because I wanted it, as an act of stubborn love for my father and for myself, made me breathe in deeply in the wind. The thought of being turned to prevent the pack from making a violent choice made something in my throat tighten. I was not ready to pay that price just because others were afraid. I am not brave enough to pretend I can face everything alone, I said. But I am brave enough to ask not to be turned into someone I am not ready to be. If choosing to be human means I have to accept stricter rules, then I will accept them. But it must be my choice. Jacob stared at me like he wanted to iron the truth out of my face. You know what we want, he said. You know Sam does not bluff. There was a pause. The pack formed around us like some silent jury listening for a place to land. Tension fretted the air with a taste like copper. The sea kept demonstratively unrolling itself, indifferent. Make your choice, Sam said then, not cruelly, but like the tide itself making the hard fact of the shore unavoidable. Stay human and accept the constraints we set, or... His voice dropped, and the last words were an explanation and a threat carried on the same breath. The sentence hung there, unfinished and monstrous, the logic of it clear. If I would not be contained by agreement, the pack might feel compelled to contain me by other means. The suggestion was not subtle, and it was not new, but for the first time it had been put plainly to my face on sand that iced my feet. I felt something inside me tilt. The cold wrapped around my ankles but could not touch the place in my chest that was hot with fear and need and defiance. To be chosen by someone, by the Cullens to become one of them, or by the pack to be controlled, would be to give up the thing that made me me. But to refuse either might mean losing people I loved, earning enemies by standing upright in tidewater and insisting on my right to be flawed. Somewhere, beyond the line of rock and low trees, the world was beginning to stir. Charlie would be waking in his house that smelled of coffee and sawdust. The Cullen house would be breakfasting behind windows like a picture I had stepped away from. Alice, somewhere amid the patterns of a fracturing future, would be searching for the bright lines she used to find. My heart beat a frantic drum like someone trying to call a boat back from the sea. I can decide, I said finally, and the words felt like walking into cold water and finding my feet. Give me time. Let me make the choice. If you want safeguards, we will make them together. But do not demand a choice I will not live with, by force or by counsel. Not now. Sam's eyes measured me. He was a man who had chosen his life by the tide of older rules. He weighed things the way waves weigh stones. Around us the pack shifted, restless and patient and poised. The wind tried to take my words away, and for a second I thought they had failed, that I had spoken into the gulls and lost my sentence. But Jacob's shoulders loosened just a fraction. Sam said, after a long moment, we will consider that. The words were not a promise. They were a doorway with light showing beyond it, dim and uncertain, but there nonetheless. When I turned to go, the tide took one last set of footprints and filled them until the sand was smooth. It felt like an erasure and like mercy at once. My chest tightened because even with a small victory, if it was one, it had come at cost, the knowledge that the pack might come back with another kind of ultimatum, and the image of Alice's puzzled smile waiting for me like a mirror I wanted to hold. I walked back up the beach with cold water licking my calves. A gull broke the sky with a ragged cry. Behind me, on stone and in shadow, the pack paused, watchful, human, dangerous. Ahead of me, forks spread out like a map I had not finished drawing. I had asked for time. That small request felt like both a rebellion and a mercy. The last thing I heard before the wind swallowed everything again was Jacob's voice, just low enough that only I could hear it, and the promise, if it could be called that, hung between us like the possibility of dawn. Choose carefully, Bella. There are prices you don't get to undo. Chapter 41, The Clash on the Sand. The sea announced the meeting before we reached the beach, a long, low rumble that felt less like water and more like a living thing moving toward us. Rain had cleaned the world earlier in the day and left the sand a dark, cold blast. Each footfall settled and left an indentation, proof I was brittle and mortal and temporary. I kept thinking of that, how breath proved me, how each drop of blood would be a ledger entry no one could erase. Alice walked beside me like she always did, small, deliberate, as if she occupied an inner light that no weather could dim. But today her face had the taut look of someone trying to squint into fog. Her hands were folded at her back. She kept shifting her weight in a way that suggested she was testing whether the future beneath her feet still held. Earlier, in the gray of the kitchen, she had smiled at me with a polite, secretive brightness, an offering that was also an apology. She had seen me arrive in multiple ways and none of them fit together neatly. Now she moved as if expecting her visions to break behind her at any moment, leaving her exposed. We passed Carlyle, who walked with the measured grace of a man who had learned how to wedge calm into crises. Edward stayed a little behind him, his eyes never at rest, observing the trees, the sky, the ridges of sand. Rosalie's jaw was hard as stone, Emmett's shoulders were a barricade. Jasper kept his face blank, but I felt the tremor in him like a tremor in the air before lightning. The family was a circle, I was the temporary axis inside it. From the trees the pack came out in a scatter of dark shapes, their movements too quick for human eyes. They formed a line that echoed the tree line, Sam in front, broad and immovable, flanked by Jacob and others whose faces I knew from town and saw now like weathered maps. The wolves smelled of salt and musk in the undergrowth, a smell that reached into my lungs and felt like accusation. Sam's voice carried over the surf like authority not meant to be argued with. He was articulate in a way I had never expected, every word he spoke a decision wielded. No one here was inclined to poison the first move. There had been meetings before, in shaded parking lots and empty school corridors, but this was the first time the pack had insisted we come to their territory. Bringing us to La Push was a statement. We were invading their ground, and they made no effort to pretend it was otherwise. The negotiation started with the small courtesies of two ordered predator communities, claims and boundaries, the careful cataloging of grievances. It was all brutal. I could feel the distance in Edward, the way he weighed every syllable to see if it could be weaponized into a shield. Carlyle tried to put the morality of what we had to offer into terms that belonged to both packs and humans. His voice was an attempt to smooth a seam that wanted to tear. Rosalie's contribution was sharp and dry, a counterpoint that made the pack bristle. Jasper's face would tighten and then relax as if he were running invisible marathons with his temper. Alice was quiet, hands still behind her back, and at every pause she would look at me. I read something in the way her eyes softened, an admission, maybe, or a plead. Desire and tenderness can be dangerous when wrapped in eternity. They are like fragile glass ornaments you keep turning, trying to decide which side to keep whole. I was the fragile ornament she'd been turning. The first snap came from the edges, a small violence meant to test. A pack boy I only half recognized, too young and too eager, broke a come on, a howl that was meant to unsettle, and his arrogance landed like a pebble on an already cracked mirror. It was the sort of thing that might have been absorbed at another time. Today, with nerves already taut, the pebble detonated. A figure sprinted out from behind the trees, not fully wolf yet, too quick for my human comprehension. The Cullens moved in a single reflex the years had taught them, a wall shaped like people. Emmett stepped, solid as a boulder, to meet the movement. One of the pack, tall and raw-muscled, threw himself at him. For an instant the world narrowed to the two of them, a thunder of bodies and the impact like two seasonal storms hitting head-on. Then the rest of the pack exploded. They didn't move like frightened animals. Instead, they moved with lethal choreography that had been drilled 1,000 nights. Wolves and people shifted into each other, then into wolves again. The Cullens were a flash of pale skin and impossible speed, a counterpoint of stillness turned weapon. The air opened around them like a trapdoor. Suddenly there was a chorus of sound I had never imagined could come from people. I remember the smell then, sharp and intimate, the coppery tang of blood, the acrid metal of fear. It rose and wrapped around me, and for a second I could not place whether it came from the ground or my own pulse. Someone caught my arm. Alice's grip was cold, an unyielding pressure that seemed meant not to protect but to anchor. Her face was strained, eyes blown wide with the panic of a woman who could no longer see how things would end. I wanted to look at her, to ask 1,000 questions about sight and prophecies and futures, but the fight took the foreground with greedy hands. Jasper was closest to me in the press. He fought as though every sinew of his had a past that needed to be atoned for. When wolves pressed too close, his muscles coiled with the history of his hunger. He fought like a man trying to stave off an old self. At one point he had his back to me, and I watched the tilt of his head as though he were listening to a music only he could hear, and for a breath I panicked at the closeness, at what the music could mean for me, how small a thing I was in such a dangerous room. I thought of every time I had been drawn to fragile things and wanted to fix them by absorbing their pain. A wolf lunged, and in the scramble my shoulder took a grazing slash. The pain was a hot brand that flared through me, reality concentrated to the present and immediate. Blood came warm and red onto my sleeve. That single thread of mortality that had always made me human, my blood, was suddenly loud as a bell. I thought, without thinking, about the cost that simple fact imposed. For what was I asking them to risk? For what was Alice asking them to risk? Did I have a right to require others to rearrange their immortal lives around me? A howl rose from the pack, not of triumph but of ferocity that dissolved something tender. A wolf I recognized, Leah. No, not Leah, moved with a tilt of savage precision in the sand. She collided with Rosalie in a blinding shower of limbs. Rosalie's face, usually so composed at the edges, opened into something animal and unrefined. She threw herself into the fray like someone trying to drown a thought. When Rosalie's fingers found hair, I saw the shock on the wolf's face, real, sharp, and then gone. Edward moved as though he could freeze time. His control was the only thing that steadied me when my breath tried to stutter into panic. He was beautiful when he was brutal in order to stop brutality. Each of the Cullens seemed to be engaged in the same double-edged task, to defend me, and at the same time to keep the violence proportionate. Carlyle's voice was a lighthouse, but even lighthouses can be toppled. There was a moment, barely more than a breath, when both sides pulled back like singers finishing a painful chord. The sand was imprinted with the chaos of bodies, fur and hair intermingled, a map of names I could not read. The pack was panting, not from exhaustion but from a hatred that had been remembered. The Cullens stood as statues of frost, steady and hardly breathing. Sam stepped forward then, chest heaving in a rhythm that felt like it had been shaped by the tide itself. He fixed his gaze on Carlyle with a weight that had nothing of a human plea. It was an edict made of the raw material of duty. He did not shout. He did not need to. What he said compressed into the air and struck us all. "We don't want your war here," he said, and there was a rawness amid the words that told of fathers whispering things to sons. His voice was not rhetorical. "You bring your kind to our shore, and our people are the ones who bleed first. You ask too much, to shelter what you call compassion in a place that is ours." There it was. The ultimatum was not shouted, it landed soft and precise and impossible to ignore. It was not just a threat aimed at Carlyle and his medical ethics, it was aimed at me, at the bright, alarming piece of human life they had circled like a fault line. Sam's eyes slid to me, and for a second I felt naked and exposed in a way the slash on my arm couldn't match. I heard Emmett shift next to me, a presence like a boulder bristling. His voice wasn't loud, it was the kind of sound that threatened collision if you moved wrong. "We won't hand her over," he said. It was a simple sentence meant to anchor the Cullens. Someone barked a laugh that was more of a sob. Alice released my arm then, and she was trembling in a way I had never seen. She crossed to stand by Carlyle, and for the first time she lifted her face toward mine with a look I could only read as plea and promise braided together. "I can't see it," she murmured without pretense. "Not now. Nothing stays steady. I don't know where it ends." Hearing the confession shaved something raw from me. Here was the person whose sight had been the house we had all built upon, and now the foundation was shifting. Alice's hands were a trembling wreath around the thought. I could imagine the futures she used to paint in bright, confident strokes. Without them, she was human, and to Alice being human felt like falling. Carlyle took a step forward and folded his hands in front of him, the doctor and him trying for a reason, for arbitration. He offered concessions, measured remedies, a promise to keep a watch that he intended to hold. But Sam was immovable, and the pack's patience had a depth carved by nights of loss and mouths left empty. "You have until dawn," Sam said finally. "You remove her from our land, or we come back differently. We won't talk and parley again. We won't try to be polite." The words landed like a closed door. I could feel the family on either side of that door, each member shelving a different kind of history: Rosalie's anger, Emmett's blunt protection, Jasper's tango of remorse. They would have to make calculations about eternity in the span of hours. Carlyle's gaze flipped to me, and there was a softness that I had always mistaken for paternal distance. Now it took on a new life, heavy with consequence. The Cullens gathered around me then in a movement that was almost ritual. Their closeness felt like a cloak and a cell at once. Alice reached for my hand and her fingers were cool as always, but I noticed the slight tremor in her grip. "We will not let them take you," she said, but the certainty was not the kind that had once anchored my nights. It was more fragile. It had question marks in it. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to be the kind of person who could decide for herself and stand unbent by the storms she made in other people's lives. Instead, my insides felt as if they'd been hollowed out. How could I ever repay such a price? Did I deserve anyone risking the pack's peace for me? For Alice's smile alone? For the quiet, whispering warmth of her hands? Charlie would never understand the geometry of this choice. He would see the simplicity of a father who wanted his daughter safe and whole and alive. But here, safe was not a place that could be cordoned off by police tape and small-town rules. Safe was a negotiation between species, a surrender and a defiance braided into each other. It felt obscene to put him at the edge of my life as a justification for my staying. The pack retreated into the trees with the methodical silence of the tide pulling back, calm only because they had decided what shape the next wave would take. The Cullen family gathered us, an island of frost and unsteady light, and began to move away from the shore with the careful pace of those who had to remeasure their boundaries minute by minute. I wiped my sleeve with the heel of my hand. The blood left a smear that felt like a sentence. In the hush that followed, everyone waited for someone else to name a plan. They would bargain, consult, measure odds. They would debate staying on ground we loved or moving, shifting our lives like chess pieces. I watched Alice, her mouth parted, her hands clenched to keep from either caving in or reaching out. She had risked without the safety net of vision and seen the ground give. The night folded in around us, and the ocean kept its patient, merciless counsel. I had stepped into the center of two very old things, and now the consequences of being there fell like a rain I had not asked for. There would be choices to make before the tide turned at dawn, choices that might break more than my arm had been cut. I realized, with a coldness that tasted like iron, that being loved by cold skin and a warm heart could mean asking someone to lay down centuries for a future they couldn't see. I did not have an answer. I only had the currency of immediate hurt, the knowledge of what it meant to be mortal and temporary, and the feel of Alice's cool fingers entwined with mine. The ultimatum hung over us, an unlit fuse that would be burning down to the grain of dawn while we slept, or while we didn't. As we walked away from the ocean and the scent of the pack, I kept picturing the sand where we had stood, prints overlapping prints, a map of loyalties and wounds. I kept picturing Alice's face in the gray light, and the way desire and fear had folded into it until I couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. I kept tasting my own blood and thinking how utterly ordinary it made me, how insistently human. I had thought love would be the easy choice. I had been wrong about so many things. Now the choice was not theoretical, it was a hard, pressing thing that would either transform me or tear open the life that cradled me in small daily certainties. Dawn would not wait for readiness. Dawn would only come. Chapter 42, Choosing to Stand. The sea was a blind mouth at my feet, flat and sullen under the same low sky that had never learned to be anything but gray in this town. Tide came and went like an indifferent clock, leaving behind pale ribbons of foam and a smell that belonged to an older world than ours, salted, patient, indifferent. The ground under my boots was cold and forgiving. I wanted to think it would hold me. I wanted to believe anything could. They had brought me to the boundary by deliberate degrees, the cove, where the sand is sharp and the water knows the shape of the shore. The wolves made their line along the driftwood like sentries of some coastal kingdom, bodies packed close, noses working the air in slow, animal calculations. Sam stood taller than the rest even when he folded into his shoulders. His face was a map of duty and a hardness that did not know how to soften. He watched me as if he could weigh my pulse in his hands and decide whether I was a threat or a blessing. The pack smelled like wild things and the warmth of running muscles. They smelled like history. Behind me the Cullens were a ring of statues, too white against everything, statues that could move with dangerous speed. I felt their presence more than I saw them, the press of Edward's watchfulness, the thin coil of Emmett's restraint, Rosalie's tight flame of disapproval. Carlyle had his hand in his coat, a piece of paper folded flat in his fingers. Esme's face tried to be the harbor for all of us. Jasper drifted at the edge of the family, close enough to the line between control and unleashing that every smaller movement of his made my stomach hitch. Hundo was an animal and in two, only dressed in restraint. Alice stood beside him with her hand in mine, warm, constant, an anchor that somehow felt more dangerous than any of the mouths in the sand. Her smile was that same strange, polite tilt I had learned to love and distrust. It seemed to come from a place that refused to settle. She was lighter than the gray sky and more fragile, too. Today the light caught her skin in a way that made it look incandescent, as if the world itself had decided to carve out a pocket of sun for only her. I had seen that effect once before, a beam that cut through the schoolroom gloom and split into colors across her face. It had been the first time a rumor felt like something true. Today the refracted light trembled across her cheekbones, reflecting not the present but the shreds of future she could no longer hold. Alice's sight had splintered around me. Where she used to be certain, now there were fractures, a dozen possible angles that reformed into hazardous, shifting shapes. She told me, not with words but with the tremor I felt in her hand, that she had tried and failed to pin me into any one future. That uncertainty had hollowed her, fear and love had made her reckless. She moved with an urgency that had been absent before, as if every small decision pelted outward into 1,000 outcomes and she could not afford to be late. Sam's voice cut through the salt and the low hum of the water. He did not shout. He did not need to. He put the choice on the table with the precise cruelty of a man who believed in the clarity of answers. A human in proximity to both families would either be turned into a shield or removed from the field. The words netted us all. The pack's demand was fierce but simple. Either she becomes their defense, or she leaves. There were people everywhere to make the answer for me. Edward's face crumbled inward as if the notion of turning me on command was an act against every careful plan he'd constructed around my life. Rosalie's jaw set like a blade. She could not see the necessity of keeping a human at all, let alone one whose blood pulled at the more fragile members of our family. Jasper was an animal barely herself, knuckles widening for reasons that had nothing to do with the paper in Carlyle's hand. Emmett's presence was a rock against the intangible. He hated loose edges and walls in the dark and everything that might make my life dangerous in immediate, physical terms. Carlyle's fingers, always the healer's hands, tapped the paper like a metronome of morality. Esme looked like she wanted to gather us all in, to knead every argument by sheer force of tenderness. And Alice's eyes were full of futures she couldn't quite arrange. She leaned toward me and there was something like pleading in the way her head tipped. I had come here not as a pawn but because I wanted to be in the brave, cold company of the people I had let in. I wanted Alice's hand in mine more than I feared for the wolves. I wanted the Cullens to be the shelter I kept desiring. Desire is a complicated, traitorous thing. It has a way of dressing itself up as courage. I did not want to be turned today. The idea that someone else could decide the contours of my life, my breath, my senses, my mortality, felt like an erasure. That wasn't noble. It wasn't even entirely rational. It was the small, human thing that kept me anchored: Charlie's coffee cup cooling on the table, my clumsy adherence to ordinary schedules, the slow, messy negotiation of being someone who could get sick and scrape a knee and age and die. Those things were not flaws, they were me. To hand them over because the price of peace was my surrender made me feel like I had failed myself before I had even tried. But saying I would not be a weapon did not feel like enough. Turned or alive, I would be a point around which wars made themselves. I could not promise to live with wolves snarling at my feet without a margin of safety for everyone. So I made a different kind of decision, one that felt like both defiance and compromise. Carlyle unfolded the paper and set it on driftwood, smoothing the edge with a hand that knew how to stay calm when everything else unraveled. His handwriting looked like medicine, precise, deliberate. The words were neither poetic nor particularly elegant. They were a legal artifact of something intimate, a pledge that I would not be used as a weapon, that I would not be offered as bait or bow in any conflict. It stipulated that if the violence between our circles resumed beyond guarded, contained skirmishes, I would leave Forks, voluntarily, without escalation, without argument. It was a conditional exile, safety guaranteed by my absence. It was a slender, sharp thing, an agreement that looped both restraint and threat into a single line. Sam read it with a mouth that did not smile. He watched Alice's fingers tighten around mine and then release. For a wild second I wondered if any of us really understood what leaving Forks meant. It would be a surrender to absence, my father, the town I had measured myself against, the small, ordinary mistakes that had come to define me. It would be stepping into blankness and trusting that being alive was a thing worth risking to preserve other lives. They asked me if I understood. I could feel Edward's gaze like a warm hand at the back of my neck, prodding me toward a decision that let him sleep. I could feel Rosalie's entire being lined up against me, like a mirror refusing reflection. I could feel Alice's breath, close and cold. My throat closed. I tasted brine and the old, faint metallic tang of fear. I put my name on the line. It felt small and enormous all at once, like laying my palm flat on a map and insisting that the place beneath it was as real as any other territory. I made the promise with my eyes open. I promised not to be a weapon, and I promised to take myself away if the pack and the family could not keep their edges blunt. Carlyle signed then, his name a steady thing that carried weight. Esme's hand shook as she pressed her palm to the paper like a benediction. Alice scribbled in her own wild script, her letters scattering like the futures she could no longer organize into a procession. Emmett's signature was a blunt stamp of royalty, Rosalie's was a sharp, reluctant arc. Jasper hesitated, then wrote, his name jagged, the imprint of his inner war. Then Sam signed. That was the part that made everyone still. For the pack leader to put his name to a vow that bound a human to leave if violence resumed was both an act of faith and an admission that they could not forever police the border between our kinds. He did not make his movements theatrical. He simply wrote his name, black ink on a page that smelled of salt and possibility, and in it there was a kind of truce we had not been given before. When the ink dried in the wind, we all stood there like people who had mistakenly believed a single action could settle everything. Nothing had been settled. The wolves still watched with animal concentration. The Cullens still sat inside the matrix of their rules and moralities. The paper was only a hinge between us, not a wall. It did not solve hunger or patch the thin places where loyalties pulled rent. But it made an edge sharp enough to stand on for now. Alice leaned her forehead against mine after everything else had been signed, as if she needed the warm, human contact to assert that the world could still be held between us. Her skin under my hair was colder than mine, a small, pure contradiction, the person who could live forever and the person who would choose it for me meeting in the space between my chest beats. Her hand threaded into mine like a promise less formal than the ink, but somehow more binding. There was a taste of salt and copper behind my teeth, the taste of decisions that made you feel alive by the very exertion of will. I think, for the first time, I understood what people meant when they said choice felt like theft and salvation at once. To say no to an immediate solution was to accept the risk of everything unraveling, but to say yes would have been to hand off the rest of my life on terms I had not set. Edward's eyes were wet and furious, a map of contradictions. He wanted to argue, to bargain, to force the answer into a place where measuring was possible. He wanted to protect me by eliminating variability. In the end, he watched me choose the precariousness of my own voice and, with a reluctant, terrible tenderness, he let me. The pack began to shift, and slow muscles moved toward the driftwood. Sam's posture softened a fraction. The white line of the Cullens eased back an arm's length. Agreement and war are not opposites so much as neighbors. They can trade places in a matter of breaths. What we had made was a temporary harbor. It would hold only so long as the storm outside our fragile agreement stayed away. I stood there with Alice's fingers in mine, watching the ink dry like a promise I had given to myself as much as to everyone else. I had not chosen immortality. I had not chosen safety in any straightforward way. I had chosen to remain, to hold my mortality to myself like a lantern, and to sign away the right of others to make me into the weapon they thought they needed. There was defiance in that. There was weakness in that. There was also truth. When the wolves finally began to retreat, their backs leaving me a clear line of damp sand where they had stood, I breathed in the cold air and felt the small, miraculous thing of my lungs filling and emptying. It is ridiculous and beautiful how much steadiness lives in that simple act. Alice tightened her hand and smiled that impossible smile where light lives. She could not tell me what tomorrow would bring. Her visions were jagged and shifting like broken glass. She could promise nothing but presence. That would have to be enough. I left my name on the page and, with it, the permission for my own life to continue, balanced on a thread that could fray at any time. It was not a safe decision in any absolute sense, but it was mine. I kept my breath. I kept my future, for now. Chapter 43, Cost and Consolation. The air in the kitchen smelled like rain and antiseptic, the two scents folding over each other until I couldn't tell which was trying to clean the other away. My fingers throbbed where something had nicked me, barely enough to mark the skin, but the ache felt larger, like a bruise on a memory. I leaned against the counter and let the familiar tilt of the house steady me. Warmth pooled from the hearthroom beyond, a civilized light that pretended nothing violent had shadowed the afternoon. Alice was beside me before I knew she had moved. Her palm found my wrist with the casual intimacy she wielded like armor, soft and swift. The beam of sun that slipped through the high window struck her face and scattered into impossible shards. Tiny rainbows fractured out from her cheekbones and hovered over my skin like confetti that never landed. It was still the strangest and most dangerous thing in the world, the way daylight behaved around her, bending to show what should not be shown. Even now, after everything, I found myself holding my breath for a laugh that felt like apology. "Are you all right?" she asked, not with the flashy grin she sometimes used, but small and raw. Her eyes were a dark clarity that I could sink into, and for a second her precognition wasn't the fierce instrument it had been for everyone else's lives. I had seen her future gift at work more times than I could count. I had walked into the soft certainty of edges she'd painted before. Until I hadn't. Lately, the futures she offered me were splinters, shifting planes that reassembled differently each time she tried to pin them down. The more she looked at me, the less the world agreed on what would come. "I'm cuter than this looks," I said, because the joke steadied my voice. She smiled at that, but it didn't reach the small anxiety in her throat. She wanted to tell me why there had been teeth and low snarls and the metallic taste of fear at La Push, why Sam had come down harder than I expected, why something had cracked open along the edges of the truce. She wanted to tell me the futures that would stitch this place back together. But she couldn't. Alice's knuckles were damp where they brushed my skin, and for the first time since we'd met, there was a tremor under her calm. We were all brittle. The family meeting that followed stretched the house into a courtroom. Carlyle arranged himself at the head of the table like a judge who had never wanted the job. Esme hovered in the doorway with that fragile composure I always mistook for certainty. She is more like a lighthouse, steady because she chooses to be. Edward's features were carved hard. Rosalie kept her distance like a danger warning. Emmett's fists meant well but did not solve anything. Jasper sat with his hands folded, unreadable, and that was the hardest look of all. His confusion about his own reactions to human blood had been a slow, wounding thing to watch. Sam came alone to the Cullen driveway under a drizzle that looked like intention. His eyes were wolves, silent critique, measured hunger to protect. There was no dramatic matting of fur or pack show here, for civility masked the teeth. He walked up the path like a man who had spent years practicing restraint until it wore thin. He and Carlyle did the formalities, the words of negotiation like primer paint on a wall that might yet crack. Sam wanted guarantees that human blood would not trail into his territory again. He wanted boundaries that would hold when wolves began to remember that their pack ran on promises as much as bone. He wanted an assurance that Bella's swan could be moved from the center of the storm. I listened to the language and felt each syllable tagged a future I would not be able to keep unless I made it so. There were no contracts in the legal sense that mattered in a town where most of the players weren't human. But there were pledges that mattered all the same, moral binding, honor, the kind of promise forged out of survival. Carlyle proposed a solution that threaded the family needle. We would protect me within the house, keep me out of places where the pack could claim insult, limit contact. Sam wanted more than limited contact. He wanted certainty. He wanted me gone if blood spilled again. If anything else happened, if wolves bled, if townsfolk got dragged into the shadows, then the letter of his demand was exile. Exile. The word landed like a stone. 20 different features flickered and none of them were kind. I thought of Charlie sitting across his kitchen table, his cup of coffee always too hot because he couldn't wait to drink it. I thought of the creased white paper of utility bills and the dog-eared comic on the living room floor. I thought of mornings filled with rain on the roof and the steady, ordinary ache of being loved by a man who could not see how fragile I had become. I thought of Alice, of skin that washed the light into colors, of hands that had learned to be brave for me. I will go, I said before anyone could keep me from it. The room went still in that terrible way where the world decides whatever you say next will shape everything. Rosalie's mouth threaded into a thin line of anger and something like pity. Emmett looked like he wanted to argue me out of the sentence and into the house, which made me love him for his simplistic loyalty. Edward's jaw clenched, his eyes asked 1,000 questions and none of them were simple. What do you mean? Carlyle asked, softly. There is always the lesson of ethics with him. He has read so many hearts-like books that he stays careful with words that might tear pages. If the pack ever demands it, I said, my voice small, I'll leave Forks. I'll go somewhere they can't reach me, or somewhere they'll leave alone. I didn't want to become a wedge that split them from each other. I couldn't be the center of a war. Alice's hand tightened on mine so hard I saw stars. It was embarrassment and gratitude wrapped into one impossible little claw. She had known this would be difficult. She had known losses were coming. But she had not known which way to steer me, because every time she tried to imagine my face in another life, the picture dissolved. I will sign it, I told them. Whatever form you need. I will sign a written pledge. If the pack says this is an unsafe place for me, I'll go. Jasper's head tipped slightly, like a bird listening for a change in wind. Edward's eyes softened in the smallest way. Only love could look that way and survive the scrutiny of 100 questions. Carlyle's fingers steepled, measuring morality against survival. Sam studied me and then, with a motion that felt formal and final, accepted the words as if they were currency. It felt like currency. In the small study Ariel had once used, a notepad appeared. A pen. Simple things, but when I set the point to paper the flourish felt like sealing a fate. I wrote my name. It looked like my own. It felt like a rope around my throat. The signature was nothing and everything. A pledge not to be seen in public unless in the house. A promise to answer the family's call to leave if my presence endangered either wolf or vampire life. The ink dried and seemed to absorb light. Alice watched me sign like it was both a victory and a wound. Her reflection in the window behind her bent the light over paper and hand and the thin black stroke of my name. For a moment she reached through the glass of future and found I had chosen a thing. She smiled in that private way she reserves for moments of triumph, small, guarded, full of pain. "Thank you," she whispered, though she didn't have to say who thanked whom. I had been the one to give up a town, a father, a small domestic life. She had been the one who had dragged me across impossible days to stand under her fractured clarity. Her gratitude felt too large and too guilty to hold. I wanted to tell her that I didn't think I could be brave in the way she had. I wanted to tell her that exile sounded like death and like liberty at the same time. I wanted to tell her that the cold of her skin against mine had started to mean more than anything else in the world, and that being warmed by that cold was a cruel and exquisite comfort. Instead, I let my fingers curl around hers. Her touch was a contrast, icy and impossible, as if someone had captured the first breath of winter and folded it into a hand. It calmed me, and it made my blood ache in the way hunger always did, something that could not be sated with food. Desire settled in my chest like a living thing, half comfort, half menace. "You don't have to do this because of me," Alice said. Her voice was small, and somewhere in it I caught the sharp edge of fear. I'll try to see a future where this isn't necessary." She tried to see. She had tried, and the futures around me stayed unstable. The rest of their faces in the room drew together like a hand folding a letter. Carlyle's prudence won the day. Sam's demand stood firm enough for now that no blood needed to be spilled. We had bartered a fragile peace with ink and willingness and a pledge that put everything on my shoulders. When Sam left, he walked to the car and did not look back. The sound of his tires in the wet street was the only thing I could count on for a moment. The door closed and the house exhaled. Conversations unreeled, but none of them touched the raw place under my ribs. Rosalie was the first to speak plainly, the voice that will always say what she means even when it stings. "You can't live like this," she told me. There were softer things she wanted, wealthy anonymity, safety and opulence, that forked at the core. She hated the vulnerability of a human living in the center of predatory lives. "You can't be a pothole in our road." "It was your choice," Esme said, meaning comfort, and I heard the censure behind it. She had never wanted me to leave. She had wanted to love me and keep me warm. That she now accepted my promise was a kind of sorrow I could not look at for long. Edward stood behind Carlyle a moment, that familiar height and reserve. His hand brushed my shoulder, a small, unmistakable pressure, and then his fingers lingered on the wooden back of a chair as if to steady himself. He is careful in a way that veers into tyranny. He holds some futures like shrapnel and keeps them from me with that fierce prudence I both depend on and resent. "We'll protect you here as long as it's safe," he said, his voice even. "If it's not, we won't let you be a cause of harm." There were words of revenge whispered by Rosalie, practical vows from Emmett, and quiet, weary mercy from Carlyle. They argued about containment and the ethics of turning me, about whether vampire immortality was a gift or a theft to the soul I'd chosen to have. They didn't decide anything permanent, because nothing permanent could be decided in a house where the future was still rearranging itself around one fragile, mortal woman. After the others left, Alice and I remained. The house settled, even the rain abated as if giving us space to breathe. She pressed her forehead to mine, and for a second all I could see was the universe reconfigured into the 2 points where our faces met. "If I could see," she said, "it would tell you a future that doesn't hurt." "You can't make futures not hurt," I said, because it was the only true thing I could think of. "You can only choose who hurts with you." She laughed, soft, incredulous. "You are absurdly brave," she said, and the words were both compliment and accusation. We did not talk about what exile would look like. We did not choose a town where I would go or a place where the pack would not look for me. Those were details for winters to come. Right now there was only the hollow where decision had settled, and the small burning of being wanted. At night I lay in the guest room and listened to the Cullens move through the house like ghosts who knew their parts. Carlyle's footsteps were sure, Edward's measured, Esme's a soft patter. In the dark Alice came and stood at the doorway. The moonlight made a small halo around her, and for a moment I thought perhaps she would read me like an open book and find nothing to fear. She couldn't. Her face registered that confession like an ache, and then she pressed a cold hand to my cheek in a gesture so intimate it should have been illegal. I don't know if this will save you, she whispered. Her breath, at least, if breath could be called that, brushed my hair. I don't know if this will condemn you to a life half-lived, always waiting for permission to stay. Then I'd choose the life where I get to keep your hand, I answered, with a simplicity that surprised me. Even if it's exile. She sagged against me for a second like a person who had been holding themselves together for so long the seams were finally letting. Then we'll make a life of stolen things, she said, fierce and ridiculous and entirely hers. We'll take afternoons like contraband and call them security. I could imagine the pack at La Push, scars and rigid mouths, waiting to see whether a human could be traded for peace. I could imagine Charlie noticing my absence and not understanding why. I could imagine nights when Alice's visions did not find the place where my life settled. I could imagine everything and nothing. The features did not give me clarity, they gave me 1,000 small lights and none of them were bright enough to show the whole path. Outside, the tide sighed against the shore like an exhalation too weary to be angry. I pressed my forearm across my eyes and let sleep edge in, but even as the house hushed and the Cullens dispersed to their rooms, something in me stayed awake. I had given them a document and a promise. I'd folded my life toward an impossible good. I had traded a town and perhaps a father's mornings for the right to be near a girl whose skin turned sunlight into treasure. Alice's fingers braided through mine until my hands relaxed. She couldn't tell if my choice had bought safety or sentenced me to a half-life of longing. She could not see the horizon I had chosen. But she could stand in the dark and hold my hand and love me in the small ways that made living possible. For now, that had to be enough. Beyond the walls, the world waited with teeth bared, tides rolling toward the shore as if to test our will. Somewhere on that black line between sea and sand, decisions were gathering like storm clouds. I closed my eyes and listened to the house breathe, to Alice's even pulse against me, to the distant sound of wolves that might one day ask my name as a demand. The pledge ink on paper rested in the study like a sleeping thing. I had signed my future with a quiet hand. If the pack came to collect what they thought they were owed, I had promised my absence. If the Cullens held to the fragile truce, I had promised my willingness to step away. I had made a choice that tightened both my throat and my chest. Alice hummed something without words, a small, private lullaby. It sounded like consolation and warning at once. I can't see whether this will save you, she said again, and this time there was no plea in it, only the flat statement of a fact. But I will want you anyway. Her want pressed against me with the gravity of the moon. I let it. I let her warmth fill the cold that was me. Outside, the tide rose, and under the sound of the water I swore I heard the slow tipping of the world. Chapter 44, An Ordinary Morning. Alice's face splits the morning light into something that isn't light at all but an accusation, thin, sharp colors that map themselves across her cheekbones and linger in the hollow beneath her eye. The beam cuts through the gray of forks like a secret, sliding across the Cullen kitchen where steam curls from the coffee pot and the world beyond the glass is only rain and tree trunks. For a moment I forget everything else, who I am supposed to be, who wants me to be what is being negotiated on my behalf in rooms where I'm not always invited. I only know the way the sun fractures on her skin and how that quiet, small smile comes after, patient and dangerous and entirely Alice. She doesn't look at me like someone who has to pretend she didn't see me. Her smile carries the deliberate courtesy of someone who knows private things and will not flaunt them. I have learned to read the distance between her gaze and her mouth. She offers me a mug with fingers still scattered with prismatic light, and the touch is ordinary in its tenderness, which somehow makes it more intoxicating. I wrap both hands around the warmth and it feels like both a benediction and an economy, a small, viable comfort that I need more than I should. The house hums its usual way, soft clinks from the silverware drawer, the low, watchful pressure of 100 eyes that are alive in a way nothing human is. I can feel them even when I don't see them, a ripple of awareness whenever someone moves. Esme is behind me, gathering a plate and tucking a napkin in the curve of her wrist like a mother who was born to the gesture. Carlyle reads something from an unfamiliar manual and lifts his head. The calm in his expression tried to keep too much from sliding into fear. Edward is at the far end of the table, elbows folded, a posture of elegant containment. Rosalie watches from the window seat with arms crossed, the kind of stillness that's an argument. Emmett is in the doorway, half-smile already waiting for the day like a promise he cannot quite make. Jasper comes and goes like weather, his face mapping that struggle of past hunger against present control. They treat these mornings like a test, the ordinary ritual of coffee and toast and conversation, a checklist to prove nothing catastrophic happened overnight. It's a fragile thing, this attempt at routine, because everything we do is held between the teeth of two worlds. The Cullens have taught me the art of moving like glass, how to be present without leaving my imprint. It is why they watch me with that strange, fierce softness, because they have not only chosen to keep me but to keep themselves in the presence of me. I sip my coffee and let the taste anchor me. It is bitter and too much like life, dependable and no longer thrilling. Sitting at this table, wrapped in a sweater that smells faintly of the linen in their guest room, I feel both sheltered and exposed. The shelter is real, their house is a refuge the town cannot imagine. But every safe surface tends to outrage if I stay long enough. I can imagine Charlie's face as he wonders why his daughter is less ordinary, less easily accounted for. He is a man who notices details, a missing bicycle, an extra set of prints in the snow, and the thought of him piecing things together is a low, steady ache in my chest. Alice reaches across and touches my hand beneath the table. She does not need voices or big gestures to convey what she means. Her touch is a small, secret thing pressed into the hollow of my palm. It is colder than mine but not insubstantial. It carries warmth in the way living embers hold heat when they are shut from the wind. We do not speak. We are already two people who speak in the vocabulary of restraint. This is how it is with her. She tills the soil of possibility and gives me the small, edible flowers that won't get me killed. A laugh bubbles up in my throat and it surprises me because it is not edged with fear for once. It is a laugh that belongs to someone who believes, for a minute, for this stolen morning, that ordinary things can still be ours. Alice is restless today in the easy way that hides working gears. Her hair moves like a hand of its own and her eyes shine a touch too bright when she tells me about a dress she saw in a magazine for no reason other than habit. I watch her watching and not watch, the trick she uses to look at me without breaking the spell. She has always been the bright point of this family, flusterless, nimble, unafraid to show joy. Lately, though, there is a fracture I can detect only in the way she places her cups, a hesitation at the rim. The features she used to fold like playing cards now catch light and fold wrong. When I am near, they shift like fish in murky water. Alice has told me that she saw me arrive in one version of tomorrow and then saw 100 tiny avalanches that erased that first image. She doesn't claim to see me always, and the not knowing sits on her like a thin, itchy coat. She leans closer and, with the kind of cruel, tender honesty I have learned to fear and crave, says nothing and meets my eyes instead. In that look is both apology and insistence. I know enough of her to know that if she is quiet in this house it means she is thinking in 1,000 directions at once, mapping out hazards and measures, trying to make me save her by seeing every possible death. That she cannot see now is terrifying in a blunt way. It means decisions must be made without her compass. But even blind she is brave. She reaches up and tucks a cropped strand of hair behind my ear, a move so domestic it startles me, and the touch lingers longer than it should. It is hard, being mortal in here. Everything about me announces fragility like a bell clanging in a quiet church. I am alive in a way none of them can be, and that is a luxury and a threat at once. They circle around me like a family guarding a hearth. Some of them would follow the laws for me, some would not. Rosalie's disapproval is a cold thing. She believes in limits and in protecting the kind of life she can imagine as tolerable. Emmett's loyalty is plain and blunt. He would swing a fist before he would let harm come. Jasper's restraint is a thin rope in a storm. Carlyle's caution weighs heavier than his compassion most days because he is a surgeon of outcomes and measures, of who can live how and what sacrifices are justifiable. We have had that debate 100 times in this house. It rests now in the background like a storm on the horizon. For today, the thunder is distant. For today, we make a life out of small, safe things, the cadence of forks on plates, the warmth of hands, the tiny rebellions of shared jokes. Alice and I map out classes I will take this spring. She's excited about textiles. She loves the odd shades of fabric as if they are a country she has yet to visit. I am amused by her enthusiasm, by the childlike way she sketches out plans I have no intention of following yet. She strings other ideas between her sentences, softer things, an evening at La Push where we sit at the edge of tide and watch the ocean come in like a slow confession, a trip to Port Angeles for new shoes, a reckless list of ordinary things she insists we can still do. Charlie calls later in the morning. I hear his voice before I see him, a country hum of background noises that smell like he's truck in the damp yard. He asks about my weekend, asks if I've been out in the rain. His questions circle like a dog trying to find a bone. I talk around the edges, classes, homework, and taste his worry in every small syllable. He is distant in a way that makes me ache. He is trying to reconcile the daughter who returns smelling faintly of cigarette smoke and salt with the reports he collects like a man who can't admit the truth he suspects. I keep my answer small and truthful and not the whole thing. I have not learned to lie to Charlie easily, or to anyone who loved me before any of this. He is my tether. I do not cut it lightly. The rumor mill and fork spins slower in this rain-heavy town, but it is more focused now. Threads of stories have begun to knit themselves into something coherent, and people are clasping at explanations that make the strange fit into what they already know. The Cullens are more visible than they were, which is a dangerous thing that makes me absurdly proud and absurdly guilty all at once. Pride and guilt sit together in my chest like a pair of elbows. I know the cost of what they shield me from. Is this incredible kindness deserved? Do I, who has been ordinary for so long, merit such upheaval from the world on my behalf? These mornings give me answers that are partial and deceitful. Alice's hand on mine says yes and no at once. The family around us says yes in their own forms, in a surgeon's prudence, in a sister's scorn, in a brother's merciless protection. They have made room for me in a way I did not think possible. What I have failed to reckon with is how much of myself I will have to give when they finally stop rearranging consequences and instead begin to decide them irrevocably. Later, when the rain lets up for a breath, Alice walks out onto the porch with me. The world is clean and washed, the air smelling like something starting over. She keeps a hand tucked in the crook of my elbow and for a little while the rest of the house falls away. We stand at the edge of the property and watch a gull wheel somewhere over the green beyond. Here is a small, private hummer that is not the kind of hummer that claws at throats. It is the wanting of a life with someone who is impossible in 100 obvious ways. I rest my head briefly on her shoulder, and the ache that sits under everything loosens like a tide drawing back. She hums, a sound like a string plucked a little off-key, the way she does when she is trying to hold a future steady. I close my eyes and try to believe the sound is a promise. The most ordinary thing about this morning, I tell myself, is that it will not last. Forks cannot hold this unreality forever. The quilted pack is breathing somewhere down on the beach. Their borders are a taut wire that hums when the tide comes in. Sam is a man who builds his decisions out of protection and history, and his patience is not infinite. There was a small flare on the edges recently, a scrap that left a mark on both sides, and that mark is a promise that quieter days will not remain forever. They have hardened. So has the Cullens' vigilance. We are each of us clasping at different certainties, holding our pieces of what must be done. I trace the line of Alice's wrist with my thumb, feeling the lightness of bones and the strength of someone who has chosen me again and again. In my head, the word immortality keeps lodging like a splinter. It is both a gift and a theft. To be transformed into that still, shining kind of creature is to give up the most human parts of myself. The possibility of accidental scabbed knees, the small, cowardly comforts of aging, the quiet dignity of disappointing people who love me with bland, inevitable life. And yet it feels like a lifeline thrown across a canyon in the dark. Being with Alice might require my surrender, but it also might be the only thing that keeps me from being only what I am now, colliding with the ground and making a sound no one understands. She tilts her face up to me and the light finds her in a new way. Fewer fractures now as the clouds roll heavier again. Her voice when she speaks is low and steady. She does not make promises she cannot bear, she never has. But there is a dangerous clarity in the way she looks at me when she says simply, "You do not have to decide today." It is immediate comfort. It is also a timeline. The air seems to hold its breath. I know, somewhere in the rooms behind us, Carlyle folds ideas into careful hypotheses, and Rosalie's jaw works when she hears them. Edward watches me as if he can calculate the torque of a knife if necessary, and Jasper practices stillness like a penitent. All of them will, in their different ways, press me toward what they think will keep us intact. Some of them wish me to remain as I am for the moral weight of saving a human life. Some wish to spare me the danger it brings. I am a fulcrum around which they negotiate safety and compassion. For now, there is coffee and the thin, ridiculous happiness of a shared sweater. Alice's hand slips under the blanket around my knees when we sit later, and the touch is a small rebellion against weather and caution in the world. It is not reckless, it is the kind of thing that grows trust slowly, like moss on stone. We laugh about nothing and something, a joke about prom dresses and Edward's eternally shocked face, and the sound is not a sharpened thing. It is the most mortal music I know. But beneath the porch's damp boards, the tide is moving, and I can feel it in my bones in a way that has nothing to do with the vampires in the house. The pack's patience is a tide too. So is Alice's sight, fragile as glass. There are days that feel endless because they are dense with the tasks of living, and then there are days like this one that are a thin, fragile ribbon stretched across something enormous. When we walk back to the house, I hesitate at the kitchen door as if some small ceremony will make all the decisions quieter. Alice squeezes my fingers and gives me the look she always gives me when she wants me to know that I am being chosen. This time there is something else in that look, a warning, maybe, or a plea. I linger at the threshold, and for a second I imagine all the possible lives I might have. Some are bright and cold, some are ordinary and warm. The truth of the morning sits in my throat like coffee gone bitter. I can pretend to savor it, or I can spit it out and make a different choice. Behind me, Alice breathes my name and it falls like a bell. It is ordinary, and it is the thing that will break or keep us whole. I step forward, and the house closes its doors like a promise that is not yet broken. The tide will come in, and with it will come choices I am not yet ready to name, but whose edges I can feel sharpening even now. Chapter 45, Futures That Flicker. The corridor light in Forks High is always gray, the way the town keeps its weather in reserve until it can make a point of it. The beam that cut across the lobby that afternoon was an accident of a sun brave enough to find a crack in the clouds. It fell across Alice's face like a revelation. For a moment she was a thing made of pieces, an impossible mosaic, every tiny facet catching and refracting the light into colors that did not belong in Forks. The rumor in the back of my mind, the one the town traded like a private joke, folded up and put its hands on its knees. I understood. She did not look surprised to see the shock on my face. Her smile had the speed of someone who'd already seen my expression and decided she liked it. She moved like she always did, small, certain gestures that seemed to preempt themselves. When she held out her hand, it was both an offering and an agreement. Meet me in my truth and I will meet you in yours. Her skin was cold, not the kind that repels but the kind that steadies, like a hand on a fevered brow. The hand that rested in mine felt smaller than I expected, and the contact sent a current up my arm that was not just the electricity of holding someone new. It was initiation. There was a private terror in being wanted by things that could not rust, by people whose hearts ticked on a clock I could not see. But there was also a warmth that surprised me, Alice's warmth, a human warmth of bright, protective light wrapped in ice. It felt dangerous because it felt honest. She did not read my thoughts. She told me later that her sight around me had been splitting for months, the futures she used to walk like a well-lit hallway turning into mirrors and doors that opened and then slammed. She had seen me arrive a dozen different ways, and then none at all. The thing about Alice's precognition that had always felt like magic to me was its steadiness. It had the confidence of a mat. Without it she was a woman in a dark house trying to feel the shape of her furniture. At the Cullen house that night, the light was different. It gathered itself into the glass and the polished wood, the way the house held its own kind of afternoon. Esme made tea for us. Her kindness was a domestic ritual, the same gentleness that held the family together. Carlyle watched with the watchful calm I've come to depend on. His face is the kind that keeps an ethical ledger even when the balance is bleeding. Edward's eyes were a ledger of a different sort, calculating risk the way some people calculate time. He is practical in ways that unravel my better instincts. Rosalie looked as if she wanted to remove the possibility of risk from the world itself. Emmett offered a blunt joke that landed like a fist and then softened into something that meant, "I will protect you even when I am graceless about it." Jasper sat near a window and breathed, the sort of man whose war is internal and endless and whose exterior quiet could break under pressure. They argued about me like they argued about everything in the house, low voices at the kitchen table while I pretended to be fetching something or folding a towel. The core of the debate was clean and knife-edged: protect and contain, intervene and change. Carlyle's voice carried the slow cadence of ethics. He saw precedent, long-term suffering, the moral cost of transformation. Esme pressed for shelter. "Let us make you home here. Be safe. Do not be exposed." Rosalie's argument was the opposite of a lullaby. "We will not gamble our lives for someone who does not want to be what we are." Emmett's was simple and loud: "Keep you alive now." Jasper, when he spoke, sounded like someone listening to two drums at once and trying not to go mad. Edward watched me as people watch small creatures near a cliff, with a mix of desire to save and terror that they might slip. The thing about his protectiveness is that it is not a blanket. It is a set of specific, rigid rules he uses because he fears the cost of loosening them. He has always feared loss. He learns this about himself when the subject is me. I feel guilty about that, about being the axis that makes his fear and love complicated things. Alice's visions did not return to being the tolerant narrative they'd once been. Instead, they settled into a new grammar, snapped warnings, like hazard lights blinking rather than a lit path. She could no longer show me whether we would be married, whether I would be alive in 50 years, whether I would ever walk on cold stone with bones that did not ache at the edges. She could only show me the flickers that happened just before danger stepped into the room, fragments of edges, the flash of an approaching shadow, the smell of a place before somebody's hand found the doorway. The first time she told me this, she made a small, self-deprecating face and said that she had always trusted futures like they were solid things, but around me the fabric was unraveling. It was not betrayal that had done it. It was the world rearranging itself. If futures could be jealous, then mine was the jealous kind. It did not want to be ridden by anyone who had already decided. There was a relief in understanding that the blank she'd become was not an indictment of me. It was not punishment. It was a symptom. The world, the rules the Cullens had lived under, the old balances that had kept things from going wrong, those rules were changing because of me. It made my chest tight. To be the pivot of a change you couldn't see was to be both thunderhead and lightning rod. You were asked to be the place where consequences landed. Alice's new sight was frighteningly useful in small ways. She would see a flash, Jasper's hand around a bottle, the screech of a car at the corner, the shape of a figure at the edge of La Push, and she'd warn us, precise and urgent. You could live a life by avoiding the strobe-lit hazards she threaded for us. It was like learning to live on a grid of mines. You could step carefully between explosions and hope that the pattern held. But I wanted the landmark. I wanted someone to show me the map that said, if you choose this, you will gain that. If you step here, your life will look like this. I wanted the arrogance of certainty. Instead, the things she could see most clearly were other people's proximity, the wolves shifting in the forest, Sam's jaw set like a plan, Jacob's face at the edge of a waterline, the small townspeople who had begun to trade in quiet rumors. Her flashes now had a directional quality. They were warnings about things moving toward us. They left us breathless and prepared, but they did not tell me if I would be the one left standing when the last shadow passed. We tried to name the blank. Edward suggested all sorts of metaphysical things, rules of vampire prophetic sight, the possibility that some human variables were simply noisy enough to erase a vision. Carlyle, who is cautious by training and heart, posited medical metaphors. He spoke of systems overwhelmed by novel stimuli, of feedback loops in a brain that had been trained to expect steady patterns. Rosalie said it was messy and dangerous, and if the family could not sterilize the problem, they should refuse it outright. Emmett swore at the idea of giving up. Esme held me like the world had been fragile for her too. Jasper was the one who spoke last and differently. He said that some of the places he'd been the closest to falling apart were the ones where people couldn't control what wanted them. He said that it was possible for a person to be a force, to rewrite the lines and boundaries others had used to make themselves safe, and that being near such a person could make the rules bend and groan. His voice was small, but the warning in it was not. He said that there was no shame in being the cause of a change if you chose what that change would cost you. There was a silence in the kitchen after that, the kind that is full of things not yet said. I thought of Charlie's weathered face and the way townspeople had turned their heads, fingers to cups, to watch for the slip of something they couldn't explain. I thought of Jacob at La Plush, the way his loyalty had once been simple and had become not simple at all. Sam had given the pack warnings, loud, official things, and the pack edge had shifted from caution to planning. They had already tasted blood on the margins. The last, insignificant scuffle had left a mark. Lines that had been theoretical were now visible, snarled and dangerous. Alice's pattern of warning meant we could be stepped around for a while. We could buy breathing room. But time is a currency and nothing in the house took interest in the notion of infinite borrowing. Carlyle's logic was a ledger. Intervening to transform me would impose a cost on their ethics and on my life. Edward and Rosalie framed the choice differently. He would rather wait and do nothing reckless. She would rather refuse any possibility that risked the family. Esme wanted to wrap me and my doubts in cotton and make the world soft. Emmett wanted to take an axe to the problem and be done with it. Jasper feared exposure and the taste of blood on his restraint. None of those resolves answered what I wanted, to be something other than the person who corrected her own sentences in her head and watched everything dissolve into gray. Alice tried other things. She learned to read the things at the edges instead of the file of the future. She trained herself to watch not the whole book, but the way pages fluttered when a breeze came. It was a skill of attention rather than prediction. She could warn when someone moved close enough to make trouble that night. She could tell me when it was not safe to walk alone from the library to my car. She taught me how to listen for the rhythms of the town, the way footsteps could be counted as friends or approaching storms. It made our relationship strange and sweet in its particulars. There were small rituals we performed like talismans. Alice and I would take our walks through the Cullen property at the same time, my hand tucked in the crook of hers, the air cool and damp with the smell of moss and the distant ocean. We would go to the lake and sit where the tide could not touch us. Sometimes she would see only a flash, an image of a wolf's flank, a line of people at a door, and she would tighten her fingers in mine until it hurt in the best way. I learned to measure my breath to her heartbeat, which was the steadiest thing I had. In those moments even the fear had a soft underbelly. I was wanted and sheltered and visible in ways that made my shame at being so ordinary flare and then subside. But the knowledge of the pack's movement was a constant. They were becoming less patient. Sam, who had the dogged patience of leadership, was not a man to escalate without reason. His warnings hardened as the weeks passed. The pack could not allow death or blood that they thought preventable. Their sense of duty did not allow being passive. They watched the same lines we watched. La Push was a tide of loyalties and history. Anything that challenged its borders would be answered in kind. Alice's vision flickers had more and more of the pack in them. Once, when we were alone in the greenhouse, she said that the world was trying to close around me like a book and that the pages were changing their positions to write me in. She looked at me with that fierce, protective light, and for a beat all the rest of the house and the world outside dimmed. I wanted to ask for a promise I had no right to ask for. Give me a life where the pages are beautiful. Instead I asked a question that felt like a half-formed prayer. Do you see me into the future? She laughed then, a small sound that was both private and loud. She told me she could not promise me a map. She could not choose the ending for me. That she could see the things that would hurt me tonight, tomorrow, this week. She could warn me when the pack's teeth would be near and when the town's eyes were turning too bright. She could offer me time. It was not the whole thing. It was a fractured mercy. I listened to the discussion at the kitchen table and I listened to Alice at the greenhouse and I listened to the ocean in a way that made it seem like it was echoing a question back at me I had not learned to answer. Tonight, if rumors held, the wolves would test their own edges. Alice's flashes had been insistent over the last 24 hours, a tide, a silhouette, a pause like a breath held before speaking. She did not know what would happen beyond that breath. The rest was a white space that refused ink. I had choices that only looked like choices because my body knew how to betray me. I could accept being kept safe, folded into a life that would cost me the small liberties I clung to at Charlie's house. I could ask them to make me vampire and live long enough to see the horizon change its mind. Either path carried a sharp calculus of loss. I could step toward the push when the pack came, to make the choice in front of them and force destiny to be argued over in the open. Or I could hide and let the world decide without my consent. Alice reached for my hand in the greenhouse again, and this time the sun caught the glass of the panes and made her face a constellation. She said, "I can see where the wolves will try to cross." She said it like a promise and like a warning. The choice was not hers. It never had been. But the way she said it made me understand what being loved by someone immortal required. It asked you to be brave in the short, sharp moments when eternity watched. Outside, the ocean breathed its steady, indifferent line. Inside, the house held its collective, fragile breath. The world had begun writing itself around my margins and had put the first clear line in the sand. I could feel the pull of tide and pack and family in town like cords tightening at my ribs. I had always thought the bravest thing would be to decide first. Now I knew better. Sometimes the bravest thing was to stand where the world could see you and let it make its own choices, because the alternative was to let it write you by default. Alice tightened her fingers until my knuckles blanched. There were a dozen futures she could not open for me, but she could warn me when the wolves would be at the shore. She could warn me when the town would lift a torch. That night she showed me, in a flash that was all edges and no map, the low tide line in a shape at the water's edge that might or might not be a question I would have to answer. I had until low tide. I had until the pack decided to cross. I had until the town's curiosity swelled into accusation. It is always easier to hide from a storm that is coming if you know which window will break first. I knew the window now. The rest was the terrible, thrilling thing I had been trying to conjure since the day I learned what love could feel like when it didn't have to wear a pulse. I had a choice to make. I could step forward and choose, or I could stand back and be chosen for. The tide would tell us, unless I decided to speak first. Chapter 46, A Quiet Reckoning. Alice's skin poured light into the dark like a secret the world had not been allowed to keep. The first time I saw it, sunlight cut in a single beam through the high window of the living room, a spill of brightness that slipped along the crown molding and slid down the slope of her cheek. I thought the house had found a way to be kind to me. The way the light broke when it met her made prisms on my palm as if she were a living thing of glass and winter and everything beautiful the sun could not touch. She offered me her hand then, sudden and certain, and I took it like a thief who has finally been found by what she wanted to steal. There is no quieter cruelty than watching a future refuse to be steady. Alice had been a lighthouse for all of us, small, irreverent beings of tomorrow she could hand over across the kitchen table as if fortune-telling were a pastime. But around me her sight splintered into shards, futures flashing for a breath and then slamming together into a dark she could not name. She would tilt her head and laugh, a bright, little sound that never reached her eyes, then press her palm flat against the table as if it might steady the tremor in her blood. The world is dangerous when certainty cracks. The Cullens have always been good at planning. It is what has kept them alive for 100 winters. Without Alice seeing straight, plans became prayers. So I began to catalog, like one catalogs rain streaks on a window, tiny lines that add up to a pattern if you look long enough. I made lists in my head the way the rain makes maps on the driveway, what I had sacrificed and what I had gained, the soft barter that had rearranged my life until I was a new inventory of loss and lure. I gave up mornings that belonged only to me. I used to wake to the dull, real world, the light through Charlie's curtains, the microwave's small sigh, cereal soggier than it should have been. I gave up the private ordinariness of being alive in small increments, of meals made without eyes on my pulse, of mornings that belonged solely to the taste of coffee and the slow, ordinary ache of bone. I traded that for a house that hummed with the quiet of immortality, where the breaths you heard were measured and careful and the worst noises were thought rather than breath. I lost the right to expect privacy from the extraordinary. The world narrowed until it was centered on me, and that narrowing felt like both a cage and a sanctuary. I surrendered rusted things too, the uncomplicated assumption that I would suture my life to towns and people the way other people did. Forks had been small and known, Charlie's kitchen, the chipped paint on our mailbox, the path to the stoplight. I left pieces of that on the doorstep when I started spending more nights at the Cullen house. Little ordinary things that don't seem like sacrifices until you touch them and find the familiar warm places gone. I gave up the option of a slow, unremarkable life. I traded it for a hunger that was both literal and not. When sleep came, it was less rest than negotiation. My body curated its desires differently and my heart kept a new ledger of want. But I also gained the impossible. In the ledger of what followed me into the new life, her hand was the richest item. Alice's fingers were cold at first, like the inside of a glass after it comes from the freezer, but that cold held a warmth of its own, an attention that sent a litigation through me. To be studied that close, to be wanted with such fierceness by someone who lived in the clean absolutes of forever, is a kind of flattery that makes you feel expensive and breakable all at once. The Cullens gave me shelter when the town's whisper threatened to become a rumor that could hurt Charlie. They gave me a family that wrapped its restraint around me like a coat and tried very hard to be careful. Protection is a form of love in their household, almost clinical in Carlyle's hands. He measured risk as a physician. He listed probabilities in vectors and ethical lines as if those could hold back tidal forces. His calm was a necessary antibiotic. It stilled panic and tried to stitch choices into something moral, not merely effective. Esme's care smelled like warmed milk and old quilts and the way someone remembers to fold your coat over your knees when you fall asleep on a serious conversation. Rosalie's fury kept a harder boundary around us. It was the part of love that could go cold and calcify and still be necessary. Emmett grunted and made jokes like anvils. Jasper looked away when the conversation brushed too near. Edward watched me in a way that opened and closed like a shutter. Too much protection sometimes has the same tightness as a prison bar. And then there were the colors that arrived because of Alice, the small futures we would try to patch together through her fractured glimpses. They were not certain anymore, not the way they had been when she could hand them over like postcards. The gift she offered was improvisation. For the first time in 27 years I watched someone who had always been a cartographer learn to draw coastlines without a map. She would touch my shoulder and tell me about a tomorrow that sparkled like a promise and then, abruptly, folded away because she had seen something that made it untrue. It was terrifying to be the axis of that uncertainty, to be the person around whom possibilities condensed and then dispersed. I felt both coveted and dangerous. Both titles sat heavy on my chest. There is no clean way to quantify what becoming immortal would cost. Immortality is a balm that smells like lilies and also a blade that cuts the tender and leaves the scar. The lure of never-ending time is a narcotic. The thought of keeping the people I love forever feels like a covenant. To save someone from the ache of later would be to lock them in an ever-present. Immortality promises constancy but takes away endings, the gentle softening that makes memory precious and death meaningful. To be with someone forever is also to be with them forever in ways you might regret. Carlyle's arguments, about autonomy and the rights of the living to choose their own endings, played like a hymn in the background of these decisions. He spoke of duty and precedent, of consent threaded into the arteries of any choice to change a human. He was the one who reminded us all that to give immortality is to alter the moral ledger of a family forever. Still, when Rosalie's words were the sharpest, when she said, plainly, that she would rather life be short and honest than long and full of compromises, I understood the truth in her hardness. She had given up the option of having and losing in a way that made her bitterly gentle. Her caution was not cruelty, it was experience. Emmett's bluntness was loyalty. Jasper's silence was a consequence of his past. They were all pieces of a machine that had kept itself functioning by degrees. The Pact's presence at La Push had become a constant drum in the background of that machine. Their territory felt like a fault line now, an inevitable place where pressure would release and change would be violent. Sam had spoken once, the way a man speaks when he must keep a Pact's teeth from turning on its soft belly. The message had been simple and edged: move away or we will be forced to act. The Pact lives in loyalties that do not bend easily. They are a corridor of shared pasts, of blood and land, angry at centuries of things they cannot undo. For them the idea of protecting human territory is not ideology, It is survival and honor. We were in their way because we were different, because the presence of the Cullens was an affront to everything that distinguished the pack from their adversaries. Fear is contagious. Warnings had already become skirmishes. I catalogued the packs of consequences in the way you might inventory damage after a storm. If I stayed human, the pack would never stop being dangerous to the Cullens. If I changed, I would be protected in a different currency, but I would bring with me a set of costs, the family's moral straining, the pack's further anger, the town's growing suspicion. Charlie's everyday life was a tether I hadn't the right to cut. His eyes had begun to look at me differently, curiouser, narrower, the way a man notices the weather before a storm. He asked small questions with large concerns folded into them. I could see him tallying small oddities, my absences, my guardedness around certain topics. He had a right to know and a right to live his life unaware of the shape of things I was sitting inside. And then there was hunger, not just the kind that made my stomach empty, but the hunger that arrived when I stood too near Jasper and felt the ghost of his past stirring like a distant drumbeat. Jasper's self-control was a fragile thing now. The proximity to human blood was a test that wore at him. I had watched him in the kitchen, jaw tight, watching my hands as if they were an open wound. That kind of hunger is a threat that eats at the moral fabric of the household. It can turn friends into predators if it is not tended. The possibility of being the center of someone else's collapse has a shame to it I cannot quite name. To invite change in oneself is also to place an unsteady temptation on those you love. Alice's failing sight amplified every anxiety. Without certainty, everyone becomes more dangerous simply because we do not know the positions of things. It is a small madness, living with people who are the opposite of mortal, impeccable in movement, rational in thought, but suddenly as instinctive as anyone. She held my hand and promised what she could not see, and I felt the tenderness that ached. She would rehearse possibilities aloud in the kitchen. If I did this, if I chose that, and the family would weigh each one like a fallen coin, heads for sacrifice, tails for preservation. We argued in hushed tones, all of us aware of boundaries we must not cross and, quietly, how often those boundaries had already been crossed. I catalogued what love had become, a ledger of selflessness and selfishness in equal measures. To want someone to be alive forever can be vanity dressed as devotion. To insist they remain mortal out of an ideological purity can be cruelty. It is not a simple equation. I am selfish for wanting Edward's carefulness and Alice's specific kind of warmth for myself. I am cruel to want them to bear my fragility as if it were no burden. I am both the thing to be saved and the thing that could save. This double role is stranger than any myth. There are nights when the rain is just rain and the house is a safe, slow hum, and I almost forget the scale of what is at stake. Then Alice will stand at the window and tilt her head as if remembering a psalm she cannot finish. She will reach for my hand and the world will shrink until there is only the small space between us, warm and impossible. In those spaces I measure what it would mean to sign a name and change everything, the way Carlyle would look at me, the way Esme would fold me into her arms like a truce, the way Rosalie would temper her scorn with a kind of reluctant permission. I picture the pack tide surging against the shore, black and furious, and I imagine the Cullens forming a line, an immovable shore to protect one fragile human who walked into their lives and changed all of our maps. Sometimes I think the truest thing I have learned here is not that immortality is a balm or a blade, but that choices like this are never wholly about the self. They are a negotiation with places and names and loyalties. They are about what you are willing to ask others to bear because of what you want. There is a humility in that I had not known I possessed, that to love someone is to ask of them something in return and sometimes to refuse that asking because it would hurt them more. The choice is becoming less a promise made in haste and more a document I am learning to read. It will not be given to me lightly. The Cullens will not make it a casual mercy. Carlyle's voice will be measured, Rosalie will set the cost in hard lines, Edward will be both a shield and a plea. The pack will present its own terms in ways that sharpen the edges. Alice will try to see which future holds the least damage and fail sometimes and succeed sometimes and always come back to me with her hand out, uncertain. It will be my pen on that page eventually, whether I like the ink it requires or not. I do not know which pain I prefer yet, the slow diminishment of a life shortened by time, or the clean-cut wound of becoming something other and leaving delicate human things behind. Both are sacred in their ways. Both are devastations. For now I am allowed to weigh them, to press them like coins and see which side carries more memory. Tonight, the rain writes its tentative lines against the windows, and Alice is asleep with her hand on the quilt at the edge of the bed. Her skin catches what little moonlight slips through the clouds and breaks it into a dozen tiny promises. I sit by the window and let the house be a harbor for the decisions I have not yet become brave enough to make. The ledger lies open, the ink is wet. When I sign, I will have to be able to live with what I leave behind as much as with what I take. Until then, the choice is mine, and it will be mine to sign when and if I can stand with the weight of what comes after. Chapter 47, The Next Tide. The rain had a way of erasing edges and forks, of smoothing wood and asphalt and the hard lines of people's faces into something softer, more ambiguous. It was easier to be honest in weather that refused to lie. That afternoon light, gray and honest, cut through the windows of the Cullen living room and fell across Alice in a strip as if it wanted to measure her and could not decide what it would learn. In that thin blade of sun her skin shivered into colors I could not name, like someone had painted glass from the inside and then breathed on it until it glittered. It was beautiful in a way that hurt. Alice looked up and caught my stare, and a polite, sudden smile, so practiced it could have been a reflex, bloomed on her face. There was, as always, a kindness built of something sharper. Her hand moved toward mine. There were 1,000 things I could have said, and none of them would be the right ones. I took her hand because all my muscles had already decided to betray me, and because the grip of a person who could not be burned by her own brightness felt like a promise against the cold. That promise, though, had cracks. The family meeting had been a map of fractures. Carlyle had spoken like a man weighing a scalpel, precise, measured. Rosalie had spoken like a blade, Edward like a shield. Jasper had been quieter than he'd ever been, the weight of history sitting in his hands. Esme tried, as she always did, to fold everyone back into something softer. Emmett made enough noise that it could be mistaken for courage. Alice had not been part of the formal debate. She hovered at the edge, an imp of light with invisible teeth, offering opinions that began in a future she had seen and then stopped halfway, a hand extended to a place she could not quite reach. Her sight had always given the Cullens an advantage, a thread to follow that had warned them away from storms. Lately that thread frayed. Futures that used to unfurl into certainty around us clotted and kinked. She could see a possibility and then watch it flake away, like frost under a sudden, bitter sun. "I tried to follow you," she told me later, alone on the wide porch. Her voice found that soft cadence of someone who had been channeling 1,000 possible selves for 1,000 years. Things keep shifting. I had wanted to say something brave, something that would stitch her back together. Instead I told her that I liked rain, that rain knew how to hide footprints. She laughed, unsteady, and for a frisson of fear that had nothing to do with vampire speed and everything to do with her sudden vulnerability, I reached for her again. The pack's presence was an ache in the town now, as persistent and low as a coming thunderhead. Sam had come to the edge of civility months ago and found that his restraint had limits. He spoke for the wolves in ways that were not beautiful. Their warnings had been precise and growing louder. Stop sheltering her, remove the human danger, leave the territory. A small fight at the edges had bled and left a stain none of us could pretend was not there. The pack's respect for our restraint had always been balanced on the lip of a cliff. Recent events had let wind through the trees and made the cliff's edge much more obvious. I had been to La Push once since that first night, standing where the tide made a silver-sanded seam between earth and sea, and I had watched the wolves like a person watches whether that might either clear or drown them. They were distant, but their eyes had a hunger, not solely for blood. There was a hunger for order, for righting a perceived wrong in a very human language. You took our territory, you hide what should be shared, and so you must answer. It feels strange to be the thing that both sides measure themselves against. When I walked the beaches, the waves told me it was ridiculous that my life had become a fulcrum. The sound of water kept reminding me that tides don't ask permission and that the moon pulls what it will. Still, I felt the pull. The Cullens' fear and the pack's demand coiled around me like a rope, tighter with every meeting, every rumor that leaked into school hallways, every morning Charlie asked where I'd been and where I was going to be that evening. Charlie had been a quiet question mark in the periphery of our lives. His worry had gone from mild curiosity to a kind of protective doting, which meant he was watching. The town's rumor mill had teeth now. Things were whispered in grocery aisles and at the high school like contraband. The kind of gossip that calls you into accountability. I loved him because he loved me in the way ordinary people love. He could not offer immortality in the palm of his hand, but he could offer rootedness. That rootedness tasted like guilt every time I stepped through the front door of the Cullen house. The family argued, and I listened as if every word could be a life raft. Carlisle, the ethical center, circled options like a man considering whether to open a vein for a stranger and offered possibilities with the same clinical tenderness he applied to wounded animals. He sketched outcomes without the histrionics that suffused the rest of us, sometimes that made him crueler, because clinical reasoning does not include room for simple love. She must choose, Rosalie had said in a tone that would have been harsh if I hadn't known its soft core. She spoke of the cost of attachments, the cruelty of consigning someone to an existence where desire and pain are constants. We have lived long enough to know the price. Edward's hands always found my shoulders when he wanted me to remember my shape in the world, and when he argued it was with the force of someone trying to corral lightning. He wanted me safe in a way that would keep the world from touching me. It was impossible not to love that about him, to let myself sink into the fierce comfort of his concern. But there was something I felt in the quiet of his eyes that told me he did not fully understand the restlessness that hummed under my ribs. He would bind me from harm, perhaps, but he would bind me into his ideals, and those were a house with many doors shut. Alice's diminished sight complicated everything. The one person who had been able to sketch consequences in bright, clean ink now produced smudges and half-sentences. She didn't see everything about me the way she once did. Sometimes she saw only the texture of a moment, the flash of a laugh, a path that ended before it began, and sometimes she saw frightening things, a future where I was broken apart between love and loyalty, where the path's resolve cracked us like rock underfoot. That she could not fix those images was her torment. She who had always been certain now moved like someone trying to walk the dark hallway by touch. Because she could not guarantee outcomes, Alice did the thing she had always done best, she acted. She made a plan that clanged with risk. It was small and enormous at once, the sort of gesture that either healed or bled. She wanted to see better, not only for us, but for the family and for the town, that impossibly naive and heroic pair of aims. She proposed tests that would probe the pack's intentions, probes that had the sense of bait. Alice has never been patient with waiting for a future to arrive when she could push it along, but this time she had lost the map and was steering by instinct and light. Precognition isn't prophecy, she told me once, fingers entwined in mine, it's a set of doors. I'm learning to pick locks instead of knocking. It comforted me more than safety ever had. Here was rebellion that sounded like tenderness. There was an uglier hunger in the house, too. Jasper's history made proximity to my living blood a new strain, one that we all tried to downplay but which none of us could pretend was invisible. In the nights when emotions were high, after a confrontational meeting, after a pack incursion, Jasper's restraint seemed thinner, and the room grew taut with it. No one wanted to say the obvious. It is bad policy to draw attention to what makes you dangerous. But danger is a language of its own, and it whistles in the cracks. The Cullens argued about containment versus radical intervention. The idea of avoiding the pack by isolating me, keeping me out of town, away from Charlie and from school, fenced and sheltered, felt like a betrayal. How could I become less of myself to be safe? How much of my life could I trim away and still feel like me? The very thought of losing the tiny humiliations that made my human life mine, a cup of coffee at Charlie's table, a class snooze, the ache of a bruise, felt like a death different from what the Cullens offered. Rosalie, who knew the cost of desire in a way that made her hard, argued for limits. Emmett for blunt solutions. Carlisle wanted to weigh variables. Edward wanted rules and promises. Esme wanted to keep us all breathing. It was ugly and beautiful, like a family tried to hold a votive flame in a windstorm, hands cupped and sweating. Meanwhile, Sam's ultimatum lay like a stone in the family garden. He had not yet stepped across into violence beyond a few scrapes, but his patience had an expiration. The pack's moral code is older than any of us gave them credit for, What he demanded was not only a territorial return but a kind of righting of perceived imbalance. The wolves had never wanted a war. They had wanted respect, and when that failed they turned to something harder. Their bitterness smelled like ocean salt and old rain. I thought, sometimes, that the world would choose for me. That there would come a tide so strong it would take all decisions out of my hands. But choices do not fall from the sky like thunder. They are made in smaller movements, the closing of a fist, the breathing in before the plunge, a hand that decides whether to stay open. Each of us stood at the water's edge, making moves that would add up to a flood. I was not innocent of my role in this. I had wanted something I could not have without changing everything, immortality, not for the vanity of it, but for the selfish, desperate desire to stay close to someone who made my pulse rearrange itself. Love in this town had already proven itself to be dangerous and complicated and, therefore, the most stubborn thing I had ever felt. Alice wanted to tether me, Edward wanted to guard me, Rosalie wanted to protect what the family had become by denying any further risk. Sam wanted me to be a human without the shelter of those who could not be trusted with that vulnerability. Charlie, plain and horizontal in his concerns, wanted me safe in a way the supernatural could never inscribe. At night I lay awake with my hand on my chest, feeling the small, ordinary thump that had once been the whole world. That rhythm felt fragile and heroic. It felt like something I had no right to throw away and also like a thread that would not hold the weight the Cullens pressed into it. The idea of asking for transformation was not an act of abdication, it was a suicide of old life. To become what Alice and the rest of them were would mean surrendering seasons, hunger, heartbreak of a different shape. It would mean being desired by skin colder than mine and loved by hearts older and more tangled than mine. It would mean becoming a monument to sacrifice, one that would always stand in the place where a girl had once been. Alice had offered me small kindnesses that were not neutral. She had sharpened the world into color for me and then fed me a redemptive kind of cruelty, toward me. It was both flattering and unfair. To be the object of a mortal longing was to be made into something larger than the small, imperfect person I knew myself to be. It made me question my sense of self-worth. Was I worthy of becoming a sacrifice? Would the act of being transformed be a gift or a theft? They argued. I listened. The pack bared teeth in metaphors. The town watched. Rumors frayed the edges of my ordinary life into something unwearable. Alice attempted a reckless maneuver to make her sight steadier, small steps that might bring even more danger. Carlyle catalogued potential costs. Rosalie measured pain like currency. Edward's hands were always at my back, steady as a guardrail. There are decisions I am allowed to make and ones that will be forced on me. The Cullens are debating which minefields to bulldoze and which to circumnavigate. The pack is tightening its circle. Charlie calls more often, his questions softening, his voice adding weight. And I am learning that being desired can be a violence in its own right, because it presumes a future I have not yet consented to. The next tide is not yet here. We are still in that liminal space where choices are drafted like contracts and intentions hang like laundry in a wind that may or may not pick them up. Alice has made a plan that is as brave as it is reckless. The pack has sharpened its warnings into promises. The Cullens have gathered like weather feltlines, trying to pick whether to shelter me or hand me over to the smallest of safe deaths, Charlie's ordinary world. I stand between two kinds of loyalty, the one that keeps me human and vulnerable and the one that would make me timeless at the cost of everything I am now. Both are hungry. Both are honest in their own languages. Both ask me to be less than I am or more than I can bear. On a map the world would be simple, forks here, La Push there, a line of tide and territory in between. In life it is knotted, and the knot pulls at my throat with the force of a future being tugged into place. I do not know what I will ask for, or when I will ask it. I do not even know which of the many small choices will set a course so steady it cannot be undone. Tonight the tide will decide where the sand ends and the sea begins. Tomorrow, the pack will decide whether their patience has a bottom. Alice will test a seam in her sight, and the Cullens will gather in that fragile constellation of kin. Charlie will worry, and the town will whisper. My hand will find someone else's. Perhaps it will close on a human palm. Perhaps it will be taken by a colder one. Or perhaps it will remain empty until the world presents its ultimatum. I am tired of the waiting, but not of what it asks of me. Waiting has taught me to listen. It has taught me the names of small mercies. It has shown me that choices are not moments of bravery only, they are quiet acts of cruelty and care that braid together into a life. The tide will come, and with it will come the next demand for an answer I have not yet learned to give.